lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister. And we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
It's Flextravaganza time, folks! From Thursday the 31st of December at 6 p.m. to Friday the 15th of January at 6 p.m, we would like to offer you our thanks and best wishes for 2021 by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. If you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Thursday the 31st of December to make your shopping experience with Hochanda even easier.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose Craft shows on Hochanda.
Yes, indeed. Good morning, one. Good morning, all. I hope you are well. It's 7 o'clock. It's Monday morning. It's the 11th of January as well. I know, we're the 11th already. Did you have a good weekend? well, as good as it can be in circumstances that in. It was frosty, a frosty weekend. So I bet you stayed in and crafted your little heart's content. Well, have I got a show for you? It's the sheer fact that everything you're about to see, first of all, works together beautifully, and the last thing on the counter, I have so many ideas for. It is unreal. But let's kick straight off. We are talking Tando with what we're talking about, and I'm not on my own. No. She's been up since 4 o'clock this morning, travelled the length and breadth of the United Kingdom to be here with you today. It is the one and only, the founder, the co-coordinator, the tea maker and cleaner of Tando. Is that right? Hi, love.
Hello.
You all right?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
Good. Do you have a good Christmas and New Year?
Yes, quiet, but I think most of us had a quiet one.
For everyone. As I said, everything that we've got on this counter, it all works together beautifully.
Yes, you can pretty much mix and match virtually everything together, which is great. So, you know, your plaques are going to have your bees, and your books are going to have your butterflies, and so on and so forth. And yeah, it's really good, actually.
It really is. Let's kick straight off with the grey boards that I've got in front of me at the moment. Now, you're getting all of this. You're getting 3 different designs. You're getting 3 different sheets of the bees, the butterflies and the dragonflies that you're getting on here as well. Now, as you can see from the designs that you've got there, some of them have the wings cut out, and I was like, oh, that's beautiful, that's very decorative, and you could paper piece things behind there. And then I looked at the sample that I've got behind here, and I thought, oh, they're actually mats and layers.
Yeah.
So, for example, I've got the butterfly here, which we'll show you in a minute. You've just seen the bees. So this is the top section, but then there is another butterfly underneath that you've mounted on, so no more of the fussy cutting and then sticking it on the back, and will it stick, won't it stick? You know it's going to work every single time.
Yeah.
These are beautiful. With it being grey board, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Can I use all my mediums on this, or will it start warping and weaving and things like that?
You can definitely use all your mediums on
That's
it.
good.
It's over 2 millimetres thick. It's 2.25 millimetres thick, so it's a good chunky board. You can triple emboss. You can run paste through a stencil. You can actually even run it through an embossing folder, which I'm going to be doing later, hopefully in a demo. So there's lots and lots of things you can do. You'll always get an element of warping when you initially make it wet, because it's grey board after all. But once it's completely dry, it'll just flatten out again.
With it being grey board, though, do we need to prime first? If we've never used grey board before, do we have to prime with your gessos, or can we go straight in with our inks? But obviously, I'm guessing the inks would absorb slightly.
Yeah, inks actually generally work better without any gesso.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you generally get a nicer colour, a nicer finish to it. If you're using paints, if you're using a chalk-based paint or a really good opaque acrylic, you don't need any gesso. If you're using something a little bit more translucent, it will depend on what kind of finish you want. If you want more of a vintage muted finish, then don't use a gesso. But if you want something really bright and really bring out the colours, then pop a gesso underneath.
So in theory, you can more or less do anything and everything, and it's really going to adapt to what you do as a crafter. And if I said today, I'll give you all 3 sheets of the bees, the dragonflies and the butterflies for £8.50 today, £8.50 today, then £8.50 in a month's time, you get all this. All this will be sent to you after that first payment. So if you're thinking, you're probably sitting there at home now going, I like the idea, but I don't know where I would use. Well, get them home. Give them a try for £8.50 today. £8.50 is a couple of cups of coffee a day, if you used to have a coffee a day, maybe. For £8.50 or £16.99 as a one-off payment, 371345 is your item number. Easy to pop out. They literally pop straight out. But then, the A4 sheet that you've got left, you can start using it for your stencils, start using it with your spritzes, start using it as you normally would a stencil to draw around through it as well, if you wanted to, for the sheer fact. Look at what you can create with the beautiful butterflies that you've got on the front. So now you can start creating your own books that are in there. So you can then have the butterfly on the front cover, but then you could sort of do a silhouette of a butterfly on every page if you wanted to, in different sizes as well, because you're not just getting your standard one-size butterfly, dragonfly or bee. You're going to get lots of different designs in there. 371345 is your item number, £16.99. Brand new today. But remember, we're still in our Adventure extravaganza, which means you can get this £8.50. £8.50 today. It's worth having a little look. So remember those. But then start looking at some plaques that we've got on here. Now, there's all different shapes and sizes. These are your frames that you've got. So you've got the squares that we have in here. If I turn them that way, you may be able to see them slightly easier. So you've got your frames that are in there, which are your squares. And then you've also got your ovals as well. But for me, the minute I see these, I see easy, quick and easy mat and layers.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Excuse me. It's because I think the things that you've got there, especially the squares that you've got there as well, and even the ovals, when you look at both of them together, they work really, really well together. And it's more for those papers that you don't really know what to do with. Those papers that you think, I like them, but they don't really go as a full 12 by 12. They don't really go as a full 8 by 8. It's a bit overpowering. Use them on things like this, chop them down, just use smaller elements of them. And in theory, you've done all the hard work for us here.
Yes, yeah. I mean, all the intricate kind of cutting, if you like, is done. So you just... they're so versatile. I think frames are always versatile. And the fact that they're on the nice, thick, chunky board...
Jeez, look at that.
Yeah, gives you a lovely step. So you get, you know, a nice lot of kind of layers and things on your artwork.
It is. You can see the size that you're getting in there. Once again, once you've broke them out, so obviously that would be the bit you would use. So that would now go on the front of your card if you wanted it to. But then you've now got yourself a little stencil. So you've got that square straight away that's already in there. Maybe you're going to use these stencils, put them down, spritz over the top of them, and then lift them up. So you've got that positive and negative effect that you've already got in there as well. A little artist trading card you can use them for. Loving the frame detail that you get in here as well. You imagine taking your favourite photo, maybe, popping it down and just expanding it.
Yeah.
So it goes slightly smaller, like a little pyramid that you've got on there. I absolutely adore. And then I suppose if you put your other mediums on there, you could make, because you're getting some of the big ones, so you're getting 3 of the big ones that are in there as well. Things like little coasters for your craft room and little bits and bobs, little notelets.
Yes.
That you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. You could do little mini books, all sorts of things with them.
I've never thought that. You could do a little mini book. You genuinely could. If you've got yourself a paper press, you could make your own notebooks.
Yes.
And these could be the back covers for your notebooks as well. And you know them yellow little sticky pads that you can buy with a little bit of stick that's at the top? You know, Post-its. You can use them for those. I don't know the brand names for Post-its. I don't even know if they're called Post-its. But you could use them for that, just as a bit of a backboard that you've got. And then we've not even spoke about the ovals. And they're sort of, what would you call the shape behind the oval?
It's, is it octagonal? Is there 8 sides to it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, there is.
Octagonal shape.
Your octagonal shape. I like it. We'll stick with it. Your octagonal shape that you've got in there. So you've got your oval that's in there. Your stretched oval, which I adore. That you could use for maybe little plaques if you wanted to. If you want to put someone's name down there, maybe you're going to use that on the front of your card, and that's going to have your sentiment in. That's the bit that you're going to colour in. That's going to be your main focal point that you've got on there. And then you get all these other little shapes that you get, your octagonals, that you've got all the way around. So you get 3 of the large ones, 2 of the medium ones, and then 3 of the small ones in there as well for £9.99. Once again, today, £4.99. I couldn't do my maths then. £4.99 today. 837193 is your item number. For £4.99 today, to get them all home, is your grey board assorted shapes. 837193 is your item number. Then we've got the actual plaques themselves. Now, once again, being mountboard, being grey board that you've got there, you can do so much with these. So much. Obviously, they're meant to be designed so you can look like this. You would never know that was that behind. That is amazing. You could... I just can't get over that it is grey board.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
Just look at that. You would never know, with the texture that you've got on there, that you weren't holding a bit of metal.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Absolutely stunning. And from that, you can go to things like this. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Is your little butterfly plaque that you've got there. But as you can see on the back, you've got that a bit of, oh, look at this, look at the shine that you've got on there. Using the butterflies from our first. There's something quite Vegas about this. I think it's the shape that reminds me of Vegas that you've got in there. You've put your little holes in there. Is it easier to punch?
Yes, you can use a standard hole punch, actually, or a crocodile or anything like that, so...
Oh, there you go. Look, so you can use your little standard punches. You've got your little name plaque that's in there. Maybe these are going to be your stands for your designs, so you know where roughly everything is. But then it's these I really love. I know, it's the simple things. Reminds me of when I used to be a baton twirler. There was there. Oh, first regiment I was, walking through the towns of Dudley, baton in hand with the front, marching away I was. But it reminds me, it does, Jim, it reminds me of clock hands. You could use these as clock hands.
You could.
Obviously, you put your hole in the middle, and obviously, you know how it turns. But you could use them for your clocks. Obviously, you go slightly larger with your plaque, but it would work. It would really work. They are beautiful, and you get your 3 different sizes. Oh, I always dreamt to hold the golden baton. Never allowed. Never allowed. That was always Clive had it. Says a lot about my childhood. So, £13.99 is what you're looking at for your little baton, and you'll also your plaques that go in here as well. Once again, your mountain lion is £7 in your flexible basket. £7 in your flexible basket. So what's that? 5. Ross, could you work out what it would cost me for the entire show? Oh, you've done it already. Oh, he's good. He's good. 074566 is your item number. So you've got your dragonflies, your butterflies, and your bees. Then we've got your sort of your mounts that we've got in there, your little frames. Then we've got your actual designs to put them onto. So maybe you're going to put your frames onto there, build them all up. You've got your baton that's in there as well. Brings back memories. Then I adore this. This is my favourite of all, because when you look at it there, you think, all right, fair enough. I understand what we're getting there. Your semicircular book covers, your templates in there, all made out of grey board. It's going to last because you've got the mylar in there as well. And that's what I thought when I first walked in this morning. I thought, oh, it's a nice little way to store memories in a little book. And then I went away and had a little thought. I was like, there is so much more you can do with this, and it's the first thing I said today when I walked into the studio. And I kept looking, I walked over, I had a little look, I'd walk back and go, no, it wouldn't work. Then I'd walk back again, have another little go. For the sheer fact, this is what you're creating, okay, first of all. So you are creating these beautiful, beautiful little books, either with a spine or without a spine. It's entirely up to you. But let's take the spine first. You imagine these, first of all, in your bookcase like this. How beautiful would they be? Then, adding your embellishments on there. All my little medals that I won from baton twirling in 1963. I could pop in there all those little black and white photos from the Birmingham Daily Mail. Then, as you open it up, this is where the magic happens. You could have a little brad, so it closes, so it pinches, closes there. And do you know, if you watch any Christmas movie, they all have them in at the moment. I think it's Jingle Jangle that it reminded me of. That, you know when they open a storybook and it all comes to life. So you've got these little scene setters, as it were. So now you could create castles in the background with rolling hills and sheep that pop up if you wanted to. As you turn it around, you're inside the castle with a talking candelabra and clock. And as you spin it round again, there is a big beast that you have to try and defeat. Can you tell I watched Beauty and the Beast over the weekend? That you have to try and defeat. And then, last but no means least, the rose petals falls and they live happily ever after. But you have got all that in one storybook that you have created yourself. Or you can start going round. Look at these tags, notelets that you could pop in there. How nice would that be? And I've said this and I'll keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. To send to someone and say, just thinking of you, here's a little note. And as they open it up, they've got notelets in one, so they can start writing little letters to you, maybe if they're only tag size. Little notelets, a couple of tea bags if they drink tea, so we can have a little brew together. And as you spin it round as well, you've got a full little scene. Little happy photos that they can leave on their desk, even hang if they wanted to. How beautiful would that be to have in your home? Really think outside the box. But I'm going to ask the question for you, because it's the first question I thought of as well. Are they easy to make?
Yes, very, very easy.
And I know what you're thinking. I know, I'm with you already on this one. Of course you're going to say that you're shopping telly. You have to say things like that. You're never going to say it's hard to do. They're not. They're really, really simple. Once you have got the basics, you are good to go. Look at things like this, like simple books like that. How nice is that? Easy to post. As you open it up, reminds me of the scene of Mamma Mia, the musical. It does, that's how it turns, with the windows. It's absolutely stunning. And you can get all that for £10.99. £5.99 today for your templates, for your covers as well. £5.50, in fact, I overdid you. £5.50 for all your templates that you've got in there, and your front covers and your back covers as well. Even your spines included, so you can make 3 different size books out of this as well. For £5.50. So if you wanted your dragonflies, your bees and your butterflies, if you wanted your frames, and you also think, well, I'll throw in the plaques as well because they will work well with it, and I also want the covers, because remember, once you've got them, you've got them. £59, £51, £51.96 a day for the lot, one-off payment. But why pay everything that you've got there when you can pay £25.98 a day? Will get you everything that you currently see here. £25 today will buy you the entire show on 2 flexible payments. And I know once you see what you're doing, that was smooth. Once you see what you're doing, it will all totally make sense. 994543 is your item number. Right then, I've done my end of the bargain. 25 quid, 90 odd pence. Can't go wrong for everything. Let's see how it all mixes and matches together. Right then, Di, I've built this up. This better be good.
Okay. What I'm going to go through first is actually how to put together one of the inserts.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
First of all, just let me explain about these templates a little bit more. You get 7 in total. And then the way they work, obviously you've got your large, medium and small. And where you saw in some of the samples that they had inner pockets where you could put your tags and things, you actually use the next size down for that. So you've got your large one there, and you would use that size for your inner pocket. And then if you're doing the medium size, you use the small one for your inner pocket.
Ah, okay.
And then if you're doing the small one, there's this other little extra one here. That you use for your inner pocket. I've actually done a little video on YouTube which shows all of this. So,
where do we find this? What do we search for?
It's on Tando Creative's YouTube channel.
There you go.
Okay, so although I'm going to demo it now, it'll be easy in the future for everybody to find it. So I'm going to do one of the middle size ones. I've got an A4 sheet of paper, and all I'm going to do first of all is just trace around these. Now, the central line here you can use as a score line. They are quite easy just to fold in half, but I'll just do it now just so you can see. But you don't have to use it. It depends how confident you are about folding something in half. Really.
Okay.
Then we're going to do the other piece here. Oh, I'm going to throw my pencil on the floor.
Oh. So it is really straightforward. Literally just go for the one big size and a size down, and then you're just tracing it out.
Yes, it is literally just tracing it off. I'll just pop those lines in there so you'll all be able to see. And then what I'll do, because I'm using the middle size one, I'm going to use the small one as well, and that's going to make our inner pocket. So I'll pop that over there. Like that. And then you can either use a craft knife or a pair of scissors, whatever you feel happiest with. And you can use all sorts of paper. You can use your scrapbooking papers. You can double-sided ones are quite nice because as it folds up you see the underside. But you don't have to use double-sided. You can cut out little panels that will cover up the underside, or you can stamp an ink, whatever you want to do. You can use your watercolour papers if you want to do more sort of painty effects on your papers. You can pretty much use any type of paper or card that you want to. So once we've got all those cut out, I'm just going to fold that in half, like that. And then what we do with this one, I'll just chop that little bottom bit off there. These fold lines here make the tabs that are going to stick the bottom to the top. So we just fold those in. And that one. And then we'll fold that in half. Like that. So when you put those tabs up, then that will glue to that. So let me just pop some glue on. Hopefully my glue will work. I was having terrible trouble with my glue not working, but I think it is now. So you run some glue along the tabs.
Would you say glue or red liner? Or does
Red
it matter?
liner is fine, absolutely fine. I tend to use glue because you've got a bit of manoeuvrability. Yeah.
Makes sense.
But red liner tape is absolutely fine. Then what you want to do is you want to close them up. You'll see all this on the video as well. And then what you're doing is you're matching up the back and the front and pushing your outer bit down so it's just sitting snugly there. Now you want the tabs to be on the outside, not on the inside, because these all stick together, so it'll cover the tabs up. And then you literally just fold those up like that. And then you can get yourself just a bulldog clip or some clips and just leave that on there until that dries, which for paper literally is not long at all. And then you can see now that that's how that opens out, like that.
Oh, look at that.
So it's really, really simple. And then this piece, we just fold in half again. And then what we want to do with this is we just want to run a bit of glue along the bottom. Like that. And then that will literally just stick into the inside like that. And then once that's all dry, you see you've got your little pockets. Alternatively, what you can do if you want to do something a little bit more different, a little bit more interesting, you can do a few of these inner pieces. Don't stick them along the bottom, but you can say have 4 or 5 of them. You can stitch them in the back and it'll be like a little innie book in there.
Oh, okay.
Because you'll have little pages. And you can have a few of those.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, so that would look quite good. So that's another thing that you can do with it. And then I've got some more here. Let me see where I've got some others. Oh, here's some others. I can show you these. So these ones have been done with pattern papers, but they were single-sided. So what I've done is I've just cut some triangular pieces to go onto the backs. So when they lift up, you'll be able to see the pattern as well underneath. And then you literally, you glue these together. So what I can actually do that now. The one thing I will say is if you're not using the spine, then you can glue the whole of it together. And then that will keep the whole lot nice and solid together in between your covers. But if you're using the spine, you need to have a bit of wiggle room at the back. So on that sample you have there, I haven't glued all the way back. I've left a strip along the back. And then that means that as you open up, because you've got the width of the spine, it gives it a bit more wiggle room and it's not all pulling against itself all the time. So I'm going to just pop some glue onto these.
They're sturdy though, aren't they? They're good old sturdy little books.
They really are, actually. They really are sturdy. So we'll just glue that one to that one. It really is as simple as this. Like that. And then obviously, you know, if you've got lots of time, you want to put your clips on just to make sure your glue's nice and dry. Then we glue that one to that one.
It's amazing. It is such a simple concept, but you can make this as elaborate as you want to, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could go to town with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because you've given us the different templates in there as well, you could do pocket within a pocket.
Yes. Yeah.
So you've only done one pocket on your first one, but you could also then do a slightly smaller pocket on the front. Just look at this, how it all opens out.
Well, what we've done is we've set the angles on these, so if you use 3, it'll open up nice and flat all the way round.
Absolutely. You imagine doing this now. I know it's been a while since we've all been out. It really is. And I totally understand. But obviously, for editorial, bear with me. But you imagine doing one of those scenes now, and maybe you've been down to Madame Tussauds in London. Maybe it's your first time on the London Eye. Maybe you've been on the Big Dipper up in Blackpool. Maybe you've took a tour of the Tower. Anywhere. You could have gone to the Arc de Triomphe, you could have gone to the Champs-Élysées, you could have been, well, you could have gone anywhere. You could have gone anywhere. Held up the Colosseum. But you imagine doing that now and having a scene of the Colosseum at the back and then your photo on the front, just slightly snipped out so your photo is there, but you've got the entire scene of the Colosseum around the back. Then there's your photo in there. You are creating memories, you are creating scenes, and that's what I absolutely adore. Creating memories. Creating, yeah, look, they all come out. Everything comes out. It's absolutely beautiful. It's like little tabs that go in there. They are absolutely stunning. And you can see how your butterflies, your bees and your dragonflies all work together. It's worth having a little look at this. If you've never tried it before, it's worth having a little go. £10.99. 994543 is your item number. Remember, everything's on the website for you as well. You can shop ahead on the website. Everything is there. The entire show, just over £25 on flexible payments. £25, 98 pence today will get you the entire show on 2 flexible payments. That means you have everything that we're talking about this hour, and 11 o'clock, are you back, Di? 11 o'clock with more demonstrations, so you're going to get more inspiration, but you get ahead of the queues. In a minute, we are going to go ridiculously busy because people have just started waking up. So you be the early bird that catches the worm this morning and get the show before everybody else do. Right, then, Di, we're coming back to you. What are we up to this time?
Right, so now I can show you how to decorate one of the covers, which we'll then put on. So I'm just going to grab a couple of paints. And I'm just going to paint straight on to the grey board because I don't want it kind of too bright, quite like the muted colour. And because it's a reasonable quality acrylic, you really don't necessarily need more than 1 coat. Sometimes you might need 2. It just depends on the translucency of the paint. I'll put a little bit more on there.
It really takes that medium well, though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I mean, I've always loved the way that paint looks on grey board. It just seems to just go on so well and just look so finished, I think, somehow.
£10, 99 pence. Remember, you're going to get this grey board in there as well. You won't let me move my tea. You are going to get your grey board that's in there. See, I watch like you with a brew. I stand here and watch Di demo. Then you're also getting your templates in there. You're getting your front and your back covers for all 3 sizes, and you're getting all 3 spines as well. Let's go back to Di because I'm parched.
Okay, so I'm just going to add in a little bit of another colour, a slightly darker colour, just to add round the edge. And the way I do that is I pick up the darker colour on one side of the brush and then the colour I've done as my base coat on the other side of the brush, and you can just blend that round and you get a nice blend between the two colours then.
Remember, £10, 99 pence are going to get you the covers. Remember, you've got the other things on the show as well. You've got the dragonflies, the butterflies, and also the bees. And you could decorate the bees with them. You could decorate the butterflies with them. You could use it as your little summer book, as it were. You could also use it as a... see, the more I think about it, the more things I could think you could do with it. Especially with the bees and the butterflies and the dragonflies, creating one of these books and popping seeds in for times of the year. So you do 12 months, so 12 little pages, and each page has a different set of seeds. Maybe for a little one to go and plant, so your sunflowers and things like that, you can keep tabs on when you've planted them, like a little journal.
Yeah, that would be brilliant. Really good idea, that.
And then you can come back to it every year and say, right, that was 2021, that's what I planted, and this is how it went, here's photos. And then you just make a new one for every single year, because they do look beautiful on a shelf.
Yes.
They really do. Will there be, because these are brand new today, will there be more spines and covers coming later on in the year, so if we wanted to buy them separately?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Good to know, isn't it? Good to know.
Okay, so I've got that dry, and then I'm going to just put a slightly darker wash around the outside with a bit of burnt umber. Just clean the brush off. And then, again, a similar sort of technique as I just did with the two colours of paint, but this time I'm doing it with some clean water on one side of the brush and the paint on the other. This is a technique I use quite a lot.
I've not seen this one.
And again, it means that you can add your kind of vignette style with paint, but because you've got water on the inside, it blends it in really beautifully for you. It's better if you dry each side as you go. I won't do that today because of the time on that we have to spend on the demo, but you'll get the idea. So you see how that kind of blends in from your brown on the outside. Like that. And if you want to, you can just tap that inner edge, but you should generally get a pretty good blend in, so you won't need to do that. It does take a little bit of practice, but it's quite effective once it's done. I'll very quickly dry that off, and then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to use a stamp and I'm going to emboss with it. So what you need to make sure of is if you've put a layer of paint on first, you need to make sure that your paint is really dry, otherwise the embossing powder has a tendency to stick to your damp paint. So you obviously don't want that to happen. That may well happen today, we shall see.
Never. I have faith in you. I have faith.
Who knows? Okay, so that's pretty good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get my Versamark pad and a stamp, which I've got here. Actually, I didn't use that one, I used that one on the original. So I'm going to ink up my stamp. And I'm not too worried about using an acrylic block for this. It doesn't really matter to me if it's not perfect. I don't do perfect, to be honest. I prefer to do wonky and...
Well, then you can get away with more, then you say.
You can, yes.
A bit like my career. If you go for the perfect career, there's only one way to go. You go for mine, who knows where you'll end up. Look at Derek.
So,
example I heard him yesterday. He went out for a sandwich and it took a while. And he wanted a cheese sandwich. Took him nearly 6 months. But he bought it back yesterday, bless him.
Oh, well, that was okay then. Right, so I've stamped that with some Versamark, and now I'm going to just use some very fine gold embossing powder. Which you want, if you haven't done this before, you want to pop it onto a piece of card so it's easy to put what you've got left over back into your pot. You can see roughly there what it looks like, but it will change once it's heated. So I'll pop that out of the way, and then I'm going to heat this. You'll see it change as you heat it.
Look at that already, though. How beautiful does that look?
I've got a bit of a funny temperamental heat gun. It stops and starts. I always bring this one on the show, and I always say I need to get another one, and I haven't yet. I will get round to it. But you can see it is gradually changing now.
Look at that.
And where it looked quite dark, it's now gone really quite gold.
That's an amazing little stamp that you've got there to make the crackle. It's beautiful.
There are such lovely stamps around, aren't there, at the moment?
Well, there are, but then you imagine doing this with your papers and things like that. This would be absolutely stunning.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, especially like your graphic 45s, and you could go through the seasons and...
Yeah.
I think once you start this process, there is so many other books that you can create.
Yeah.
From this as well, because you could go down the cookbook route, you could go down the memory route, you could go down the gardening, the little birthday journals, new babies, you could do little books for those, welcome to the world, my first year. So many things that you can do. And then if you add on top of that some of the dies that our Paola brings us, some of the pop-out dies, you start putting them into there as well. So as you open it, everything, you know, like the Polaroid one, where you get lots of different Polaroid photos.
Yes.
You imagine putting that and you're opening that out, and all the Polaroids open out in there.
Yeah.
How beautiful would it be?
Yeah.
So don't just think two-dimensional, really start thinking 3D with using the stash that you've already got at home as well. I love this cover, this is beautiful.
Okay, so we've done that. You need to just wait until that's cooled down a little bit. You don't want to be touching the hot powder, but that doesn't take long. It's literally just a few seconds. Then what we're going to do is we're going to grab a little bit of blue paint, which I'll put on there. And we also want a little touch of white. We don't need a lot for this. I've probably been a little bit OTT with that. And then I need a palette knife. What we're going to do, you just want a tiny bit of paint on your palette knife, not a lot, a bit like that. And what we're going to do is we're just going to touch in places and just run it down here and there. Just little splodges.
Like an old wall.
Yes.
There's something very French about this. This is a nice technique.
Yeah, just something a little bit... what's nice about it is you're actually utilising some of the texture from the embossing powder that you've just put down.
Remember that was grey board, and how distressed and old does that grey board look now? It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
You do forget it's grey board, you really do.
You do, yeah. The other good thing about it is with the grey board you can carve the edges as well.
Oh, so you can
and
make it even more distressed.
Yeah, the butterfly sample at the front here, that's got that kind of edge on it.
I will show you that shortly.
Yeah, and then we can add just a touch of white down as well now.
So that's the distressed edge that we're talking about there on your grey wood. How beautiful is that, though?
Yeah, it looks really cool. I think the distressed edge like that, where you peel it back.
Right then, we're going to let you crack on.
Okay.
And we'll be back with you shortly. Do not fear.
Okay.
We are busy across the board. I think you've now worked out that you can more or less have everything on the counter, even though nothing has got flexible payments on. And what do I mean by this? Well, we're still in the event of Flextravaganza and don't know what it is. Scott, tell me more.
It's Flextravaganza time, folks! From Thursday the 31st of December at 6 p.m. to Friday the 15th of January at 6 p.m, we would like to offer you our thanks and best wishes for 2021 by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. If you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Thursday the 31st of December to make your shopping experience with Hochanda even easier.
Yes, indeed, that is Flextravaganza. Thank you for your emails as well. I will answer them in due course. Do not worry. Class me as your post mistress, as it were. I will be there. I will answer all questions. Well, I won't. I'll hand them to Di. But we'll answer all your questions shortly. So do not worry. Christine, yours is the first in the bag, and I'm going to get to that when we get down to the butterflies. Right then, let's kick off. £10.99 is what we're looking at. This is your Tando's grey board semicircle book cover and your templates as well. What are you creating? Well, with your little book, you're going to be able to create beautiful pages that look like these, and you're going to be creating beautiful books, beautiful designs that you've got time and time again if you want to do. You can do them without a spine, or you can bring a spine in and put them with a spine as well. It's entirely up to you how you want to achieve what you're going to get, but they are beautiful, and they're absolutely stunning. You get everything in here. We've seen how easy they are to cut out. We've seen how easy they are to make the little pockets. These are your pocket protectors. These are your little pages that we're looking at here, your front covers, and you've also got your spines in there as well. £10.99 is what you're looking at for these. 994543 is your item number. Remember, with Flextravaganza, £5.50 is what we're looking at for those. Then we started looking at the plaques. If I told you, look at your grey board that you've got there, and you could make this. How beautiful is that? How it looks magnetic. It looks metal, is what you're looking at. Put your magnets on there. Put your mounts on there as well. It's absolutely stunning. It really, really is, using 2 of the plaques that you've already got. But not only do you not get the plaques, you also get the hangers as well. So now you can start hanging that's in there. How beautiful and ornate are these? These are beautiful. And you get them in 3 different sizes as well. You get the large, you get the small, and you also get the tiny as well. Absolutely beautiful is what they really are. Oh, something quite gothic about that when you hold them this way, isn't it? Look at that. You could go quite gothic with a window if you wanted to as well. It is absolutely stunning. £13.99, 074566 is your item number for these ones as well. What's that, £7? £7 in your flexible basket. Worth having a little go. Then we've got your frames that you've got here. Now, we've seen the size of the mount board that we've got already, the beautiful grey board that you've got in there. And they're so easy to pop out. No knife, no nothing. Literally pop them out with your finger. You really can't go wrong. That's how easy they are to use. Then remember, you can use the waste that's in there as templates, as stencils, if you wanted to as well. You get all your squares, and you also get your ovals and beautiful shapes that we're talking about. And you're getting all of this for £4.99 today. £4.99 today across 2 flexible payments. 837193 is your item number for this one as well. A nice little bundle. I would definitely be going for the books, and I'd definitely be going for these as well, because I think you'd use these for your mats and layers that you've got in there to do your cityscapes. Then, all brand new today, by the way. Everything is brand new today. Immediate dispatch. You ain't got to worry about anything like that. We come to sort of the pièce de résistance that you've got in here. You've got bees, dragonflies and butterflies that you've got in your kits. Now, the ones with the little wings already cut out. So you see all these ones here? These ones here? These are your mats and layers for your larger ones. So these fit over the top for your mats and your layers. So start putting acetate behind them. Put a bit of foam tape all the way around and have a shaker card. A shaker bee. Or a shaker dragonfly. So when it moves, the wings glisten in the sky. Put your angel hair in there if you wanted to. There's so many things you can do with them once you get them home. You can also distress them as well. So that is started life like that. You can go from that, but look how distressed. Look at the depth that you've got in there, and the distress and the detail that you can use them for. And then you've got that beautiful 3D-dimensional butterfly that you can use all your mediums on, your grey board as well. Now, we've had a question in. Oh, let me do the details first. Christine, I'm getting to your thing. I've just got to do my job. £16.99, 371345 is your item number for that one. Right then, Christine's emailed in, Di. Good morning, Christine. Thank you for watching this morning. She's heard, she doesn't know how to cut grey board. She's heard and she's read that it's difficult to cut. Any tips on cutting? Because I was thinking, especially with butterflies, if you only want to use half a butterfly, and you want it on the front cover of your book, so when your book closes, you've got that full butterfly. But is it difficult to cut?
No, I mean, if you're going to use a craft knife, then I would say don't try and cut through the whole thing in one go. You want to put a good metal ruler down and just keep running through. It'll take 3 or 4 goes, good sharp knife. But if you just want to cut a piece off, you can use your scissors.
Oh, look at
just
that.
Just like that. Really easy.
Oh, Christine.
So there's nothing difficult about it at all.
So either a good sharp knife or a decent pair of scissors.
Yeah.
We'll get straight through.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong. I wouldn't be using guillotines, nothing like that. A craft knife or a pair of scissors is the way to go with these. But imagine cutting that butterfly straight down the centre, so when you close your book up that you're creating, you've got those beautiful butterfly wings that you can use time and time again. 371345 is your item number, £16.99. Any more questions, email them in. We've got about 6 minutes left.
Right, OK, I'll go super fast. I'm going to add a few little spots to this. So I've just put a little bit of watered down white paint on, and I'm just going to tap that over the top like that, just to add a few spots. And then what I want to show you really quickly, let me just wipe this off, is I want to put together some of these little frames, which I've already done, but I'll show you how you can emboss one through your Big Shot or other embossing machine. I'll pop that over to one side. I've painted this one in some brown paint already, and then you just get your Big Shot, pop that out, and then I knew I'd put it somewhere ready and then lost it again. Pop your frame in between your embossing folder, pop that between your, you need to have a little bit of a play to test which works in your machine, because obviously all your different levels and things will...
So any machine would do, but you know your machine at home.
Yeah, I would recommend you only use a manual machine rather than electric. Okay, people do use electric, and it is it's worked fine, but I wouldn't want people to suddenly damage their machine. So let me move this out of the way, and then we can show you how that has come out. So it has really embossed that, but I can heighten that by putting a little bit of gold paint on, just on the end of my finger, and then very, very lightly stroke that across, and that just picks up that texture. And it just gives you another way of decorating your grey board.
Look at that.
Like that. So really, really simple. So what I did is I've made the backs of the frames I've made with the same technique as I did for the cover. And then I've made these little embossed frames to go over the top. So, grabbing all our bits, that's our front and back cover. I've whacked a little bit of paint in on the inside there. This is what I've already glued up already. So, very, very quickly, hope this hasn't blocked on me. No. You want to be a bit more careful than me than this. Put a good coverage of glue on, but I'm conscious of...
We've got about 4 minutes left.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Christine's emailed back in. She said, thank you.
Oh, bless you.
She just now needs to buy a decent pair of scissors.
All right.
Check the website out, Christine. Check the website.
And then let's get that good squeeze.
I think oak wood would work.
Yeah, any decent, yeah.
It's the rated edge.
That's
Oh.
And then we pop that one on there like that. So you're lining up the bottom edges and the back. Okay, so that'll go like that. Then we can very quickly glue these on to here, which we're going to lay out on there in a minute. Oops. Put that one on there like that. And then what I was going to do was lay these up like this. So I'll pop that one on there. And then...
There's something quite nautical about this now, the more I look at it.
Do you think so?
Like a bow of a ship.
Oh.
It might just be me.
I do wonder where your head goes sometimes, I must admit.
It's just, because obviously I stand here, and it's slightly different. Now we're further apart, you see. I normally would be sitting on your shoulder like a parrot. I miss them days, to be honest. I really do, and I can't. It will be slightly weird when we go back to those days, and I can't wait for the day that we can stand next to each other again. But obviously I watch it on the TV monitors because I can't really see from where I am.
Yeah.
So I watch it on the TV like at home, and the more you look at it and the more I angle my head, I'm like, oh yeah, the more, yeah, there's like a little ship that you've got on there. You can have a little funnel coming out the top.
So I've now laid up the two smaller frames and
That's
the two
nice.
medium frames, which I've put in there. And then to finish off, what I did was I decorated a little bee and a little dragonfly. We'll just pop a bit of glue on the back of those. And then I'm going to pop the bee onto that one. Bit of glue on the dragonfly, which I'll pop onto that one. Oops, it needs a bit of time to set. It will probably fall off when I show you, but so that's that finished, and then when you open that out,
Oh, look at that.
that will open out like that.
How beautiful is that?
I need to pop those back on because they've just dropped off, but I thought they would because they need a bit of time. So I'll pop those back on there.
Yeah, obviously at home you'd let yours dry before
Of course you
you
would,
fan
yeah.
it open again.
Yeah. And that is that finished book.
Absolutely stunning. £10.99 if you're going to go for the books. You get the book covers and the templates as well. Remember, you can buy the entire show for £25.98 across 2 flexible payments is what you're looking at. 994543 is your item number. £10.99 for your book covers. You've got your bees, you've got your butterflies, you've also got your dragonflies, we've got your mounts as well. Thank you, Di.
Thank
It's been
you.
an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Back at 11 o'clock?
Back at 11, yeah.
Back at 11 o'clock with our Janice, so don't go anywhere for that. And don't you go anywhere either. You have got about 5 minutes to go and make yourself a brew and a bit of marmalade on toast. Or maybe not, Mo. You might want Cocoa Pops. It's up to you, but you've got about 5 minutes before we go live again. Heartfelt 2020 favourite one. Up next, then Sentimentally Yours. Spring?
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. I've been with Hochanda since the very beginning, and I've been crafting a lot longer than that. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Presscut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design. So don't miss the John Next Door and Crafts 2 shows on Hochanda.
Just having a little lunge, downward dog. We were just talking about the year so far, how we're only 11 days into the new year, and it's pretty much flying by. We were just saying, me and Annika, that Christmas trees will be back up in March. We'll have Christmas trees. We'll get Valentine's out the way. Get that gone. Get the hearts and the soppy stuff. Yeah. Then we can start creating everything else, beautiful birthdays, and because it is one of those, it is going to be one of those years, isn't it? I know the pessimist in me always looks on the downside, and everyone says the same, but you have to be a realist, don't you? Be a realist. And if you're starting, maybe, like my nan, she's not been out since last March. She's not been out of the house since last March, like probably some of you that's there now. Not seen a single soul, because obviously I live all the way up here, she's over in Birmingham. But what she's taken up is colouring. Love this. I cannot get enough colouring books through that door, is what we're talking about. And you're thinking, this is all well and good, Adam, and thank you very much for this beautiful conversation that we've had. I hope I've benefited. But where does this lead with Heartfelt Creations? Well, what I'm going to talk about now is the fact that you may be starting a new hobby, a new craft. And if you're just starting out and you can't get out, first of all, because nothing's open, I was going to say something else then, nothing's open, where do you go? Yes, you've got the websites, that big one that names like a river, the old Amazonian, but it's not always cheapest on the Amazonians. Then you can go, right, it's heartfelt though, I'll get it from America. It's fine, I'll get it from America. They don't have all the collections before we have them here. Normally we have them a month in advance. So then you're looking, well, that's all well and good, take that out of the equation. Now we're talking the best of 2020. So what I'm about to show you on the counter is what everybody else has already loved, what everybody else has already got. OK, so everyone's already got it, so why do I need it? Well, maybe you're just stocking up. Maybe you can't get it anywhere else. Maybe you love the collection and you think, you know what we're like, we don't bring them back that often. This is the time to start stocking up on your paper pads. If you've never felt with Heartfelt Creations before, you've never been with Heartfelt Creations, you've never had a go, but you've got a dye machine, you've got a Versifying Clay in black, you are fine. You can do everything more or less that I'm about to show you here with a dye machine and one set of ink pads and a set of colouring pencils or pens of your choosing. You can be doing all of this. And the lady that's going to guide us through this journey, and she's been here since she's been colouring. I've been watching her on the monitors from the other set, colouring in the centre of her flowers in yellow. It is Yella herself. It's our Nikki. Morning, love.
Good morning.
Are you all right?
I'm really well, thank you. I love the way they've started you right at the end of the
counter. I know, like the other side of the studio. But no, it's like what I was saying, like, we can't all get out, and we said this the other day when we last had a one-day special. Heartfelt do things so well. They bring you everything that you need in one collection and more. So if you can't go out and get anything, all you need is a dye machine, a black ink pad, and a good set of colouring pens or pencils.
And you're way to go.
Yeah.
But do you know what we've brought to you today or this one-day special, is the best 3 floral collections of 2020. Now, I would say the majority of Heartfelt followers are absolutely addicted to flower making. But maybe you are a crafter out there that haven't tried flowers. Maybe you do stamping, you do your backgrounds, but making flowers is 1, therapeutic, 2, enjoyable, and 3, Heartfelt have made it so easy for us to create our flowers. Now, the first one, the Dazzling Dahlia, we launched back in, I think, about October, November time. It went absolutely amazing, so this was first on my list. Very, very easy to create, and so many different ways that you can actually make your flowers. As you're just seeing, what Adam's showing you is different ways that you can create those dahlias.
They are absolutely
Aren't they?
stunning.
Have you got a favourite?
What, a favourite flower?
No, a favourite one that you've just picked up.
I don't know, because they're all different.
Because they are all different,
So it's
exactly.
things
but
like
made
this.
made with the same stamp, made with the same die.
Like, you can go from that
Yeah.
to that, and you've got everything in the collection to do it.
Yes.
Now, I know what you're thinking, because I'm one step ahead of you on this. Fair enough, show me the stamps. So these are the stamps that you're getting and the dies you're going to be getting as well. So you get the stamps and you get the corresponding dies. As I said, don't worry, if you've not got a die machine, you can simply fussy cut them out. Just cut around the shapes, because they're beautifully easy stamps, but you still get the detail in the centre of flowers that you're looking at. From there, we then move on to these ones.
Yes, so these are the flowers and the stamps and dies that you are going to be able to create those three-dimensional dazzling dahlias.
But then, it's the case of, all right, Adam, I'm with you so far, and yeah, I can die cut, I can fussy cut, but how do I get the dimension on them? How do I get that beautiful dimension? Well, Heartfelt do it so well. Heartfelt are going to give you, the actual die case, and this is a game changer.
Absolutely. These are the flower moulds that you are going to use to create your dahlias. Now, what they've done is, because you would have seen me maybe 3 years ago, painstakingly creating the dimension on my flowers with my flower shaping tool and my flower mat. What these have done is they've taken all the hard work out for me, because I stamp my image, I die cut it, I pop them in my mould, pop it through my die cutting machine, and there you have probably 90% of your shaping done already.
Yeah, you really, really do. So what I'm thinking now is, take the paper kit that you've already got, that we've not even flicked through, and we are phenomenally busy on this already. Take your paper kit that you've already got and use that as inspiration. Those bits of green mop-ups that you've got, so maybe you've used your pearlywinks and you've got your greens and your spritzes you've got down there. Use that as your background paper. Literally stamp into it with your leaf shape and roughly cut it out of your paper. Pop it through. We won't need to roughly cut it out because you're getting the dies. Pop it then in to your little shaping mould, put that through. You have now created your own 3D leaf, 3D flower, using your own papers, and then you've still got the paper kit to go. This is going to give you the inspiration, double-sided is what we're talking about. This is going to give you all the inspiration that you need, well, to go through everything. It really, really is a beauty. You are getting 3 flexi payments. You're getting 24 sheets in this in total. These are the ones that you fussy cut out. So these are the ones that your dies will go over. Those ones there and those ones there. Those are the ones that you will pop in. So there's the dies. They will fit over those if you wanted them to. Those will then go into your shaping mould, and then you are good to go. As you can see, there is so much. If you want another paper pad, the details for that are currently at the bottom of the screen at the moment. £17.99 is what you're looking at. A one-off payment of all this of £77.94. But why pay that when I can split the cost into 3? For Flextravaganza, £25.98. £25.98. It will be dispatched to you from the 18th of January. Not that long to wait, to be honest. Another 7 days. What's 7 days doing, friends? And a quarter of the stock has already gone. This is not our one-day special. This is something we thought we'd come to early, because we didn't really see it that much last night. You couldn't really see Derek over the top of it, because I'm sure he's getting smaller. But we thought we'd go to it now, because you are absolutely loving it. The easiest thing to do is check out the one-day special on the website. I've got everything on the one-day special, everything on there. You can go for everything individually as well, because remember, you are getting the stamens inside the one-day special. £125.91 is what you're looking at. There's also a cheeky freedom. Hey, Derek didn't have that last night either. You have got a cheeky freedom price on that one. I love it. I'm so glad he's back. And all your paper pads are on there. Anything that you've missed out the first time around, your paper pads are now on there. You can go for all the dies or stamps individually, it's up to you. And there's also smaller bundles included within the bigger bundles as well. You can't go wrong. Right then, that's everything on the website. You've seen everything I've got in the studio. Well, you've seen one collection of the best of 2020. It is really like having 3 one-day specials is what we're talking about here. We just looked at our first one. Now let's see this in action.
Can I also put out there that maybe you're watching and you've seen one of the collections, maybe you've looked on the website or just had a look at what we've got earlier on, and you want me to demo something. You want to see something.
Rogue, I like
Yeah,
this, Nick.
I'm just going to put it out there. If there's something that you want me to demo, then just go ahead, email in, and hopefully we will get it in on the first show today.
Studio@hochanda.com. If you want to see a die being cut, if you want something being formed, being found, email me, studio@hochanda.com, and we'll throw it to Nick and we'll see if we can cut it out live on air for you. If that's sort of teetering on the fence. I like this idea.
Yeah. Right, so we're doing the dazzling dahlias. So these are ones that I've already stamped and die cut out. Now these are the smallest ones, okay? You've got two sizes in here. So these are the smallest petals. This is one that I've already stamped, and I'm just going to show you very quickly how I colour them up. So I'm going from scratch. I'm thinking there's crafters out there that have never seen heartfelt before, never seen a dauber. So I'm using my dauber this morning. Do love my daubers, and I'm going in with my oxide ink, taking a little bit off so it isn't too much, and then just blending with my dauber. Now, I know Adam's a fan of the daubers now.
I love a dauber.
Very, very easy to get your colour in there, and great for blending as well. They are precision daubers, so you can do some smaller detail as well, which we will show you shortly. You can use basically any ink you like. I'm using, as I say, oxides, but I'm also going to be using some archival ink as well. Now, because I'm making three-dimensional flowers, I will want to add some colour on the back. So I'm just going to go in, and this time I'm kind of going in with a circular motion. The paper stock that I'm using is the heartfelt actual flower paper that we brought on air a few months back. Now, if you don't have any of that, and you're brand new, I would say go for between a 200 and 230 GSM paper and give it a try, because all papers, all cardstock is different.
Okay.
Okay. So then I'm going to put that one away. I'm now going to do the centre. So I'm now going to pick up, whoops, my yellow dauber, which has been well used, taking up some yellow and just putting in the centre. Again, you can go in with a darker yellow if you want, but I'm just going to leave it like that. So that's the start of the flower. Now I want to add a little bit more shading. I want it to look a little bit more like a dahlia. So I'm going back in with my purple dauber, but this time I'm picking up some deep purple archival ink, and I'm now using the dauber, using the tip, and I'm just blending from the tip of those petals all the way down, just to add that deeper colour in there. And I think you'll already think, yeah, that's beginning to look a little bit more like a dahlia. But it's flat. So the next thing I am going to do is take my mould. So the moulds come in two parts. If you've never seen them before, you've got the top and then you've got the bottom. You are going to want to take the bottom of your mould. As you can see, you've got all the detail in there. You've got a place to put your larger dahlia and the smaller one, a large leaf and then two small leaves as well. This is where I believe the magic starts. So now what I'm going to do is I'm taking my leaves, so I've already coloured my leaves in, and I'm going to pop them stamped image faced upwards. You can do them the other way, completely up to you, depending on what type of leaf and what shape you want. The same as goes for your flowers, so you can pop it in image faced upwards, or you can pop it image face down. I am going to do image faced up. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give those a spritz. This is just plain water out of the tap, but it's a very, very fine mist, okay? So I don't want to absolutely soak it. And then what I'm going to do, because you can actually put 2 or 3 layers at a time in your mould, spritz that again, okay? So they've kind of got a nice even spritz, which means that when I pop them through my die cutting machine, it's a lot easier for the fibres to stretch and mould to that flower shape. So you will need a deep kind of mouthed die cutting machine. So if your machine takes, I would say, a deep plate like this, you will know that the the mould will go through. There is a list of die cutting machines on Heartfelt's website. So if you're not 100% sure if your mould will go through, but if you can see, they are quite deep. So if you've got a really thin mouth, and I could name a few, but to be honest, there's so many more that they will work with than not. And then also on the website, it will tell you the plate combination that you will need. So I'm using just the 2 clear plates for my Jane Davenport. So I'm putting the first plate down, then I'm popping my mould on top, just making sure nothing's moved. And then I'm going to put a shim in mine because I know that my machine, I want to get as much pressure in there as possible, but without breaking the machine. So I know this will comfortably go through my machine with 2 paper shims.
While we talk about machines, we've had an email in from Paula. Thank you, Paula, for your email. She wants to know, would it go through a cut and boss, do you think?
Cut and boss, yes it does.
Yes, it does. There you go. Go on then.
Absolutely,
Place
will
your
go
order.
through.
What? Which one are you going for, Paula? Let me know. Let me know which one you're going for.
So this is where the magic begins. So remember this one that I've just coloured? Totally flat, not been through my mould. I'm going to take this one out and
Look at them leaves
look
already.
at the dimension. Now remember, I put 2 flowers in here.
Oh, look at that. Subtle, but nice. Oh, it's the
Subtle,
back. Look
but
at the back.
nice. Look at the detail. So if I just hold that one up, hold that one, the flat one, you can really see the difference. No flower shaping tool used as of yet. The flowers are great, but look at the leaves. Just look at the
The
detail.
leaves look like they're fake.
Look at them.
You know, fake foliage you
Fake,
can get. They look,
yes.
that's what they look like once they're coloured in, but look at the detail that you've got. It looks like a little lettuce.
And
leaf.
they are just coloured in again using my daubers. Really easy. So that's what you are going to need to start off your dahlia. So very, very, there's so many different varieties of dahlias out there. You can create your own flower. If you wanted, you could just use one. However, this is one that I created yesterday.
Yeah, I'll give over.
Okay, now look at that. This is using the large and the smaller petals.
That's beautiful.
Okay, so on this one, I've got two petals going under, and then the others going the other way, going up, and then I've created a bud in the centre. But for this one, I've got a completely different one. Okay, so I've already got 4 petals already done, and then I've got 2 more to now shape. So I'm now going to take my flower shaping mat. I'm going to take one of my petals, and I think this is about the 8mm tip. If you've never seen the flower shaping tools, we do have them on the show. There we go. So I'm just going to go around. Can you see how that's lifting those petals up now? So it's now beginning to look more like a flower. So I'm going to do that with both of my petals.
If your budget would stretch, I would definitely be going for one of these as well if I was you. I really, really would, because you've really then got everything. And I know you say that I said you get everything in the kit, and yes, you do get everything in the kit that's there. But if you wanted to really make your flowers look amazing, you get your mats, you get everything you need, you get all your ball tools, a quilling tool in there as well. You really won't need anything else, would you, Nicola? You wouldn't need anything. Once you've got all this, you're good to go.
You're good to go. There is a tip missing out of there because I borrowed it.
That's fine.
Okay, because I needed a smaller one last night. But you have got 10 interchangeable tips. Then the actual tool itself is ergonomic. It's very, very light. It's got no metal on it at all. So if you do have an allergy, because I know a lot of crafters do have an allergy with nickel or different metals, there's no metal on this, and it's magnetic. So those tips will just click in.
It is beautiful, and you get a smaller foam mat in the top there as well. It's worth having a little look, £29.99. And while we've got it on Flexi, put it into your basket, because then you'll also get that on 3 flexible payments on that and any of the designs that you're looking at. Let's go back to Nikki.
Could I have the mat back, please?
Oh, hang on, I'll pass it via Jack. Jack!
So I've just, as I say, created my other 2 petals. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to squeeze the tip and slightly bend.
It's on its way, it's just been sanitised.
Thank you. Those tips, like that. And then this one, exactly the same, just with my fingertips. So this is done, you do after you've put it through your mould. As I say, the mould has done 90% of the work for me. And then I'm taking my mat again, and I'm going to go in with each of my petals. So just push that up a little bit with the ones that I've already done. And then I'm going to take my glue gun.
Did you get your hook?
I've got my hook, Adam.
Oh, look. Oh, well, it's not really a hook. They've just sort of screwed it in there.
It's a nail, but it'll do. It does the job. So I'm now gluing this all together. So this is where it's really coming to life now. Look at that.
Look at that.
And you can put as many... I could stop there if I wanted. I could put some pearls or some prills in the centre, but I'm just going to keep going. So this one I'm now going to squeeze up slightly because we're getting closer to the centre. And what I'm doing is I'm alternating the petals. And again, squeezing this one in a little bit tighter. And popping that in there again. Holding that tight. Making sure it's all stuck down. Squeezing that centre one in just a little. But I want it to look like it's kind of just opening. And there you have another design. So you've got the one that I did last night, same die, same stamp.
You would never
flower.
know. You would never know. So now take that 3 flexible payments of £25.98 and take that 1 flower. So from that 1 flower set that you've got there, from this 1 set that you have got, we are now looking at 2, 3, 4, possibly 5 possibilities. Change the colour, change the sizes, change the detail, turn them over, flip them the other way in your mould that you've got there. And then we are only talking about 1 set that you've got there. We've not even spoke about the other dies and stamps that we've also got on the show. Then you'll be creating flowers that look like these. You're going from that to that. From that to that to that is beautiful and value for money right there. That was the daily collection. The details are on the screen. £77.94. Say it quick, you will never notice, but why pay all that when you can split the cost into 3 of £25.98? 432186 is your item number for that. But we've been brought down to the actual 1-day special that we're looking at here. This is your Wild Rose collection, and this has a bit of everything in there, from flowers to your plates that you're getting there as well, also to your stamens that could go in the middle, and your box collection. With this set, you make flowers, you make boxes, you've got your backing papers, you've got your little stamens in there that could also be used as little Easter eggs if you wanted them to be. Glitz them up, glam them up. There is little berries that you want to make a little wreath with, because you get the leaves in there. And we're only scratching the surface, and I'm only saying what I can actually see. Let's start with the paper pad that you're getting here. A lovely paper pad once again that we've got. And this is what Heartfelt do so well. Heartfelt have given you toppers already. They've given you ready-made cards. Literally cut them out, little bit of a greeting, and you are good to go. But then they also give you a 12 by 12 that's in there. Nikki, Heartfelt know their craft, don't they? They know what they're doing when it comes to
They
things
are
like this.
crafters. They have been crafting and been in the crafting industry since 1994.
A long while.
They know what us crafters want and they give us it. And the paper pad, I would say, is more than a paper kit. You've got your tags, you've got your toppers, you've got your 12 by 12. So you've got your pretty generic designs. You've got your larger ones if you want to do scrapbooking or you want to cut them up to make smaller cards. But then you've got the elements there that you can use that are coming in with your one-day special. You're getting the dies to coordinate with these images, so you can make nice, easy, quick cards. So if you don't have time to colour, you've got the images to go there.
And if you've noticed, if you've bought into Heartfelt before as well, everything works really, really well. If you were lucky enough to get the cottage collection that I bought you the other week, last week, I think, was it last week?
It was last week. Did you notice the cottage in there? Slightly different, but will work so well with it.
It would work phenomenally well. So now your flowers will work for all occasions. They really, really will. So that we're now thinking birthdays. We're now thinking, and I know I don't want to wish my life away, and I apologise already. It would now work for sort of Christmas. Once you've got this collection, if you put a little bit of glitz and glamour, you know, your little bit of sparkle on the edge of those leaves, it would look like a frost crisp morning.
Christmas roses.
Yes.
These are absolutely stunning roses. So many different ways, again, that you can create them. But you are getting that beautiful gift box in there as well. So if you're thinking already birthdays, Christmas, maybe you make jewellery and you want a cheaper way of creating your boxes and your gift boxes. This is a beautiful die. So many different combinations, different ways that you can create those boxes.
I was looking for how you open one. I thought, oh, they've all got flowers on top. That's how they're
Not all of them. Some of them have got the tops that you can open. Some have been made into baskets. You could put little battery lights in there. You can make a beautiful basket like that one. Even the handle is using the dies from the collection. Those flowers, I will say, are also the wild rose, but they've been made out of the art foam that we have on the show today.
Oh, yeah. These are amazing. So you go from that, which to look is not that. You're like, oh, what can I make from that? To that. And when I look at that, I also see more. I also now see a door.
I saw that last night, actually. I did say to Derek, I can see a door there.
Maybe his front door is little enough.
Yeah.
You got, but it is. I can see a little fairy door there. So now go back to your little fairy collection, your little fairy hugs that you've got there as well. I'm just looking at Julie when I look at little fairy hugs that you've got. But it would work really, really well that you've got there. So you get your little box die. You're also getting your shape formers as well. So now, gone of the days where you have to form them yourself. You can get these. And I was sort of watching little snippets last night. And then you said you could use these. Obviously, they're not food grade safe, so you wouldn't be able to use them for paper crafting and for food as well. But things like fondant.
Yes, your fondant icing. If you maybe you're starting a new craft, maybe you do flower shaping already for your paper craft, but you've just started creating your own cakes and decorating cakes. These are perfect for that. I've never used it with the polymer clay, but I do know other people that have used it and they say they are absolutely fantastic.
It's worth having a little go. I think our Catherine's in later. I think she's in a hotel somewhere. Well, I don't know where she is, to be honest. She's probably in a skip. But, with a kebab. But balloon, it's a long story. But we'd have to ask our Catherine about that, if you could use them with a polymer clay.
I'm sure you can, because they're a flower, it's a flower mould, and I do know, as I say, crafters out there that have made polymer
So that opens up another avenue, a whole new avenue that we're looking at now into polymer clay. Then you can have the flowers in the paper form. You can have them in your clay form as well. You can't go wrong. By the way, I'm joking about everything that I say about. She's not in a skip. She's all safe and well. She's currently in the green room waiting to come on in. 977 100. Yeah, that's what the lawyers have said. £37.77 across 3 flexible payments, and it's on a cheeky freedom as well. A cheeky little freedom price we're looking at here. A lovely collection that you got stamens thrown in. That beautiful paper collection. Right then, Nikki, what can I do with it when I get it home, though?
Right, so we will start off with the flowers first, because obviously if you've never seen them made, they are obviously wild roses, but there's lots of different ways and combinations that you can make them. With this one-day special, you actually get 2 of the moulds. So you've got the smaller one that will house all your smaller flowers, and then you will get the larger one. I am actually going to put both through because I'm hoping to show you 2 different ways of making them. Use them in exactly the same way as we did the dazzling dahlias. So they fit in here. It's a bit like a puzzle. But this time I'm going to go in image face down, and then I'm just going to pop those in my little spaces. You can see they kind of slide in there really easy. I've got my larger one there, and again you can put more than one layer in here if you want to. Just all of them I am putting in image face down. Then I am going, oh, I've got my leaf here as well, don't forget my leaf. So my leaf this time I'm actually going to put in image face down, and then I'm spritzing just a light spritz of water. And then I'm going in and I'm just putting the lid on. Obviously, if I was at home, I would be thinking, I want to fill that. I want to go through my die cutting machine and get as many flowers out of it as I can. But obviously, we're live on air, so I'm just putting in what I'm going to need for this demo. Exactly the same. I'm going in with my 2 clear plates. I've already got my clear plate on my machine. So first of all, I'm putting through my larger one. I'm also going to use a shim, and then I'm putting my second plate on top, and I'm just going to, with this one, because I'm using the A5 machine, you just need to maybe tweak it a little bit, make sure that everything is going through straight. And there is a tip that you need one of the actual plates going just over so it will go through. You will see in a second. When I'm at home, actually, I do actually push it with my tummy, but I won't do that. But it will go through. It's just getting that right. If it doesn't, I might actually take a shim out. So I'm going to take a shim out, see if that's going to help. And then it will go through. And it's only taking the bottom plate, so just tweak it a little bit. As you can see, it isn't going to go through. It will go through, and it isn't because it's too tight. There we go.
There we go.
It's basically because my mould and my plates are exactly the same size.
Yeah.
When you'll know yourselves, if you fill your plate with dies, it's a little bit more difficult to get it to go through. So for this top one, I've actually got going over my mould slightly, and that's what you need to get in place. So then I will take my next one. So take that away for a second, put my plate in there, same combination, pop that in, and then as you can see that one went through really easy. It's just getting that right.
We've had a lovely email in.
Through.
Did you just hear that email in your ear?
I haven't heard any email in. No, I wasn't listening.
You didn't hear that. I heard it. So we've had an email in from Candy. Calls herself
Candy.
the Duchess.
Oh, she does.
Oh.
I know Candy from the United States.
Yes, yes indeed. And she says she loves the heartfelt product. She would definitely recommend, if you're going for any of the kits, to go for an extra paper pad as well. The quality is really, really high. And Nikki, she absolutely loves you. She thinks you're the goddess of paper craft.
She actually named me many, many years ago as the crafting goddess.
Well.
And that has stuck with me. Thank you so much for emailing Candy.
Where do we know where Candy's from?
I know she's from the States.
I'm
somewhere,
going to the States,
over the pond somewhere.
Oh, Florida. She's in good old Florida.
Ooh, I hope the weather's nice.
Yeah, and me. What's the time in Florida at the moment? Is it bedtime? Oh, no, because we're all up, so it must be night time.
I know Indiana is 5 hours behind us. So maybe
3 in the afternoon.
Maybe. Well, thank you for tuning in.
Thank you, Candy, my love.
That's lovely.
Oh, I'm big in America, big down under now, getting there slowly. Oh, I'm loving this. Right then, where are we up to?
Right, so got them out, and as if by magic, I will hold those up.
I I love it. Look at that.
I've got one that's been through the machine. Just look at the dimension on that one. This one hasn't. Look at the difference. No die cutting, no flower shaping tool as of yet, but look at the detail of these petals. Just look at that.
That is good.
Okay, so we'll make one flower. Oh, and there's the leaf there as well, look. Not forgetting the leaf, the good old leaves. Okay, so I'm going to put the smaller ones to one side, and I'm just going to do like a general kind of, what I would say, just your basic wild rose. Nothing, I'm not even touching the petals because, in my opinion, they don't need touching. There's enough kind of shaping that mould has given me. So on the show, included in your one-day special, you do have those stamens, and they work so well with this one. So many different combinations that you can make with this one. You could do lots and lots of layers of the same sized petal. You can do smaller ones like I've done here and one large one. The one that I did yesterday, if you have a look, is the larger one and the smaller one. But what I did was, these ones are going the other way. Okay, so they've been put through the machine with the image faced up. These ones were the image face down. And then on the show, we also have the stamen. Oh, not that one, because I've just pulled the top off. These absolutely stunning stamens.
I like these.
And these really do finish off your flower. You can cover them in glitter if you like. So all you'd do is you would put some glue on. And I'll tell you what, we'll do that, shall we?
Let's do it.
I'm going to do it.
It's 3:30 in the morning in Florida.
3:30 in the morning? What is Candy doing up?
I don't know what she's doing up at 3:30 watching this.
I'm just going to
sleep.
Put some glue on my finger, look. Okay, cover my stamen tip with the glue, and then take my glitter, and as if by magic, I have now transformed my stamen. So that's them without, and that's
I quite
with.
like them muted.
I like them, but I like both.
I suppose it just opens up another doorway, doesn't it, again, for what you can do with them and make totally different flowers.
So I've put a hole using my pokey tool. And as I say, there's different ways as well. If you were lucky enough to get some of the stamens that we've had on the shows previously, they work well with these as well, because you can put some smaller ones around it as well. And there you have.
Look at that.
Your rose. Add your glitter. If I just do one petal, look, put a bit of glitter. Normally I use a brush, but we'll just use my finger. Let's do the whole thing, as I can.
It reminds me of...
Add some glitter. This is a very fine glitter that I've got here.
Reminds me of a daffodil. If you did a tube in a if you did a trumpet in the centre.
You could.
Took me a while to get that.
Watch this space.
Oh.
There we go. So there is your rose.
Oh, beautiful.
So there's the larger one that I did yesterday.
That is so. You imagine that now, covered in your glossy accents, or covered in a little bit of Mod Podge and stuff like that, on a hairband, on a hair slide, on a little grip.
You could make jewellery with it. You could make a floral necklace.
Oh, imagine. And then, because you get them in stamp form as well, and you get the die cut, imagine them on shrink plastic. So now start shrinking them down. Yes, they'd be two-dimensional, but you're going to get that you're still going to get the texture, you're still going to get the detail that you've got in there. You really, really are. The dies and the stamps together are beautiful. But what is the game changer are these. These now take your two-dimensional flower to the next level. And if you're making to sell, oh my word, you really are going to change the way your card looks. Simple cards that look like these. I'm not calling these simple because these are absolutely stunning. I'd never be able to do them, but you know what I mean. Cards that are very, very easy for you to do as a crafter. With all your mats and layers, with all the dies that you got. But then you've literally got this big rosette at the side. You would pay big money for these sorts of cards on the high street or on that well-known site where you can buy lots of crafting things on. Yeah, that one. I don't know how to get around it. But look at what you can create from these. If you are making to sell, maybe you've got a little social media little shop that you're using at the moment on the Book of Face and things like that, and you're selling your wares, as it were, you could be charging... what is the angel policy for Heartfelt?
You can make as many as you like. You can sell them for charity, you can sell them for your own crafty needs. As long as you're physically making something. So you can't just stamp and die cut and then sell a packet of those. They have to be something physically made.
So long as you're creating cards, how about beautiful note-look cards? Just one flower on the front on craft card. How beautiful would that look now? To start changing the flowers that you've got. Wouldn't even need an ounce of colour because the detail are in the stamps. And then you die cut them out so you haven't got a fussy cut anymore, pop them straight into your mould, run them through, bish bash bosh, job is done. 3 flexible payments and a cheeky freedom price of £37.77 is what you're looking at for this. 977-100 is your item number, or £125.91. Now I know that is a considered purchase, but it is one of these why not deals. Look at what you're saving. Remember, this is the best of 2020 that Heartfelt have bought us. These are some of Nikki's favourites as well. She said, right, I want them back. I want them back on the show because if you missed out the first time around, they all work together. And if you are lucky enough and you have the budget to go for all 3 of these kits today, first of all, I want to move in with you. Second of all... because I bet you've got a lovely house. Second of all, it's all going to work together.
They all
work
together, absolutely. And not just these florals that we've got on the show today. Think about all the other collections that we've brought in the past. So my brain's going, OK, if you are very, very lucky and you can go for all 3, how much would it cost if, for my first, you know, flex, if we put them all together? Is that too much to ask?
We can. Our Meg will work it out for us. We'll look at the wisteria up next. Come with. We'll look at the wisteria that we've got on the show. So with the wisteria, you are getting sort of your foliage that we're talking about now, which I love, because you do need a little bit of foliage in your cards, because it bulks your card out a little bit. Not only do you get the foliage, you also get in here your birds. Now, the birds are massive. They really are huge. Look at those in stamp form, then you get them in die form as well. So they are absolutely lovely. Then you've actually got your wisteria that I can show you. So there's your beautiful wisteria that we're looking at, and you're also getting your dies as well. And not only do you get that, you're also getting your little bird cage. Oh, I love this. It reminds me of a wrought iron gate that you've got there. Split that straight down the centre. What a beautiful gate that you've got on there. But if you turn it that way, it's a lovely plinth. I love that word, plinth. It is. You could use it for so many things. Then you've got the paper pad as well. That we've got in here. Now, you've got 3 flexible payments on this, £31.64. I'm going 369. I'm going for about £110 on your first flexi for all 3 kits, roughly. We are just double checking. Don't take my maths. I'm no Rachel Riley. But all 3 collections, if you were a Freedom member, is that first flexi? Oh, £286.17 for all 3. But if you're going to use your 3 payments of flexi, £95 today, delivered to your door for 3 12 by 12 paper pads, dies, boxes galore, and this collection I'm currently showing you as well. You're going to get the stamens in there. You're going to get 3 of the formers in there as well. You've got every flower. You're getting dies thrown in. 12 by... Oh, I know it's a considered purchase. It's across 3 months. If you can go for 3, go for 3. But obviously, I'm not poking or prodding you to telling you to do that. That's not what I'm here for at all. I'm really, really not. I just thought we'd work it out just in case. That was all. It's well worth having a little look. But, see, I can't work out which is my favourite collection.
I was just going to ask you, have you got a favourite? I don't have a favourite, which is why I begged Heartfelt to let me bring 3 on, because they said, Nikki, choose your best floral of 2020. And I said, it's not possible. I can't.
It's hard, isn't it? I think if I have to, I'd go for the one at the end, because I'm just starting out the dahlia.
Yes, very easy to create, and you've got everything there.
That's what I'm thinking, because you've got the dies and you've got the forms in there. You've also got your flowers in there as well. If I was then sort of stepping up a gear, I'd go for the one. This is only my personal opinion. Then I'd go for the one day special, because you've got the box in there.
You have got
it's
the box
another
in there,
element.
yes.
I've learned how to do on that one, how to form my flowers. Now I can start creating boxes, and once I've got the box, I can start adding the finishing touches, because once I know how to construct boxes, with the die that I've already got, I can now start creating things that look like this.
That is using the bird cage. I'm sorry. Well, it's not a bird cage. We're calling it a decorative cage.
The decorative cage in there. But then you can start creating like this, because you've already got the concept from the box in the one-day special. So then you know how everything goes together. Then you are good to go with this one as well. Everything is on the website for you, the quickest and the easiest place to go to, because you can get things individually if your budget will only go for individual needs. We've also got essential bundles online as well. You've also got your essentials. So your essentials are a die set, and a stamp set, and a paper pad as well. It's up to you. We've got every budget covered. We only give you the bunch of the biggest savings on the live show. Otherwise, I'd spend 45 minutes just going through bundles with you. So shop ahead. Shop ahead on the web if you can. All dispatched from the 18th of Jan. And you know what? If worse comes to the worst and you think, I would like them, but I don't know if they do, but just give us a call. Give us a call, the call centre upstairs, to say, I like that bundle is in front of now. The item numbers is, but do you do a smaller version? And they'll let you know. They're beautiful upstairs. I think they're currently working from home, to be honest, but they'll be there. Right, Nikki, you've got about 8 minutes.
OK, so as we've got 8 minutes, I have just about enough time to show you how to create a 3-dimensional wisteria, which is the second collection that we have on the show, and that is called the Cascading Petals. So when you get yours home, you will see that one of your stamp and dies includes all of your petals that you will need to create your flowers. So these are really nice filler flowers that you can use. So to start off, if I wanted just to create a little tiny bud, I would stamp, colour and create a little tiny flower. Okay, but then you can layer them up. Okay, so I could layer another one on there, and I've got a pretty little, what we call filler flowers. I like to call them little blossoms. Okay, so you can use these with any collection, to be honest, just to have a little filler flower. If you brought the urn the other week, and I can't remember, I don't know why, but I cannot remember what the collection was called, but it had that really nice, pretty big urn in there. This is a great collection to work alongside it, because you've got all your leaves, you've got your little tiny elements in there as well. You've got
These are nice.
Your birds in there as well. If I actually just show you very, very quickly, because everyone knows this is what Nikki does.
Look at that.
This is what you're getting. You can make a shop of your own using all your elements. You've got branches with the wisteria coming off of it. In actual fact, I'm thinking, well, that could be a grapevine.
Yes, yeah.
If you just did it in the purple. And then, of course, you have got your birds in there as well. You've got 2 stamps that you've got the reverse. So you've got the birds that face each other. So I'm thinking Valentine's, weddings, wedding anniversaries on that one. So you can stamp all of those images.
Those birds, and especially the wisteria that you're making now, and the birds would also make. They'd also look nice on your the cottage cards. So the cottage could be in the background,
yes,
and they would be sort of your focal
point. Your focal point, absolutely. So last night I actually showed you how to make one of your cascading.
Like a pine cone.
And basically, what I did was, it's just a wire that I hooked at the end. I started off with a bud. So I created my bud, and then I put a hole through it, popped it through, and then I started adding. So what I did was, I took my flower shaping tool, I added my dimension, put a hole in the centre, and then pull that through. And you can make these as long as you like. Okay, so this will create your cascading wisteria. So I'm not taking it all the way up. I brought it down, which is why you need to glue it, and that is now creating my wisteria. So I've gone ahead and I've got other petals here as well.
It's a bit like lavender as well.
It could be lavender if you did it in the purple, the same as these ones. Yeah, and then I'm putting another hole in there, and then taking my wire.
Do it in brown, it's a pine cone.
Pine cone, good one.
Christmas with the. Then if you're going for the one day special, use the red berries.
Yes.
That you've got in there.
Which work really well. Adding a little bit more glue. And then just taking that up, alternating them petals again. So I'm just, as I say, working my way down. I'm going to put one more on there. I'm going to put a hole in there. So what I did to actually add the dimension to those flowers was, if I just show you in a second. So as I say, it isn't all about using your flower moulds. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure this, when we first launched this last year, it did have a flower mould with it, but I'm not 100% sure. But just look how absolutely gorgeous you can create a wisteria. But what I did was to create the dimension on those flowers is image face down, spritz, and then I've gone in with one of my smaller tips there, look. So I think this is about a 6mm. And then all I'm doing is coming down and breaking those fibres and forming my petals. Okay, so I'm really going in and forming those petals. See, look how pretty that would be just as a little blossom in its own right. But then what I did was, so once you get to the stage that you want and you're going to put it on your card, I've taken, say, one of these because I want something to glue it down on. As I say, this is just an example of a way that you can then start filling it once it's on your card. So I'm going to pop that down so that is being held by those petals. And then I'm going in with other petals, so I'm kind of forming little buds here now. So I could leave it like that if I wanted, but then I can go in and add more. So this is where you will need your glue gun. So I'm going to add a bit of glue on each side and then just pop. And this kind of opens it up. If you think about a wisteria, towards the bottom it kind of starts opening up. There we go. So I've got another petal there. And have I got another one yet? So I'm going to go in here with another one. You can have them open or a bit more closed. And then I know some of the design team have created them and they've done that all the way up as well. So there's different ways of creating your wisteria. But there you have a wisteria. Look at that, look. Just out of, and this is what I find amazing, that.
So you'd never think, would you? You would never, ever think.
No.
I absolutely love it, because then you can go all out, using some of the collections that you've had before. Robin's done this. Look at that.
Isn't that
how
gorgeous?
Beautiful. It baffled me slightly because I couldn't work out how to get into it, but I got into it eventually. I thought it was a little belly bar that goes all the way around, but it's not. It's all on a magnet. Look at that though, just how beautiful. Just that centre bit. From that though, you can then go to things that look like this. The doorway that we've bought you in the past, I absolutely adore. No pun intended. But then you've got these. Look at that on the box. But that could also be made into that. You see? And it could also then be made into that.
You couldn't, I mean, that one has been created using the decorative birdcage die. and then I've used cardstock inside to create the box, but you could do it with acetate and then put, as I say, pretty lights inside.
Look at some of these that you can achieve when you get the... Oh, look at that plumage. How beautiful are they? Oh, then we got that one. Oh, look at this.
That one is, I think, an absolute stunning
Look at that.
card.
Look at the depth on that.
Isn't
And
that
that's
gorgeous?
there, is that decorative, what we call it, decorative house?
It is
cage?
decorative cage.
Decorative cage. That's a decorative cage that you've got on the side just there. How beautiful. Feel better soon. Well, I adore it. I love them all. I really do. £31, 64 pence is what you're looking at. 712195 is your item number. Get them while you can. I think I'm back with you at 4 o'clock for final call.
Yes, you are at 4, yeah.
We've got 4 o'clock, but who knows what we will have left. Don't you go anywhere. I'll see you in another hour. Yes, indeed. I was gutted when I read the schedule. I said, I'm not doing this till this afternoon. I've locked Janice in a cupboard, so I'm about to do it now. Sentimentally Yours Spring Collection is up next.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. At Clarity Stamp we bring you a wide range of products from stamps, stencils, groovy and percamano. And the great thing about that is that it covers crafters from all different aspects. So whether you're into stamping, stenciling, parchment craft, we've got it covered at Clarity Stamp. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team on Hochanda.
The little sneak that he is. Just chatting to our Julia. Our Julia's here, by the way. We are talking sentimental. There's our Julia. We were just gas-bagging through the Perspex screen. Takes me back. But about the pens. Now, before I actually talk about this, and no doubt Lord Martin is watching. He'll be sitting there, cravat and pipe on the go. But, looking over the meadow, the pens are back in stock. Now, Phil's normally said set 1 and set 2, they'll be back in January. We have got, are these all 4 sets we've got now today?
Yeah. So it's not $29.99 for all 4, it's an either or.
So it's an either or, so you can either have Sentimental Yours brush set 1 includes 24 brush pens, and set 2...
No, not and.
And 2, oh no, 2 water brushes pens, sorry, ignore me. It's a good start. And 2, this is why Janice had really been here to do this, and I just would have copied later on. So set 1 on the side of your screen, £29.99. Set 2 is at the bottom of the screen. Each one of them has got a different item numbers. We know how well these pens work. They are back in stock. We've not seen them for months. Everyone loves a set of these. Everyone you talk to has a set of these. Our Paola has a set of these. Our Leonie has about 7,000 sets of these. Every time you see her, she's got a new set from somewhere. Obviously...
Catherine's got them as well.
Has she now?
Yeah, and Maggie Moore. There's loads of people got them.
Catherine's got a set. No doubt Janice has got a set thrown in as well. The only person that had Derek's got a set. He's only just come back. He's got a set. He was sent a set. Just me.
Wonder where you're heading.
It's all right. It's fine. That's fine. Anyway, I did use these over the Christmas to do. That's how I coloured in. I borrowed one and I coloured my little gnomes in. But we're talking new stamps is what we're talking about. Now, I don't know if you saw our Phil's Martin's Facebook Live over the weekend. He said outright that... No, but he said there's not much of these. There's not much of these at all. And these have all come from the influence of our Julia.
Yeah, I asked him to draw them. Just before Christmas, I said to him, hey, Phil, can you draw me some of these?
They're beautiful. That's the size of the stamps you got. So these are just so you know.
That's just how they're stamped out.
They're just stamped out, just so you can see them.
I mean, they're very forgiving. I mean, like the other Flora Musica stamps that we've had before. So, I mean, all the work's done for you. So they're an instant mojo starter if you've lost your crafty mojo. You can just use strips of them, you can cut squares out of them, you can do whatever you want to, but they're a really good kind of starting point for your cards. It does, as they're a little bit, they're kind of Phil's version of grunge, they're pretty grunge. Yeah. So as they're like that, it doesn't matter if you miss a bit here and there, because it looks like it's part of the stamp. I mean, look at that, that's one of Alison's, there are all 3 of them, and just stamped and embossed in black. Beautiful.
They work amazingly together.
They do. Well, they're spring, aren't they? So you've got your daffodils for February. You've got then follow on probably about March, April time are your tulips. And then in May, you've got your bluebells. So, obviously, all your spring makes are going to be covered there. That's the one that Phil made on Saturday on his live. Not that exact one, but a version of it.
I was going to say, it's touched by Lord Martin himself.
Oh, yes.
It was a fortune.
Oh,
but it also brings us to sort of wedding cards and things like that, because you've got the Eiffel Tower in there.
Yeah.
It could be the Blackpool Tower now in Phil. But because you've got all the towers in there as well, it sort of brings back to love and cherishing memories.
I mean,
and
you
things
saw
like that.
Alison's card that was the triptych of the flowers. There's nothing stopping you masking off the flower and just stamping the panel that's got the Eiffel Tower on it. And so there wouldn't be any flowers in that there. And that could be, you know, love and romance. It could be Valentine's Day taken care of. Mother's Day obviously is going to come in there with your daffodils and your tulips nicely. I mean, I just absolutely loved them. I mean, it was a bit of back and forth with it because he didn't do them as I wanted them to begin with. So it's like, no, Phil, that's not right. Do it again, kind of thing.
But they lend themselves
they're beautiful.
to colour. They lend themselves to black and white.
Yeah. Yeah.
They lend themselves to sepia. Just that touch of colour on the petals and
you
just
could
in the
decoupage as well if you wanted to, just the flower heads. Glossy accents have been appearing on quite a lot of the DT samples this time as well, which is quite nice. And also a bit of glitter. And don't forget that you could put a sheet of glitter adhesive over the top of your finished piece and then put one of the clear glitters over the top, which would look absolutely beautiful. Lozzie there has just taken the octagonal dies and just done like a spotlight. So yeah, you can do lots and lots of things with them.
So your Freedom, it makes it £9.89 each is what you're working out. Delivered price to your door.
Tell him.
£9 odd each is what it works out to be. Remember as well, you've got your cheeky Freedom, and then you've also got Flextravaganza, so I will split the cost into two for you today as well. That includes your pens as well. So that's two payments of £14.84 today will get you all three of these home. You've been buying before the hour, you were buying well before the hour, and that is why a quarter has already gone. Very busy for these. This next one as well, if you were watching Phil's demo on Facebook Live, Phil said once these have gone, they have gone.
That's what he said. He said, we've had all the stock and that's it.
So, we're gonna go with it. We're gonna go with once they've gone, they have gone. Why do you like these?
I think it's because you've got such a variety. You've got 9 little stamps there. You can use them in the hand if you want to, so you can make it a really lovely background very, very quickly. They can be just an accent. You can use them with your Flora Musica, which is why I wanted them on the show. They're really good value for money. 9 stamps there on your A5 plate.
I think they're better. And once again, it's what we said about the last ones. This is Phil's interpretation of grunge.
Yeah.
Pretty neat grunge.
Yeah, it depends on what colours you use.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can make it as grungy as you like. But if you put your pinks and your purples and your oranges and your yellows in there with them, and they are very pretty.
And they're handy to have.
Yes, they really are.
You've got things like your wood grain in there. You've got your crackle in there. You've also got your brick in there. You've also got your wood bark, it looks like, in there as well.
Yeah, you've got your bubble wrap, positive and negative on there as well.
Then you've got your positive and negatives of them ones. Then you've got sort of
little dots,
but it's also like a little fine sprinkle of like your mica powders or something like that you might want to use it for. How beautiful are all of these? £14.49 today. 032432 is your item number. Remember, 2 payments of £7.25 today is what we're looking at because of Straight Flag Extravaganza, and a third of the stock has already gone. We are phenomenally busy already. Now, I remember when these launched only a few months back, the Trio Frame Sentiments, because these are a 3-in-1. Really, aren't
they? They could be more as well. Depends on how you do them.
Yeah.
They've got 3 frames around them, so you can actually cut them out with 1, 2 or 3 frames. But if you then cut them out but actually leave a border around the edge, then you've got 4 frames. If you actually mat it onto another piece of card and cut it out, you've got 5 frames, and you can keep on going and going and going with your different coloured cards. So you can really build it up. But they are perfect. We bought the original ones out actually last August, just 2. We did the Inspired and the Essentials to go with the original Flora Musicas. And then we brought out the expansion of the set, I think it was October time, and obviously we brought them back because they're going to work with your new spring Flora Musicas as well.
And you've more or less got everything covered in these 2 sets.
In all of them really, because you've got numbers and alphabets, and there's more on the counter as well.
Oh, there's more coming up.
Yeah.
I didn't see those two. But in theory, if your budget will only stretch to one,
absolutely.
Obviously go for the one that you're going to use most. But you've got things like your happy birthday, dear friend, to the both of you. Congratulations on your wedding day, new baby, new home. Thank you. Very down with the kids. Girl, new beginning. Boy, love you. Thinking of you. Happy Easter. Just a note. Happy Mother's Day. Freedom 2 that we've also got on there. But then you've got Freedom to Create. Then you've got Colour, Art. These are, once again, very mixed media.
They're very journal.
Very journal, but very on trend with your snazzy little borders that you've got on there. They'll work well with the last 2 items that we've seen on the show as well, and they will work with the other things that we've got on the show. They will also work what feels works as always in the past, and no doubt they will work with what is coming up in the future.
Yeah, they'll work with your ticket tape-tastic as well. You can mix and match across the 2 different collections. But they're just really handy to have, and they're a nice size. They're easy to cut out.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I didn't originally put the sentiment on that one. I thought that would be nice for a piece of wall art. But then if somebody's moved into a new home, my daughter has recently, that's a nice thing that you can mount and put on the wall.
That is beautiful. If I get a new home, that's what I want. This is what I want, my new home. We are very, very busy, is what we're talking about already. So, on 2 payments of £11.99. Not in a million years, and Phil won't mind me saying this, would he put those on 2 flexing payments for £11.99?
No, he wouldn't.
He would not. We always get great value with Phil as it is. For £23.98, we're doing well on that. But then, for Extravaganza, to throw in flexible payments as well, well, right now, we are looking at, you get 3 sets in this one. This is your families, your letters and your numbers. So now what you can do is you can go for things like mom, dad, mother, father, mam, pop, nan, grandma, grandpa, granddad. He's really covered what we all use in day-to-day, not the mum, father, brother, sister.
No,
this
the regionals,
personal.
yeah, very, very personal. And obviously then you can put, you can actually put their names on there. You've also got your numbers as well. You've got your numbers in different sizes, so you can make a real statement about how old they are, or actually be quite subtle about it. And then you've got your ordinals on there as well. So, but they're all going to perfectly match. They're a full coordinated collection.
And see, this is what, and I do admire Phil when he does things like this, because he has you in mind all of the time. It would have been quite easy for Phil to go, I'll give you lowercase this month, and then I'll bring out them again with uppercase, and then you've got to buy 2. But he doesn't. What Phil has done for you, as you can see, you've got your uppercase letter, and then you've got your lowercase all in the same kit. So he has really covered everything that you need. £10 saving on this. You're getting them for £11.32 each. £11.32 each. You've got 2 payments on this at £16.99 for Extravaganza. I cannot get over these prices. If you missed them the first time around, get them while you can. 416465 is your item number. From there, we've got Essential and Mindful as well. Next time I do this, I'll show you more samples as well. I'm just conscious of the time. £23.98 is what we're looking at for this. 935969 is your item number. This time, once again, works well, as I now understand what you were saying earlier, that they work well all together as a collection.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than getting a sentiment home. You think, well, I love that sentiment and I also love that, but they don't match.
No.
And trying to make 2 sentiments, it's like having 2 different handwritings. You can never get them to match. With this, you know they're all going to match. Doesn't matter what collection you go for. Maybe you've got previous collections as well. You know they're going to match with your previous collections as well. Older and Wiser, Make-A-Wish, Many Happy Returns, Best Wishes, Special Day, Enjoy, With Love that's in there. And you can do so much with these. If you had to sum up this range, and people are sitting and going, and ahhing, what would you say to those people that still think now, for these sorts of prices, would you just say it's one of those why not deals? It's just...
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're my go-tos, really. You know, whenever, even more than the ticket tape-tastic ones, if I want to put a sentiment on anything, I know I've not got to find a die to cut it out because I know that they're easy to cut out without using a die. And then you can mix and match across the different sentiments. You've got something for journaling, you've got something for every single relative that you could possibly think of. You've got everything, every occasion sorted. You know, new home's quite a difficult one to find, but that's included in this. So I would definitely go for it. I mean, I can't... He told me he was going to put good prices on, but I didn't realise how good.
Well, I don't think he realised we were in an event, to be honest. I don't think this show would have been here, to be honest, if he knew we were in a Flextravaganza event. These are cracking little prices. Remember, all the prices I'm showing you, split the cost into two. Why pay full whack when you can as well? Right, set one of the pens. A third of the stock has already gone. A third of the stock of the pens has already gone of set one. I'm going to bring you in the details for you. 2 payments of £15 today will get you 24 brush pens and 2 water brushes. If you've never used brush pens before, I've only just found the magic of brush pens. And I've stood here for over a year now, watching how do people colour so amazingly well. Always looks like a cartoon, it always looks beautiful. It's using these. And if you've never used a brush pen, it's just like holding a pen. If you've never used a water brush, it's worth having a go. £29, 99 pence. Let me give you the details for set 2. 2 payments of £15 today. Comes with the water brushes as well, the fine tip and the medium tip. 845273 is your item number. Different colours in this collection as well to set 1. Let's do give you the item number for set 3. Here they come. They come with the stories. They also come with the little dots. So if you want to label your cases, you can label your cases with all these. £29, 99 pence for set 3. 170420 is your item number. And then set 4, they are back in stock. If you missed them the first time around, get them this time. £29, 99 pence, 127479 is your item number for these pens. Let's do it then. You've seen everything I've got on this show. The water brushes are flying out of the door. You are waiting for them. Right, Julia, what was you showing me first?
Right, so I'll just say I wasn't listening to everything that Adam was saying, but I did hear, as far as the stickers are concerned, the stickers only appear in set 4, and in set 4 you get the stickers for all 4 sets. So don't expect to see stickers in sets 1, 2 and 3.
No, that's...
Okay.
Thank you for
just to point that out. Right, so what we're going to make is we're going to make a version of this one. So it's an octagonal card, and it was the first card that I made in this collection. It should stand up, there we go. And nice. Great Mother's Day card. Don't look, Mum. So yeah, so I like making these. It's just something a little bit different, not actually massive, just a really easy card to make. But instead of using the daffodils, I thought we'd use the bluebells just to mix it up a little bit. So I've got a piece of the super smooth hot press watercolour card that we've got on the show, which is just absolutely perfect for stamping on and doing all of your watercolour techniques.
We've got that paper on the show as well. $11.99 for 20 sheets of the Super Smooth Hot Press A4 watercolour card. Also on 2 flexible payments as well, £6 today.
Right, so we're grabbing the bluebell. And what I suggest you do is, and what I did when I received the stamps, is I just got a load of card and just stamped a load of images. So I've got like 3 or 4 of each. And then they're ready to work on, and the ink's all dry, etc, etc. I'm using a stamping press just because it's a big stamp. It's an A6 stamp and I've only got little hands, so I like to use a stamping platform.
50% of the Flora Musica are now gone.
Of course they have.
So 50% of these brand new stamps have now already gone.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I was saying to Adam before the show, the idea behind these is not just that it's spring. I mean, obviously, we're in lockdown again, but for me, every year, spring is like a new beginning. It's like hope for the year ahead because all the little flowers are popping up, and it just makes people happy that you know, the dark days of winter are over with, and you've got something to look forward to, and you can start getting out and about a bit more as well. So that was the idea behind the stamps, and they've been very well received on social media since we started the sneak peeks on Friday. So I'm just kind of making sure the ink's settling in to the card. Give it a little bit of time. I've used Nocturne Versafine Clair, and we'll open up there. There we go.
It's like a postcard.
It is like a postcard. It's a little bit grungy, so it does, like I say, it doesn't matter if you miss a little bit. Obviously, just make sure. I mean, I've missed a little bit on the stem there, so just press a little bit harder there, and that's all perfect. Okay. So we fetch that out, and we do the next little bit. Now, I do want to do an octagonal card, but I didn't actually realise that at the time, so I did all this to begin with. And so we're going to use the Textural Temptations just to add a little bit of interest behind.
These stamps now are limited stock. They are limited stock.
Goodness me.
And our Phil has been in contact. He's watching. The boss is watching. He said there is no more. Phil has emailed in and said there will be no more of these stamps. Morning, Phil. I hope you are. So if there are no more, so get them while you can. The limited stock means we've got less than 10% left. £14.49. 032432 is your item number. Once they've gone, they have gone. Get them while you can. And your Floral Musica, 50% of the stock has gone on those as well.
Right, so I'm just using tumbled glass, and very, very lightly, I've go stamped on the edges so you can see. I've stamped some of the crackle design. That's with the tumbled glass. Then with my faded jeans, which is the kind of a slightly darker blue, I'm taking the bubble wrap, and I'm going to add some of that. Now this is a darker blue, so you're going to see this a little bit more. Obviously this is optional, but you know, I don't always want the starkness of the background, and I don't always want to put distress ink, you know, oxide ink on, and that just adds a little bit of interest. A bit more. Know when to stop, Julia. Step away. And I do want to use those again in a minute. Right, so the next thing is to take out our watercolour brush pens, and for the demos, or demonstrations as I should say, I've actually limited myself to individual sets. So for this particular one, we're only using set 3, just to show you that, you know, if you've not collected any watercolour brush pens at all, you don't actually have to go for the whole collection to make it work.
That's good,
so I've only gone for set 3.
Why do you like the pens so? What is it about these pens? Why is it so many people? We are so busy for them once again. All the team love them here who's got them and have played with them. Why do you think it is that they absolutely adore them?
I think it's because you've got a lot of versatility as to what you do with them. You've got a good colour spectrum. The pigment is really lovely and rich. You can see here I've put some onto my mat. I'll show you a couple of different ways to colour it in actually. So this is one of the dark blues. I don't want the blue. If you don't want the blue to be deep, 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 then go onto your mat first and add your water brush. You get 2 water brushes in every pack, and then you can pick it up and move it around. You can see it's going a little bit lighter there as I'm using more water, but that's fine. As flowers get older, they go a bit lighter anyway, so as you're working down with the larger ones, you'd expect them to be a little bit
like
lighter
my hair
anyway.
At the moment, to be honest, the older we get,
well, mine's going grayer and longer and scragglier. So if you wanted to go with this pen direct, then you could take it, see how much darker it is, and quite often the outside of a flower is actually darker, and even if I move that around, that's still darker than my original. Okay, so for the butterflies, I would actually combine a couple of different colours together. So
the textured stamps have now sold out. So they have now gone. They're all in baskets. It means it's a technical sellout. And I said, our Phil said they won't be coming back. Get them while you can. It's going to be one of these shows, unfortunately. Of the Flora Musica, 70%. 70%. Julia's meant to be back at 1 with myself again. Who knows what will be here at 1 o'clock? Get them while you can. Once again, I don't know if there's any more stock of this. They don't tell me anymore. They tell you.
There might not be. Right, so for the butterfly, I'm just going to take 2 quite close colours together and actually blend the pens together, because you don't have to blend with water. You can actually blend with the like pens. The beauty of actually stamping a little bit of the background means if you go outside the lines, you can't tell.
True.
So for all the postmarks, I've just put some around the edge and then pulled the colour in to fill in the postmarks, like that. So if we actually flip now to one I've coloured in and cut out.
Pens.
So this is one I've coloured in and cut out. And I need to just expand. I am going to do it because I'm using the octagon. I'm just going to expand this over here.
I don't think I've ever seen these brush pens on 2 payments.
No,
Not
we've never had them on
individually.
2 payments. So I'm going to just add a little bit of so it's not stark. And I'm sorry, I'm going to use them.
Nah, go on.
I've got to, because otherwise my card won't be finished. So I'm going to just stamp on the edges as well with my Nocturne Versifying Clear.
Well done if you got these.
Just to show you that you can expand the actual Flora Musica
80%,
into...
nearly 80% of the Flora Musica now has
Oh
now
my
already
goodness.
gone. We are 25 minutes into a first live hour of 2.
So now we've expanded
That's
the
nice.
actual image. Doesn't matter if that got ink on there, because there's ink on there already. So win-win. Getting ever such a mess here.
I've never seen you with so many bits and bobs
I
open.
know. Honestly, you can imagine what my brain's like. My brain's that messy, actually. So we'll just edge with a vintage photo as well. Not vintage photo. It's not vintage photo, Julia. It's
Faded
faded jeans,
jeans.
for heaven's sake. Get a grip. I don't like getting up early. Right. Not that it's as early as you guys, but... So this is going to actually bring it all in.
I think that was Julia having a one-to-one meeting with us.
I
think that was Julia's appraisal we all heard.
Constantly. I always say I'm talking to the cat, but the cat doesn't come into the craft room, so I can't really say that, can I? So that kind of just ties it all in nicely. And tidy up so I don't get it everywhere. Now for my card blank, we've got the double debossed octagons on the show, and I've cut them out twice, and one of them I've just scored 1 centimetre in, and then I put glue down, and then this is nice and glued now, so I can fold back, and that's my card blank.
I've got these on the show as well.
Yeah.
If you want them, get the card blanks, the details for these. They come on the A4 magnetic storage sheet as well. These are the eyelet octagons that we're looking at the moment.
No, it's a double deboss octagon that I made the card blank out of.
Oh, lot. Come on. Now, everyone in the boardroom, socially distanced after this show, we all need a little word. There they are, look. £35.99. I'll put the 2 flexible payments on there for you as well. 132532 is your item number.
Right, so that I've actually cut that out, those double Ds out of the super smooth again. You could use the alabaster white. That actually does work really, really well with it, but because it's like a construction, I've gone for the super smooth.
Is that the eyelet one now?
This is the eyelet one now, and
what?
that's the next size in. You can see they nest beautifully, and this is the totally turquoise card. And then we're going to add another deboss, double deboss on the top. Starts to come together, doesn't it, when you've done it? I mean, it's very relaxing doing all the colouring in. In fact, when I was in last week, I sat in my green room and just coloured in, and it was lovely. The hours pass away, and it's just so relaxing.
It is your green room. It's the Julia Watts green room now. That's what we've named it as.
We've all got green rooms, haven't we?
You
We all
have all
our
got green
own
rooms
ones.
apart from us.
Okay, so that's going to go in there nicely. And then for my sentiments, what I've done is I've taken one of the colours that I've got here. I've got a happy birthday here. This is from the Essentials. And just pick one of the colours that you've used. And because the tip is so fine, you can actually go right in and actually colour in one of the frames. Just like that. and do the other side. And then
They are amazing.
2 that I've already done, and what I've done is I've cut them out with a border, like that one, and then I've also put them onto the totally turquoise card, so it changes them from that to that, which is really nice to say. So we're having a note to say, you know, we need to send notes like this actually, I think.
I've been saying this a lot, we don't send enough notes and letters these days.
We don't, do we? It's all on email still,
Emails
isn't
or
it?
text is what we send now.
Or FaceTime. I don't mind FaceTime. FaceTime's quite nice. And then we've got the Eiffel Tower there, which is quite nice. So we'll have love you there. So there we go. So there's your bluebells. And I'll bring the daffodils in again so you can see the daffodils next to it.
Oh, look at that. A note to say love you, happy Mother's Day, love you. And that's only 2 of the collection. And that's only scratching the surface of what you can actually do with them as well. Nearly 80% of the stock now has already gone here. Let me show you some more of the samples of what you can achieve when you get them home as well. Just using some of the double deboss that we've got on here, as using it as a focal point, use it as like a little spotlight that you've got on there. Maybe you haven't got the double deboss, maybe you've got a circle stencil, you can still do the same with that, with the bits of shading that you've got running through. Look at this, just seems simple, using one colourway that you've got running through there and just matching it with the beautiful pearls that you've got in the centre. Everything looks very, very expensive, very, very classy is what we're looking at as well. As you can see, they also work with the border dies that Phil bought us in the past as well. They all work together. This is what I adore, and this is what Phil does so well. And he knows he does it well, because nothing comes to air unless Phil likes it. And it's going to work with all your collections that you've bought before, all your double deboss that you've got, your squares that we've got on here. Look how well it works. And changing the colour scheme changes the stamp. Changing that scheme, changing the glitters that you've got on there. Once again, using other colourways. That is such a Valentine's Day card through and through. It really, really is. Then you can move to your little ones like this. Absolutely adore it. £29.67 is what you're looking at. 04064 740 is your item number. It works out to be £9.89 each. That's delivered price to your door, and there is no delivers if you're a Freedom member as well. Cheeky little Freedom price on there. 80% of the stock has already gone. We've got the pick and mix card stock on the show as well. £16.49. You're going to get 20 sheets is what you're going to get. But remember, you've also got Flextravaganza, which now means you can split that cost into 2 as well. Stock up for these sorts of prices. Very rare you get flexible payments with these sorts of prices, especially on card stock. So stock up while you can. We are busy across the board. We know what Phil's card's like as well. It's an amazing card stock. £16.49. Choose 3 packs of 20 sheets or 2 payments of £8.25 is what you are looking at for that there. Right then. I have been brought down to the pens for the sheer fact we are busy. Set 1, how much has gone? 40% of set 1 of the pens now has already gone. That's just in case you wondered who we were. 40% has already gone. 40%. We are busy for these pens. 2 payments for £15. Take advantage. Which set didn't you get last time? Which set did you miss out on last time? Did you get 1 and 3 and 4, but you couldn't get 2 because it sold out when we went live? Get it while you can now. We've got set 1. We've got set 2. We'll bring the details up for you on the screen at the moment. Nearly a quarter of the stock now of set 2. These are just the colourways to show you what colours you're getting in there. You're getting 2 of your water brushes in there as well. 24 brush pens. Amazing pens that you can use straight onto your cards, water them down so they'll go a little bit further. It's entirely up to you. From there, we're now moving on to set 3. This is the set that Julia was using. More of the earth tones that you've got running through there at the moment. £29.99. Split the cost onto that onto 2 flexible payments, and nearly 40% of the stock has already gone there. And then we've also got set 4 as well. James, details for set 4 there. The colours that you're getting, nearly a third of the stock has now already gone. £29.99. In theory, well, it's not theory, it's fact. What you would pay today for 1 set on a normal show when we're not in Flextravaganza, if you split the cost for 2 sets, it's the same cost of 1 today. I know that's a bit odd maths, but do you see where I'm coming from? You can get one of these for £29.99 for 1, and you think, well, yeah, I was going to pay that anyway, and I'll get another set in a month's time. This won't be around. This finishes Friday, the 15th. It finishes Friday, and then Phil will never bring these. I can never say never, but he will never bring them back on flexible payments. Not individually, and not like this either. My word, take advantage of why we have got it. So what you would pay for 1 today, you might as well go for 2 and put it on the flexible payments. Your first flexible payments would be £29.99. Just saying. What would that be then? 60 quid today. Now, I don't want to spend your money, that's not what I'm here for. But £60 today on 2 flexible payments will get you all 4 sets. £60 today will get you all 4 sets of pens. So if you missed out the first time around, that's quite a good little deal. Right then, so let's look at something else. We've got 3-minute queues. Jump to the website. Well, these ones now, we've got the eyelet octagons, 13 dies, and the A4 magnetic sheets as well. Get them while you can. 2 payments of £18 is what you're looking at for this. Then we've got the double D-Boss as well. 2 payments, you can get on this, remember, in Flextravaganza. So you've got those 2 payments as well. 132532 is your item number. We've also got rectangles on the show as well. Double D-Boss rectangles. £35.99, split the cost into 2. And we've also got the eyelet rectangles as well. £35.99 is what you're looking at. 160956 is your item number. 2 flexible payments of £18. Right then, Julie, what are we up to this time?
Right, okay, so I've been stamping the bits that we can't sell anymore.
Well, we're very limited. We're touching limited.
Are we?
On the Flora Musica at the moment. We're nearly limited stock on Flora Musica.
Right, so we're going to make a version of this card.
That's nice.
We are going to use the tulips, but we're going to do a different colourway, OK? So, obviously, first of all, we're going to stamp the old tulips. Show you how beautifully they stamp. And pop it into, another piece of the super smooth watercolour card. And using the Nocturne VersaFine Clair. If you have trouble with your stamping and you're using a stamp press and it's like 4 or 5 different attempts to get it all, either re-ink or buy yourself a new ink pad, because that will be what it is.
Limited stock. Flora Musica now limited stock.
Early
if you
doors.
Want them, get them quick.
Early doors.
It could be early. Just
Could
don't say that. That means
be.
I'll have happy hour at 1 o'clock.
Will that not make you happy then?
Oh, it's like a sale at TK Maxx, some of them.
So there we go. Beautiful, beautiful stamp. I love this one. This one, obviously, you've got lots of little hearts in there. You've got your envelopes, which are quite nice to colour in as well. Really, really beautiful. And you've got the bees on this one as well.
I like these.
I really like these. I really like these.
I can see what you mean. These would just be nice to sit and colour.
They are. They're so relaxing. They're a lovely, lovely stamp to use. They really are. So obviously, how are we doing for time? We're doing all right, aren't we? So I've expanded the one that we're going to use. I've expanded it with some of the Textural Temptations, so we can't do that. But we do a little bit of colouring in.
Sold out.
What sold out?
Sold out. Flora Musica has now gone. It's now back on extended delivery.
Oh, is it?
The 20th of January. Not early doors. We've still got some more, apparently. The 20th of January is when we're looking at now. If you want your Flora Musica, we're now sold out. But we have got some back on extended delivery. They've only just told me this. From the 20th of January. If you want them, they're now on extended delivery.
Okay, so I can do a bit of colouring. So for this one, we're going for set 1.
Oh, okay.
Of the pens back in the day, and I'm going to choose kind of an orange and 2 oranges and a red. So we're starting at the bottom here with the orange. I mean, the bases of tulips are normally black, so you could bring a bit of black in because you have got black in set 1, which is quite nice. And then we go for the next colour up, and they will blend in nicely together. Or I will bring in the water brush as well to add a little bit more blending.
40% of set 1 now already gone. I know it's like saying which is your favourite child, but if you were only allowed one, which do you most go to? What set are you drawn to first?
The one I use the most is set 3. I've used that one to death. But set 1 has got a really good mix of colours as well, so I think that's why we brought that one out first. So I like set 3. That's what I use the most. It's the one that's got some skin tones in it.
Okay.
And so I would go for set 3, but if you don't want the skin tones, I'd go for set 1.
There you go.
I also like my favourite water brushes in set 3 as well. And yours won't be blue. Mine's coloured a bit with the indigo blue luscious powders, so don't do that. It's only the pigment. So see, a little bit of the water now then blends those 3 in beautifully. You could go back in with the lighter orange, but it's actually quicker to actually bring in your water brush and blend in like that.
Okay, professional.
Beautiful, isn't it? Really, really works. And again, we can go in with some of the lighter oranges and actually colour in around here like that. I like to use the colours that I'm using on the see, it don't matter if you go outside the line. The colours that I'm using in the tulips or in the main focal point, I like to have versions of that on the little embellishments as well. And if you want to have them lighter, because obviously that red's quite a deep red, again, just pop some on your... We've got the blending mats on the show, but I forgot to bring mine with me. Sorry, Phil. You can then bring in some... So that's the red there on the letter. Then
your blending mats, £13.98 is what you're getting on these, and you can split the cost onto 2 flexible payments as well. 460884 is your item number.
So you can see there, I've used, that's the same colour as that red there. So I've just taken it from the mat. I'll do this one up here as well, just to show you. So take some from the mat, and then pick up some water, just water, and then you can blend it out. So you keep a darker tone in the corners and a lighter tone up there. So that's going to bring it all in and marry it all in nicely. And you can go direct, because you've got such a fine tip, you can go direct into the hearts and actually colour in all the hearts. There's loads of these little hearts, and you'll colour them all in, and then you find one that you've missed. We have got some nice greens in here as well. I did do a little swatch for you guys.
I have my swatches down here. Let me get my set 1 swatch. Here it is. I
don't know why I've laid them out in that sort of order. That would probably drive me nuts. There's a row green somewhere else, but I don't. But that should be set 1.
Rogue should be up here.
And I haven't pulled the colour out on those, so that's actually the raw colour as you get it.
Oh, so that's when you pull the colour out. Look, that's set 3. So that's Julia's favourite set, where she's pulled the colour out.
That's the only one I pulled the colour out on.
And set 1, 3, 2 and 4. No, nothing.
Oh, it's only because I obviously must have had more time when I did the set. The set 3 one I've had for yonks. So obviously you can move the colour around, you know, just to go right up to the edges with your water brush, and then it gives you a little bit of shade. But the stamp's got all the shade in. And we were very back and forth with the tulips, you know. Nope, that doesn't look like a tulip. Got to do it again, please. But yeah, he got it right in the end. But anyway, so you carry on. And I've got one here that I've coloured in already, so you can see. And what I've done is I've cut it out with a double deboss rectangle, and I've gone round the edge just on 3 sides. I didn't actually centre it, so I'd have a little bit top and bottom. I've actually done 3 sides with the Textural Temptations.
A quarter of the extended stock has now already gone of these sets. £9.89 delivered if you're a Freedom member. It's worth having a go. That's each set of stamps. Obviously, you are getting all three, and you can split that Freedom cost as well. But a quarter of the extended stock now has already gone. We've got 4-minute queues on the phones as well.
Gosh. So I'm just going to edge this. I picked the Cracking Campfire Oxide because I thought this would go quite nicely. Which is one of the newer colours. Festive Berries would work well as well. Candied Apple, Barn Door. This is actually more orangey than I would have liked, but there we go. So that always it always finishes it off when you do that. Where's my lid? There's my lid. I think I'm a little bit panicked because everything's selling out. I don't know what's wrong with me.
You're all right.
I'm all over the place.
Looking good. No one would know.
Now for the frame, so what I've done is I've used the, for my original one, so if we go back to the original one, I've actually used this border from the Delightfully Deco. So you get 3 different borders in the Delightfully Deco, and then you get one backer, and the backer actually gives you different colour cards. So obviously I've got black on the back of that. So cut it out 4 times with a backer, and so 4 backers and 4 decorative pieces. So that when you stick them together, you've got that. Now I'm not very good at mitering, so I've actually stuck mine down. But basically, I've cut on one side. So the depth of my card there is 7 3/4 inches ish, which is the length of my border. Okay, so I've just cut from one corner to that indentation on both sides. So that's what's given me that. So that's my length piece. Okay. Then what I did was I popped, for my piece that's going to go down here, I measured that and then chopped that bit off. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then popped this on the back like that, and then drew with a line my angle. Oh. And I did the same thing on this side once I chopped it down, so it would be about there. Drew my angle and then chopped them, and continued to do that all the way around. So this is the border I chose for this one. So that's how it looks. Now you lose a lot of this in and out, in and out, in and out. So you could have used the Loveliest Lattice to do this quite easily without having the decorative bit. But I like the way that the kind of design works in and out, in and out, in and out like that. Don't worry if it's not perfect, because mine isn't perfect there and it isn't perfect there. Unless you go into the card and actually run your fingers over it, you're not going to be able to tell. So don't kind of beat yourself up about it. So we've got, you're looking at what's not perfect.
On screen, it looks like you've paper pieced everything back in.
No, it's because I've got the backers on. Yeah.
That's what I was looking at. I wasn't looking at.
I mean, you could, if you wanted to, you could actually have red card underneath and not bother with the backers, but it just makes it a little bit more substantial when you're actually trying to do your miters if you've got the backers on instead as well. And if you wanted to make this part slightly bigger, then you'd see a little bit more of the cream from underneath. This is the Alabaster. So we've got the Elegant Ebony card, we've got the Summer Poppy card, and this is the Alabaster White, because it does work very well with the Super Smooth. You see, it works really well. So this is your Elegant Eyelet rectangle. So this is going to go on here. See if I'm straight-ish. Yes, okay. And then we're going to pop our beautiful tulips on top.
That's nice.
They're beautiful. They really are. You know, if I had any crafting time for me, I would be going to these all the time. I'd be using them in my journals. They're great for in your journals, especially with the trio frame inspired and mindful sentiments as well. You can bring in your die cuts in your journals as well. You know, just because you're say somebody that likes your die cuts, it doesn't mean to say you can't put those in your journals as well. This could be in a journal, you know, but perhaps not quite so much dimension.
Yes, but if you're not a card maker, that's all you're really doing. If you're a card maker, you're just doing journal pages, but that are loose-leafed.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
So you just
right.
switch it around, do it the other way around.
I mean, some of my projects I actually do put in my journal, because if I don't want to lose them or give them away, I actually just stick them in my journal. So for my sentiments, I've got live your best life, which I think is really cool. And again, I've cut this out with a frame, and I've then matted it onto the summer poppy card as well. So it gives it more dimension, it gives it an extra frame. I've coloured in with one of the pens I've used on my tulip. Just it's just like little finishing touches. Let's have these lined up. Let's actually do that for a change.
These sentiments are in the Mindful set, which the details are on the screen with at the moment. 48 stamps in total, £23, 98 pence, 935 969 is your item number, and nearly 40% of the stock has already gone.
There we go.
That is beautiful.
And what I will do, actually, is while we're thinking about it, because I know we've got the pickup tools on the show, haven't we? So
yes, I'm going with.
Yes, we have. We've got the pickup tools and we've got the poker tools as a duo on the show. And you get in the pickup, you get 2 poker tools and 2 pickup tools, and the pickup tools have like little embossing tools, fine embossing tools on the end. And they've got this wax tip, and at some point these screw out, and at some point Phil will bring in replacement tips. Now, don't worry if you receive yours and yours is a little bit squished. It just happens in the post. It will still work. It'll be absolutely fine. But don't put them on a radiator or near a heat source, because they're wax and they might melt. So let's add a few pearls to the corners of our frame here, because we can. And this, of course, will disguise any not brilliant bits. So we'll put them on one of the deboss areas that there is, because all of the borders have deboss. You can, obviously I've used the Delight for Deco, but you can use any of the borders to do this. I know we've not got pearls on the show. These are the berry red, and I'm going to go with the 8mm, so we'll sort some of these out and just pick them up and pop them on. You can use the tool to move it around until you're happy. I must admit, when he bought these out, I thought, will I ever use that? But that's a darn sight easier than using tweezers, I can tell you. Obviously, if they get cat hair or whatever on, they're not going to work so well, so I would put them back in the pouch, or dog hair, of course. And there we go. So there's the pearls on. Just finishes it off.
Oh, that is... Look at that.
It's quite special, isn't it? And nobody would know that my mitres are absolutely perfect.
No, you wouldn't. This
no,
is
you
the
wouldn't
thing. No
know.
one
You
would
just
know.
hide it. Yeah, you just hide it.
No one would know. And my director at the moment, Baker's going to say he's going to tell everyone.
I don't mind. I don't
We'll
mind.
just ignore him.
I mean,
most
you could
people
add.
do.
There's quite a few of the design team that have used glossy accents this time. So you could, at this point, you could add your glossy accents because you're ready to put it away to dry. You know, you could add some to the bee's wings. If you haven't got glossy accents, you can use the Sakura Clear Glaze pen as well. So you can do some finishing touches, you know.
The possibilities are endless, and the more you look into them, the more you see. I will show you. Don't worry. I'll show you. I'm kind like that. But just my job. But the more you look in, so you've got music in there, you've got your postage stamps in there, you've got the Eiffel Tower. I've got Blackpool Tower in my head. You've got the Eiffel Tower. You've got in there. You've got the compass in there as well. So it would really work for a travel journal if you wanted it to. Go with. Your brown cards and things like that, and really go travel and rustic. From there, you've now also got sort of, and how well it works, like your post office signs, and you've got your music scores in there as well, like empty music, the letters in there, the text in there,
You've got
the
little
butterflies.
bits of, you know, the textures that are in the Textual Temptations.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of textures here and there. The more you look into them, the more you see. I mean, the original ones took like 6 hours for him to draw.
They're amazing.
These are a little bit quicker, but yeah.
But there's still the detail
There is
that's
the
there.
detail.
And if you wanted to...
You can actually mask off certain areas. I mean, just that bottom area with that other little tiny flower there, that would make a really lovely little card or little notelet, that just bottom area.
It would, because you can sort of see the line, so you'd get a bit of music in there.
Yeah.
You'd also get the top, so if you'd cut it about there, you get all that in there as well. It'd be absolutely beautiful. And that's just using a small amount of card. Let me show you some samples. We've sold out once, they're back in stock. They're very, very busy, is what we're looking at now. Nearly a third of the stock has already gone. Nearly a third of the restock has already gone as well. Julia's back at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Am I?
Apparently so, so I've just been told. You're back. She might be doing a runner for all we know. Back at 1 o'clock with the extended stock that we've got as well. You wouldn't be the first guest who's to up and leave, but we had one the other week. Then you've got the beautiful tulips that are in there as well.
And look at the borders. The borders go so well with all of the Flora Musica as well.
And so do the sentiments.
Yeah, absolutely.
The sentiments work really, really well. They really, really do. Cards that look like this. Absolutely.
I must say a big thank you to Alison and David, to Lozzie, to Karen, to Phil and to Jennifer for their samples. They're all beautiful.
I think this sums up the collection beautifully, with the very best wishes. It works out to be £9.89 each per stamp slips and delivered freedom to you as well. Become a Freedom member. It is worth it. I think just those on the road, just literally stamped out and framed, I think would look beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. They are absolutely beautiful stamps. You need them. You really do.
You really do. I think you really do. Oh, you are. You're buying them in your droves at the moment as well. We're on extended stock to the 20th of January. Julie, we'll reconvene at 1.
Okie dokie.
Let's all do it all over again at 1 o'clock. Thank you for your company. Thank you for Phil at home as well for bringing the amazing stamps. I will see you in, well, who knows when I'll see you now. I don't know where I am. I think I'm going to go to the Co-op. See you in a bit. So, Craft Yourself Silly next, that's with Catherine. Then we've got Tandu, I think it's with Janice. Then we've got Heartfelt again. Who knows? Could be Yanis, Derek, it could be Ascot. Oh, it's that Catherine.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp. And how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. I love teaching. For me, it's all about that. And so working with Hochanda is fantastic because it gives me the perfect platform to reach out and work with like-minded people and to be able to show some of the tricks that I've learnt along the way. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray, on Hochanda.
It's Flextravaganza time, folks! From Thursday the 31st of December at 6 p.m. to Friday the 15th of January at 6 p.m, we would like to offer you our thanks and best wishes for 2021 by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. If you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Thursday the 31st of December to make your shopping experience with Hochanda even easier.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam. And we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Hello, a very good morning to you. Kicking my day off today with, of course, the wonderful Hayley Smith. She's here with us for the next hour. Shall we say good morning?
Hello.
How are you, Hayley?
I'm fine, thanks. How are
Good,
you?
good. Yeah, I'm very well,
I'm ready to go, ready to go.
Hooray! Well, we are ready to go. We've got some great savings for you as well. Look at this straight away, £15 saving. We're looking here at the Craft Yourself Silly 34-piece sewing machine foot bundle. Now, this is always a busy item. If you've not got yours yet, this is an opportunity to make that saving of £15. Perhaps you did get a sewing machine for Christmas. Perhaps you've been saving up for one and you're ready to purchase, and this is going to be a nice addition for you. Well, you can see you've got 32 pieces in here. You've also got an adapter foot and you've got a how-to guide as well. Now, Hayley,
yes.
We've also got the adapter foot as a separate item, haven't we?
Yes,
Why
we have.
is this so important?
Okay, so I'm just going to whiz this one off the machine so you can have a quick look at it. So this is your adapter foot, and what it is, it's a quick release adapter foot. So there's a little lever on the back there, and you can just see there's a little rod in the bottom there which comes out as it pulls. So it means you can really quickly change your feet, and what you'll find is if you've got a plastic adapter like this one, then sometimes what it does is it pushes the feet too far forward because it can't get as far back as it needs to be. So this one does kind of two things. It allows you to change your feet really quickly without having to unscrew, and it also means that the feet that are in the bundle sit in exactly the right position.
Amazing. So part of this big bundle that we're looking at now does include that adapter foot. You can go for it individually, but why would you when you can get 32 of these feet? And what about this in front here as well, Hayley?
Okay, so that is your panel. So we've done stitching areas in the past, and this one is the panel. You don't get the zip, I must clarify, you don't get the zips. Usually you need 2 zips for it, and you need, I think, a bit of interfacing for the back, and that's about it. But this allows you to test out every single foot on there, so you can have a little reference guide with absolutely everything. So you've had a little practice with all of your feet, and you've got a little book as a reference to keep.
Amazing. Yes, you do get the book indeed. Let's have a very quick look at this because, of course, you know, we don't need to show you every single page, but you can see it's going to explain about all those different feet in there.
Do you know what the most important bit of that book is? We've put little kind of blank spaces at the bottom of each of the sections.
Yes, here.
And that is so you can write down the settings that work best for you on your machine, because there's
Brilliant
nothing
idea.
worse than kind of having a go at everything and then forgetting, and then having to spend another 20 minutes finding out what the settings are that you need to have for your machine. So we've put that in there so you can have, you can write down the settings for your specific machine, because different machines will be different.
Look at this. This is ridiculous, really, isn't it, for that price? $39.97, 146186 is the item number. This is how the feet will come packaged for you as well. We've still got Flextravaganza going on as well. We've still got 1 or 2 days left. So split it down to $19.99. Do you know, Hayley, I'm just going to say as well, even if you've got the odd foot that are in this kit, for the price of that there...
Yeah, I mean, it's especially if you've got 2 machines and things, it's great to have backups.
It certainly is. Well, what a great price that is. 146186 is the item number. Let's go over to Hayley so we can have a really good look at these feet as well.
Okay.
Because, of course, we need the explanations,
Well,
Hayley,
yeah,
don't we?
and we're gonna, usually we only have a single hour for this, and it gets hectic. Let's just say.
Well, we are off to a busy start.
We're going to spread this over 2 this time, and we're going to go at a much kind of more sedate pace. So the first couple we're going to have a look at is we're going to have a look at the quilting feet, because I think these are the ones that, you know, we're going to look at some of the ones you're going to use most often. And these are, some of them are specialist feet, and they are for special jobs, but they are for all things that you will use. There's nothing in here that you wouldn't use on a regular basis, and I've got my kit that I use all of the time. So I'm just going to grab a couple of bits of fabric so we can sew them back together again. Seems ridiculous, doesn't it? Just chop 2 bits apart so I can sew them together again. So this is the one I was using quite a lot yesterday. So this one is your quilting foot. Now this one has a 1/4 inch guide on the side, so this little arm that's sticking out on the side, that's your 1/4 inch guide. So when you put your fabric on, then you butt it up against there. Now there's another foot, which is this one here. This one is also classed as a quilting foot. This one has your 1/4 inch markers down the side and your 1/8 inch markers down the other side, and the same here. So this is a 1/4 inch and this is an 1/8 of an inch, so when you come to turning corners and things, you can see exactly where you're going. You'll notice with both of these feet you've got that tiny hole in the centre. So that's because with quilting you want as much pressure around all of the fabric as you can get, so it keeps it nice and flat and nice and straight. So that's why you only have that small hole, so you can get as much contact with the foot as possible. So we'll pop one of these on. I'll pop the one with the little arm on.
Okay.
So to attach it to the machine, I've put that adapter foot on there, and to attach it to the machine I just need to kind of roughly line it up underneath and then drop that foot, and it should, if I'd lined it up right, just ping in. Ping! Oh, it won't ping. Oh, ping! Why won't you ping? There we go. Usually you can just flick the back and it'll ping straight in, but that one just refused to ping.
It's live TV, Hayley.
Anti-ping situation.
Just been stubborn.
Okay, so with these pieces, what we're going to do is see that little guide that's on there, see the 1/4 inch line that's marked on my machine?
Yeah.
It lines up perfectly with that. So what I'm going to do is line up my fabric. Now do always double check your needles in the right position. So I've got a straight stitch on, and it's definitely worth hand turning the first couple of stitches. Now I know that this machine never stitches dead centre, and I always have to step it across just a touch. So you can see that there, it's not dead centre. So I'm going to just move my needle across. It's only kind of one notch or one kind of 1/2 millimetre that I have to move it, but then it's always spot on. Right, there we go, find my pedal. And then using that guide, I've got my fabric butting up against there, and that's creating that perfect 1/4 inch seam for me. So really useful for all the quilting, and I know there's a lot of quilting shows and things on here, but that's going to give you your perfect 1/4 inch seam.
Perfect.
And you can do exactly the same process with that other one.
Okay.
But what you're lining it up with this time is, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's whip this one off.
Let's see if we can get the ping this time.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Let's see if I can get a ping. Come on. Hang on, the needle's in the way. That's why it didn't come off nice and easily. There you go. See the ping? Right, drop it off. And then if I line...
Perfect ping.
Yeah, I don't know why the first one wasn't pinging for me. Don't know. There you go, ping. So, say I'm now going to line my 1/4 inch up with this black line that I've just sewn. This side's a 1/4 inch, this side's an 1/8 of an inch, so you can use those as your guides.
Okay.
So I can just line that up. Oh, I've got my thread caught. Hang on. Seam ripper,
I can
seam ripper.
see, yeah, it's wrapped around the foot.
It's wrapped around there. That's my fault. There we go.
There we go.
So there's 2 feet in there that will give you your kind of perfect 1/4 inch, and these are absolutely brilliant for things like your quilting. Absolutely perfect. That's the standard size in quilting is your 1/4 inch, so absolutely brilliant for that. So the next couple that we're going to look at, I'm going to put them all out once I've done them, so I'll make sure I've done them all. Because there's a lot. So now I'm going to have a quick look at one of the more decorative feet. So this one here, it's got that little kind of, it's like a little finger in the middle, because it's a little, I'll kind of keep kind of turning it round so you can kind of see all the angles of it. So it's a little kind of finger sticking up in the centre, and you've got a little channel at the bottom there, and that's to allow the stitches to pass through. And that little finger in the centre, what it's essentially going to do is stretch the stitch, stretch the thread over the top of there. And there's 2 different effects that you can create with this. So we'll pop that on and we'll go ahead and do that one.
I am intrigued with this one.
Oh, I quite like this one. It's quite fun. Ping. There. I'm making the noise for it now. Ping. So now I need to set it to a zigzag stitch. And I'm going to set it on quite a wide one. What you want to do first of all is just double check your needle isn't going to, and this applies to every single stitch.
Do you know, I was just going to say
double
that
check
every
your needle,
foot, every
hand
stitch,
turn
check
it,
that.
because I can see that actually it's not touching, but it's too close for comfort for me. So I'm just going to step that back in just a touch, and then hand turn my first couple of stitches. Oh, I've got it on straight stitch, man. What a wally. There. Can you see it jump across?
Yeah.
And you see how it's just that little bit close. Let's widen that out again, because it defaults back to a skinny one. There we go. So that's comfortably jumping either side of that finger in the centre now.
Yeah.
So, but what it's doing is it's still doing a normal zigzag, so the stitches are quite far apart. So I'm just going to move those stitches so they're much closer together, more like a satin stitch.
Yeah.
And then we can go ahead and stitch. So let me just get a little bit through here so you can see how this one works. Now when you come to take the feet or the fabric off the machine for this stitch, and there's something else you need to bear in mind with this stitch is your tension. Keep your tension quite loose for this, because if it's too tight it's going to actually kind of pull the fabric around, so you want your tension quite loose for this one. I'll do a little bit more and then I'll take this one off. There we go. Now when you take it off, can't pull it to the side, can't pull it forwards, you've got to pull it backwards.
Yeah, of course.
Because there's that finger in the centre and you've got to pull it off of there. So now we've got that, and you want to be, when you pull it off, you need to kind of support the threads that are there to make sure that you don't tighten the threads up and pull them when you come off. So you make sure you're pulling from here, from where the thread joins the machine, not where the thread joins the fabric. So what you create is you create this kind of fringed, almost like a fringed effect, but it's looped fringe. But then what you can do is take your either scissors or a seam ripper, and you can create a little fringed effect as well.
I like that.
So for your art quilting and things like that, you can create some really nice effects, especially with a variegated thread.
Yes,
that works beautifully. Works absolutely beautifully.
I can imagine that being used on denim as well, maybe on a
Yeah.
jacket or jeans, just to add
Absolutely.
that, you know,
It creates
maybe
that kind of
upcycling your clothing.
tufted effect. So it's a really,
Yeah, I
really
love
good,
it.
fun one. That. Shall we go for another decorative one?
Okay.
I'll tell you what. Let's do this one. So this one is a cording foot. So a cording foot allows you to add cords and embellishments to your design. So I've got one piece here that's already done. So there you go, just like that. So you've got those 3 strands of cord that are running through, and then you've got your zigzag stitch over the top holding everything in place. Now this is the foot that you need to do that, and I had a piece set up already, which is this one here. So I've got 3 different colours of cord. You can use embroidery floss. I would say embroidery floss is about your thickest.
Okay, I was just going to ask that question actually. What else we could use?
Preemptive strike on the Catherine question. So you want to take your 3 pieces and you want to tie them together at the top. And then what you're going to do is, I would always advise you add the thread to the foot before you add it to the machine. It's just a load easier.
Yeah.
So we're going to come one at a time. And there's a little kind of almost finger there that you're going to be able to slide those threads in. I'm trying to keep my fingers out of the way, but be able to do it at the same time.
Like a little latch that's holding it in place.
It's like a little latch, so you're just pulling it in from the side and it's just snapping into place. And there are 3 little grooves there that will hold your threads. So once I've got all 3 in, get that last one in.
Now, Hayley, you're using 3 threads and you've got 3 grooves. If you wanted to use a single bit of braid, but it was the same sort of thickness, could you do that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you just
Right.
see there, as I pull it now, it kind of sorts them out for me and keeps them nice and straight if I just pull that through.
Okay.
So what you want to do is you want to add all those in first, take it back to the beginning, but not right the way back to the beginning, because you need that thread, that knot there, to come out of the back of the foot. So that's about where we want it to start. I'm going to take that over to the machine and add that on. Oh, take the other one off first.
So we could use spare sort of knitting yarn as long as it's the right thickness.
As long as it's you know, as long as it will fit comfortably underneath the foot, then you'll be absolutely fine. So that's that. Do you know why I think it's not pinging? It's because I've got a really low tension on it. So I don't think it's actually pushing down far enough to ping them in. Because we were doing some free motion without a free motion foot yesterday. So we'll do the same again on this. We'll pop that down. Now this time we need, again, we need a zigzag. But I would advise something called a 3-stage zigzag. So can I just swivel this round, Jimmy, for you? Okay, so what we're looking at is we're looking at this one here. It's number 3 on my machine. But it's a zigzag, but it actually stitches 3 times to get to left to right. And that will help you hold all of those in. So that's what we're going to set it to. And then on this particular one, obviously, whenever you change stitch, it defaults to like a normal stitch width. But what we're going to do is just make that a little bit wider to make sure we go all the way across. And then hand turn. So that's our next thing that we're going to do, is just give it a quick hand turn. Am I back roughly where I should be? Excellent. Got to check, haven't you?
Would you recommend using that zigzag stitch every time, or could we use a different decorative stitch?
You could use a different. Do you know what? We'll give it a go. Because there's no restriction on the width on this, then yes, absolutely, we could give it a go. The only thing that I would resist slightly is obviously kind of waves and things, fine. But any of those decorative stitches that actually pull the fabric back and forth, you know, sometimes it'll stitch a few forward and it'll stitch it backwards to make like leaves and things. That's not a good idea because obviously these have to flow through in one direction. So I've given that a quick hand turn. We're not going to hit anything. And then all you need to do is just keep an eye on those threads and keep them nice and straight. Actually, I can probably pull that zigzag in a little bit because it's going over the edge of it. That's better. And you can see it just popping out the back of there. So yeah, you know, you made a great suggestion. Let's give it a go. Let's go with number 11. So that is a bit of a kind of wavy stitch. So what I'm going to do is, again, just make a nice wide stitch width. And then, but I'm actually going to shorten the length on this one. And I think it might be worth having a little bit. It's an experiment. It's a voyage of discovery.
Yeah,
that's not bad.
I can imagine this on the top of pockets would look nice, or again across a bag top.
And you can go around corners with these as well. I'm just going to straighten those out a little bit because I've got a little bit of a plait going on here because I didn't sort them out before we started. I was too excited. There we go. That's better. And then, see, if I start coming off to the side, you can actually kind of go around corners and things with these as well. So you can create really nice decorative effects. Let me just come off the edge and then we'll take this piece out. There you go. And again, same as with that other one with the fringe foot, you need to pull it out the back just to make... I mean, you should do that with everything, really, but...
I really like that, Hayley.
It's a little bit of fun, that one, isn't it? It's quite an interesting foot, and it's an instant embellishment onto anything. And it can just be threads and yarns that you already have that you can use for that.
Exactly. Oh, I really do like that a lot.
Can you give me a minute just to reset some new ones?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
So
Thank
far,
you very
Hayley,
much.
how many feet have we gone through?
We've done 3. 4.
We've done 3, and we've mentioned the
4.
adapter as well. 4 we've done, and we've mentioned that adapter. Let's just have a look at the bundle again, because you are getting so many. You can see all of those different feet there as well. You do get the adapter foot here. It is available individually if you've already got other feet, but do you know what, even if you've got some of these, it is well worth going for this. As Hayley said, you've got spares. Maybe you can split it down with someone as well. Maybe when things are better and you work in a sewing group, perhaps this is something you can consider as well. Now, you don't just get the feet as well. You are getting, of course, as I've said, the adapter foot. You're getting the how-to guide and you're getting your stitchery as well, which I think is genius because, you know, a couple of little zips, that's all you need to add to this because you can even add your zips into this as well. A great reference guide. It really is fantastic to cover every one of those feet. And of course the feet, when they arrive with you, they are going to be boxed as well. This is how they will arrive. I mean, we're talking a lot of metal for our money. I normally only say that for dies, but we've got an awful lot here. For $39.97, there is a £15 saving today. We're always busy on these bundles whenever we have them here. But, you know, and today is no different. You are loving these. And it is great to see Hayley demonstrate each and every foot as well. But you do get the machine foot guide, so if you do need to nip out or you've got other things to do, I mean, please try and stay with us. But if you can't, of course, you've got the full guide. You've even, as Hayley said, got those areas in here where you can write your notes. You can see with Hayley having to adjust the needle on her machine to make sure she's not catching any of the feet. You want to make note of those things as well. The width that you're setting your stitches at, the tension perhaps. Make those notes so you've got that reference for another time. 146186 is the item number if you want to go for that full bundle. Now, individually, that adapter foot is $9.99, which is a great price for an adapter foot. It really is. But you take that off that bundle, and you'll think you're getting 32 feet, the book, and you're getting the stitchery as well. Well, it's a bit of a no-brainer, really, isn't it? Now, the guide as well, if you were to go for that individually, that's also worth $9.99. So let's just, I know we're rounding it up, we're charging you a couple of extra pence, but that's £20 there. And for $39.97, you've still got as extra the stitchery and those 32 feet as well. Amazing value. Sorry, Hayley? Per foot, we've got 32 feet, so we've got another $19.97, so we divide that by 32. Oh, my brain. Let me just think, I'm just moving the decimal point.
Carry the one.
It would be about 63 pence per foot, if I've worked it out right. But it's less than that, though, because you've still got the stitchery in there as well that we haven't accounted for.
Oh, so you've just taken the adapter off?
No, we've took the adapter off and we've took the guide off.
Okay.
But 63 pence per foot.
Think about, go and have a look.
I
mean, there's a free motion foot in there.
Yeah.
Go and have a look what a free motion foot costs.
Yes, do that.
Then come back to me.
Do that, indeed. Do you know, and there's feet here that you've probably never even realised exist. That's the other thing.
Well, yes, there are quite a lot in there, so you'll definitely not be disappointed, and you'll find uses for all of them, absolutely all of them. So, can I do some more, or do you need to do some numbers? Can. Okay, so this one that I've got here, this is your universal binding foot. So what I've actually done, because we've demonstrated this one before, but I've actually taken it to bits this time so you can see exactly how it works. So there's a metal foot, that's the bit that attaches to your machine. There's a little screw that goes in there that I've already taken out, and then this is the bit that does all of the work for you. So I can see, because you can see a bit more if it's not actually all attached together. Can you see that kind of C shape that it creates in the middle there? So that is what you're going to use with your ribbon, your bias binding, your normal binding. You are going to be able to pop it through, and this will save you so much time on binding projects. Do you know what? It's a bit easier sometimes with rather than a straight edge if you put a little kind of 45 degree on there, because what you'll find is then you can slide it through a lot more easily. So that slides in so that you've got your one edge on the bottom little kind of C shape, one edge on that top little C shape, and the limit to what you can put through it is that gap between those two pieces. So, you know, something with a really heavy batting in there, you're probably going to struggle with.
Yeah. But, you know, little things like doing the edges of bags and things, you should be absolutely fine with. So I'm going to slide that through. Now, normally you wouldn't take this piece off. I've just taken it off so you can see how we got it through. So to reattach that, I'm just going to pop it back in position and then add that screw. Now, this screw will help you because you can adjust the position
of where that foot goes. So if you have a machine there where you can't move your needle left and right, you can actually move the whole unit left and right so it sits in the right position for your needle. Say your needle was dead centre, and that's the only position it could do. So then I could move that so that my needle would hit dead centre and it would still work. The other dial that you've got on here is this one here. So you've got W for wider, N for narrower. And what that will do is no, I'm going narrower, there we go. Just going to see if you can just see if it can, you see it just stepping along. I don't want to move it too much because I've just got this into position. And then what you can do is just tighten that up a little bit so you can still see that moving through. I'll probably go a bit further actually. Let me go a bit more, bit narrower. There you go. You see it just stepping in a little bit. And what you want is you want enough that it will flow through nicely, but you don't want so much that it's kind of wobbling about on you. So that's probably, I would say, about right. And then once it's in and you're ready to go, we're going to attach it to the machine.
Genius. That foot alone, Hayley, I would expect to pay over £15.
I think it's the scariest looking one, but one of the most useful ones. So same piece of fabric that we've been using. What I'm going to do, actually, if I just snip those edges a little bit closer.
Now we've had a question in, Hayley.
Into the gap.
Jenny has just said, will these feet fit any
Probably
brand of
something we
machine?
should have covered right at the beginning, that, isn't it? Yes, they are completely universal. Any low shank machine, and by low shank machine, that's most of the modern ones. Once I've stitched this bit, I'll take the foot off and I'll show you what we would class as a low shank machine. Really, anything 80s onwards, generally, is a low shank machine.
Wonderful.
So, what we're going to do is just hold that kind of in position. Now, I've got my, always, especially when you're jumping between different feet, check your stitch first. So, I'm going to go back to that central stitch. Now, I can either move this whole unit across, because obviously I'm set up for dead centre at the minute. So I can either move that whole unit across, or I can move my needle on this machine. So I've got the options of either way. Oh, I've done it black, binding on black thread, you won't be able to see. I mean, that's it, that's my fault. Oh, I've tied my thread up. Right, can you give me a second, Catherine?
We'll give you a second to
thread
untangle your
together.
thread. I'm just thinking, actually, watching Hayley there as well, especially with the stitchery that you're getting with this bundle as well. You're going to have a lot of fun just practising with these feet. You're going to learn so much. You are going to learn stitches that you thought you could never achieve, or maybe that you never even thought about. Do you know, this really is a great bundle to have. If you've not seen it before and you've seen it for the first time, I'm sure you've got questions as well. Do let us know, studio@hochanda.com. But $39.97 for the whole bundle, £15 saving on this. Let's have another look at that guide as well, because this on its own is worth $9.99. You can see it will talk you through all those different feet. I won't go through every single one, but you know, you've got lots of detail in there. You've got the area that you can write your notes in there as well. You know, nice clear photographs in there. And we're talking about using your basic stitches and your decorative stitches here. We're talking about zips. We're talking about gathering, which is something I used to do a lot of when I used to make my my little girl, well, I'm saying little girl, she's not a little girl anymore. When she was a little girl, her clothes, I used to do a lot of gathering stitches to make frilly skirts and things like that. You know, so you're talking about different materials as well. You can see there, denim, velvet, leather. We use different feet and different stitches for different weights of fabric as well. Of course, when it comes to quilting, this is really going to open up lots of opportunities, as we've already seen as well. So remember, 32 individual different feet, and you've got that adapter foot on top of that as well, and the stitchery guide along with that guide, all for that price there. Now, a third of the stock has gone. If you just tuned in, let me just show you again how these will arrive with you, all nicely boxed. Oops, oh no, what fell off? Ah, it's that little adapter foot, look, there it is. Let's just bring that down so you can see it there. You do get, there's your 32 feet, and then of course you do get that adapter foot as well, which is worth $9.99 individually. Just to repeat earlier, if you've even got some of these feet, just a few of them, it is worth going for this bundle to get everything that we've got in this kit for you. You have got spares, you can maybe, you know, give or share with your family or friends. And of course, if you've got more than one machine, which I know a lot of people definitely have, myself included, then you will use them all, won't you? $39.97 as a reminder there. We will get back to Hayley in a little while, but you can see, come have another look actually at the stitchery, because Do you know, there's all sorts on here. We've got a plique free motion in there and darning as well. That's also included. The areas for the zips here. You see, I love this because a lot of people are frightened of how to put zips in. You have special feet for applying your zips. You can actually put a zip within this fabric, so it gives you a place to practice. You've got rolled hems there, blind hems. If you're quite new to sewing, you may have never even heard of those, but they're very useful stitches and techniques as well. We've got more zips at this side. We've got concealed zip because there are different ways of applying your zips. We've got the adjusting binding foot, which I think is the one that Hayley's using now. Again, we've got gathering feet in there. What else? We've got the overcast stitching. So to have that reference guide, to be able to practice onto that piece of fabric, onto that panel, and keep that to hand, absolutely brilliant idea. I'm loving this, I really am. Hayley, you ready to do a little bit more?
I'm all good. Sorry.
Wonderful. Okay.
Wet thumb. Okay, so that was my fault. What had happened was the thread had looped itself into the bottom and it kind of wasn't allowing it to pull out. So that's why. And this particular machine will just do that. It will just kind of, if there's anything wrong, it'll just stop. Yeah. So we're exactly where we were before. All we've done is attach the foot to the machine. Everything that we had earlier is still in place. We've just slipped the pink material into either side of that binding. Now this is bias binding, but you can use ribbon or any normal binding with it. And then we're just going to sew in a straight line. Now you can do this around the corner, but you do need to go quite steadily to do it. And all I'm doing is keeping an eye that the fabric stays in between those two layers of bias binding and just taking my time with it. And then when it comes out the back, again, it's one of these feet where you've got to, ooh, see that was just slipping to the side a second, and that's because it's right at the end, so we'll just put a finger on that to keep it in. Take the needle out. Now I'm going to chop off that excess bias binding, because we need that out of the way, and then pull that out, lift the foot up and pull it out from the back. See, that's what the problem was, it had caught around the front there, but I managed to free enough up to get it through. There we go. And you can see that now stitches, I shouldn't have done black on black, I'm sorry.
We can see
but
it
stitches the front and the back at exactly the same time for you. Got threads everywhere.
Great stuff. So I'm thinking, so you did say, you know, not so much for a binding where you've got batting in there. Because
yes, if you've got something thick in there, then you're going to maybe struggle a little bit more. But for, you know, there's all sorts of things like doing aprons.
I was just going to say aprons would look lovely. Yeah, it gives you that decorative
for all of that, because you can get, it's so quick as well, because you're doing both sides at once. Usually you would have to put one side on, fold it over, or pin everything like mad to get everything in place, and this does it all for you. So we'll go for another of the big scary feet.
Okay.
I'm just going to take this off and swap it. Oh. No, do you know what? I'm going to do the... So a 5 now. Let's go for this one. So this one is your top stitching foot. Oh. So it's got 1/8 increments all the way along there. Okay. And that's brilliant for your top stitching, because top stitching adds, you know, a really nice finishing touch to a lot of projects, and this is absolutely perfect for it. So let me just grab a piece of fabric. We'll stick with the pink, I think, because
that's another foot I've never seen before.
This one's really, really useful. I use this one quite a lot, especially on projects that need top stitching. So we're going to pop that on, and then we're going to do that first row of stitching. So let's pop that through the back, and let's just put a row of stitching down the centre. Right, just to cheat, because I'm not going back and forth. Now, what you can do is that first row of stitching, use that as a guide. So especially if you're doing curves and things, if you're doing wavy lines and you want them all to be parallel when you top stitch, then you can you can kind of measure along, assuming that that one is set to your centre. You can then measure along however many you want. So let me just lift that needle just a touch. So I'm going to line it up with that 4th one there. And then we'll pop the needle down, and then all I've got to do is keep my eye on that, and then whatever width you choose, you can have perfectly parallel stitching. It's basically like a foot with a ruler stuck on it. Is essentially what you've got.
I think that's my favourite one so
It's
far.
favourite?
Yeah, because I think you use it so often.
Yeah, so if I wanted a wider one, so let's go over there. So I've lined up with, let's go 6 across. So I've lined up with the 6th one.
Would this work with different battings and quiltings underneath it
Yes,
as well?
absolutely. Because it sits on top, then yes, this would work with other things as well. So that's just the straight lines. So now what we can do is put a wibbly line in. So let's just go for a wavy line. Okay, and now we're going to do that same wavy line and make one parallel to it. So if I move that across, so we're going to line it up with, again, I've got number 4 there. Pop that down. So all I've got to do is keep this in line with the one I've just stitched. And then we're going to get parallel lines to the one that we've already created.
Hayley, again, is take it steady, don't speed along.
Yes, do take it steady, don't speed along with this. Obviously your first one, that's fine, but your second one, you want to get it lined up perfectly, so you're just going to have to take your time on it.
You see, you've done it now, haven't you? Because I've been watching, I'm thinking, I probably need these. I've got quite a lot of feet for my machine. But I'm seeing feet that I've never seen before, and now I know I'm definitely going shopping.
That's not my most accurate effort. I'd always gone a little bit giddy, and I'm glad you said slow down.
I think that's genius. Again, I love that. That's my favourite one so far. Yeah, I just think that's one I'd use an awful lot.
It's a really simple one, but a really useful one. So now we're going to go for one of the fancy ones again. So this is your free motion foot.
Yeah.
So this one's great for doing the more decorative bits. So you've got your clear bit at the bottom and then your kind of lines where you want to keep your needle kind of within. This one you do need to take that adapter foot off for, and that'll go straight onto the machine. Okay. Oh, I forgot to tell you about low shank. Right, first of all, I'm going to knock the machine off before I do this because I'm going to put my finger where the needle is. So if you put your foot down with no foot on that machine, so I've turned the machine off, it's not going to do anything. I would not do this if my machine was on, so it's got to be off. You would struggle to get your finger underneath it. If the thing is up, then your finger should fit in kind of sideways and just graze the top of that. Yeah. A high shank machine would be more like that. So there's a clear kind of gap between my finger and the top of the kind of, let's call it an ankle. Okay. If it's a foot, let's call this an ankle, or a leg. So yes, it's really to do with the gap that's there. So this will fit on any low shank machine. So you're probably looking for maybe a centimetre, 12 millimetres between the plate on your machine, your feed dogs and your plate, and the bottom of that leg or ankle when the foot is up. That's when it's up.
Yeah, you've got to make sure the foot's up.
Yeah, and then down you'll probably get about 5 millimetres. If your measurements are somewhere within that, then these will work for your machine. Okay. So let me turn it back on because that might help. And then for this one, you have to put it on a certain way, because if I just have another quick look at it out the front here, this bit is the bit that's going to attach onto your leg or ankle of your machine, and then this piece here needs to sit on top of where your needle screws in. So what I'm going to just see if I can do is just tilt this back a little bit so we can see. And you just see that little arm that's in there where you take that little screw out and you can take the needle out. Yeah. That's where this has to sit. Now whether I can balance this and get this on is another matter. Can you see that that just sits on top of there? I'm going to have to put it down, screw it on, but that's where it needs to be. And the easiest way to put that on is, I don't know if you saw, but you see I kind of took it in from the side and just rocked it around, just turned it around, because if you try and kind of get it in from one side, you'll sometimes struggle. So it's often easier to put it in from the side and then just kind of rock it around.
That's nice and clear, Hayley, well done.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So, I've slid something, that's a seam ripper. I thought it was wibbly. Okay, so free motion. We were doing some of this last night. I'm going to grab this quilt we were working on last night. And I'm afraid it's black on black, but I think it's a nice illustration of how you can use these stitches. So, What we used the free motion for last night was we did some really fine detail work, and we put eyes and eyebrows on this, and you can see the difference that makes between the eyes by adding, and take your time with that. And then what we've done over here is we've embellished the hair. So we've taken little bits of felt, added those in, and then free motion stitched over the top. Now there are stitching areas which we're going to go through in the next hour that take you through lots of different techniques for free motion, for all sorts of other stitches.
And we do have the panels available as well, don't we?
We do.
We've
Now
got
you
different
can you can take off the feed dogs.
Okay.
Where's this blue bit from? Ah, there we go. If your machine will allow, you can knock off the feed dogs. If you haven't got that facility on your machine, usually up at the top somewhere, it depends. On one of my machines, there's a little kind of clicky knob which changes the amount of pressure the foot puts onto the fabric. If you haven't got that and you haven't got the ability to turn the feed dogs off, then sometimes there's a little knob at the top there, and you can see I've got different numbers of pressure there. If I twist that round so it's kind of 0, that will, even though the feed dogs are still going, it will still allow me some free motion of the fabric. So let's get cracking. What this does is allow me to move it freely and not have to worry about what's going on in terms of the feed dogs pulling the fabric in a certain direction. So with this kind of thing, with it being hair, obviously I'm going side to side because I want it to go in the direction that the hair's going. And then you can add all of those extra bits in. So you can see there we put a bit of that floss in. So if I didn't want her hair to be orange, I could add all sorts of different colours in and get, you know, all sorts of different techniques and things going. Now, one thing I will say is that when you are doing free motion work, it is definitely worth using either a stabiliser, or if you're quilting, using the right type of batting with it. So we've got some on the show, and that is the Super Soft with Scrim. Now I'll just stop this for a second so I can show you what that is. So this is our Super Soft batting. So as it one side, super soft, it does exactly what it says on the tin. But on the other side, can you see it's got a little bit of a sheen to it?
Yes, yep, I can
now,
see it.
if I can just see if I can separate this, that what we try to liken it to. Can you just see, if I put my hand behind it, can you just see that there?
Yeah, see it clearly.
It's like a little kind of like a plasticky layer.
Yeah.
You know when you get sticking plasters, and they've got that there's the little plasticky layer, kind of little grid.
Yeah.
It's very similar to that in look. And what that does is that secures all those fibres and stops them shifting around. So if you're doing a lot of stitching like we're doing there on that hair, then that layer of scrim is brilliant because it stops everything shifting around. So if you're doing either a lot of quilting, as in lots of separate lines, and you're doing them quite kind of intensely together, or you're doing free motion, then that batting with the scrim, really, really useful. So, I mean, a free motion feet, that's one that you're going to use all of the time. And you're going to be able to kind of create lots of different things with it. Oh, I've got a sample down here, I think, that we did last night. Hang on, stretching.
With free motion, there's absolutely no rules then, is there? You
no
just
rules
make
at
those
all.
decisions.
Absolutely no rules at all. So yesterday we were working on one of the quilt panels, and we used the free motion foot to actually write. We were sending a postcard to Paola's mum. So yeah, we were kind of using it to write and things. I mean, that's quite small, I would say, for writing, and you do need to take your time with it because it does look like a 3-year-old's done it.
But the free motion people's handwriting,
your opportunities in terms of creativity are limitless with a free motion foot.
I love it.
So I'm going to swap. Have I got time to do one more?
Yes,
yes, I have. Right, I'm going to swap again. So do you mind doing a number for a second?
That lady's screaming on the panel, all those needles in her head.
Have you seen that? Read the panel when you're done. I've just did it for my own amusement, really. Okay, that one's out. I'm going to swap over to a different one. So if you don't mind doing an update for me, that would be splendid.
Well, do you know what? Half the stock has gone on the feet, actually. Do you know, this is a must-have as far as I'm concerned. It really is. We've been very busy again this hour. There is another hour later with Hayley, but let's have another look at this. So we are looking at 32 different feet. There's no repeats in here. They're all different feet, all doing a different job. Some you might find 1 or 2 feet for quilting, but different reasons for using them for quilting as well. The adapter foot is the one at the top here that you can see. Individually, that is $9.99. That's the value of that. Let me just bring that box in again just to show you how this is all packaged. Oh, there's that adapter foot again. I keep forgetting that's there. This is great as a gift for someone as well because they come packaged so nicely. And, of course, you do get that adapter foot as an extra. You're also getting the guide in there as well, worth $9.99. And, of course, the stitchery as well, which, for me, is invaluable. Even if you're quite experienced as a sewist, is that the right word? Or a machinist, then I think this is well worth using this because it is a great reference guide. And you know, I've been able to sew for many years, but I've seen things today, and definitely feet today, that I didn't even know existed. So this has really opened up a whole new world. I think this is going to open up many opportunities for everybody with their stitching and their sewing. It's going to take the fear out of everything, I think, as well, because you've got that stitchery. If you want to give a go on there first, that reference guide, and have a practice, then you're going to think, do you know, now I can see how this certain stitch is going to work on a project that got planned, maybe the cording across the top of a bag or a pocket, things you may not even have thought of before. We are very busy out there, I've got to tell you as well, so don't miss out on this bundle. 146186 is the item number. You can spread the cost because we've still got the Flextravaganza event running. So 2 payments of $19.99, that's all it is, $19.99 today. Of course, if you're not a Freedom member, you've got your postage, but you know what, very affordable indeed. You start looking at the cost of feet individually, and I think you'll be quite shocked at how expensive they are. I know I looked at a replacement foot I bought a second-hand machine before I bought my new one, and there was a foot missing. And it was a well-known brand machine, and I did look for that branded foot, and it was £30 just for the foot. That's how much and I didn't buy it. I thought, no, I'm going to manage without it. So that is another reason why I'm looking at this thinking,
this is the thing, there's a foot for kind of every job in here.
Yeah.
And once you kind of get into it, I mean, we've gone through a lot of the more decorative ones now. There are some really practical ones, you know, for things like turning up trousers and things like that. There's some really practical ones in there as well. So the next 3 I've kind of grouped together. These are all your applique and satin stitch feet. Okay, so this one here, this is your well, it's called a satin stitch foot, but it's brilliant for all your decorative stitches as well. It's completely clear, so you can see where you're going and what you're doing. But I don't know if you can see, if I just tilt it up a little bit there's a little channel in the base of it. Can you see that? There's a little kind of...
start to make that out.
Yeah, there's a little channel in the base of it. And that's when you're using your decorative stitches, that it allows what is coming out the back of the machine, so what you have already stitched, to travel underneath it. Because we'll have all had this with a normal flat foot, and you've tried to do some fancy stitching, and it keeps getting caught.
Yeah.
Now that's what that channel is there for, and it's allowed it to slide underneath. You've got that same channel in both of these 2 as well, and these 2 are your applique feet. So you can see there's a completely open toe at the front there. So you can see where you're going, and then you've got the even wider open toe as well. So these are brilliant for your decorative stitches. What I'll do is I'll start with this one. I'll start with the satin stitch foot, and then we'll try a couple of these ones as well, so you can see the difference. So,
lovely stuff.
Again, we're just going to line it up underneath, and then drop it. Ping. Oh, why won't you ping today?
You changed that tension again, Hayley, when you were doing the free motion, I think. You did twiddle that top.
This one?
Yeah.
You mean to push it back down? Yes, because I didn't drop my feed dogs, so I did do that. Now, for some reason, this one will not go on. Oh.
I think it was just
Is it me?
I think it was just the tension. I think it was just the tension thing and maybe not lined up quite right.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Right. Okay, so let's pop that under there. And I've got it set to just a decorative stitch. There's quite a few on this machine, and I should have hand turned that first.
Do you know, I was
before I set that away.
I've been paying attention.
I should have hand turned that first. But I mean, this one isn't too dense, but I will switch it to another one that's a bit more of a dense stitch. But you can see how easy, I mean, I've got no hands, hands-free. But you can see it's moving back and forward, and because it's moving back and forward and it's got that gap underneath the foot, it's allowing it to slide through really, really nice and easily.
loving that honeycomb
So
stitch.
let me
Hayley,
switch
quick
it to
question.
something that's a little bit more dense.
Okay, can I just ask, why is that foot plastic and clear? Is it
So you can
because
see
there's
where
less
you're
weight going and just to sit right?
See where you're going. It's as simple as that. And you can see that one, this one's a little more dense because it's got a little leaf on it that it actually kind of satin stitches in.
Yeah.
So this is where the satin stitch foot comes into its own, where it's got that little bit of travel space underneath, so it allows those stitches to come out nice and easily. So the next one we'll go for, we're not going to have time to do both the open toe feet, I think. So what I'll do is I'll skip the normal open toe, and we'll just go with the big one.
Okay.
Okay. So let me
as you're changing that, I'm going to let everybody know 2/3 of the stock has gone on the bundle. Save one for me, please. What time's your next show, Hayley?
2.
2 o'clock. So remember, back at 2 o'clock
with,
as well.
feet and some different stationaries, which
Wonderful.
are designed to kind of teach you things with your machine.
Yeah.
And then I've got 5 o'clock diamond dots.
Oh, busy day for Hayley today then.
It's been a
very
busy weekend, Catherine. Been in since Saturday.
Yeah, you were here yesterday. I noticed I was as well.
I saw you with your Dremel. We heard you with your Dremel,
Did
actually.
you? Oh, I love the Dremel. I love the Dremel.
We heard
back
you.
in March with that, I can't wait.
She was
yeah.
miles away. And all you could hear was... Okay, so I've got the large open toe applique foot on, and obviously applique, usually you're going to be, using fusible webbing, cutting out bits, sticking them on, and then running around them maybe with a satin stitch. But this is actually absolutely fantastic for satin stitching as well. So I'm just going to put it onto satin stitch on this machine, and then let it go, because what we're going to do is we're going to start by... It obviously is a little bit slower because it's stitching quite closely together. So we're going to let it go, and then we're going to just be able to change the width as we go. And because we've got complete vision there, because that toe is open, I've got the tension off a little. See how it's just buckling a little bit there? That's because my tension's not right. And then I can take it back in. Oh, I should have sorted my tension out first. You can see how it's pinching that fabric in.
Yeah,
that's what's causing it.
See how the foot's working and the abilities it's got there.
And it's disappearing under the foot because it's got that channel. It's not buckling up. Because sometimes, especially with satin stitching, if you're not careful and you've got quite a hefty bit like that, it can kind of bunch up under your foot and snag up.
Yeah. You know,
I think
Hayley,
I'm running
a
out.
lot
That
of us-
sounds like I'm running out of thread.
A lot of us have had these machines with fancy stitches and barely ever used them. We're not quite sure. But I think with these feet, you're definitely going to use the stitches on your machine more.
Yes, and by doing that, by kind of graduating the size of the stitch, you can kind of create little leaves and things like that. I mean, that's just kind of random, looks like, when you get those audio recordings, sound waves, that's what that kind of looks like. But if you do it more precisely, so let's try doing it a bit more precisely than randomly just smashing stuff in. Right, so we'll start out little, we'll make it a bit bigger, and then we'll step it back a couple.
In some machines, you can program the stitch to change automatically as well, can't you? So,
yeah.
But again, this is going to be
But
very useful with that foot.
if it's not black and it's green, then you can create yourself little leaves.
That almost looks like a spade on a card as well.
Or a spade on a card, that's fine too. But the beauty of it is you can see what you're doing, and that's what all of these feet are about. It's about allowing the space underneath the feet to be able to have those thicker stitches to travel underneath, and it also allows you the visibility to see what you're doing.
Wonderful stuff. So
that's
how many
another
feet have we
3.
looked at now then?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got
done
time for
10
another one.
out of 32.
I've got 3.5
you need more
minutes.
than another hour.
Bring it on. Right, hang on. I'm going to go
Can we manage
with
one more in minutes?
this one because it's going to be easy.
We're
so
not going to do
this
all
one,
32 though, are we,
actually,
this
I'm going to
hour?
go 2. I'm going to go this one and this one. Right.
Oh, wow.
These ones are more specialist feet. So these ones are more about the type of fabric that you're going to use. So this one, I'm going to go do this one first. This one is your roller foot. So you can see on the back, you've got a little roller there. and you've got 2 little rollers at the top. This is almost like having a mini walking foot. So a
Yes.
walking foot, what that does is it allows the fabric on the top, it kind of gives feed dogs to the fabric on the top. So
Yeah.
the top fabric and the bottom fabric move through at exactly the same time. And that's beneficial when you've got slippy fabrics. But this, for sewing onto, for sewing onto leather, for sewing onto any of the sticky fabrics, like your PVC.
Oh, yeah.
That sometimes you want to get through, and you put it through and it just grabs that metal foot.
That's another
and
foot
then
I've never ever seen, Hayley,
you're
before.
stuck. This is perfect for leather, for
Brilliant.
PVC, for any of your really kind of sticky fabrics. This is a perfect one. And then the other one you've got is your Teflon foot, and again, this is one of your kind of non-stick feet. So those grippy fabrics, grippy and slippy, these are perfect for.
And of course, Teflon, it's Teflon for
Non-stick.
a purpose.
Yep,
non-stick.
non-stick.
There. Yeah. So everything absolutely thought about, this really does open up those opportunities, doesn't it? Different stitches. Do you know, we've got big queues on the phone line as well.
Have I got time to do another one?
I'm
sorry.
A minute and a half.
Minute and a half, okay.
Just as you're setting that up.
This one, I'll go and get something to use this properly in the next hour, but I'll show you it now. This one is your beading foot. So your beading foot, you can see it's got a huge channel in the bottom of there. So if you've got things like your baker's twine that's quite chunky, which I might have some, but it's over there, that's quite chunky, and you want to cord that on. So any of you, we did the cording foot earlier, and there was 3 little ones. If you want to put chunkier things on, or strings of beads, then this is the perfect one to use.
Something like a fine military braid, something like that, would that work?
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll see what we can dig out, because I know we've not got a huge amount of time now, but I will see what we can dig out for the next hour, and we'll see if we can get that one on. And then I've got a lot of the more practical feet to show you in the next hour as well.
Wonderful. Well, we've been very, very busy. About 80% of the stock has gone. There is another hour at 2 o'clock. We will see the feet again. Will it sell out before then? Who knows? Let's have a look at that price one last time. £39.97, £15 saving, 146,186. I am going to urge you to go to the website or use the app. We've got about 8 minutes queuing time on the phone at the moment. Busy up there at the call centre. Everybody wants these. Will we have the stock? Who knows? We may not. We shall see. So come back at 2 o'clock, but make the most of this kit. As I've said earlier, even if you've got the odd foot already in your stash, I've seen feet here already, and we've only done about 10, 11, maybe 12 feet that I have never, ever seen before. Hayley, thank you so much. That's been a real education there as well.
I've only got through a third of them.
Yeah.
We're going to have a busy time.
You certainly are. Do look at what else we've got on the website as well, though. Keep shopping. Stay with us, though. Much more to come. Tando's coming up with Janice. See you very soon. Menu coming up. I did like that hour. Coming up next, we've got Tando Creative, and then, of course, we've got Heartfelt 2020 Favourites. That's the one-day special. And then we're back with Julie and Sentimentally Yours. Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock, and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child, and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leonie Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Abs from Orange Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows on Hochanda.
Free Spirit is the home of some of the biggest names in designer quilting fabrics, like Kay Fassett, Tula Pink and William Morris, and have been proud to supply Hochanda for the last 12 months. Join us on Thursday the 14th of January at 6 PM for the Free Spirit First Anniversary One-Day Special.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, good morning. I hope you're well. I finally made it, got stuck in traffic this morning, so thanks to the team for sorting out the first few hours of Hochanda. It's a bit touch and go, but I got here and I'm so happy that I'm doing this show with Di. How are you, Di?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good now actually, because I can see what's coming up in the show, and we have got some brilliant bargains for you and also some great projects for you to start, complete and then continue making at home. And by that, I mean we've got a template for you and we've got some grey board. This is a great little kit because it's something that's going to keep on giving.
Yeah, definitely. I mean the templates you just use again and again and again. And I think the books that you can make with them are just so cute, to be honest. They really are.
Now this is something that you could make as a little memory book, for example, at home. They open up beautifully, but also you can fold them flat as well. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, yeah. I think they just work so well, to be honest. And you've got so much scope to do so many things with them, which I think is really good.
Now in this particular book we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 inserts. Can you have more if you want to?
Yeah, basically if you were to have 3 in there, it would open out so everything would sit flat. because of the angle that we've done everything.
Yes.
But you can add more, as you said, that one has got 4, and then if you want to add a spine, which is the sample that you've got to your right, you can put quite a lot in there. I think there must be about sort of 6, I think, inserts in there.
That is amazing. And look, that will go all the way around as well, so you can open it up. It reminds me, what were those little fortune folding playthings when you were at school?
Oh, yes, I know what you mean.
Like a little fortune teller. Yeah. Something like that. I mean, I think it's absolutely lovely. Yes, you used to choose a number and a colour. It's a fantastic idea. And with the addition of that spine as well, you do get that included, by the way, in the project. You could line those up and you could have different features in different books if you wanted to. Is it easy to put together, Di?
Very easy, yes. Very, very easy.
And we're going to have a demonstration later on in the show. It could be the first demo that we're looking at. £10.99. What a fabulous price. 994543 is your item number, but 40% of the stock has gone. So you get your initial spines and covers. And you could also use card after this to continue, but the main thing is you do have those templates, which means you can continue making and creating. And you've also got the opportunity to make little tiny ones as well. I think it's a fabulous idea. Something new for the new year. 994543 is your item number. We've got some more projects for you here on the show. We've got some plaques. Now, Di, this isn't MDF, it's grey board. So what's the difference and what's the advantages of using grey board?
Grey board isn't solid like MDF, which means that you can actually run it through an embossing folder.
Okay.
And you can also distress the edges with a knife. You can carve it back and things like that and do different techniques that way. So it has its advantages there. But the grey board is actually still 2.25 millimetres thick, so it's a good sturdy board anyway, and it'll still take all your mediums. You can triple emboss on it and various things like that. It doesn't mind the heat, so you can do pretty much the same as you can on an MDF, but you have the advantage of being able to emboss it and distress it.
Yeah, I love this. That looks fabulous. It looks like metal, but it's not. It's your grey board. £13.99. You get 12 assorted grey board plaques, but you also get these fantastic edges as well. Now, you can use them to hang your grey board plaques from. Which is a lovely way of using them. Nice and sturdy as well, as Di said. But you could also put them down the side as well on a project. If I just lean over, keep that in shot, if I just lean over, and you could have them down the side like hinges, which also looks fabulous. And if you like this butterfly, this is also coming up next on the show. £13.99, absolute bargain. 12 assorted grey board plaques, and it's top quality as well. 074 566 is your item number. Now, we've got some frames for you. Now, these are really handy, aren't they, Di, for all kinds of different projects?
I think so. I think frames are invaluable, really. Yeah. We use them for all sorts of things. And there's a good number of them there. And because you keep the innards in the board, you've got the innards that you can use as well. So they kind of double up, really.
Yes, yeah, you're getting more for your money, aren't you? Yeah. When you look at that. And I'm thinking, when they're all popped out, you do just literally just pop them out. They're very, very easy. You could use the framework as a template for something if you want, or a stencil.
You certainly can. I mean, they're obviously not going to last as long as a plastic stencil if you're going to be spraying inks and things, but certainly for drawing around, they'll last a long time for that.
£9.99, and you get both designs as well. You've got some lovely designs here with your squares that can work as frames, or you could actually layer them up and they could become your mixed media style artwork. It doesn't have to be a frame with something inside, as you've demonstrated on this sample. It just looks really cool as a raised area on your projects.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Love those. 837193 is your item number, £9.99. Now, we have some embellishments for you. Remember the butterfly that I showed you a few moments ago? Absolutely adore these. And as Di says, you can put these through an embossing folder as well. And I've got a lovely sample to show you in a moment that's actually been through an embossing
well, through as an embossed. How would you use it? Because you'd have to put it into a folder or use different plates.
That's it. You put it into a folder as normal.
Yes.
You do need to just play with your plates because you are putting a thicker material through. I recommend using a manual machine as opposed to an electric one.
Okay.
But people have done it with an electric one before, but that's not what I would personally recommend because you want the control. But you just literally get your plates right and then you just run it through the machine as normal, and it comes out obviously because the board can be pressed.
Yes,
it can be pressed into those various shapes.
Would you spray it first with water?
People do,
yeah,
but I regularly do it without doing that.
I think this is fabulous. I really do. It's a gorgeous design on there. You might have other designs. You might just want to paint your butterflies if you want to, but you've got 12 butterflies, 12 dragonflies, and 12 bees. You're getting all 3 sets for £16.99. That's 36 pieces. 371345 is your item number. If you do have any questions about how to use the grey board or any questions about anything that Di's going to show us, then please do email in. It's studio@hochanda.com, and as always, if you have any inspiration you want to share with anyone, email your pictures in as well. So Di, what are we going to have a look at first?
I'm going to demo the templates again. Because I think, you know, people would like to see how they work. I just wanted to say very quickly that with the bees and the bugs, we've got a little video online that Jan has done for us, which shows a really good way of popping them out of the grey board.
Oh, great.
So it's worth a look. It's on our YouTube channel.
Is there a certain way then to pop them out?
When things are like the frames, they're easy.
Yes.
They just pop out. But when you've got things with little antennae and wings, they're sometimes a little bit fiddly. And she's done a really, really good video which just shows you a really good way of doing it.
Superb.
So now the plastic templates. I did go through this in the first show, so I'll be sort of a little bit quicker on it this time. They work in pairs, so you've got your main part and your base part, and then what you can do if you want to create an inner pocket, you just use your next size down, and then you can create an inner pocket to go in, and that's what this small one is for, because that creates an inner pocket for your smallest one. I've done a video on YouTube which explains all of this, so they can reference that as well.
And these are made of, it's mylar, isn't it?
That's
so
right.
It's durable, it's going to last, they can use it again and again and again.
Absolutely, definitely, and it's 350 micron thick, so it's a good thickness.
Well, we're busy for it. Stock-wise, half the stock has already gone. If you want to get yours, the details are on the screen whilst I demonstrate. £10.99. You might want to buy one for a friend. And, of course, we're in the midst of our Flextravaganza event. So here's the thing, £5.50 today. That's all it is. Anything over £5 you can divide, I know it's great, isn't it, into 2 monthly interest-free payments. So just £5.50 today. We'll get you your template sent home. If you're a Freedom member, no P&P to pay either. And if you want to become a Freedom member, go and have a look at the details on our website. It's 88888. But this, 994-543, half the stock gone, already back to Di.
Okay, so I literally just draw around the pieces that I want. Actually, I haven't worked that out very well, but I've already pre-cut them. And then you just cut them out with scissors.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I did all this in the show earlier today, so I mean, anybody can rewind on that to see it closer. But this is them all cut out. And then what I want to do now is I want to actually do a little bit of decoration to them. So you need to fold these in half. They have got score lines if you're not happy about folding in half yourself, but you don't have to use them, that's up to you. And then these bottom ones here, these are the little flaps which are going to join the 2 pieces together. So I'm just going to fold that in half like that as well.
Now, have you cut into that, or are they folds that I can see? They're just folds, aren't they?
They're just, where you've got these inner ones, they are just your fold lines, and then you would cut around the outside only.
Perfect.
Okay, so now what I want to do is I'm just going to use some distress ink. Now, obviously, if you've got a glass mat, it's easy. You might have a proper mat to do your distressing like this. But if you haven't got something like that, you can actually use one of your templates. So you can pop that down like that, and that will give you the same the same thing. So you don't need to sort of think, oh, I can't use distress inks because I haven't got the right surface. Or you might be at an event when we can eventually go to an event.
Oh yeah, I was going to say one day, but maybe at the end of this year.
Maybe. Yeah. Let's
we'll
all
keep
hope.
hoping.
Yeah, we'll keep hoping.
I just want to get back down the football. I'm honest. One day.
One day we'll be allowed to. One day.
Yeah.
I'm desperate to get to the pub personally.
Oh, yeah, keep those businesses going.
Yeah.
And I bet if me and you went down the pub, yeah, we'd keep them going for quite some time. Although I am doing dry January at the moment.
Oh, are you? Oh, good for you.
I'm doing really well.
Oh, brilliant.
I've just stumbled one day, but that was it.
Oh, well, no, that's good. That's good.
Well, I stumbled 5 days in. So since then, no, it's, you know, this is what they tell you. You know, it will be hard. Not that I drink a lot, but you know, we all like to sit down and have a tipple of an evening, drink responsible.
Yeah.
Lee?
Yeah. No, I mean it's. Well, I admire anybody that can do dry January. I don't think I can go that long.
Yeah, you can go back into it. They allow you to, you know, what I'm going to do. I don't know who they are. They live in a forest somewhere. But what I will do is take that day and put it on to the end.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah, definitely a good idea. Okay, so I'm just using the distress inks just around the edges like this. And then because it's going to fold up, you're going to see the underside. So I'm just going to put a little bit of distress ink on there as well. Obviously, if you're doing this yourself, you can take a lot more care than I am. And make sure your fingers are clean so you don't get finger marks everywhere.
Now, what card would you recommend or not recommend using for this project die?
Actually, you can use pretty much anything.
Can you? So even paper that's like 120 GSM?
You could do, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the thinner the paper, the more kind of wobbly it's going to be if you're going to put pockets inside and things.
Yes.
But yes, there's absolutely no reason why you can't use that. They're not big pieces, so it would work. But you can use your scrapbooking papers, and if you use double-sided papers, obviously you'll see both sides when it folds up. But there's lots of different ways you can use them.
I was thinking, you've got a design here, paper on paper,
yes.
If you can see, that's created two little pockets. So think beyond just opening it up and maybe pop some little pockets on there, and then you could pick those out. There could be little sentiments in there, little pieces of inspiration to keep you on your journey, like dry January.
Yeah.
Keep going. It's such a lovely idea, it really is, and I don't think I've ever seen anything like it, really. So it's a lovely little project to have. 3/4 of the stock has gone. I'm thinking maybe make little faces in there, like little animals, like 2 eyes. So for younger members of the family, if not older members of the family, and then you can open it up, and it could be like a frog. And then you could open it up, and then that could be a teddy bear, and you could have information about the animal at the bottom. Just little ideas that we're coming up with these. I think they're lovely die.
Yeah, I think there's so many things that you could do, to be honest. Right, I'm going to do some stamping. Now, I like actually using rubber stamps because you don't actually have to put them on an acrylic block. You can use just a part of them.
Okay.
This one is a chocolate baroque stamp. I love chocolate baroque stamps.
Yeah, oh, they're fantastic.
And I'm just going to add a little bit of stamping, kind of random, in the area where I haven't actually put any of the distress ink.
I think the little MDF butterflies and bees and dragonflies would fit really nice into these books as well. I've just picked up a little bee that was down there, and that would be really nice because that would fold away and close, and the bees could be in there and the little creatures.
Yes, definitely. I think in the very colourful sample, I think Celia's put some little bees and things inside.
Yeah, let me pick this one up and show you. There you go. It's like the sign-in book for the Bug Hotel. When you open it up, that'll be room number 302. And then you just turn that, and I've got a little bug hotel in the garden. Oh, this is lovely.
They are, aren't they? And that's a lovely sample that Celia's done.
I'll pop that down there. Some bugs aren't invited, though. No, they are. It's down the bottom of the garden. I won't see it, you know. You have to do your thing, but ooh, I'm not the chambermaid for that hotel, let's put it that way.
Okay, so what I'm going to do next, just to kind of edge it, I'm not going to do the whole thing because I've actually done a finished one, which you can see. But all I'm going to do around the edge is just a little bit of random kind of doodling. And you don't need to be perfect with this, you know. It really is random. In fact, the more random it is, the better.
Yes.
Because then you're not worrying about things, you know, your lines not being the right distance apart and that kind of thing. You want to purposely make it a little bit wibbly wobbly. As I always like to say to people, just embrace your wonkiness. So, and then we can put some more in this one.
I was thinking this would be a really nice idea, Di, for a special birthday, like an 18th or a 40th or an anniversary. You could put little pictures on each of the pages as you flick through.
You could.
There's so much you can do with this. It's such a clever idea, and we're very, very busy for it. We're now limited stock, Di. Limited stock, very, very busy. I think you're seeing the versatility and the different projects that you can make with this, and the price. Di, this is a sensational price for something that people can use again and again and again.
Yeah, no,
it really
absolutely.
is.
No, we like to try and help people out.
Yes, well, you are, very much so. And don't forget, everyone, along with the templates, you do get the grey board to start to design. Well, you can design 1, 2, 3 books from that, because you've got the 3 spines and the 3 different size hard covers as well. But of course, continue using the templates with more card, more papers, but that's just to get you started. So you're making 3 from the start of your projects, but limited stock, everyone. 994543 is your item number. So the next few people that get those into the basket, please do check out to make sure you don't miss out.
So I've put a line of glue down each of those tabs there, okay, and then what you do is you are going to slot that in to there. So everything matches up down the bottom.
We've just gone and sold out.
Oh.
We've just gone and sold out, but we're going to see what we can do, see if we can get you some more on extended stock. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we can. Can we use double-sided tape, red liner tape?
You can.
Great.
Yeah. The only reason I tend not to is because I don't trust myself. I like to have the flexibility of being able to wobble things around.
Yes. Yeah.
And literally, you stick that on, and it's as simple as that. That is the basis of the page there, like that.
You know, even that die, you could put that inside a regular card.
Yes.
You don't have to make a book. That would be really nice, just in like a little fold out in a regular card, and then you're making pop-ups or pop-outs, as it were, for your cards.
Yes, absolutely.
It just gets better.
Yeah.
I just need to tell everyone at home it's going to be dispatched from the 18th of January, so you can still get it. So get back on the phones, head onto the website and do pop these into your basket. Only £5.50 today if you want it. Remember, you're making 3 books to start with, but then you've got the templates to continue making and creating. It doesn't just have to be for the journals. You could also make little pop-outs for cards as well, so you can use them individually. So sorry for the interruptions, Di.
No, that's fine.
It's good news that we've got some back for everyone.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Now, what I've done is I've run a little line of glue along the bottom here, which is the slightly smaller one I did, and that would now sit in there at the bottom, like that. And because you've only put the glue along the bottom, you've now created your little pockets there that you can put your tags in. As I mentioned in the show this morning, what you can also do, if you don't want to glue those in as an alternative, you could make a few of these the same size.
Yes.
Then you would just run a little bit of stitching up there, and then you've got a little book inside.
That's a good idea. So you open it up, and then you've got the little
your little pages.
mini book inside.
Yeah. So there's just another way that you can use them.
I wonder how. I wonder if we sat down for the next half an hour, I wonder how many different ways we could think of using this particular template. There's so many uses. If we've not mentioned one yet, you're sitting at home thinking, that'd be a really good idea, please let us know, because it's about sharing that inspiration. It's a fabulous idea and something different, isn't it? Heading into the new year, towards the spring, something that you can use all year round. It might be, and I'm going to ask the question, if somebody was to make, create and sell with this, is that going to be all right?
That's fine, yes.
Yeah.
Wow, so think about all those online areas, those little shops that you can go to. You can start to make your memory books, your inspiration books, your diaries from these as well, and little mini journals. It's a fabulous idea. You could actually start to make money from it just by investing £10.99 today, or £5.50 today, and then £5.50 in a month's time. Take advantage of Flextravaganza, which ends on the 15th, which is 4 days' time. 4 days' time, Thursday. Yeah, it's a bargain.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, these are 3 that I've already done, so you can see they've been doodled all the way around, and they're already put together. And then you do, literally, you can just stick all those together like that, which I will show you in a little while. But because of the angle that we've done them, you'll see that if they're all opened out, they make a perfect circle.
Yeah.
So when you've got your covers on, they open out nice and flat.
Yeah.
Like that. If you use 3.
We've come up with another idea.
Yeah.
If you were to add more, let's say go to double what you've done there, and then fan it out again, put that underneath. You've made one of those big ball Christmas decorations.
That's true.
So there's another idea.
Yeah.
There's another idea.
Yeah.
I like this. How many ideas we can come up with? Email in studio@hochanda.com. Lots and lots of different ideas for you. So, very busy. It's back on extended dispatch. Not extended. Yeah, it's extended stock on extended dispatch delivery. I was in that car for a very long time this morning. Take a breath, Janice, everything's fine. Nearly a quarter of the extended stock has gone. We're getting very, very busy. Do you know what? It's something just to have, isn't it? When you have those moments where you've done one project, you're thinking about another project, but you still want to keep crafting, this could be the ideal gift for you. 994543 is your item number. It's absolutely fantastic. We've come up with a plethora of ideas to use this for, but in the beginning you've got the hardcovers and the spines to start making three different sizes that you can make instantly, because you've got the hard back covers to use for that. And then the rest, well, the rest is down to you. And how exciting is it going to be? It's a great price at £10.99. Remember, you can just pay £5.50 today. But we do have some other items on the show. And we also have some great 7-day savers if you want to check those out. We've got some great card available for you. Check those out, add those to your basket. And we also have some brilliant grey board for you that would work in conjunction with your templates. We've got some plaques for you. A great addition to your crafty stash at £13.99. That's 12 projects. 12 projects for you. And if I show you that, you could use your plaque with, what are we calling these die? They're like brackets, hinges.
Hinge and brackets?
That's, well, I was going to say you're describing you and me, but I think it's just me you were describing there. I'm both hinge and bracket today. Story of my life.
I just called them plaques.
Yes.
But then I'm not very imaginative when it comes to names.
Well, they could be like a clock. They could be hands of a clock.
They could be, yeah.
But the plaques are great. Yes, lampposts, or if you cut those in half. Oh, we've come up with lots of ideas today. Cut that in half, it's like a chess piece.
Yes.
Like the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, oh yes, I was well into that, I have to say.
Yes, very good. Or it could be like a little wand or ceremonial something or other. Anywho's, we've got those plaques for you in the different designs and different sizes as well. £13.99. Someone called it a mace, a ceremonial mace. Don't know. I will look it up afterwards. We shall look it up and let you know. So that's great value for money, £13.99. That's 12 projects for you there. Or you could divide them all up individually and you've got a whole heap of different projects for you right there. Your item number 074566. Remember, you can split the cost of everything into 2 interest-free payments if you want to. Right, so we've got frames for you to keep you in the frame. And these are fabulous. These are also grey board as well, so you can put these through your embossing folders if you want to. You can throw all your mediums at them, and you could put little pictures in them. You could just frame different pieces of artwork on your backing papers if you want to, just highlight something. Or you could use them on a project like like dies done on this particular book cover, and just have it as a shape, as a pattern, for example, to build up your design. £9.99. You get both boards included in that. I've not actually counted the frames. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, there's 8 on that sheet there, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, there's a lot on that one. There's a lot on that one as well. £9.99, 837 193 is your item number. And now we've got the embellishments. Love these, the butterflies, the dragonflies and the bees. Bees and butterflies and they're really popular when it comes to crafting and designs. And I wonder why. I wonder why crafters chose the butterfly, the dragonfly and the bee as their go-to bugs.
They seem to be really in at the moment. A lot of people seem to be using bugs.
Yeah. Very popular.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it used to be very much a butterfly thing, but I think now people are wanting to branch out.
I think people are thinking about nature, looking after nature as well, and going out into their gardens. We spent a lot of time in our gardens last year. So these are highlighted to us as we perhaps sit down and think about our crafty projects.
Yeah.
But they also look good, and I think butterflies, bees and dragonflies, they say something, don't they?
I think so.
Something magical, mythical, or like in memory, for example, especially butterflies.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, I think actually they do add so much, I think. You know, I don't know, perhaps there's something about wings.
Maybe, yeah. About lifting up and flying away.
Yeah.
Or
evolution.
Good, wouldn't it? Not evolution. What's the word when a butterfly goes, when a caterpillar turns into a butterfly? Like the catalyst.
There is a word for it.
There is a word. It's not the transformation. It's, I'm sure you're shouting it at home. It's when it evolves. It's when it turns into, I can't think of the word. When it does that thing.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. They're great, and they're grey board. 371345 is your item number. £16.99. Not metamorphosis. It's another word. I can't think of it. Anyway, £16.99. You get 12 on each of the boards. I know it is metamorphosis, but there's another word that means the transition that you can apply to your crafting projects. I'll have a think about it whilst we head over to Di. Oh, sorry, we've got some other items for you. All right, stop your thinking, Janice. Now get back into... Right, we've got the ring binders. Yes, these are really good, aren't they?
They are.
And these would be really good with bugs.
They are. They do work really well with the bugs. Definitely.
I love the engineering that's in those because you don't have to do any cutting out. You've got that engineering of... These are MDF, aren't they?
They're grey board.
These are grey board.
Yeah.
But it's the cutting into the spine that makes them turn so easily.
Yeah, it's called a living hinge spine.
That's it.
Yeah.
Living hinge.
And the beauty of them is that you can bend them backwards and forwards, which is rather nice.
Love that.
Yeah.
£9.99 if you want to go for those. Again, excellent value for money. We've also got some more templates for you. And these will create your pages for you. Now, with the templates, Di, do you get instructions as well?
I have done a huge amount of YouTube videos on them. So on our channel, I go through every single one of them and how you use it. So there's lots and lots of inspiration there.
Excellent, excellent, love that. And again, you can use them again and again and again. £17.99, 846682 is your item number there. Something else that's very busy, and as soon as I saw these in the studio, I was like, oh my word. Your jigsaw puzzles. You can make them into jigsaw puzzles as well. £10.99. So you get your back plate and your book with 2 mini jigsaws in there.
Yeah, that's it.
And it's £10.99. So it's a great way of doing something a little bit different. You can take the pieces out individually, I guess.
Yes, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used the pieces individually as embellishments and things, not necessarily as a complete jigsaw. So there's lots of things you can do with them.
Yeah, you certainly can. There's something about jigsaws. If you take away a piece, for example, you could wrap a present for somebody, and that could be the final piece to the jigsaw.
Could be.
Oh, maybe you're proposing. That could be a picture of the ring.
Yeah.
The final piece to the puzzle of your life that will now be. £10.99, 058404 is your item number. I've been ordained, I have to get all ordainy. Do we get the large one as well?
Yes.
Yes, so again, you've got the larger jigsaw puzzles too. So lots of pieces in there that you can bring together, or you can divide up and use as embellishments. Great price, 058404. We are getting busy for those, actually. Right, something else that we're busy is one of the 7-day savers. Now, oh my word, this... Yeah, I didn't think we'd get any more of these back, so this is good news. We sold out of these yesterday. I think we sold out in about an hour. It was incredible. £11.99, but can you see the saving? Just under where it says 7-day saver, have a look at that. You're saving over £115. That is an incredible deal for 100 pieces. Joshua Thomas, 12 by 12 centimetres. Those are your fabric swatches. It's going to be dispatched on the 13th of January, so it's only in a couple of days' time, but it's an absolute bargain. Oh my word, 100 pieces. You can make a quilt out of all of that with your other pieces added to it. 378179, so good news there. Right. Let's go to Di. I'll have a think about that butterfly thing.
Yeah. I'm going to try and do a relatively quick demonstration on the plaques. Okay. So all I've done is I've got 2 of the plaques, one of each size, and I've literally just put some cream chalk paint on there.
Okay.
That's all. You don't need to pre-gesso. If you've got opaque chalk paint or acrylic paint, that will go straight on without any problem. And then I've just got some colours and I'm using some clean water, and I just want to do a couple of kind of pale washes.
Now, why have you, can I ask why you've used chalk paint rather than gesso? Lots of people use gesso, don't they, as their first base layer. You hear that name quite a lot. Gesso, black gesso, white gesso, clear gesso as well.
Yeah.
So you're using chalk paint.
Chalk paint's just got lots of different colours.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. If you want a slightly different colour base, rather than mix a colour with your gesso, just use a chalk paint.
Just go straight on with the chalk paint.
And to be honest, it's a similar sort of product, really.
Yes, yeah.
So you still get your matte finish and everything with it. So I'm literally just going to splosh a bit of colour on. I'm not going to be too precious about it. And then we'll get a little bit of orange, a little bit more water.
The word I was thinking of was transformation.
Is that what it is?
That was it. It was just after all that, I know. I did say it wasn't, but I've just had a moment to myself, and I've thought transformation. Yeah.
This one we're going to do in a slightly different.
See, that's
colour.
a really cool effect there. So that's just with.
That's literally just with water and paint, and you just brush that down the edge. It's better if you've already got some wetness on there. If we put a little bit of wetness on, and then you can literally just run your paint down the edge.
I like that.
And that becomes a little bit random.
Is that because of the chalkiness of the paint underneath, or would that happen anyway?
It would happen anyway, yeah, because what you're doing is it's fairly highly pigmented, actually. These are the Deco Art paints, which are quite highly pigmented. But if you've already got a wet area, and then you kind of just push your paintbrush against the edge, you can get these drips and things like that all around.
I like that.
So, yeah, it's quite a nice effect. I just need to dry these off, which may take a minute or two.
Okay. We've actually had queues on the phones for the duration of the hour. We're busy this morning. Do bear with us. We will get through all of your calls. They're working very hard to do so. An easy way to order, though, if you've not done so before, is the internet. You can go onto our website, hochanda.com, or you can go via the app. If you download the app to your devices, it's on the Google Store, it's also on the Google Play Store, it's also on the App Store for your Apple iPhones. It's free. Just download it. You can watch us. You can watch the rewind shows on there, and you can also buy on the app as well. Freedom members don't pay any P&P. If you want to be a Freedom member, then it's 888 in your basket, so you pay no P&P on anything you purchase. You could purchase something in this show, in the next show, something tomorrow, next week. You're not paying any P&P. So think about how many times you buy from us. Even if you're just buying the once, you're still going to save a little bit of money. So £5.97 is your Freedom price. You can cancel it after your month. Just let us know if you don't want to continue. But if you do like to stock up on your crafty items, then it's a good way to shop with us here at Hochanda. And we also have Flex Extravaganza running at the moment, where you can divide the cost of any purchase of £5 into 2 monthly payments, and they're interest-free as well. So are you dry now?
Yeah, I'm good. So what I'm doing is I'm just putting some pale blue and a little bit of white together.
Okay.
And I need a stencil brush, and I'm just going to grab myself this circle sort of stencil. And then what I want to do is I want to pick up a little bit of each colour, but I don't want to mix it too well. I want it a little bit patchy.
Okay.
And I'm just going to put a few of these little circles around the outside. Like that. Different sizes.
I guess you could use the flick you know when people flick their brushes?
I did that this morning.
Yeah,
actually.
I like that
Yeah,
effect.
I did a demo. That semicircular red and blue one has got flicked paint on
I
it.
love this. I'll show you in a moment. I've got it. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I love that effect. I love the colours that you've used on this sample with the red and the blue and the white. It looks really effective.
It goes quite well together. Isn't it
Yeah.
funny how sometimes you think colours are never going to go together,
I know.
and then you try it and you think, oh, actually.
I think that light blue and it's like a crimson red, isn't it?
Yes.
It's brilliant. I love it. I'd like a scarf like that.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, red and blue.
Okay, so I've put a few little random spots around, like that. I'll just pop that over to one side. And then I'll very, very quickly, it won't take long to dry this one, literally just a few seconds. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight it. So just enhance it with a pen.
So I've got a question for you.
Yeah?
So you're highlighting, sorry, you're using the dryer to dry the paint.
Yeah.
Does that change the way the paint dries ever? You know, because sometimes I'm very impatient, so I'd be using a dryer like this all the time. So would that distort or crackle or damage certain paints?
If you're using certain crackled mediums,
yeah.
Sometimes heat drying can stop them from crackling.
Ah.
So you need to read the instructions.
Okay.
If you've got fairly thick acrylic paint and you hold the dryer on the paint for sort of fairly constant, then it'll start to bubble.
Right.
Which in itself is not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
Because it just gives you another effect. But it's worth knowing,
Yeah.
if in case you don't want that effect.
Well, it's interesting because we see lots of demonstrators here at Hochanda using the drying technique. Yes, it's live television, but it's always interesting to know, because if you do something at home like that, and like you say, Di, if you keep the heat gun or your dryer over the paint too long and it crackles, you'll be disappointed, and we don't want that to happen.
That's right. Yeah, it's just a case of these type of effect that you want, really. That's the thing. But I think it's always worth getting a few scraps of board and things like that, and just having a little practice
Yeah.
and see what you like.
Are you an impatient crafter, Di? Do you like to do you like to move on to the next stage quickly?
Normally, I'm always crafting at 90 miles an hour because
yeah.
I've got other things I need to be doing. So yes, I am rather impatient, I have to say.
I just can't wait to see the finished project if I'm doing anything, so I get a little bit like gung-ho and go a bit too quick.
Yeah, I guess the trouble with me is I have a vision at the beginning, but it tends to change as I go along.
Yeah.
So what I thought of right at the start, it ends up nothing like that. Yeah. And sometimes I have to sort of just step back and think, oh, what do I do next?
Yes.
You know.
That's always a good thing to do. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And come back to your project.
So all I've done is I've actually, with a black pen, just gone round these and just highlighted them off a little bit. And then I'm going to do the same scribble effect that I did around the edge of those inner pages I did earlier. Of course, you really don't have to be perfect with this at all whatsoever. It actually looks better if it's a bit random.
It looks like background paper. It looks fantastic.
And very easy as well.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't done an awful lot to get to this stage. And the fact that you can just, you're not trying to be perfect with anything. It is just splashing a little bit of paint on and letting it flow and see how it comes out.
I do like this scribble. You know what you're doing now, Di? I think if anyone wants to do this at home, they've just got to not think about it and just go for it, haven't they?
Definitely,
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, definitely. And then as a little sort of finishing touch for this bit, I'm just going to just put a few white dots around, which you can either do with a Posca pen like this one, or you can do it on the back of your paintbrush. So if you've got a paintbrush, you can just, better with a smaller one, you can just dip it into your paint, the end of it, and then you can just make little marks like that, which is, it makes slightly bigger dots, but they are quite effective, I think.
Yeah.
They actually show up better than the pen, so.
And it's so satisfying when you do a background like you're doing it. Well, when you do anything, it's satisfying, isn't it? When you finish that project and you look back and you think, I did that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it is. I think it's nice to sit and just sort of. I think just to play really more than anything else. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm just going to add a little bit of stenciling on this one, which is in a kind of honeycomb style. I've lost my. Oh, there it is.
Okay. Now, whilst you're just doing that, Di, I just want to take a look at the plaques that we've got. This is what Di's using, and this comes in a bundle for you. So you've got the 2 different styles, and you've got different sizes as well. 12 assorted grey board plaques here. £13.99. 0745666 is your item number, and you also have the hinges, the frames, and you can also hang your plaques from them. I think that's lovely. I love the butterfly on this particular one. And we do have the butterflies in grey board if you want to go for those. They're also on the show. 0745666 is your item number, and that gets you your 2 different designs when it comes to the plaques. And if you want to double them up, then they're going to look perfect as well, because they're precision cut and their shapes are the same, if not smaller or bigger, depending on which way you go. So £13.99, or if you want to divide the cost of that into 2, it's just £7 today, and then £7 in a month's time. It's interest-free payments. Now, something that's been very, very busy, and we've brought back on extended delivery, dispatching on the 18th of January. 60% of the extended stock has gone. You've got your templates, but you also have your grey board covers and spines as well. And then you can start making some fabulous little books, little memory books. We've come up with lots of different ideas, actually. A special birthday, you can put people's pictures in there. It could be a memory book, so you could add little tags in there if you want to. Or it could be a little animal. When you pull that flap down, you've got little eyes and the mouth on there. So lots of different things that you can do with these templates. And you can put a large amount of pages in there. You could put a small amount of pages in there and make a smaller book if you want to. You could have them go all the way round and it folds flat, which is really cute. We love that. And we were thinking about putting one on the bottom here and then making a Christmas decoration. When you do decorate them, they look absolutely stunning, and this has been decorated with the bugs that we've got on the show. So if you want to go for those, they're also available as well. £10.99. If you wanted to make, create and sell, you can do. But these templates give you the opportunity to keep making. So it's fantastic, isn't it? You could have various books. It could be an insert to a card as well. So you could just have that part and place that into a card. So many things you can do with these templates, all at £10.99. 994 543 is your item number, or again you can divide the cost into 2 payments if you want to. Now, the 7-day save of fabric. Oh my word, I've got it here just to run through. Shall I place it just down the front? If I just move those to the side, you need to see these. These are gorgeous, gorgeous. I won't get through all of them because there are 100 of them. I know. These are gorgeous. These are Joshua Thomas swatches. Beautiful fabrics, got some different textures on there as well. But imagine just placing those together, adding fabric in between. You could start to make quilts, bags, for example. You could fold them into 2, and you can make your flying geese if you want to. You could pop these onto your grey board. You could pop them onto your projects. Look at that, look at that. That is fantastic. I love that one. You could even use some of your fabric dyes on here. Love the designs. Nice 60s style design there. And then you've got some really nice plain ones to go in between. So fancy, so designer. These are brilliant. They really are. Some nice chenille style finishes to them. Nice velvet style finishes to them as well. I mean, we could just keep going. You're getting 100 in total. The contents will vary. This is just giving you a nice idea of the style and the quality of the swatches. They're all not Pico cut. Is it Pico? Yeah, I think it's called Pico. I call it crocodile scissors. All the way around the outside. So you can cut that effect off if you want to, or you could give yourself a little what you call it, little hem across, and then you can just hide that if you want to. £11.99. They're going to be dispatched on the 13th of January. Now, we sold out once. 7 Day Savers launched yesterday, and I think, if I'm right, we had a show in the morning, and it just went crazy for these, and they sold out. But we have managed to get some more for you. £11.99. 378179 is your item number. You can see the other 7 Day Savers on the website. They're there. And while stocks last, of course, because some, as you can see, have already sold out. And if we can get any more in on extended delivery, then we do our very best. That's what we've done with the fabric. We've got some magazines for you, £13.97. And that's issue 190, 191 and 192. So 3 issues for you there. Bless you. We've also got some premium ivory card as well as your glue dots. And look at the 5-star reviews. 5-star reviews on those items. Right. Let's have a look at the plaques. Oh, we're going back to dye. Yes.
Okay. Right, so all I've done with this is I've obviously stenciled a little bit of the honeycomb shape on there, and I've done the same design around the outside as I did on the main plaque, and that is going to end up sitting on there like that. And then with this, I've painted it in black already, and then all I do with a pen, which I've already done along one side, is you just do a little dot dash along those little undulations, if you like, and that kind of gives it a little bit of extra, makes it look a little bit 3D, I guess.
Yeah, I like that.
Rather than just being completely flat. And then you can just highlight round the edge there.
Is that a Posca pen?
This is a Posca pen, yes. Yeah. And then that's going to be ready to go on there. Now, what I've done with the bee is on the body of the bee, I've put some texture sand paste, but anything that gives something a little bit of texture, a little bit of modelling paste or something like that. And then I'm going to pop some black paint on there, and I'm going to paint all of the actual top part in the black, like this. I'll do it fairly quickly. Another way you can cover these fairly quickly in colour is to just push them into your ink pads, and that tends to cover them quite well. So we'll just do that like that.
Just thinking maybe on the back of the wings, some of the fabric from that 7 Day Saver, we've got some really nice velvety style fabric.
That would look perfect.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And then what I'm going to do on the bit that goes underneath is I'm just going to get my brush, and I'm just going to mix a little bit of the blue and white that we were using earlier, which I'm going to just do on the wings there like that.
And what colour blue is that? It's a really nice blue.
Yeah, that blue is it's an Indian turquoise, and I've added a little bit of white to it.
I really like that.
And we'll put that on there like that. And then for his bottom, I'm just going to paint a little bit of this kind of deep yellow colour down here.
You know, with dandelions in the garden,
yeah,
most people pull them up because they think they're weeds, but they're a very, very good food source for bees.
Are they really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you should leave them. It's very good, especially earlier on, you know, when the other flowers and the pollen isn't there. It's very good. Very good for them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Have a little
at all.
dandelion patch if you can in your garden.
So what I'm going to do now, oh, that's it, there it is. Very, very quickly, it'll take me literally a few seconds just to dry those wings off.
I think we've got 5 minutes left on the show, Di, just to give you a little time check.
Oh, that's okay.
Is that okay?
Good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to take a crackle stamp and ink that up. And then, if I just get this there, I'm just going to, I just want to get it on the wing. I don't want to get it anywhere else. So there you can see the crackle stamp is just on the wing there.
Oh, I like that.
And then I'll do that on the other side. Like that. Pop that out the way.
If you had a script stamp, that would also look nice.
It would, yes, very much so.
To get that effect. Oh, look at that.
And that will go over like that. But before I put that onto there, I'm just going to pop a little bit of silver. I've got a bit of silver here on my finger, not a lot. Just where I put that texture sand paste, I just want to pick up some of that texture on there.
Oh. Because sometimes they have the pollen stuck to their legs and it gets on their little bottoms as well, doesn't it? As they fly around. It's so sweet. I love bees.
So that is like that. And then you can easily stick these together. It is just, hopefully my glue hasn't bunged itself up. It has a habit of doing that. No, that's fine. That's good. It was doing it to me all day yesterday.
Oh.
One of those things, isn't it?
You get days like that.
You do. And I've been told the best way to do it, Jan on our design team told me this, and to use blue tack. And I had some blue tack ready to put in the top.
Ah, well, just like some tack. Other tacks are available.
I think it's actually a bit of blue tack, I think, that you put in the top, and I think it stops it from drying the tube out.
Oh, or a pin.
Yeah, the pin makes the glue go brown. Because the pin rusts.
It goes rusty.
Yeah.
You don't want to put a rusty pin in. Mess everything up.
So that's the little bee done. We're going to glue this together.
And with grey board, any kind of glue?
I would recommend a decent PVA.
Okay.
Yeah, a decent PVA, or a wood glue is absolutely fine. So we'll put that on there like that. And then what we can also do at this stage, I haven't got any string to attach it, but at least I can show you how easy it is. You can easily punch holes in your grey board with a crocodile. It's very, very, very simple, or with a
hammer
standard
and nail. If you've got, I used to do that on my belt. Hammer and nail.
Yeah,
so we didn't
you
have
can.
those things. We couldn't afford them, so it was a hammer and nail in your belt.
And we can do the same on our little twirly thing, like that. And then you can easily then just thread your string through to make a hanger like this one.
Oh, that's lovely.
And then what I'll do, this is going to go on here like this.
Now we've got about a minute and a little bit left of the show, so do check out your baskets. This is an apt demo because we have been very busy across the board. We've had a sellout, but back on extended delivery. So if you want to, oh yeah, it's also been a great show because of the grey board. I'll thank Meg for that one, producer Meg.
Okay, I'm just literally, this is one of the little ovals out of the middle of the little oval frames.
Okay.
And all I'm just going to do is hand write on there.
Oh.
Or you can stamp, of course.
Oh, be happy. I love that. We've got 20 seconds left, so thanks for that, honey.
Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't being rude, just trying to make a joke. Di, it's been an absolute pleasure. I love working with you. You're so inspirational, and thank you for bringing all the items to us here at Hochanda. Hopefully we'll see Di again very, very soon. Do check out your baskets and make sure you get what you want. Thank you to Di, and we'll see you in a few moments. Right, heartfelt 2020 favourites one day special is coming up next. How exciting. Sentimentally yours after that, and then back to Craft Yourself Silly.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Good afternoon everyone. I cannot believe it's 12 o'clock already. Where's this morning disappeared? Well, we've got the one day special for you. Of course, this is the second hour of today's shows, and that means of course we've got Nikki here in the studio as well. So we're going to say good afternoon to Nikki. Looking
Good
lovely,
afternoon.
Nikki.
Thank you. I guess I thought I'd go a bit brighter
much
today.
Lovely. How are you doing?
Really well, thank you.
Wonderful. Busy show this morning.
Very busy show, yes.
Wow.
3 of our all-time floral favourites from 2020.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. It is like having 3 one-day specials for you. We've got some gorgeous, gorgeous samples to show you as well. Of course, demonstrations we've got to show as well. And everything dispatched from the 18th of January, so it's only a week to wait. This was brought forward as well, so Nikki's been very, very busy. Let's have a look what we've got. We're starting with the Wild Rose. Now, this is absolutely beautiful. This is a massive collection as well. So you can see it's a I Want It All collection. You are saving a whopping £47.59 on this if you're a Freedom member. Now, it is a why not deal. That means, of course, if you're not a Freedom member and you join for £5.97, you are still making further savings even after you've paid that monthly fee. And we can split this into 3 payments as well. 3 payments of £37.77, and you're getting everything that you're seeing here. Now, Nikki, tell us about this bundle, because you're getting an awful lot for your money, aren't you?
You are. So you've got your small Wild Rose stamp and coordinating die, which is that one there. And in there, you've actually got, I can't think how many sizes now. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, is it 5 sizes of the Wild Rose? So you
just
can
counting
create
on here. It
tiny
looks like
little
it, yeah.
buds, and then you can create dimensional roses by layering those petals up.
These are the actual stamps, so if we look at the different sizes, you can see there's more than one size on that particular stamp. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, there's 5 different sizes there.
And that's just in the small stamp.
Yes, yep, that's important to point out.
So then you have your coordinating die, as always, that Heartfelt give us to make it really, really easy to cut out those roses.
Lovely stuff.
Then you have the large Wild Rose. So in that one, you've got 2 of the large petals. So you've got the largest one and then the next size down. And then you've also got the leaf in there as well.
You have, which is very, very useful. I love to see foliage in with your flower heads. Beautiful.
Always
really
useful.
Good size there.
And every single foliage that Heartfelt bring out is different, and I love to mix and match them up as well.
Definitely. Don't just think of these as a Wild Rose.
So
it goes on,
just
doesn't it?
your stamps and dies.
Yeah. Well, we've another die in there, haven't we, as well?
We have. Then we've got the Treasured Heart gift box. This is absolutely beautiful, and it's a really nice size as well. So when Catherine lifts this one up, you can actually see. This is not a tiny little box. This is a nice size box. I'm thinking you could use it as a favour box, sort of like for wedding favours, maybe to put cupcakes in.
That's a good idea.
Handmade sweets, jewellery,
Isn't that gorgeous?
soaps, handmade soaps, any gift you like to put in there. Or you could put a little battery candle. Or, like this one that one of the design teams created, she's created a little basket with it. And even the handle is using the dies from that treasured gift box. Plus the flowers that she's used the Wild Rose flowers, but she's used the Heartfelt art foam that we do have on the show.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, so really, really pretty. But that's not all.
It isn't all. This is a die set to make the box or the basket, whatever you want to make there as well. We just turn that way so you can see it a little bit better. Absolutely gorgeous.
9 dies in total in there, and as I say, there's a lot of different ways that you can create that box
Definitely.
with. So hopefully we'll have time somewhere in the show to be able to show you a little bit more insight in
But
that.
it still keeps going because, of course, you've got paper pads in here, we've got the moulds in there, and we've even got the stamens, haven't we?
Yeah, and then we've got the stamens. Everything that you need to create your 3-dimensional roses. As I say, you've got your stamens in there as well. I think it's 126 individual stamens. Then you've got your 24 sheeted double-sided paper pad, and this one really is. Oh, it's just there, look, underneath your moulds. So this is really, really pretty. You may remember we launched this way back. This was one of the first of 2020, I do believe. We actually sold out on this on the ODS originally in the 3rd show. That's how popular this one was, and you can see why. The papers are absolutely stunning.
They certainly are. Do you know, I always like Heartfelt Creations papers. The colours are always beautiful. But I've got to say, this is probably one of my most favourite colour schemes.
I must say, All three, to be honest, that I've got on the show today are my go-to, but this is kind of my really, really go-to because I do love my pinks, but it's got like your dusky pinks in there, your bright pinks, your beautiful sage greens in there as well. Just 6x6s.
Gorgeous.
You may notice we have a cottage in here. Now, if you remember, I did launch the brand new collection last week with that cottage, and I did say we've got some fantastic collections next week that will coordinate beautifully with it.
They are. You've got that cottage featuring on quite a few of these pages. Again, you've got sort of the quartets in there. You've got the full backgrounds. You've got your labels. You've got your die cut elements as well. Because, of course, as usual with Heartfelt, Nikki, not only do you get the stamps to be able to stamp your own and colour how you wish, you do get those paper sheets in there as well that enables you to cut them straight out. Many of you do go for the extra paper pad as well. That's at the bottom of the screen there for you. But everything we've just seen, the paper pad, the dies, the stamps, the stamens, just as well, because I didn't pick them up, you can see it at the front there, but just to show you do get that mould as well with all those different sizes in, the large and the small. And when it comes to samples, we've seen some of the baskets there, but those beautiful flowers that you can create as well. They're so dimensional, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Absolutely
and so many
stunning.
different sizes, because you've got all the different sized petals. You can make larger ones, you can make smaller, sort of like little rosebuds in there as well. You can make Christmas roses with this.
Yeah, definitely.
Or you could just make delicate, beautiful little flowers. And those are actually made from the paper pad.
Are they? So you've got all those options. Do you know, I love that because it's very simple, just using the smallest out of the bunch as well. There we are then, 977100. We do have individuals as well. You can see those on the website. We've got other bundles as well that we can see on the website, of course, but we can see them live on the counter as well. And of course, we will get to Nikki with demonstration in a very short while. In fact, that's where we're going next, I believe. Look at the 5-star reviews as well. Do you know, if you've missed out on a collection, do not miss out on this one. Maybe you want to double up on the paper pads again. We have got lots to show you, so we are going to head over to Nikki for the first demonstration. I can see she's got her moulds ready to go as well, which is marvellous.
My moulds. So for this demonstration, I will be showing you 2 different ways that you can use the wild rose. Using my moulds, which are absolutely amazing. We was actually asked yesterday, and I'm glad I got you, if you could use polymer clay with the moulds. Now, I do know a few of my crafters that I've got in my group have actually used it before.
Okay.
But I've never used it. What is your thoughts on that,
My thoughts
Catherine?
would be, I wouldn't put polymer clay through a die cutting machine.
No.
I'd just use the 2 to press together, and
Yeah.
I would definitely dust the moulds out with something because you can't flex them to release the clay. So definitely do dust them out with something, a little bit of corn flour, or even if you don't mind using a little bit of vegetable oil in there, that will also help.
Okay.
If it's polymer clay that goes in the oven, I would say when you put the flowers, because they will create that beautiful design, you'll get all the detail in there, give them a little bit of support with some tin foil or something underneath, or sit them into a ring, you know, a metal ring or something like that, because when the heat gets to polymer clay, it will start to go flat, so you need to support them. But you can do it.
I'd like to have a go with, but we was asked yesterday, so I
Yeah.
can't remember the lady's name, but I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, give it a go. Just protect your moulds. That's
The
what I
mould.
would say with something.
Okay.
Air dry clay would also work very well. Again, dust the moulds
Yeah,
out.
definitely. Right, so we're going to be using paper today. I've already gone ahead and coloured my flowers. So I've done the front and the back. Because they are 3-dimensional, it is worth colouring the black back because you can actually see them once you've made them up. Now, as you can see, I've got both moulds out, so I'm going to be using all of my sizes. So on these ones, I'm going to put my image face down. I've got 2 of the medium, or the smallest of the large ones, and then I've got the next size. There it is. It is that one. It's a bit like a puzzle. And then in there, and then I'm using the smaller ones. So I'm going to put them in, and then I'm going to spritz them with water. And I did have a leaf here. There it is.
Just a very fine mist.
Got a leaf.
There.
It is a very fine mist. In actual fact, I think that's the dahlia leaf, not the... Would help if I had the right leaf. I've got so many flowers on the show, but you can see the difference. There we go. Get the right leaf this time. And that will fit in perfectly. You can actually put more than 1 layer in as well, so you could put 2 or 3 layers in each compartment, which again makes it really nice and easy and quick. And then at the top you've got your 2 feet on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand top corner, you've got the other foot, and that will fit in on top there absolutely perfectly. And then what I need to do now is put it the right way and pop it through my die cutting machine. So you will need a wide-mouthed die cutting machine. So if you have a thick plate like this that goes with your other cutting plates, you will probably be able to get your mould through it. If you're not 100% sure, just go onto the Heartfelt website, and there is an absolutely huge list with all the die cutting machines that you can work your moulds with.
And it will all... thinking about the polymer clay thing, I might have a little bit of clay somewhere in the back of my vehicle.
That would be nice.
I'm here all day. If I can find some in between shows, I'll see if I can give it a go.
That would be really
I won't
nice.
be able to bake it, but
we could put it through and just give it a go.
So you can see the effect.
Yeah, that would be good.
I can't promise. It depends if I can find some in the back of the van.
Okay.
So it's a bit like a black hole in there.
I can imagine, a bit like my craft room. So I'm going to put 2 sheets of paper, which I'm using as a shim, because the way the moulds work is like through pressure, a bit like your die cutting, but the more pressure you have, the better it will work. Now, because I'm using my A5, it's worth mentioning, when I put my top plate in, I want it just to go over that mould, because my mould is exactly the same size, and I had this problem last time. Sometimes it goes through absolutely perfectly. It just doesn't want to take that first bit going through, and it's not going to go through. Come on. There.
Maybe you need to lose the shim.
So just might have to lose the shim, but it does actually normally go through really easy. It's just live TV for me today. Absolutely live TV, and it doesn't want to go, but it will go. You watch, the next one will go through perfectly. It's just getting that, there we go. It's just making sure that you've got a part of that, the top or the bottom. I've actually got both now. Plates
you
just
get
going
kind of
through
a chamfered
first.
edge on the plate as well. You need that to go underneath
You
the
do.
roller.
You just need it to grab the roller. So that's the first one, and then this would be the second one. If you have an A4 die cutting machine, you could actually put both of them through together.
Oh, do you know?
Because you would lay them sort of...
and the pressure would be enough, because you...
It would be enough, yes, because at home I actually do very often, if I'm cutting out a lot, use my A4. But you saw that one went through perfectly.
And of course, we say this every time as well, Nikki, you know, it does depend on the individual machine as well. You can have the same brand machine, but the pressure can be different on each one.
Absolutely, which is why I always say, try without a shim first, and then if you think, oh, actually that went through really, really easy, try another one.
And start to build it, yeah.
But this is where the magic is, because these, look at this, okay?
I just love this. And it's like magic, because it's as though the paper's turned into card, because they're so rigid and they hold their shape so beautifully.
So if I show you the same size flower, that would help. Okay, this one has gone through. Can you see that?
Oh, yes.
Look at that, look. So can you see the dimension? There you go,
Yeah.
look at that. Then you've got the one that hasn't gone through the die cutting machine. Really easy. And there's the larger one, look. Just look at the detail in there now. Absolutely brilliant. So, what I'm going to do is just put those to one side a second, because I've already started with my first flower. So, these are the ones that I've made on previous shows.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Okay. So I've used the stamens that we've got on the show, but covered stamens in glitter. That one's not quite in the middle there. But you can see just 3 petals has made an absolutely beautiful flower. Slightly different, but the same petals. But with this one, what I want to do is make a bud. So I've gone for the smallest ones here. So what I've done is image face down, and then I've used my flower shaping tool, and I've brought that in even closer. So that will create my first part. Then I've done exactly the same to that one, and then so on until I get to my larger one.
Okay.
And what I did was kind of just bring my flower shaping tip all the way down each petal, and that kind of brings it together.
Yeah, you can see the petals curling inwards.
Okay, so you can see them curling in, but I haven't had to do any more shaping. So then I'm going to take my glue gun.
Which is pink, of course.
Oh, of course. Grubby, but pink, definitely pink. So I'm holding one petal with the tip of my thumb and fingers, and I'm popping a little bit of glue on the top of each of those petals, and basically all I'm doing is bringing those in, wrapping them around to...
They naturally fall into place.
They do,
quite
actually,
easily,
yeah.
don't they?
It's just the way that they fall in. So every single flower that I make is different.
Yeah.
Which is the same as what you'd get if it was growing in the garden, wouldn't it? No flower is exactly the same. Then I'm taking my next one, which is exactly the same size, popping that in the centre, and bringing this one up to cup around.
Now I can see
one.
why you had the detail face down as well.
So you can see the detail on the outer edge. Then we're going to the next size. So with this one, holding it again the same way, but this time I'm putting the glue just around the bottom and the centre of that petal, putting that down, trying to, when you're popping it on there, try and alternate the petals so they're going
again, just like
in
a real
between.
flower.
And then you can just keep going.
It builds quickly, doesn't it?
It does. As I say, the actual flower mould has taken the hard work out for me. Exactly the same principle on that one with the glue. So slowly, you can stop whenever you like. You can just carry on. With this one, I think what I'm going to do is put this one image faced up.
Okay.
And then that will finish off. So I could keep a bud if I wanted, the smaller one, or just keep building up. Or make a little flower with a little bud. And then you can just keep going. So I've got these other petals here.
And this is again how you can get so many different sizes
building it
from
up,
one
look.
set.
So this, I would say, is a little bit more like your traditional rose rather than the wild rose. Just pull those petals up.
Beautiful.
And that's the
Look at
small
that.
one. And then you can just keep adding it on and making it bigger if you want to.
Absolutely gorgeous. And you can see how firm that is. You know, it's going to hold its shape beautifully.
Definitely.
If you were just to die cut out, and then even if with your flower shaping tools, you will still find they will go quite flat. But with the moulds themselves, just amazing results. And of course, you are getting a couple of those moulds in this kit as well. It is the I Want It All collection. Just to quickly go through it again, of course, you're getting the paper pad in there. The 24 sheets, you've got 12 different designs, 2 of each. They're absolutely gorgeous. You're getting the smaller rows with the stamps and the dies as well. Of course, they correspond beautifully, so you can cut everything out perfectly. Then you've got the larger wild rose there as well. Don't forget that box, that beautiful box there. You're going to use that so many times over, I'm sure. There you can see the 2 different moulds. You've got the larger and the smaller version. Those stamens, very, very useful. You can change the colour of them. You can add glitter to them as well if you so wish. And it is a huge bundle, this. £47.59 is the saving if you're a Freedom member. Now, remember, the price will go up at 6 o'clock. And it will go up by that much. It is a why not deal, so if you're not a Freedom member, join for £5.97 today and you can make those big savings there as a Freedom member. Still, you know, creating big savings in your pocket even after paying that fee. And we split it down to 3 for you. 3 payments of £37.77. 977100. Now we do have an essentials bundle as well. Heartfelt like to do this, and it's really nice actually to see it, because if you know, sometimes you can't quite stretch to the full one-day special. Here you're still getting, of course, the paper pad there, and then you also get the small wild rose stamp and die set, so you've still got something to work with there as well. A great bundle once again. 2 payments of £23.49, item number 290388. Now we've got a dahlia on offer for you as well. This is another I Want It All collection, so it's almost like another one-day special for you. We've got some beautiful samples again. I have got the paper pad to show you as we go through this, but once again you are getting those 24 sheets in your paper pad, those 12 designs, all double-sided, 2 of each design. We'll just have a quick look through some of the papers here. These colours again, look at that. The beautiful lilacs and purples, but you've got splashes of orange and coral in there as well. As always, you get your full backgrounds. You get your quartets, as I call them there, which are 6x6s individually, just to cut out straight away. You've got your backing cards there. You've also got, of course, more backgrounds, more quartets there. This one you could cut into ribbons. You could use that separately. You're always going to get, just turn around, your pieces that you're going to die cut. Of course, if you're going for this bundle as a want it all, then you get the stamps so you can stamp out your own and colour yourself, but it's nice to have those ready to go pieces as well. Look at these, look at the colours in them, they're absolutely beautiful. More beautiful borders there that you could cut down as well. It is a background, but how about cutting those into strips? And there you've got that gorgeous framework there. Do you know, if you cut that into 6, you'd still have a flower in each corner, but as a scrapbook page, that is absolutely stunning. It really is. I don't think I've shown every single one, but you're getting the idea of what you're getting there in the paper pad. Of course, when it comes to the other items, you are also getting those dies and those stamps in there as well, so we can have a look at these. So the Dazzling Dahlia, absolutely beautiful flower. If you know what a dahlia is, you know this is going to be stunning when it's created in your paper products as well. The Dazzling Dahlia and the stamps at the bottom to correspond with the dies there. We've got the Dahlia and the Liege. You'll recognise that one there from the book as well. You could see you've got these to cut out directly from the paper pad. I will show you some more samples in a second as well. You've got so much movement in these as well. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And then, of course, you've got your mould as well here, so you can create those beautiful shape flowers straight away. Just stunning. Let's have a look at a few samples as well here. We've got some gorgeous ones at the front of the counter, but we've got so many more here at the background as well. And I think it's very much like the wild rose as well. You can go with the big flowers, you can make a focal point, or you can just work with the smaller buds if you wish. You know, working with these in the same way that Nikki has just explained, of course, using the wild rose. You know, you can create your own size flowers here. You can put as many layers as you want on. You can create something that's not a dahlia. Make your fantasy flowers, mix them with your other moulds as well. Isn't that just stunning? Isn't that gorgeous? Do you know, I'm thinking all sorts of home decor pieces as well. Definitely look at your other collections. I recognise that urn there as well. So look at the ways you can build, you know, your projects using those different combinations of your different paper pads, your different dies from your other sets as well. £77.94 is the price on this one, a £25 saving, 432186. Now we've got another essentials to go with this one as well, so let's show you that one. Always with the essentials you will get the paper pad. There it is, those beautiful colours in there. You're getting the Dazzling Dahlia when it comes to the stamps and the die cut as well. You can still go for an extra paper pad, remember, if you're going for the full collection or anything else, or just want the papers. Bottom of the screen for that, but side of the screen if you're looking at the essentials. 2 payments of £23.49. We're still splitting the cost, £496,437. And don't forget, we've still got Flextravaganza. So if you're just going for an individual item, you can still split the cost. So if it's just a paper pad, you can still split the cost. If you're going for something that's already got Flexi, you can split the cost there as well. We do have busy phone lines, so if you can use the website or the app, it's the quickest and easiest route, of course, to purchase. We've still got more to talk to you about as well. So we'll just leave it there with you with the Dazzling Dahlias. Absolutely gorgeous. We're going to go back to Nikki, but do have a look on the website, or hopefully we'll get to see the other bundle that we've got also on the counter here. Nikki, you ready for the next demonstration?
I am. Just
wonderful
2
stuff.
seconds, because I'm just finishing off a petal, because on the last 2 shows, I showed you how to make the Dazzling Daisy. So I will just show you what we made. So on the first one, I did more like a traditional dahlia. Okay, so that one has the bud in the centre. On the next one, I did something a little bit more fancy. This is, I'm not sure, but it is, I've seen dahlias very, very similar. So they've got more of a pointed edge with. Okay, so sometimes I tend to put them face down with the image, or sometimes face up. With this one, I've put them in face up. on this one I've done both. So on the bottom petals, you can see here the petals are kind of curling downwards, so that meant that I put them in with the image face down, and then I did these ones which are coming up with the image face
Lots of
up
different
towards
options.
me.
Do you know, watching you holding
Lots
that there,
of different.
Nikki, as well, I know we can't have dinner parties as such at the moment, but I could imagine if you're doing a dinner party and you set this place setting, having one of those flowers on each place setting would look
Yes, would
absolutely
look
beautiful.
really pretty, wouldn't
And
it?
a little keepsake for someone afterwards.
These are a really nice size as well.
They are. They're
But
wonderful.
on this next one, I'm going to show you something completely different. So I'm going to take my mould. Now with the Dazzling Dahlia mould, you've got the large petal and the small petal, but they are in one mould. So I need 2 more of my petals. I've put using 4, I think, altogether. So I'm going to pop these in faced upwards. So I'm giving a little spritz, and then I'm going to pop that one in. Oops. And give that another little spritz.
Wonderful.
And then I've got a leaf. So it's I want to show you the leaf. I may not use the leaf. Very often I do colour the in underneath as well, but on this one I haven't. Then again, exactly the same process. You've got your 2 feet and the foot at the top. That will fit in just there. And then I'm going to take my plates, exactly the same as we did before. One at the bottom, and then with this one I do know it will take 2 shims because of the thickness of my paper. And then I'm just going to pop that through my machine. See how easy that one went through?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bring it back as well, just so that I know that that has got lots of pressure. And then I'm going to take it out, and there you have your petals.
Oh.
Okay. If I just hold this, I haven't coloured this one, but you can see
Just
the
love that. Just love the
depth of
size
that
there.
one.
You can see how those petals are curling up as well.
Yeah, and as I say, you know, you can cut your petals up. There's so many different ways that you can create these. And then just look at the depth of this leaf. I mean, that would probably take me 5 minutes to use my flower shaping tool to create that. But
And
within
Nikki,
seconds, I put that through the machine and it's done.
Exactly. And you did say you may or may not use that leaf, but I think if you've got time to fill that mould every single time, even if you know you're not going to use it, you're going to build a really good collection.
Yeah,
So
because
when you
I
need a quick
always,
card.
I tend to spend an evening stamping and die cutting, and then another evening colouring, so I've got them all to go to, and then shaping them up, and then I've got them to go to. So when I want to make a card, I've always got flowers at hand.
Of course. Oh, they are
So
stunning.
we've got our petals here, okay, and for the centre, we are going to create this, okay. So to do that, basically, I'm taking one of my petals. What I'm going to do, just to make it a little bit easier, I am going to shape the centre with my ball tool. And then I'm taking my glue gun, and at the bottom of each petal, I am just adding some glue. So I'm using my glue gun because it is kind of instant, and hold that together and squeeze that together. So again, on the next one.
That glue gun's so useful, isn't it, when you're forming these flowers?
I don't know what I'd do without my glue gun, to be honest. If somebody said to me, if you was going on a desert island, what would you need? I think I would really struggle, and I would say a glue gun, but I would probably be told, yes, but there's no electricity. But you can actually get battery ones.
You can.
So you need to do all of your 6 petals. Just bring them together. As I say, you can use your PVA glue if you prefer. If you're not...
It's just that it's so quick grab, isn't it?
It is
with the
so
glue gun?
easy. To be honest, it makes it a bit easier for me when I've got my nails, because I very rarely burn my fingers because my nails get the hot glue first.
Do you know, if you're worried about hot glue gun and burning your fingers, you can get those finger protectors, those silicone protectors
Yes,
as well.
that'd be a
quite
good
easily.
idea, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I should put one on my Christmas list next year. Okay, so that's all of my petals. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going in with my flower tool, and I'm just opening those up at the top. Each petal just going down on each of
that works
those.
really well,
so
doesn't
I'll
it?
take this one as well.
Okay.
Exactly the same. See how you've got one stamp and one die set, but you can make so many different flowers with them.
I think once you get going with these and you start building them together into sprays, whether it's on your cards, whether it's on fronts of albums as well. Do you know, imagine a wedding album, or if you wanted to keep this maybe to the colour of a wedding, or just kept everything white or cream and use a little bit of glitter, green of the leaves.
Yeah, you could heat emboss them as well, get some really beautiful effects. So that isn't in the middle, so I'm just layering one on top of the other, but again alternating those petals, and then I'm going in with my next petal. With this one, all I'm doing, I'm not gluing this time, I'm just squeezing at the bottom. So my flower mould has done most of the work for me on these. Then that one will go on top of that petal, just building that up. So already you can see
it's beautiful.
the shape of that dahlia. With this one, doing exactly the same, just squeezing in. So I'm still keeping the shape.
It's amazing how the cardstock or the paper that you've used firms up with the mould as well. You can see there.
Excuse me.
Oh, bless you. You can see with Nikki how she's manipulating that there as well, although it's not difficult to do it, but you can see, you know, the resistance on the cardstock or the paper stock there, and you can see how those petals just aren't sort of falling flat again.
Yeah, they sort of stay there. I think the mould, especially when you're spritzing it with water, they just stay there. I mean, just look at that. How easy and quick was that? Yes, I did do the colouring beforehand.
Gorgeous. Love it.
But again, just alternating those petals. And you could just keep going with it.
You could, yeah. I'm thinking with the foam that we've got on the show as well, what beautiful hair accessories you could make with these as well. Let's just have a look at the details again for our dahlia. Of course, this is your dazzling dahlia. It's not just any old dahlia, is it? You've got a £25 saving. £77.94 is going to get you everything you've seen here. So that paper pad, that absolutely gorgeous paper pad. Then you've got the dazzling dahlia stamps and the dies that will cut them out. You've got the dahlia and the leaves there as well. And of course, you've got that wonderful mould that Nikki's just been using. The samples, I've got to say, are absolutely stunning. I'm just going to pick up one or two other ones that I didn't show you before as well, and showing you the different ways that you can work with this actual mould. I mean, these aren't dahlias at all. They could be roses of any type or any flower, you know, so just manipulating those petals again. Or it could be a dahlia that's very tightly bound. A peony as well. I'm thinking peonies you could make with these as well. Isn't that gorgeous? Mother's Day card there. You know, and you can keep the flowers nice and open, use different stamens in there as well. Need to go that way with that one. Isn't that beautiful? And the blues there as well. The fact that you can stamp out and colour whatever colour you wish, and you can build those layers however you wish as well. A little bit of glitter on that one again. It just adds that little bit of sparkle, doesn't it? 432186 is the item number. Now, don't forget, we do have the essentials on offer as well, so if you want to go for that one, we can change the details for you. You're still getting the paper pad, you are getting the Dazzling Dahlia stamp set and the die set as well. £46.97 is the price. A £5 saving on this one, £496,437. Now, just to remind you of the Wild Rose, that's our one-day special. It's been very busy this hour as well. Do you know, if you can afford to go for more than one, you really are going to open those options up. Do you know, we didn't mention it again. I'm going to slap myself on the wrist. I didn't realise, because it wasn't on the counter, you do get the bag. You get the bag in there as well, with everything in there.
To be honest, I didn't realise either, but yes, you do.
You do, there it is. So, well worth keeping everything in there, of course. Now, a huge saving on this one for Freedom members. Look at that. It's a huge saving regardless, but £47.59. Join today. If you're going for this bundle, make sure you join Freedom, because it's only £5.97. You're still going to make bigger savings. 977100. Oh, you've got so much in that kit, haven't you? You're going to work with it. You're going to have so much of a wonderful time putting everything together as well. Now, we do have another bundle for you as well. Now, another stunner. This is the cascading petals. And this is, again, absolutely beautiful. Nikki, the paper pad, once again, oh.
This is beautiful,
to die
isn't
for,
it?
Isn't it? Look at this.
Again, one of my favourites of 2020.
I am not surprised.
You've got your bird in there. Well, actually, you've got two, so they can face each other, so you've got a left and a right. You'll notice that some of the elements from this, like the door, which comes from the French cottage from last year. The window was from the not country cottage, can't quite remember which one. It was the hydrangea anyway. So this will coordinate with lots of other collections that we've got, but the colours, isn't it beautiful?
I think this is now my new favourite paper pad. I thought it was the pink and the green, but I think I've changed my mind. It's this one.
You can see why when Heartfelt said, we're going to do a one-day special, Nikki, pick your favourite of 2020, one of your florals.
It's
I can't do
absolutely
it.
beautiful.
I'm sorry, I cannot choose just one.
Look at the little door there as well.
So, yeah, you've got your door in there. As I say, these coordinate with other collections. You've got your elements that are going to coordinate with your dies that come with the one-day special as well, or this collection. And
Amazing.
then, obviously,
this is so
you've
pretty.
got your wisteria. So you can create three-dimensional wisteria.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. This might be my new favourite. £94.92. We haven't finished going through it, though, of course, because we've got the paper pad there with the 24 sheets in there. Being one of those collections, I want it all, you are going to get those dies and stamps as well. So let's have a look at these, because you've got the different variations there. The wisteria petals is there. You can see why it's called cascading as well.
Yes, so
these are
this
beautiful.
one is where you've got the petals that you can create that wisteria flower with.
Oh, I'm just looking down at some of the samples here as well. I'm blown away with these. We've also got more for you in the bundle there. Let me just show you one or two of these. The little birds. Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah.
We've got dies to cut the birds out as well. Do you know, there's so much once again. 11 dies.
Sorry, the window is from the hydrangea collection from last year. As I say, I would have brought 5 of my best florals, but I had to whittle it down to 3. But it's when you see all of the cards, so you don't have to make three-dimensional wisteria. You can make the cards and keep them quite flat. This is the box that actually does go with one of the cards. It was a birthday card that I made for my mother-in-law, and I had to ask for it back if I could borrow it for the show. So, as I say, it isn't just about card making, but how about creating a decorative cage? You actually get this die in this collection as well.
Oh, wow. Look at this one as well. I'm just going to pick this one. That is beautiful, isn't it? Let's continue going through this bundle. We've shown you the paper pad, we've talked about the cascading petals there, but there's still more to show you. Let's have a look in the centre here as well. You've got the cascading wisteria there. There's beautiful leaves and those wonderful petals that will form those flowers again. And then, of course, we will mention those birds again. We're going to see those. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, the fact that you can turn that wisteria into any colour as well. Floral song. There they are, the little birds. So you can stamp out and colour any colour that you wish. Of course, you've got the elements in the paper pad to cut out directly, but you've got the choice of whatever you wish here, going for the full bundle. Isn't that gorgeous? And then you've got that gorgeous cage there as well. I mean, there's more samples here that I could show you, but I don't want to take away from Nikki's time, but that is beautiful. Look at the detail in there. 3 payments of £31.64, 712 195 if you want to go for the I Want It All collection. But we do have an essentials on this one as well, so if you can't quite stretch to that, but you're loving that paper pad and you want a die and you want a stamp, you're going to get the wisteria petals when it comes to the stamps and the die, but that beautiful paper pad there. I would definitely be going for an extra paper pad on this one as well, which you will find the details for. £5 saving, £46.97 is the price, 879341. Now, before we just go back over to Nikki, I am going to just show you that wonderful die that we saw there in the big collection, the I Want It All collection. There it is, look. Isn't that stunning? I mean, whether you use the birds and the flowers with it or not, it is a beautiful die to have, and there's different ways of working with it as well. Stunning. We are busy again. Nikki, if you're ready, we can get to you on demonstration with this one as well. I can see you're ready to go with the wisteria.
It'd be really, do you know, I was actually thinking I could probably do 10, 15 shows with just one flower type, because we're going to, well, I'm going to show you how you can make the three-dimensional wisteria flower.
I love it.
and you've got everything in the collection to create flowers just like this. And they are really easy.
Yeah.
But when you first look at the petals that you're getting, so when you stamp and die cut them, that's what you're going to get, okay? You think,
this
oh, they're
one,
pretty.
I think this one really does open up a lot of options.
Definitely,
for
because
lots of different
I think
flowers.
these flowers, when you actually put them together, so I've already gone ahead and shaped some of them. So if I just put that one there and just create a little bud in there. I'm not going to glue it because I need it for something else, but you've got a really pretty, what I call a filler flower.
Yeah, they
so
are gorgeous, aren't they?
you can use that with lots of other collections.
Definitely.
But we are going to make a wisteria stem. So what I'm going to do is I've done the stamped image face down, and then I'm taking a small tip. I think this is about the 4mm from the flower shaping kit, spritz in with water, and then I'm going to go in and really shape those and bring them in so it kind of cups together.
Now with this one there is no mould, so if you haven't got the flower shaping tools, then this really isn't essential for you. You're going to get the same effect as the mould, working by hand. And you've noticed how Nikki uses that set, even when she uses the moulds as well. $29.99, this is a great kit to go for as well. You do get the forming pad that Nikki's working with, you get the tool, you get the interchangeable heads, and there are 10 of them as well. You would not be without yours, Nikki, would you?
Definitely not, because I use it for more than just my flowers. I use it to add dimension to, say if I'm using a bird, I add dimension to it. I use it for my leaves, so many different things. It's always out on my desk. But what I've done is I've formed all of these, and then what I need to do is I've got holes in some of them, but I'm putting a hole in that one because I want that one with a hole. Some of them I don't need holes with, and that will become apparent. So you can use one of the stamens that Heartfelt have brought on the shows before, and they're on wires and they've just got a little small head. If you remember, I think we had them on a few weeks ago.
Okay.
I don't have any with me, so what I'm doing is I've got a piece of wire and I'm just hooking over the top to create a hook. Just like that, really easy. And to be honest, this is why I never throw any of my wires away. So on these, even if I'm cutting them and just using the top, I keep my wires because they are very, very handy.
I also find if you've got spare wires like that, if you've got any air dry clay and you've got tiny bits of air dry clay left, just put a little bud on the end of your wire and create your own.
So you can make your own little stamens. So with that one, I've put the wire through, and then at the top, I'm going to just hold that open, and unfortunately my glue's running out. Just going to add glue to the whole of that petal, all three, and just bring that up and cup it together. So that is the start of my wisteria stem. Okay, so there's my bud. But you could actually use that as a filler as well, just in its own right, couldn't you?
Definitely.
Then I'm going to go in with another one.
Okay.
Now I've got some slightly darker ones, so I want to use various different colours here to give it a real three-dimensional look. So this is a slightly darker blue. So again, I'm going in the whole of the petal, just adding that glue, but coming down slightly on that stem. So not going all the way up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm kind of slightly coming down, maybe just a little bit further up. And then I'm going to go in with another one. So this one, I think I'll use the darker one again. So again, going up, but this time I'm only going to add, and I'm going to put it on that bud at the top, just a little bit round the bottom.
Okay.
And bring that up again, trying to alternate those
so now
petals.
you're leaving those petals a little bit more open.
So a
just
little bit
tiny
more open every time. Going in again. That one hasn't got a... I need
Do you
one
know
with
what?
a
I can
hole
say
in.
something else, Nikki, there, as you're forming that. If you coloured in brown, you could make little fir cones.
You could make fir cones. Yeah, definitely. Was it Derek or was it Adam that actually suggested that as well. Yeah, as I say, it's all you always.
Oh, I got there first. Never mind. I thought of something else though.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah, you know your full spray.
The what? Sorry.
The full spray of wisteria. If you did that in yellow, it looks like laburnum.
Yes.
Has anybody thought of that one?
No. You're the first on that one. Ding. So I'm working my way down. Okay, just adding those petals. And just, again, just add a little bit of glue at the
I can see
bottom.
something else, Nikki. Has anybody suggested a cabbage?
Never a
You can get cabbage flowers as well, can't you?
You
So
can,
those deep red ones.
Any more?
I'll keep thinking. I'll keep thinking.
Just working my way down. I've got a few that haven't got.
I've got
any
another one.
holes in. Oh, go on.
You've got a nice white stamen, and don't go with so many of the petals. You've got a cauliflower.
A cauliflower, yeah. Thinking of grapevine as well.
Yes. Yeah.
As I say, there's a lot more that you can do. So with this one, bringing it down even more. So I'm quite happy with that as it is. And then what I want to do is just to open it up a little bit more. So I need one more of these.
Okay.
Just to show you, going in with my tip, exactly the same. Just turning that around.
Makes a big difference when you spritz with water, doesn't it?
It does. It kind of really breaks down the fibres, and then when it dries, it kind of dries hard and crisp, so it keeps its shape as well. So that's a little bud. So all of these that I've got now, I want as little buds. Not going to glue them tight, I just kind of want them open slightly. And then what I'm going to do is, I've got one of the petal sprays from the collection, because that's going to be my base. Put that to one side, come off my mat, else I should make a mess with it. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to add some glue in the centre. Bring that wisteria about there.
Oh, how pretty
This is just really to hold my wisteria flower. And then I'm going to take my buds. I'm going to add some glue around that wisteria stem that we just created. And I'm just going to
that works well.
very quickly pop
How lovely is that?
those petals around there. Maybe could have done with a few more, but you get the gist of it. And just hold that one. And then just work your way down, depending on how far and how long you want that.
Oh, what pretty colours. Now you can really see those different colours.
You can see the longer
blues
one
into
that
the
I
purple.
created.
Yes, beautiful, aren't they, Nikki? They really are.
But you can do them in any colour as well.
Gorgeous
You could just
work.
keep going. Really long ones.
I really want to make those now.
So simple with just a 3-petaled little flower.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Well, let's give you a reminder again of the details for this particular bundle. You've got so much in here. Those beautiful cascading petals, the wisteria, the bird song is in there as well. Oh, it's just stunning. Those papers are to die for. They really are. Those colours are beautiful. 712195. You are, of course, getting the birdcage die in there as well. You get the stamps and the dies that correspond with each of those sets, all for that price with a saving of £40 there. These prices will all go up at 6 o'clock tonight. £94.92 is the price for this one once we've taken that discount down, but we can split it 3 ways. 3 payments of £31.64. If you want to add in an extra paper pad or 2, you can do. You can split the cost on those as well. 712195. Everything is available individually. So if you've got a particular favourite, maybe you just love those birds and you want to go for the stamp set with the birds on, you can do that. They're all on the website, but always the value and the big savings are in those bundles. Now, we do have the essentials to remind you of as well when it comes to this particular option. So there you can see that paper pad. You've got the stamp and the die set. If you want to go for your wisteria petals there as well, 879341 is the item number. Still got a saving there of £5. And of course you can split the cost there as well. Do you know whether, I'm just going to remind you again, whether you've already got that, and we have on this, in this case, we've got £23.49 as your payments, but anything else that you purchase in individually, you can split the cost when it comes to Flex Extravaganza. We've still got 1 or 2 days left of the event, so take advantage of it. Now the one-day special, let's have another look at this because you really are getting everything here, aren't you, that you would ever need. Let me just go through again.
There's your moulds, your paper pad, and then you've got that fantastic die as well. But the paper pad is beautiful.
It really is.
Is it? I think you've gone back to this one as your favourite now.
I don't know. I can't just go for one thing, can I?
No,
That's my
exactly.
problem.
That's my problem as well. But these are so pretty and so versatile. These are going to go with so many other collections that you've got. You've got your florals, you've got your larger 12x12s in there, which are great for your mini albums, your scrapbooking, your home decor.
You see, these really are my colours, the pinks and the greens together. Oh, there's cottage, it's upside down.
Cottage
Isn't that
is
beautiful?
upside
And I live in a
down.
cottage, so this it sort of speaks to me totally.
I love the fact that you've got your panels in there as well. So these are great for your journaling. These are great to make little notelet cards with.
These frames are beautiful as well, aren't they, Nikki?
Absolutely beautiful. As I say, you can layer that up. I'm seeing scrapbook layouts in there.
Definitely.
I'm seeing wallpaper with that one.
Beautiful. Do you know, there's nothing to stop you as well, you know, working on bits of furniture with these as well, if you wanted to seal them over, you know, the background pieces.
Yeah.
And maybe, you know, cut various bits out and use on fronts of drawers and things like that. So do think past your card making. When it comes to your stamps and your dies in this one, you get the Wild Rose in the smaller version, but we've already said there are 5 different sizes in that one set alone. Absolutely amazing what you can do with this kit. Then you've got the large one as well. So putting those together, use them separately. You've got various different options there. With this bundle, you are also getting that beautiful die that creates that gift box as well. I'm going to bring in another one that I didn't show earlier. We've got one at the front of the counter as well that I'm going to pick up and show you because it's stunning. I mean, I did show a couple earlier on, but look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Let me turn that around.
I put tissue in there, but I was thinking you could put a lovely cupcake. But this one, I think this has this been made by Susan at the bottom. Is it S. Smith?
Carol did this one that I'm holding
right.
now.
Sorry, Carol. I do apologise. But isn't this beautiful?
It is. Look at the little buds in there as well. It just goes to show how you can change the size of each of them. That glitter on there just finishes it off beautifully as well.
I love my glitter.
And of course, it doesn't stop there because we haven't reminded you the moulds as well, and you are getting both moulds to work with the sizes of the stamps that you've got, and of course all those different sizes in the paper pad. So your large and your smaller version are those beautiful flowers. You are going to be making so many flowers out of this.
So many. And as I say, you can make buds like I demoed earlier, but then you can make your larger flowers with it because you've got the ability to make. And the thing is, the moulds make it so easy and quick to create.
It certainly does. And we haven't mentioned the stamens yet. Of course, you're getting those as well. And most importantly, you've got a bag to keep it all in. Even though I haven't got one to show you here right now, you do get that as well. Do you know, I'm loving this next sample as well. Can I just show that one? Isn't that beautiful?
So this was using the gatefold cards and the gate dies that we launched a couple of weeks ago. And as I say, if you open that up, you'll see how the papers work so well in there.
Look. I didn't even realise that.
Look, you've got that window in there. Look at the glitter. Is that Carol again with her glitter?
Oh, Nikki, it's Janet.
Oh, it's Janet. Sorry, Janet. Well, it's absolutely gorgeous. I just thought that looks like a Carol card.
I'm going to look for one of Carol's now. Some of these haven't got names on. Oh, dear. Well, do check those baskets out. There is a final call, of course, but you don't want to miss out, do you? And, of course, the prices will go up at 6 o'clock. 4 o'clock, Nikki will be back with more wonderful inspiration. Can't find one of Carol's at the moment. Sorry, Carol. 977100. Do you know, I have a few more things just to remind everybody about as well, Nikki, because, of course, we do have the essentials as well, don't we? So,
yes,
if you can't quite stretch to this one, you can go for this because, of course, you've got the paper in there, you've got the stamps, you've got the dies as well. So remember, because you've got those elements within the paper pad, to die cut those out ready coloured and ready to go as well. If you've got the shaping tools, then, of course, you can get away without the mould anyway. So do consider this one. £5 saving, £46.97, 290388 is the item number on that one. Now, we are very, very busy currently on the one-day special. We've just gone through it again there. Do not miss out on this. We do have queues on the phone lines again, so if you can go to the web or the app, that's the quickest and easiest way. Do you know, we haven't got a lot of time, Nikki, but if I could just kind of sum it up as I pick up 1 or 2 more samples again, just to remind everybody what they can achieve here. Oh, isn't that
yes,
beautiful?
so this is the flowers. This is from the smaller stamp and die set, but these are using the flower art foam that we do have on the show. But even the handle off of that basket is using the dies that you get within the one-day special.
Amazing. And another box here as well. Do you know, you could put really pretty things inside there. You could fill the sides if you want to hide what's inside. But for me, the finishing touch is definitely the flowers, the florals on there.
But think about all the other flowers. Think about those wisteria that I just made.
Amazing.
Yeah,
well, we're almost out of time now. And don't forget, you can keep it very minimalistic as well and just use the small flowers. Busy show. Check your baskets out. Stay with us. Much more to come. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, I just want to go and make flowers now. Coming up next, Julie's here. Oh, don't miss this. Sentimentally Yours. Coming up next, then we've got Craft Yourself Silly. That's Hayley back with her feet. And then Nelly Kim.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our Crafters Carry-All.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888, and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon. I hope you're well. The time's just gone 1 o'clock and you are in for a treat. If you missed the morning show this morning, well, first of all, it was phenomenally busy and I don't use that often and I don't use it lightly. We've already had a sellout that once it was gone and it won't be coming back. I'm going to get them in quick now. The bundle of stamps that I've got in front of me, I'll talk about more of them later, don't worry. 40% of the stock now has already gone with these. Once these have gone, they have gone with this. It all came from, obviously, Sentimentally Yours, Mr. Phil Martin himself, but the idea actually came from our Julia, who's also in the studio as well. We'll touch on these more in a moment, but just briefly for me, just because they are flying out the door, 45% now of the stock has already gone. Where did you get the idea from for these?
Oh, it's just because we're coming into spring, and spring's kind of new beginnings, new hope, start of, you know, like longer days, and just actually a feeling of feeling good, really, and they're cheerful. You've got Mother's Day coming up, so they had to be done, really.
They are amazing. You're loving them. 50% now of the stock has now already gone. We are 1 minute and 27 seconds into our second live hour, and already 10% of the stock has already gone. Also, I think Phil must be having an off day. We've also got happy hours on the show. Two words that never go together, Sentimentally Yours and happy hour. We have got stencils on the show. These are the layering stencils for $11.99, but $11.99 into 2 flexible payments, remember, in Flextravaganza. So you can now get your Sentimentally Yours set of 3 8x8 layering stencils for $11.99, and the blending pastes are in there as well. £12. You've got pink, you've got your blues, or you've got your purples. £12, £6 today. £6 today, that's £2 a pot is what you're looking at for these. With Flextravaganza event, they're a happy hour deal. The price will go back up to the normal prices at the end of the hour. So at 2 o'clock, they will go back up. Right then, let's come back in with our main bundle that we've got here. I want to say it's a one-day special. That's how we had a vast amount of stock of these. We already sold out this morning. They're back on extended delivery. 20th of January. 50% of the extended stock now has already gone, and we are being told, and we've all asked the same question, is there any more? Can we have some more? And Phil said no. Once these have gone, these have now gone. These are a beautiful set of stamps that are not just a single stamp either. There's many things you can do with these stamps.
Yeah, so it's Phil doing his pretty grunge. We bought 6 Flora Musica stamps out last year for your birthday event. We launched 6, and they've been very, very, very popular because they're kind of a card in one. You know, you could just stamp that on an A6 card, pop a sentiment on it. Jobs are good. You don't even have to colour them in if you don't want to. They look beautiful, stamp and emboss. Obviously, once you start adding colour to them, like there, Alison and David, I can't remember which one of them did it, cut them into little segments and done a triptych. So that's cutting out a lot of the kind of collage aspect of it. So you can use them together if you want to. But, you know, glossy accents, decoupage, you know, there's lots of different things that you can do with them if you want to. Or you can just do simple, just stamped and embossed, whatever you want. And I think that's why people have really liked them. And of course, as I was saying, spring is a new beginning, and you automatically think of, I mean, there's the Marie Curie have the daffodils, don't they? And there's often events to do with that. There's your Mother's Day, you think a daffodil with Mother's Day as well, and tulips. Bluebells, of course, come in May, and they're just joyous, really. Don't look at the butterflies on there.
They really, like, literally though, what I was trying to do is show you that one, and then if I get rid of that one and bring in that one, because they're the same.
Yeah.
These two are the same stamp, but how different do
they're
they
even
look?
the same shape, but they're totally different.
But then you can also throw into the mix this one.
Yeah.
Once again, exactly the same stamp, but how different are all three of those? I can't get them all in the shop.
I know, they're quite large cards.
They are beautiful, though.
They are.
That is the same stamp 3 different times. That's 3 different cards already. If you only make 3 cards from one stamp, what's that? 3, 6. That's 9 different cards that you've got already.
But these will keep you going for absolutely years. You know,
they're timeless.
They're high-grade photopolymer stamps manufactured in the UK. You won't get better quality photopolymer stamps anyway. So they will look after you forever. You know, you can use them all the time, and every time you pick them up, you'll make a different card.
It is true, and they are timeless. They're timeless classics. This is something that's not going to date.
No.
They're not going to go out of fashion. The flowers are not going to be flowers that are in this month and out next month. They're flowers that everyone knows, everyone loves, everyone sort of knows what they are. You've also got the clocks, you've got stamps in there, you've got music in there as well. £32.97. But how about if I told you, for those £37 and odd pence, I'll split the costs and I'll put it on a cheeky flexible payment for you. Well, £29.67, 2 flexible payments. That works out to be £9.89 per stamp set, and 2 payments of £14.84 if you're a Freedom member. £14.84 today will get these served, but 60% of the stock has now already gone. 064740 is your item number for this one. Dispatch from the 20th of January. They're busy. If you want them, get them, and then you can sit back and relax. Unfortunately, this is not one of them shows where sort of I can hold your hand and go, you'll be fine. I've got lots of stock to get them now and then. I haven't. I really haven't. And once they've gone, they have gone. I have asked and asked and asked and pleaded because I know what they're like in this place. There's a buyer sitting there with 30,000 under a desk and she's not seen them. We do that a lot. We have a cupboard full of them. But this time there is none. We have checked everywhere and Phil has said, no, you're not getting any more once they've gone. Up next, once again, the next 3 that I'm going to show you are worth their weight in gold. If you want classic, if you want cards that would never date, if you want sentiments that you think, I'd like to use some sentiments, but my handwriting's not very good. I'm not very good at using individual letters, but I like it already stamped for you. These are stunning. But how about if I said for 45 stamps here, times that by 3? Because you've got 3 sets of stamps here, haven't you?
Yeah, because you can cut them out just as they are. You can cut them out in 3 different ways.
Yeah.
But as I said to you in the previous show, if you actually cut them out leaving a border, you've got another frame. So there's 4. And if you actually mount them onto another piece of card and cut them out leaving a border, then there's 5. And you can keep on going and going and going, however many layers of cards you want to put on there. So yeah. They're very easy to cut out as well, which makes it great. You're not looking for dies that are going to match to cut them out. That's because true. They're easy to cut out.
They really are, and they cover sort of everything that you need. As I said, I've got numbers and I've got other ones coming up as well. 2 payments of £11.99. But with this set, you get things like happy anniversary, dear friend, congratulations to the both of you on your wedding day, new baby, new home, happy retirement, thank you, girl, new beginning, happy Father's Day, boy, love you, thinking of you, note to say, happy Easter, happy Mother's Day. Nearly 60% has already gone, but for me, that one alone has got, if you can only afford one today, it's got everything that you need that will last you throughout the year. But remember, with that Flextravaganza event, take advantage of what else I've got on the show as well, because I will split the cost down for you. So it's not just one big bundle. I will give you 2 payments on this of £11.99. £11.99 today. We'll get both of these home. 520818 is your item number. If you like those, but you think, I like them, but I sort of want to go my own sort of way. There's a special name. You want to build your own that you've got there. You've got names, you've got numbers in there as well. You've also got, once again, obviously these are the numbers in the large and the small that you've got, but I do like the words in this one because it makes your card more personal.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. It is nice to say, happy birthday, Mum. Or daughter, or Ma, or Pop, or however you, because he's got different variations of it. You know?
I love it. Even step, and it sounds the smallest of things, but it's quite hard. You go out there and try and find a card that says step brother or step sister out there, or to my mum and stepdad and things like that. They're not that easy to find. And step sis, if you want
and
it, cousin, you can do that.
Cousin, how many times do you see cousin on a stamp set?
Never.
No.
But not to mine, not that I've ever seen.
I've never seen a card with cousin on, actually, in the shops.
No, that's true.
No, but you can make one.
But you can make them, and especially in the times we're in now, who can get to a card shop? There's not one open, I don't think, till the end of February.
It's not essential, is it, I suppose?
But this is. This is essential for the sheer fact you can now start making your own. And you get the full alphabet, and as I said in the previous hour, and if you weren't watching, I'm sorry for repeating myself, Phil could have been quite easily give you a lowercase and then gave you a full uppercase as well, and then charged you for both of them. With this, it gives you the best of both. You get all the letters, uppercase and lowercase, and you get all your numbers and your ordinals in there as well. £33.47, a saving of £10 on this one. 416465 is your item number. But if you want to go essential and mindful, maybe for your scrapbooking, maybe for your journaling, 50% of the stock now has already gone for this one. I like this one because this does scream to me the world of travel and the world of scrapbooking and memory booking.
Yes, but you've also got your essential sentiments in there, so that's going to work really well with the previous bundle as well. So you've got all your happy birthdays and things like that in. But yes, the mindful is great, and that will work alongside the inspired sentiments that were in the first bundle. As a collection,
they work well together.
They all really work well together. But obviously, we realise that you might not want to buy the whole collection, or you might have some already, which is why it's all split down.
If my maths isn't correct, I know it's not because I'm rounding everything up. So 11, 22, 33. I would say about £35-ish, maybe slightly more, for all the sets today. So what's that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets. And you could get the lot on 2 flexible payments. Take advantage. First of all, why Phil's not here, because it's very rare we would put all these on flexible payments, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, and he knows I do. It's very rare Phil will give us flexible payments because he knows his prices are amazing already. But while we're in an event, take advantage of that event. 2 payments of £40.72. Oh, that's £5 off. £40.72 today. 2 flexible payments, and that will get you everything that Phil's done word-wise. That will get you all the trio frames, so all your cards are going to look absolutely amazing. 935969 is your item number. Very, very busy for these. Something else that we're very busy for, and I didn't realise they were coming back this soon. Last time I spoke to Phil, I was like, yeah, I'll bring them back, but I don't know when yet. These are your watercolour brush pens. Set 1, nearly 80% of the stock has already gone. This is the first time we've had them all back as a collection, and not only a collection on 2 flexible payments. £15 today will get you one of Phil's pen sets home. It is a phenomenal deal, but let's ask, why are they so busy time and time again when we have them in stock? They fly out the door. Yeah,
they've got a special blending ink in them, which is why they're called blending brush pens. And that means that you can either blend them with each other, so you can blend with another pen in the set, or you can actually use the water brushes that are included, because you get 2 different water brushes in each of the sets as well. And they work really well on the hot press watercolour card that we've got on the show. They move really well. They're a beautiful fine precision tip as well, which if you add pressure to it becomes your brush, so you can do your brush lettering kind of techniques. I can't do that, but you know, you can do that sort of thing with it for colouring in these images and other images that we've got in the collections. They're just second to none. I mean, Leonie uses them all of the time. All of the time. You'll see her on her Let Loose shows and she uses them. So, I mean, for me, I think that just says it all, really.
They are, and everyone's got a set. Everyone, every single person has got a set of these. Our Lottie's got a set, Paola's got a set, Leonie's got a set, Lou Withers has got a set there as well. Everyone has got a set of these because we know how good they are. All your details are here as well for you. This is a full breakdown. Set 1, nearly 80% of the stock have gone. Set 2, nearly 40% of the stock has now already gone. Set 3, 50% of the stock now has already gone. And a third of set 4 now has already gone as well. Get them while you can and take advantage of Flextravaganza, because once these have gone, who knows when our Phil will bring them back. The details are on the screen. All your item numbers, £29.99, but ignore that price that's on the screen. Please ignore it, because buy it on Flexi. 2 flexible payments of £15 today. If you want them all, 2 payments of £59.98 today are going to get you all the pens and the brushes to go with them as well. Really, they are worth their weight in gold. They really, really are. Right, Julia, we're coming over to you. What are we up to first?
Okay, so we're going to make a version of this one, but we're not going to use the bluebells. We use those this morning, so we're going to use the daffodils instead. So make a yellow, nice bright card. So I had to change things slightly because we don't have the Textural Temptations. Well done if you managed to get those. So we're going to do a different kind of background. So I've managed to find myself one of the blending mats. This is the 9x9, so this is the smaller one. You actually get an A3 kind of size one as well in the kit, which is on the show. And I'm going to make myself a background. And with this card, as I said this morning, I've tried for my demonstrations to use one pen set per card, so I'm not all over the place. So for this one I'm using all of set 2 pens, not all of them, but all the pens I use are from set 2, if that makes sense. So just going to scribble some onto my mat. So I'm going to grab, that's yellowy kind of shade, so I'm going to put a bit of an orange one on as well, and then we're going to mist with water. And then I'm going to disturb the ink with the edge of my watercolour card, just to blend it a bit and make sure I don't get kind of lines. And then I'm going to just dip. So it's one of your kind of mopped up background kind of things. Okay, so we've just got a very light colour going on there, but that's, at least that's not just the white colour. So I've got one that's dry, and this one's dry from earlier. So it's just going to give me a little bit of interest in the background. We're going to take our stamping platform and we're going to stamp our daffodil. At this point you can kind of figure out, oh, I like that bit better than the other bit, and you know, you can decide which bit of your background you're going to use. I think I might go for that main area there. So they're all A6. I mean, you can see that's an A6 and it's almost full A6, which is a really good size. Like if you've got just an A6 card blank, you could just stamp on that, and as I said before, your card's done already. The acetate, we can have it there.
And I don't think we can stress enough how well these stamps are made. We all know how Phil works by now, and nothing comes to air unless Phil is over happy with them.
He's picky. He's really picky.
He really is, in the best way.
The best possible way, which is why I didn't feel dreadful when I kept on saying to him, nope, don't like that, nope, don't like that. and he said, oh, you know. No, I don't like that, Phil. It doesn't look like a daffodil. Can I please have one that looks like a daffodil?
But this is the thing, he'll go back and he'll tweak and he'll change.
He will, absolutely. And so the designs are fabulous and the actual stamp quality is fabulous as well.
2/3 of the stock now has already gone. 2/3 of the stock have now already gone. Extended delivery from the 20th of January. 2/3 of the stock has already gone.
Don't miss out. Don't miss out, because you will regret it, because they're just lovely. Anybody that's got any of the Flora Musica will absolutely love these. So give this is Nocturne Versifying Clear, and you can see already, because I've actually done a coloured background. You can't quite see. Oh, you can. Yeah, because I've actually done a coloured background. That, if it's kind of just die cut or matted and layered, that would be a beautiful card. Obviously, we're going to add colour to it, but that would work just on its own, which is I think a testament to the actual quality of the card. I'll pick that up in a minute. Right, so let's colour in with a little bit of set 2. So I'm going to use, let's see, which is, because you've got my swatches, that's more of an orangey yellow, and this one is more of a yellow. So we'll have the outside of the trumpet, the more yellow.
Oh, have I got your swatches that you keep in your pen set, so you know what colours they are?
Yeah.
Ah.
But that's fine, that's fine.
I thought you'd done them specially for me.
No. You're not that special.
Well, that's what they just said in my ear as well, to be honest.
So when you actually add a little bit of colour to your background, it does mean that it makes the colouring in even more forgiving. Because if you go outside the lines a little bit, because you've got a coloured background, you won't be able to tell. So I would always suggest that you do that now. Let's do this in this colour.
There is something about a set of water brush pens that give you a vibrancy when you colour with them.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm just taking colour direct here, but I'll move the colour around in a moment.
And they're very forgiving.
They are very, very forgiving. I think watercolouring is actually the easiest form of colouring in. I think it's probably the quickest as well, which is quite handy when you're on TV.
I found a few of these pens, only a few. I borrowed them, let's say, for Christmas, so I could do my Christmas wrapping paper this year. So I stamped and coloured my own wrapping paper this year, and I only found 3 of Phil's pens. I think there was a blue and a red that was in there. And I'm not good at colouring with watercolours anyway. Like if I have a palette, it all goes wrong. I can't hold a paintbrush, this, that and the other. That's why I'm in awe of Matthew Palmer and things like that.
Oh, yes,
but
definitely.
Pens like this, it's like holding a felt tip. Your water pen is literally just like any normal pen. I found these a lot easier.
They are really, really easy to use. And they're actually an absolute pleasure to use as well. I mean, look at this one. This one's quite neon. There's a couple of neons in this set, actually. But when you tone them down with one of the other colours, you know, because you can blend light with light, so pen with pen if you like. So I'm just putting this pen over the top, and that just gives you a seamless blend. It's just so easy to do.
The stock for the stamps, I'm just hearing now, we are limited stock on these stamps. We've asked the question again if we can get any more.
He's going to say no.
Phil is sick of us ringing now. I think we've asked twice in the last 22 minutes because we saw what was coming up. Phil has said no, there is no more coming. Once these have gone, these have gone. Get them while you can. While we're on the subject of stock updates, set 2 of your pens. I've opened them out so you can all see them here, so you can see the colours there, the swatches that we were talking about as well. Half the stock of set 2 now has already gone. That's what Julie's currently using at the moment. 50% of the stock here has now already gone. Set 1 is nearly limited stock. Does this mean if we sell them out, I may get to keep them? No, Phil said no as well. No. He's in a no mood.
Right, so there's a beautiful, I mean, I won't do all the colouring, there's a beautiful olive green in here as well. There's several greens, but in fact, you know when you said to me earlier which are my favourite sets?
Yeah.
And I do use 1 and 3 the most. In fact, I use 3 the most. But I'll just show you. I'll turn this over. I'll just show you. The 2 of my favourite pens are here. So this one, which is this beautiful pale blue. I love that colour. That's great for your bluebells. And there's also this one as well,
sky blue,
which is like a smoky bluey grey.
Oh.
And that's great if you're colouring things like jeans for your fashionistas and things like that. They're two of my absolute favourite colours.
And you'll find
Love
those in set two.
Yeah. So we'd carry on colouring in, and magically I've got one here that's finished.
Something like quite vintage about that, quite sepia.
Yeah. So I've got some of the Textural Temptations in the background, and I've just die cut it with the double deboss rectangles, which just to make it nice and neat, and edged with scattered straw oxide. And I'm going to mount that onto a elegant eyelet rectangle. And this is the Summer Citrine card, which goes really well with this colour scheme. So I'm just going to mat that up with my glue that I chucked on the floor. And then we'll do about fixing our background that I can't do the way I did before.
Yeah, now they've gone.
I know. Well, we could do something else.
As well.
Well, okay, let's stick this quickly
we've got the
then.
PVA glue bundle, I'm hearing in my ear. We've got the PVA glue bundle. If you want your Sentimentally Yours premium PVA glue complete bundle that you're getting there. This is a bit of everything that you've got. Look, so you've really got the best of every world that you need here, from the brush end to the fine precision that we've got.
Multiple sizes.
Have we not got all these four together that could have the same photographer? Or have they all fallen out or something?
They do look like they've been in the naughty corner, don't they?
It looks like a Crime Watch photo
I
that
think
we've
they might be Phil's pictures by the looks of it.
Like we've pieced them back together. It's like a photo fit. Have you seen this glue?
Yeah. It's got mysterious glasses on.
It's got mysterious glasses and a beard. It could be one of these four.
Right, so we're going to have to, because in my original one I used the Textural Temptations, but what we're going to do is we're going to use the tulips.
Okay.
And we've got dried marigold and we've got scattered straw distress oxides, which are the ones I used on my original as well. So I'm going to pick out the postage stamps there with the Eiffel Tower, and I'm going to do those in the dried marigold. So just randomly stamp. Which is why I like the smaller stamps, because I've got little hands. But we get a background going on here. We don't need to do that area there, because that's where we're going to put our topper. But you see it's still quite quick, just picking out those areas. It doesn't have to be perfect, it's only a background. And then I have some down here. Okay, and then we're going with the scatter straw with the music that we've got there, and add some of this. See, I'm not being precise. And you can do this with all of the stamps because they've all got the music in them, they've all got postage stamps in them. You could pick out the butterflies, you know, you could even just multi-stamp the whole stamp and make yourself a background with the whole thing, and that would look lovely too. Let's see where we're at. In the middle.
But look at that, so if you did miss out on the stamps from this morning, it's still doable, all these techniques, and that's what I love about these stamps. They're stamps within stamps within stamps within stamps.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we're good there, because if I bring that in, that's going to fit on there, and that's going to be fine. I'm going to have a border as well. In fact, let's just put another one down there, just because we can, because I don't know when to stop, ever. And we're going to edge that with our scattered straw as well. That's that one. Don't put the wrong lids on. I've done that before and ended up with the totally wrong ink pad somewhere before. And just edging it, just ties it all in. I know it's something that we do a lot, but it's still worth, because we get new views all the time, and it's still worth showing. You can use there's, I think, is it Crafty Devils that do the smoothies? You can use those if you don't want to use an applicator.
Oh. Check the website. It is Crafty Devils.
Yeah.
I think they're on this week.
I think they are, aren't they? Okay, so that's now tied all that in beautifully. Let's do a bit of cleaning up. I don't know why I put the lids on those things.
We've also got the mats on the show as well.
Yeah, these are the ones, the Teflon coated, and they've got they kind of cling to your surface, so they're not going anywhere. Right, so let's bring in my background.
Have a look on the brand shop for your mats. It's well worth having one of those. It's worth having one whether you've got a craft room or not, but especially if you've not got a craft room.
You get two, actually. You get this size, and then you get a smaller one as well, an A4 one.
But it's good if you've not got a glass mat either, because I have to use I use a Polly Pocket when I put my pens down, or inks.
Do you?
Yeah. Not the doll, I mean like a bit where you put your...
I know what you mean.
Where you put your papers in.
Yeah.
I have to use one of them because I've not got a glass mat or a blending mat.
Ah.
I just use whatever I can find, to be honest.
Right, so...
I used the kitchen tiles once, that didn't go down too well.
It's like I haven't trimmed that 100%. This is the benefit of dye, is that's not 100% there, but we won't draw too much attention to it. Right, so for my border, now my original, these are from the Perfectly Pretty borders. It's the same one, but on the original I put the backer in, so you can't see any, there's no drop shadow or anything, it's exact. On this one I've created a drop shadow, so you can see I've stuck it a little bit further down, so it's just going to give you a different look.
I love this colour. What colour card?
Summer Citrine.
Summer Citrine.
Yeah, and I've actually used, this is the Alabaster White, and this is your super smooth card here. So the colour match is very good between the Alabaster White and the super smooth.
It does look...
Rather than the pure white or the the cream one. What's the Almond Hue? That's too cream, and the pure white's too white. So the Alabaster White's perfect with it.
You can choose 3 packs of 20 sheets for £8 and 25 pence. £8, 25 pence. Stock up while we've got Flextravaganza on. This finishes this Friday, the 15th. There's some beautiful, beautiful colours in there as well. The olive green is a stunning colour. You've got electric blue, you've got forest green in there. Summer Citrine, that's the colour that we're currently using at the moment. That's in there. Almond Hue, we're still waiting for photos. But... Alabaster White's in there as well, so that just so you can see the colourways that we've got here. Chocolate Bliss is a nice colour as well.
Yes, it's lovely, and the Fabulous Fuchsia is the kind of shocking pink I had on my sample, my original sample with the tulip earlier.
Oh yeah.
I think that's straight. I can't tell whether these are straight or not. I normally bring my ruler out. We're going to go with the fact that that's straight. Now I've got. This little gap here does annoy me, and I know it annoys Phil as well. So if you just cut a little tiny a border, a little thin one, okay? Yeah. Now that's too long, and of course I've stuck it down already, but we can fix that. So all you need to do is snip it. Glue. Oh, I think I need a new glue, Phil, if you're watching.
He is watching. Julie needs a new glue.
I need a new glue. I need new everything. Right, so if you pop that down there, we know that our topper's going to go on here. So we can actually just overlap that bit there, okay? So you won't see that, but this makes the finish a lot neater.
The Sentimentally Yours ornate die sets, the Pretty Little Borders. The details are on, well, I'll put them on the screen for you. £28 and 99 pence, 303435 is your item number. £28 and 99 pence, split the cost into 2 interest-free flexible payments. Take advantage, £14 and 50 pence.
Okay, nearly done.
That's all right.
Nearly done. I've got some of that foam tape that clings to me, which is, you know, the backings that cling to you, which is really annoying. This is another conversation I'm having with myself now. I hate the fact that it does this.
I can't help you. There's a screen between us.
I know, get off. It's normally the red line tape that does that. So then we're going to add our topper just there, like that. And then for the sentiments, I've gone for Happy Easter, with love and daughter.
I was just thinking, those eyelet rectangles that we've got make it look like a postage stamp.
Yes, they do. Absolutely, they do, yeah. So we've got...
That was Lottie, that weren't me, that weren't my idea.
Yes, they are a bit postage stamp-like, aren't they? So we've got Happy Easter, which we'll pop up there, see if I can get that straight.
And these are the stamps, bring up the details for your stamps.
So we're using the occasionals, We're using the Essential and we're using the Family. So I think I've used something from each bundle, so I'm really sorry, but I have.
No, that's all right.
I'm not apologising to you, I'm apologising to the viewers.
Oh. I was going to say, it's all right, use what you want.
And then we've got the Happy, with
Phil
love
said he's
here.
going to send you a new glue.
Is he good, bless him.
He didn't, but he has to now because I said it on telly.
Daughter. And you could have like daughter and son-in-law if you wanted to. You can do whatever you want to. And because we can, let's put pearls on this as well, because that gives me an excuse to show you the pickup tools again. So I put a little bit of glue, because the pearls that we do don't have adhesive on them. But even if you have got self-adhesive pearls, I'd always suggest that you do this. So I think we might go for these actually, which are a nice pale one. These are lemon sherbet.
So the pickup tools, we'll bring the details up. Why do I need a set of pickup tools in my life?
You need a set of pickup tools because they wax on the end and you just pick them up and then you can pop them down, which is ever so easy.
Because Phil used to use his tweezers, didn't he?
Yeah, it's harder with tweezers, definitely.
He was the king of the tweezers.
Yeah, I used to use tweezers all the time. And I did, when he bought these out, I thought, why on earth do I want to use those?
That's how Phil was described to me when I first started.
What?
I was like, who am I working with? You know, the man who uses the tweezers. Are like, and that's how I knew it was Phil.
So it just helps you pick them up. So there we go.
Look at that.
I think I prefer that to the original one, actually. It screams spring, Easter, Mother's Day, doesn't it? It's just, and it's happy. Yellow is a happy colour.
You can use any of those sentiments on that.
Any of the sentiments, you could use any of the stamps, yeah.
And using the same style, but just change the colours of the card, you could also make that quite masculine.
Yeah.
Very easily.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore
Beautiful, isn't it?
You need to get in quick for these. This is the bundle. The details on the screen are for the pickup tools that we've got there. And you get your Poke Tool Duo in there as well. Well worth having. And you get the storage sleeve. I know. £11.99. But the stamps, I'm now just hearing we are super limited stock. While Julia was doing that, we've tried to make more phone calls. Phil's now diverted his phone because he's sick of us calling. He's left the phone in the West Wing. He's watching the telly in the East Wing now, just so he can't. So his butler can't really get to him that fast. So he's literally sick of the bat phone ringing. That's how I imagine how he lives in my head, in some big country estate.
He doesn't. You do know he doesn't.
I think he does.
He doesn't.
I want to say he does. Like Batman.
I think he'd like to live on a country estate, but he doesn't.
He presses a little button and goes down to the Sentimentally Yours cave.
He would love that.
Underneath.
He would love that, because he likes that sort of thing.
That's how I see him in my head. That's how I see him, in some big posh manor, drinking brandy. Anyway, I digress. That's just my insight of how I see Phil. Sorry, Phil, if you're watching. But when he's here, though, I never say any of this to his face. Bless him. We are very busy indeed. Let me show you some samples. £9.89 delivered each is what we're talking about. £29.67 is what we're talking about across flexible payments. And I'm just hearing now, this is your absolute last chance is what we're getting. We're down to single figures is what we're down to now. Single figures. How beautiful are these? These are stunningly beautiful cards that will change depending on the colours that you are using. Oh my word, we are busy. What I would do now, if there is anything you like, if there's anything you like, I want those, go straight to the phone. Jump to the phone, jump to the website, if I was you now. If there's something you're umming and ahhing about, don't and ah anymore. Just go for these and then come back to them. Something else that you might want to go for as well is the happy hour deals. You're getting £6 off on this happy hour. These are your layering 8x8. 2 payments of £6 is what we're looking at for this as well. 993244. A happy hour deal is what we're talking about here. Which I absolutely adore. Then, another little cheeky happy hour deal is your ombre blending pastes that I've also got on the show. We've also got options. They're your 3 pinks for £12 that we're looking at there. Then we've got your 3 blues. And then we got your purples as well. £12 is what you're looking at, £2 apart. Here's some finished samples from the design team, from the stencils and paste that we're using. Look how well these stencils work together. I remember when our Julia did these, and just put them on acetate just so you can manipulate them and move them around, because they all work with each other really, really well. Work them on their own, then you get the layers, putting your texture paste. There's the purple texture paste through the circles that you've got there as well. £12. Look at the stars. They are absolutely beautiful with the banners that you've already got in there. And they're really easy to use, aren't they, Julia, these stencils and even the pastes?
Yeah, the pastes are they're a bit different actually. They dry sort of a pearl finish, but they're self-leveling and they're quite flat. So that means with the layering stencils, you can actually, say, do the largest one, let it dry, then pop the next size stencil on top, and then pop the next colour of the ombre on.
Good.
That's how they were designed, and then once that's dry, then you can pop on the top one. But if you put it on acetate, you can start manipulating the patterns and mix between the different designs, and they're just tremendous.
They are tremendous, and it's worth getting hold of for £6 today in your flexible baskets, if I was you. And I'd also, if you've never tried Phil's paste before as well, have a go at some of the paste. Let's talk about pens. Let's talk about Phil's pens. Now, set one that we've got here is nearly limited stock. What are we talking about? We are talking about 24 brush pens is what we're talking about, and 2 water brushes as well. Each set of pens comes in its own case. So you know they're secure. They've got that click design, 2 on the side and 1 on the top. They're click design that you can't go wrong. With your water brushes, one is a flat tip that you've got there, and one is a fine tip that you're getting in each of the sets as well. There's your fine tip that we're looking at the moment. You get a varied set of colours, and I remember Phil was very adamant that you wouldn't get all one colour in one set. It's budgets for budgets. If your budget will only stretch to 1, go for the set that you are going to use the most, the colourways that you're going to use most. This is set 1, and all the colours of the pens that you've got currently in there. £29.99. Remember, we're in Flextravaganza, which now means you can get 2 payments on these pens. We will never do flexible payment. I can never say never, but it's very rare we will do flexible payments on these again. This is set 2, the colour swatch. Now, these are the colour swatches. Nearly 2/3 of the stock has already gone here, that Julie was talking about earlier. This is what you do when you get your pens home, don't you? You do a little colour swatch.
Yeah, because the plastic on the actual base of the pen can never ever be exactly the same as the colour of the ink. That's why your stickers that you get in set 4 will not be an exact replication of the actual ink. It'll be close. So it's always better to do the swatches, and if you've got the time, just with a water brush, pull the colour out so you can see how you can fade it down into a lighter colour too.
I love them, I really do. So that is set 2. Set 3, down the bottom here, we'll change the details. Oh, set 3 is that one, that's set 2. This is set 3 that we've got, sorry, that's me. £29.99, £15 on flexible payments, and nearly 80%. Now, this is what you mean when we say pull them out, just so you can see the colour when you add the water to them.
And
so
then
you can go light and dark.
The third one in that set is a really good skin tone. The third colour, that one, that's a really good skin tone.
I like these. And if you've never tried watercolour pens before, it's nothing like watercolouring with a paintbrush. No. It's not there too. That's what confused me. I thought I can never watercolour. I can't use a paintbrush. It's either too much water, too little water. I can't do it. With these, you will. Then you've got set 4 down the front as well. An amazing set of pens. Nearly 60% of the stock has already gone with this as well. 2 payments of £15 is what you're looking at. For set 4, 127479 is your item number. Everything's got its own separate pens. So, watercolour brush pen set 1, 334739. Set 2, 845273. If you want to vote for set 3, 170420. Or if you want to vote for set 4, 127479 is your item number. Calls are just for £29.99. 2 flexible payments of £15. Terms and conditions apply. They are. I've always wanted to do that. Always. They are all your watercolour pens. If you can go for the complete set, go for the complete sets. Well, that 3, 6, 9, 12, £120 on the bat, or 2 flexible payments of £120, £66 today. We'll get you all 4 sets of colours. Right then, Julie, what we're looking at?
Where are we at with the Flora Musica? Have we got any?
Very, very limited.
So shall I use them?
Be quick. Go on. Let's do it.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So what I was aiming at was, see, I'm all in a fluster now. I was aiming at this. That's what we were aiming at, but we won't get to make that.
I like this one.
Yeah, that's what we were aiming at. So we're actually just going to stamp the panels and see how we get on. So I suggest what you do, if there's two ways you can do it. You can stamp the whole thing and then trim it down, or you can actually cut them into panels, and these are 2-inch wide panels here, which is the way I've gone. And I've actually got a piece of a different colour paper underneath so I can see where I'm stamping. So let's go for the bluebells, because we haven't stamped the bluebells in this hour. In fact, we haven't stamped the tulips fully in this hour either. And I'm going to actually use it on a block. Where did I put my block? There's my block. And this is the long block from the Sensible into Yours set. Or you can use the, there is actually an A6 one as well, and it will fit on there. But I like using this. And I'm going to stamp the bluebell.
Check out your baskets. We are now a technical sellout. A technical sellout. Everything has now been allocated, which means it's all in baskets. If you've now got this in your basket, I urge you to check it out. It will bounce out if you've got 2-minute queues on the phones. The phones take priority. So if you want them and you're sitting on the website, start checking out your baskets now. You're not going to miss anything. Start checking out your baskets if you want these stamps. We are now at a technical sellout.
Well done, everybody. We'll do this and then I'll do something else, because I've thought about something else I can do. Okay.
I'm hearing you can colour them in, because we'll put the details up for the pens.
Do you want me to colour them in, or I was going to do a background with the trio frames? What would you like to do?
Whatever you like.
Whatever I like.
People are loving the pens out there.
Okay,
You're loving
we'll
Phil's
do
pens
the
again.
Okay, so this is just a border. Okay, with the bluebells. So if you wanted to do, say, just the Eiffel Tower, then you just stamp that bit there, okay? And you'd have no flowers on. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah?
They make lovely bookmarks.
They do make lovely bookmarks, absolutely. So we'll only stamp the one, seeing as we don't have any others. And we'll do, what pen? I haven't used set 4, so we'll use set 4. We haven't used set 4 today.
Set 1 is now limited stock in the pens. Set 1 is limited stock.
It's nice to show that they can all be used. So what we could do is we could actually make some bluebells that are this kind of purple colour. So we grab the mat. I'll use the other side because that's got dirt on it. And to get the 2 different colours, we'll scribble a little bit on there, but we'll actually go direct as well. So we'll do the base, which is quite often darker, where it's opened from, in the dark colour.
2/3 of these pens now that Julia are using, set 4, that's 2/3 of the stock has now already gone.
Yeah, set 4 is obviously the latest one, so more people will have set 4 already. Whereas I think that lots of people didn't realise how good they were when we did sets 1 and 2. So I think those have been the ones that people have been starved of, if you like, for longer. So we can pull the colour out a little bit on those, just to make sure that we've kind of... I'm still using the water brush from set 3 because it's my favourite. The set 4's got an uber fine one actually, look. Look how fine that is.
Look at that.
Really fine. So that if you want to get into the details, this has got very fine stems on it. So if you don't want to go direct from brush, you can go with your water brush. That's a really cool one. And then also set 4's got this wider one here, which is a little bit wider than that. Well, it's similar, but that's a little bit bigger than the one in 3. I think they're all different. I think if I remember rightly.
I was just about to ask that, and I think I remembered. I think
they're all different. Some of them have got wide water brushes as well.
Set 1, a technical sellout.
If you do want extra water brushes, I think he's put extra water brushes on the show too.
Set 1 is back on extended delivery. If you want set 1 again, I've got it on extended delivery. 14th of January is what you're looking at. If you want your extra water brushes, I didn't know Phil did these.
Yeah, he does a set of fine.
$16.98.
And a set of wide.
Yeah,
And you get the two.
I just bought some of these, no.
Did you?
523671, and I only got 3, and mine were, wow, about the same price. £16.98, and you got Flextravaganza price on top of that as well, £8.49. For 6 is what you're getting there.
So can you see how I've got 2 different colours from the same pen here?
Yeah.
So I've used the director pen on the base, and then I've used what I've scribbled onto my mat. And it's not the mat that's watered it down, it's the fact that I'm using it with a water brush. So it's the water that's watered it down. So you can get lots of shade if you want to. And if that's a little bit dark, we can, while it's still wet, you can blot it out and lighten it as well and move it around with some more water.
All I feel I've done this hour is interrupt you, and I can only apologise.
No, I do it too. So it's just when you get excited, it's fine, absolutely fine.
I've just been told, what was that lot? Set 3 and set 4 are not coming back on extended delivery.
That makes sense.
We've been told. So set 3 and set 4, and they are at... Set 3 is limited stock. Set 4 is nearly 70% of the stock gone. And they will not be coming back like set 1's come back on extended delivery. These 2, 3 and 4 will not be back on extended delivery once they've gone.
Yeah, so let's go for a pink. No, it's fine, absolutely fine. You've got a job to do. So just like before, I feel like I'm repeating myself. The thing is that actually with these stamps, you've got the same kind of colouring techniques that you can use throughout, and you don't have to kind of stretch your, I suppose, your prowess at doing it. You know, you don't have to be an expert. That's a little bit dark, so we can blend that out and make that look proper instead. In fact, I'll just take that from there for that one. It is very, and you know, a bit of glossy accents on those would just look absolutely fabulous. If in doubt, just use water and your water brush. It makes, honestly, it makes a complete and utter beginner a really good colourist using these pens. And you can take one of the yellows. If I can do it, anyone can do it, to be honest. Honestly, it's very easy actually to take this pale orange. And we do the stamen, so we can get right in. Take your time. My eyesight's dreadful. Take your time, and you can go in right into the stamens and actually add you a bit of colour. It's better to wait until it's actually dried.
We've got 6 minutes queues on the phones.
Oh my goodness me. I'm so pleased because, you know, I thought they'd be popular anyway because spring flowers are just so beautiful. But, you know, it would be awful if you know, I'd persuaded Phil to draw something and buy the stamps in, and if you guys didn't like them.
Yeah.
You think, never again, I'm not listening to you ever again.
These are... Will there be more? Do you think you're pushing for more?
We probably won't do any more spring ones.
Will there be other seasons
There
coming?
might be other seasons, yeah. Do you know what I think would be really lovely? No, I'm not going to tell you.
Don't say because
no,
there's people out there watching now.
Yeah, I've got an idea. I'll put it to him. Something for later in the year. Yeah.
Oh, you know what these crafters are like. They'll be out there. It'll be on the market by tomorrow.
Yeah. So you don't, when you're doing your foliage on this, because it's so fine. I've just touched it lightly. Now I've gone way over the line there. So what we can do is take a clean water brush, and because we're on the super smooth card, we can flood that with some water and we can blot that out and really take it back. And especially if we had stamped in the background, or if we want to add colour in the background, I mean, we could stamp afterwards with our oxide, then that kind of going over the line kind of disappears into nothing, which I quite like.
Set 3 has now sold out. 3 has sold out now, so if you wanted set 3...
It's gone.
It's gone.
Well done, everybody.
Set 4 is nearly limited stock, and that's what we're using now.
You could use any of them. I've just tried for the demonstrations to see if I can just work with one, because then I think it just shows you don't have to buy them all, but you do want them all once you've got one.
I want them all.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm having a lovely time.
I can tell.
I'm having a lovely time.
24 superfine nibs. You get the storage case. You get each one of the brushes is different. In set 1, you get one fine tip water brush and one flat tip. In set 2, you get one medium tip and one fine tip. And in set 4, I think that is, yes it is. Set 4, you get one fine tip and one large tip water brush as well. And remember, in set 4, you also get the little stickers.
Yes, for all 4 sets.
For all 4 sets.
Yeah.
I like them. I love them.
So, I mean, that's pretty much coloured in now, so because it's only a little panel.
We've got a minute, Julia, just so you know.
Oh, right. So I would just edge that and just matte that. See, actually, if I just come to my little pack, so obviously I'm not going to do it, just to show you how simple your card could be. Obviously, I've used different colours. But this is just a card blank, okay? So if we matted this onto black card, pretend that my foam tape isn't there, matted that onto that nice. Like that, okay? And then we could just add a sentiment or whatever you want to say, and that would make you
that is beautiful.
A card, okay? Really simple, clean and simple. So that's how you can really kind of peel it back to not that complicated.
Go for it. If you've got anything in your baskets, I would definitely start checking them out now. Thank you, Julie. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, my darling.
For the 2 hours today.
Back at you.
I've absolutely loved it. And you learned so much from being here as well. I'll probably see you Wednesday.
Yes. I've been on Sunday and Wednesday next week.
Wednesday. Yes, indeed. Julie's back on Sunday and Wednesday of next week. Craft Yourself Silly is up next, and then join myself for Final Call for Heartfelt 2020. Favourite one. Ooh.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child, and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Alice from Alice Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? We've got a marvellous show lined up for you. If you're into soft crafts, even if you've been crafting with sewing machines for a very long time, have a think about all the feet that you have. No, not on your body, feet for your machines. My goodness, we've had a very, very busy show earlier on today. We actually sold out, but we've got it back on extended delivery, dispatching on the 21st of January. So it's all good. You can get it into your basket again, but please do check on out. Don't leave it lingering there in case anyone else takes it from you after 10 minutes. Now, the price you can divide into 2 monthly interest-free payments. Oh my goodness. So today, for £19.99, you can get 32 feet for your sewing machines. This really is an incredible deal. You've also got the adapter as well. Hayley's with us. We're going to talk to Hayley all about this. We've got some great demonstrations lined up for you. If you do have any questions, please, please, please email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. Maybe leave a message on Facebook and we'll get those questions over to Hayley. I'll try and ask as many as I can that are relevant, of course, to the product. You also get...
No, we don't just want random questions.
I might ask you some random questions.
No, thank you, not today.
You also get a practice, I'm going to call it a practice sheet, but it's made out of fabric, so that when you get this home, you've got the opportunity to practice with all of the feet, so you can become an expert. But you don't need to be an expert to use these. Hayley, this is an incredible deal. The details are at the top of your screen, 146186, £39.97, but you can divide the cost into 2 payments. What an incredible deal. Why do you think we were so busy earlier on?
Because it is such a good deal. So what we've got is we've got the 32 feet, we've got the adapter foot, and you've got the book and the panel to use them all as well. So the book is really, really handy. The book takes you through each of the individual feet, all kind of bundles them into groups of feet and takes you through each of them and how to use them. But there's also, sounds ridiculous, but the most important part in this book is those gaps at the bottom.
Yes.
You knocked the adapter off already.
I'm sorry, but they said put it in front of the adapter, and then I knew that was a bad idea. I don't have eyes on the show. I've just got eyes for you, Hayley.
Okay.
So I'll lift the book up. I think that's better, so we can
lift
flick
the book
through
up
it.
then.
Yes.
So the most important bit is that little gap at the bottom, because every machine is different. So what works as settings on my machine here may not be identical to the settings that you need at yours. I'll give you kind of general guidance, but that's why we leave those gaps at the bottom. So once you've tried a foot, you can go ahead and write what works best for your particular machine in that gap, so that you know when you come back to it, you don't have to try all the things again. You can just put those settings straight in and away you go.
Perfect. It really is a fantastic deal. We're going to see some of them in action.
Yes. Well, we did a few this morning. We did 13 out of them this morning.
Did you really? 13 out of 32, so that now leaves...
I'm nowhere near, am I?
20? 19. No, 19.
No, 19. Okay, right. One of the ones I'm going to do first of all, actually, before we even start, I'm going to go through, because these are universal, they will fit any low shank machine. So I'm going to turn this off because I'm going to put my finger underneath there, so I want the machine off to be able to do that. So by low shank machine, if the foot is down with no foot on, you should not be able to get your finger all the way underneath. Can you see there? You kind of can't get it all the way underneath.
Okay.
About 0.5 of a centimetre, so 5 millimetres.
Okay.
About a quarter of an inch-ish is what you will have as a gap there with your foot down. With your foot up, you should just be able to slide your finger underneath. A high shank machine would look a lot more like that, where you could easily clear your finger underneath.
So it will be quite obvious.
It will
to
be
people.
quite obvious,
Yes.
but when you check that, please turn off your machine. Do not do it with your machine on, and especially.
Very good advice.
Yes, it's just in case, safety first. Okay, so this is we'll kind of look at some of the ones we did this morning again, because I know that they are some of the more popular ones, and if there's any that we did this morning that you'd like to see again, email us in or hit Facebook and things like that, and we'll try and catch them up for you. So this one here, this is our what's called a gathering foot or a shearing foot. So this is one that you don't actually need the adapter for. It comes with the little slot built in there. So we're going to go ahead and turn the machine back on. That might help. Attach that. And this one is for adding a gathering stitch to your fabric, but it does have another little trick to it. So if you just put one load of fabric underneath the feet there, it will put a gathering stitch in, which you can then tighten up and, you know, smashing, away you go. But what you can also do is put one piece of fabric on the bottom, and can you see there's another slot? I think I've got these the wrong way around actually. I want to put that one on the bottom and then this one on the top in that little slot. Oh, hang on, there we go. Just had to get it in there, and now I can move my hand out of the way. So I've got to be very careful with this because I'm trying to keep my hands out of the way for you. I'm going to set it to a really long stitch length. So normal stitch length would be about 2.5 millimetres. Okay. I'm setting this to about 4.5. I'm setting it to a great big long one. I'm going to knock my speed right down as well. And all I need to do is keep these fabrics in line. And what you will see will happen, you see how it's feeding that. Oh, it's not stitching. There we go. It's feeding the top one through at a different rate to the bottom one.
Yes.
Is it? It's not stitching. Oh, it is stitching. Oh, I've pulled it out for nothing. Let me start again.
Actually, we've had a question.
Have you?
And it's from Diane. And Diane, pardon?
Is it from you?
No. Diane has emailed in. She has a Brother computerised sewing machine, and it automatically tells her which foot to use for each stitch, and it won't start if the wrong foot is in. Now, will these work with a computerised?
If it's that advanced, probably not. Okay. Because if it's telling you, if the computer on the machine is telling you it's got the wrong foot in, then yeah, if it won't start with the wrong foot in, it's probably not going to work for something at that level.
Yeah, there might be different types of feet for that particular machine. You're more than welcome to buy it, but we're not sure that that's the case, so we can't clarify that one way or the other. But I think we're probably we can't guarantee it, but Hayley's probably right in saying that there might be more advanced feet for those particular machines.
Yes,
but
I think so. These are more a kind of a general kind of catch-all. So
perfect.
Can you see how the bottom fabric is pinching up and the top fabric is not? It's kind of staying flat. So what you can do with this, if I just lift that up, you'll be able to see you can create kind of gathered pieces. So maybe if you want to put, you know, gathers and ruches into things, then this is a nice way to be able to do that. Now, this one does take a little bit of practice, and I would say take your time with this one because it's actually it's the bottom fabric that's gathering up. I'm just trying to keep this across a little bit.
Would this be good if you're making circular projects, like little dresses or little hats for dolls?
Yeah,
or
well,
little
anything
caps
where
for
you're looking, anything where you're looking to create those gathers. then you can do this in one go on this foot. Or if you're just looking to make a piece, if I just swap that just to the bottom piece, and you're just looking to make a gathered piece, can you see how as that's going through,
Oh yeah,
it's bunching it up and gathering it up?
Now what's the alternative?
Doing it by hand.
And how much time would that take?
Doing it by hand, if I just take this off, and I just need a normal foot. I'll just use the satin stitch foot because that's close as I'm going to get to a normal foot. Let me just swap that in. So the alternative to doing that is to pop that in. Oops, let's just drop that down to engage it and just get that thread out of the way first. There we go. And then drop that down and it kind of locks into place. And then the alternative, if I just use this, that's a double piece, I need a single piece. I'll chop the end off for here, that'll do. So the alternative is still that long stitch length.
Yeah.
And that's your normal foot.
Yep.
And then when we get to the end, what we would do is we would use those threads and manually pull those threads to bunch it up.
But it's not really the same. Using the foot makes
it's a lot more even. You'll find it's a lot more even. If you're
and
using
it's
the
securing it
foot.
as it goes along
Yes,
as well.
It is. So
Perfect.
That's a really interesting one and one of the more unusual ones within there. So let me just clear these and clear this thread. There we go. And now we will go for... Ooh. Oh, now we did have a look at the beading foot earlier. And I still didn't find anything big enough to put under that. So we'll come back to that one in a second. But there are 2 zipper feet in the collection as well. So this one is your adjustable zipper foot. So what you can do with this one, there's a little kind of hand turn there, which you can then use this to slide it left or right. So you can have it either side of the zip. And instead of having a foot that takes up the whole platform, it has a foot that's to one side. So that means if you're going to add a zip, let me just swap this out. This is another one that needs the adapter foot off. So let's pop that back in, secure that one. And then sometimes you've got machines where you can't adjust the needle left and right. This particular one does, but if you don't have that facility, you can actually slide the foot left and right. And can you see how you can either have it on the left-hand side or the right-hand side? So instead of having to juggle your zip and try and get it so you can go the opposite direction, you can just move your foot across so you could do either side.
This is for securing the zip in
so
to a cushion, a bag, to a coat,
there's no
to a
fabric
jacket.
on this one.
Okay.
But if I was going to, haven't tightened that up yet, but I can do. So if I was going to come down this side, I'd have the foot on this side, pressing against the fabric, and then I'd be able to stitch down that edge.
Yeah.
I'd probably move that along a little bit further. That's a little bit close to that edge, probably about there, and just adjust this one in a touch. So I've got this maximum pressure where I need it. So that's probably what I'd be looking at in terms of settings for that. So I've got this pushing down on the zip and on the fabric, holding everything in place, and I can sew down that side. And then if I want to sew the other side, let's just lift that up and lift the foot up, slide it over, slide the foot over, and then I can line everything back up so I can come back down that other side.
Doesn't that make it easier? Now, could you use that foot for other projects that you need to stitch on either side?
Yeah, if you've got something that's tricky and you need to stitch on either side, then absolutely you can use it for that if you want to. So there is another zipper foot in the collection. So the next one I'm going to do is the invisible zipper foot. So first of all, I'm going to explain the difference between an invisible zip and a normal zip. And this happens to be an invisible zip. So the invisible zip means on the front you can't see the teeth. The puller is on the side where you can't see the teeth. A normal zip would be like this, and then the puller would be on this side.
Yeah.
So that's really the only difference. It's the same thing, it just depends which side your puller is on. So if you are going to do an invisible zip, then you will need this foot here. So this has a big channel in the base, and that channel in the base fits exactly over the top of the zip. It looks like a big zip. And with an invisible zip, you want to stitch as close to the side of that zip as you possibly can. And if I just lift this up and slide it back a little bit, can you see there? That will take you to exactly where you need to be. Now, let me just open it up because I think it's going to be easier to see this way.
Yeah, could we just
Because
have a
there's
look at
two
that
little
again?
slots in there. So when you're coming down your first side, you'd have the zip in the left and right is terrible. But if I was going to stitch down this first side, I would have my zip teeth in there, so that I had the space on the other side to get my needle in.
So it gets really
And then when I
close.
was doing the opposite side, I would do the opposite. I'd put it in the other channel and stitch down there.
So it gets close?
Yeah, so it allows you to get really, really close and really, really accurate because the foot itself is holding that zip in place. So there's another one.
So it's going to save you time, it's going to give you professional results as well, and if you're new to soft crafts, you really are going to get off to the right foot. Or get off on the right, you get off on the right foot.
You
I
tried.
can't even do
You
that
tried.
properly, can I? Sorry,
You
everyone.
failed, but you tried. And there's
I
points
did,
for trying. I've lost my nut. Where's my nut? Oh,
Well,
here
I
you
lost
go.
mine a long time ago.
Found it. We're all right. So this one that I'm putting in now, this is your free motion foot. Now this one we did this morning, and this one is great for all your decorative stuff. Now I know we have, which I've left down there, which I'll get in a minute, some stitcheries which are specifically designed to look at free motion.
Can we have a look at those?
Yeah, of course you can. I'll go and grab mine from down there, and then we can look at those as well.
Yeah, because I've had the hand stitcheries, which are fabulous. I love them. But these are to use with your machine, so you can practice your stitching, your different stitches with your machines, especially when you get your new foots home as well. £14.99 gets you the full kit, and we've got 4 choices. So let's have a look. We have got...
Now, the ones you've got have been made into lovely little books.
They are, yeah. I'm going to show you the kit. Let me just get
I'm going to start with the straight stitch, because that's, I think, where you would start if you were normally starting to learn to do sewing.
Let me get you straight.
The straight stitch one takes you through, I'll turn it this way up first. So step number 1, it's getting you to experiment with whatever your machine can do in terms of a stitch length, because on the one that I've got, you can increase it in really small amounts, and that's all of the options that are within my machine. And then I would take a pen and write on there what's what. So then if you're looking back at it as a reference, you know what your machine is capable of and which ones work for what, because these thinner stitches here, those you're going to use for fabrics that have got a really open weave, because you're going to need to stitch at every possible opportunity to try and... Things like Hessian, that's perfect for. And then things that need that really open stitch there, so that really wide stitch, that one would be something like if you are looking to do some basting or tacking, that's what you use that for. And then you're going to pull it out again, and it's easier to pull out because there's fewer stitches, because they're bigger. Then we have a look at turning corners. Then we have a look at doing not just right angles and other interesting shapes. Then we have a go at spirals, because obviously turning curves on machines is slightly more challenging.
Do you have a special foot for that?
I do not have a special foot for that. We do have a circle sewing tool, but we haven't got that with us today, so we'll not go there. And then using it for letters and applique, and then this is a lot more challenging, this one, and it just encourages you to slow down with your machine and just take your time to be able to fill in that kind of lotus flower pattern. And then we do a little bit, it's not quite free motion, because there's no free motion foot involved in this. This is literally just using back and forth, like straight stitch back and forth, to create the eyebrows, the eyelashes, and the outline around the face there. And the sample that you've got, I know, is beautiful, because Patty's added colour to hers as well.
I think
she's made it really stunning.
I think it's a super idea, because let's face it, you do need to practice your stitching, and it's a wonderful way to practice, but then have a little reference book. Rather than writing it down, stitch it down, and that's what these are for. You get the full kit with the instructions, and there are various stitches to go for. That's your straight stitch. That's your zigzag, which again, you can see the zigzag, lots of different projects in there.
Your first page is just experimenting with what your machine can do. And then you're into things like your zigzag Christmas tree, just using a couple of different sizes to create, you know, a different look. And that's a really simple thing to do, but once you've got the hang of it, and if you're using the open-toed applique feet or the satin stitch feet from the foot bundle, they work perfectly for this.
Now, there's another option.
This is a smasher. So this one takes you through about 8 or 9 different types of seams.
Like this.
And how to put them together. And then some of them you do need to see the front and back of, which is why when Patty's sewn them into her book, she's put some the other way around so she can see the front and the back of them. Lots of really, really useful seams in that one.
Yeah, I love this. It's, again, a great reference. You can pick it up. It's not pictures. You've actually stitched that in, so it's very, very tactile. We've also got another option, which is the free motion.
That is the free motion one. And within that one, you've got, you know, just having a little bit of a play. So this one, I would definitely recommend you use a free motion foot for. So you've got elements of applique, you've got colour blending, you've got using the zigzag as a free motion stitch, and there's lots and lots of different things going on in there.
What's the artist that does the screen? The famous screen picture?
Munch.
I think it is. That's what these remind me of. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you get into that and then you start to do free motion pictures?
Exactly. It's a nice little way to kind of start off. It's a nice way to have a little go at it without committing to a huge project straight off, and just to learn the various techniques, really.
Yeah, and they're great little reference points. So they're a great price, $14.99. You can divide the cost of that into 2. All you have to do is choose which one. You'll get the fabric, you'll get the instructions, and all you need is your machine and your thread. 169210 is your item number. The feet that we've got for you on the show, my goodness, we're very busy already. Almost, how much has gone this? 15% of the new stock has gone already, and we're only 20 minutes into the show. Sold out this morning, back on extended delivery, dispatching on the 21st of January. What a super deal. 32 feet in total. All of those different techniques are now going to become second nature to you. They'll become so much easier. If you're brand new to soft crafts, maybe you've got a machine for Christmas, this is a fantastic way to extend your skill level. You can divide the cost over 2 payments. $19.99 today for your Freedom member, no P&P to pay, and then another payment in a month's time. You get a book included, and that book will take you through all of the different ways you can use your feet. You also get your adapter as well, and these are for your low shank machine. So do bear that in mind.
Yes, you do need a low shank machine. So as we went through before, if you're not sure, turn your machine off, take the foot off, and then just double check it. That's the best thing to do.
And they come nicely packaged as well in a box, so you can keep them all nice and safe. Like a box of chocolates. Don't eat them though. But you'll see that keep them
they'd
nice
have your
and safe.
fillings out, wouldn't they?
Pardon?
They'd have your fillings out.
Oh gosh, they certainly would. Mind you, if I was to eat one of them, it'd certainly tell me to zip it.
No. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on.
Moving on swiftly.
Okay, so I'm going to go for another really... Oh, actually, we didn't do the free motion, did we? So there's 2 options in terms of free motion. I'd prepped an additional demo. I was already off. So there's 2 options in terms of your free motion. This is one of them. And this is the one that I think you'll be more familiar with people using when you've seen them on Hochanda. And this one, it actually, you'll see, if I just slowly move the arm up and down, put the foot down, woman. You see how it moves up and down as you stitch? You can see it kind of...
Up and down or up and down?
Up and down.
Oh, up and down,
Northern, love, northern. It moves up and down as you go. So that's what gives you the ability to move the fabric about underneath it. I've got a little bit there, look, there we go. Let's pop that in. Down. So even though my feed dogs are currently down, that's going to give me the ability to move that fabric around underneath the foot. Now, if you've got a machine where you can turn the feed dogs off, even better. If you haven't got a machine where you can turn the feed dogs off, you need to be looking either up the top or on the side of the machine, because usually there'll either be a knob on the side that you can adjust, or this one that on this particular machine, it's on the top and it's a little twisty bit, and it says it's got little numbers on the front there, and that will increase or decrease the pressure that the foot actually applies to the fabric. So if you can't turn your feed dogs off, then just set that to 0, and then that will release as much pressure as you can off your feed dogs, and then that will allow you to still use that free motion foot.
So I know machines are different. But in respect to placing the feet onto the feed dogs and the pressure, are they pretty much universal?
In terms of the way the mechanics of it, they are pretty much universal. What we're talking about by feed dogs, if I just take this off, I'll be able to show you properly. Now, actually, while I'm taking it off, I'm going to show you how to take it off and on, because I think this is also really helpful. When you take these kind of feet off, the ones that rely on sitting on top of the needle arm, if I just tilt that forward a bit, you might be able to see the needle arm that's in there. And then when you put them on, if you twist them on, just give them, just rock it towards, put it in the vicinity of the arm where the feet go on to, and then just twist it round. You'll find it much, much easier to get them on than trying to battle with it, coming straight in from the back.
Okay.
So it's a lot easier to do that. So that is your free motion. There is another one in there. Actually, there's another two that use this same principle of having an arm that goes over the top. This one is what's called a darning foot. Exactly the same principle. See, if we just do the same again there, just kind of come round and rock it on, you'll find it's much easier. This one, exactly the same principle, but it doesn't bounce up and down quite so much, because the other one, the free motion one, has a spring in it. So that bounces a little bit more, and when the foot is down, it puts a little bit more pressure on. So this one, you can see there's a gap underneath it. So I actually find this one better if you've got things like batting in there. So if you've got a thicker kind of sandwich of fabrics in the first instance, then this is a bit of a better one to use, because you've just got that little bit more travel within it. And again, you have the freedom to move it about as much as you like, and that will allow you to create some of your free motion designs.
And
so
why is that different from not using one and just moving the fabric around in the machine?
Let me just release this. There we go. Right, so if you didn't have that on and you just had a straight stitch foot on there, what would happen is that foot is pushing against these feed dogs. The feed dogs, let me just take this off so we can see. Sorry, hand in the way. Right, twist that off. Come on. There we go. So these are the feed dogs. These kind of grey little raised area, the little teeth that's at the bottom of your machine.
Is that why they're called feed dogs?
Possibly. I don't know why they're called feed dogs.
Because they're like the dog's mouth,
because
then you feed.
It feeds it through the machine. It drags it through the machine. I don't know why they're called dogs, but there you go. If anybody knows, email in.
It's probably because they look like little dog jaws.
So these are here to help you move the fabric forward. Now, you don't necessarily want to... For this, you don't want those to be engaged. So a lot of machines will have the option to turn them off.
Yep.
And if you don't have that option, that's when things like these feet become quite useful, because they're not pushing against that. If you just had normal foot on, the feed dogs would make it go through front to back.
Yeah, got you.
So that's why you want to kind of neutralise the effect of them.
And that's the darn foot.
Yes, that was the darning foot. Now, I need my adapter
I always
foot.
thought my mum was upset when I got holes in my socks, because she was always saying darn it. But now I know why.
Oh, Janice, man.
What? It's the truth.
3 days of these jokes I've had.
It's not
3 days. It's enough to drive anybody to distraction.
It's the truth. I now realise a lot as I get older and older.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you why this adapter is really important. So the adapter that you've got, again, that's universal for any low shank machine. And what you've got is you've got a metal foot, so it's nice and strong. What you'll find is, if I put my plastic one away, oh, I did, there you go. This is my plastic one that came with the machine. So, difference being, let me get it the right way up, so it's the same, there. Ah! There we go. So, difference being, obviously, plastic, not as strong sometimes and can be broken. Where they break is here, and that's exactly where you slide the kind of the little bar that's on the foot. That's where you slide it in. Now, sometimes if you try and slide these into the plastic ones, either the plastic bit is too wide to go in, like that one there, plastic, oh no, it's got it, there you go. But what it sometimes does is it doesn't allow it to slide far enough back, and then when you put your needle down, you can hit the back of the foot, especially ones like this one here, which is the knit foot, where you've got quite a limited little gap in there to get your needle through. So that is a knit foot. It's for knitted fabrics. So the way that latch works is there's a little lever on the back, and it's just quick release, and it'll drop straight out, and then you can put your next foot on.
So that's like knitted jumpers, knitted scarves, knitted hats,
so any knitted
socks.
fabrics. So a knit refers to the type of weave that puts a fabric together rather than the type of fabric itself. So something like this cotton here, that's just a plain weave. You've got warp threads, weft threads, and they're going in opposite directions.
Right.
Knitted fabrics, so that would be your jerseys, any kind of usually wools,
Yes.
and you can get cotton jersey as well.
Yes.
But that is actually knitted the same way as you would, you know, knit one, purl one, as in jumper.
Wow.
But that's one continuous piece, one continuous thread that is knitted, rather than these, which are several strands, which are then put together.
There's a whole variety of feet in this kit, and I'm just thinking about the price. Wow, $39.97. Think about how much it would cost to buy, let's say, the knitted foot.
Well, I would say go and look up free motion foot. Free motion foot and universal binding foot. Go and look those up.
And then you'll see, well, you don't need to go and do the research, but please do it if you want to. It is incredible value for money, and more of us are getting into crafting now, whether it be painting, whether it be clay, whether it be stamping, die cutting, or soft crafts. With that machine, you can do so much more now. Even if you've been using a sewing machine for quite some time, you may have a couple of feet. And even if you are replicating, if you're duplicating, should I say, some of the feet that you've already got, think about all the other ones that are in there as well. $39.97. But how about dividing the cost of that into 2 payments? Interest-free payments over 2 months. So maybe your budget this month is £20. Maybe that's what you spend on craft every month, for example. That could be your budget this month, but we will send this out all at the same time. You won't need to wait for the second payment. And then next month, it's another payment of $19.99. The only difference is, if you're not a Freedom member, your P&P will be on your first payment. If you are a Freedom member, no P&P to pay. And if you want to become a Freedom member, 888 your basket, and then you won't be paying any standard delivery. Now, the adapter, which you also get included, that is worth $9.99, and the adapter comes in, and so is the guide that you get. So take those off, and you're getting 32 feet for £20. Absolute bargain. 63 pence per foot. I wish I could buy a new foot for 63 pence, but I can't. This is an incredible deal. You also get, I'm going to call it the practice sheet, even though it's fabric. And this is brilliant, because when you get this home, you're going to want to try out all the different feet, and maybe try out feet that you've never tried before. And this is going to give you an example of how to do that, and it's a reference for you to keep as well, just like your Stittionaries if you want to go for those. But it's a reference, and you get to keep it, and then you can refer back to it so you know which feet to have. You've also got the book as well. And when you are going through your research, when you are using these and practicing and having lots of fun doing so, then you can put little notes at the bottom. So there's a little area at the bottom of the page, and you can write your notes in there. So that is absolutely fantastic. Now, a third of the extended stock has now gone. It doesn't surprise me. Sold out this morning, back on extended delivery. You only have to wait till the 21st of January. It is definitely worth waiting for. Will we get them in again, Hayley? I don't know.
We usually do this a couple of times a year, so it's usually we do October-ish, and we do January, February-ish.
Yeah.
So they won't be back until probably October.
Yeah, we don't want to wait till October. Just wait till the 21st of January, and we'll get them sent out to you. It's an excellent deal. Get them in your basket, but do check on out. Make sure that you take them out of your basket and check on out to make sure you've got them. And if you want anything else, we do have some Stittionaries on the show. We've also got some fabric as well. You might want to take a look at that on the website. And everything is on Flextravaganza, so you can divide the cost of everything. Anything over £5, divide into 2 equal payments. It's brilliant, isn't it? Right, Hayley, what next?
Okay, so the next one I've got is the last one that uses this kind of system of being on top of the needle arm and moving up and down with it. So this one is the knit foot. Now, I haven't got a knitted fabric. All I've got is this little piece of felt. Now, that felt is made in an entirely different way to the other two that we've said, and that one's just pushed the fibres together. So the way that the knit arm works is, if I just kind of hold it there for you so you can see, as it sews, if I just move this one, this moves up and down. Can you just see that little bit in the middle, a little blue bit there, moving up and down?
Oh, yeah.
What that does is it grabs the top layer of fabric and moves it at a similar pace to the bottom, because often knitted fabrics can be a little bit more stretchy, and that helps it to move both pieces of fabric at the same time. Just sewing a single piece isn't going to show you a lot, but if you've got two pieces of knitted fabric and you're moving them together, then that is, you can see it just moving up and down a tiny, tiny little bit, and that is what you would use that one for. You'd use it for your knitted fabrics, and it just helps you. I'll take it off so you can have a proper look at it.
Would you use that for fleece as well? Would you say fleece is knitted?
Perfect for fleece. It's like the first step before a walking foot.
Yes.
Because obviously, have I melted my scissors? No, I haven't. It's
I
fine.
hope not. You melted your thumb earlier.
I did, yes.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Lovely Jimmy gave me a bucket full of ice and I've been sitting like that. But it's fine now. It's just going to, because see, it's not massive injury. We're all going to be fine. There you go. Injury.
So we'll give the thumbs up to Jimmy.
Yes. So that is your knit foot. Really, really useful. I'm going to put that stitch length back to what it should be. And if I show you here, this is what will balance on top of your arm, and then can you see that just moving up and down?
Yeah.
And that will walk the top fabric along and help you to get it at the same pace as the bottom fabric. So that's the little rubber bit, that's the little rubber foot that stays on the bottom and then just lifts up and walks it along at the same time for you.
Perfect. Oh, look at the springs. So well made, aren't they?
Yeah.
So well made. And you'll see that with each and every foot, each and every foot that you use.
Okay.
It's a difficult one, that one.
So, I missed a quilting foot this morning, which I was a little bit annoyed at, because I missed a quilting foot. So, I'm going to do this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, these are all your quilting feet. So you've got 3 different ones that I would personally use for quilting. So this one has a 1/8 inch allowance on that side of the foot, a 1/4 inch allowance here, and then all of those marks up the side, they are 1/4 inches and 1/8 inches on the other side. Yes?
I've got a question then.
Yeah.
So if I were to buy these brand new to, well, I've used a sewing machine before,
What,
but I'm getting
a set of kind of 3 quilting feet?
Well, I'm just thinking, would it be worth labelling the packaging that they come in? Are they really obvious?
Well, if you have a look on the back.
I don't want.
Yeah.
Oh, you every time. Wait a minute. I'm not going to take the plastic insert out because I will make them all fall over. I'm doing this very carefully, like a magic trick. It looks really awkward. I do apologise. There you go.
But remember, you could always look in the booklet that has
pictures
of all of them as well.
I've now got to hold this until another camera comes over. I'm just going to... Don't breathe.
Shall I get you out of this one by doing some more demos?
There you go.
It's like a menu on the back. It's like your little picture of all your chocolates, so you know which one's which. So you can always use that to refer back to put them back in the box.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Back to Hayley, so you don't see me struggle putting this back on the counter. If you hear it being very noisy, you know they've all fallen out.
Okay. So you've got your quilting foot and your 1/4 inch foot. The 1/4 inch foot, really useful, because if I pop this one, I used this loads yesterday because we did quite a lot of quilting. We did quite a lot of bargelloing yesterday, so I will pop that on there, find my nut and pop that back in. So this one has that little arm on the side, so you can see the little arm there, and what you do is when you are putting 2 pieces together, you can sew it right the way down that edge, keeping this arm against the edge of your fabric so you don't have to struggle finding your 1/4 inch all the time. But first of all, what I'm going to do, I know that this machine never sews dead straight in the centre. It never has done.
Why?
It's just one of the quirks of it.
Ah, okay.
I don't know. So what I do need to do is just step it across by 1/2 millimetre.
You know the adapter that you get with all the walking feet?
Yes.
Does that come in the actual package?
It doesn't come in the box. We put it in a separate packet so you can identify.
There you go.
That is your adapter.
So that comes separately.
What I would recommend with every single foot that you use, make sure that you do a couple of hand turns first, just to make sure that nothing is going to hit any metal parts on the foot. So there we go. We're going to get ready to go there, and just using that little arm against that 1/4 inch line. That I've slowed my machine right down because I was doing the gathering. There we go. You can get perfect 1/4 inches every time. Oh, I'm moving the zigzag bit, not the in and out bit, man. There we go. Because see how I've still got that really wide stitch length. I pressed the wrong button. It's
We've
fine.
got 3-minute queues on the phone, Hayley. We're getting really busy. Half the stock has now gone of that extended delivery. Will it sell out again?
Okay, so the next one we're going to do is one of the more useful feet. So we all have trousers. Well, most of us have trousers, and usually we wear them, which is good. But what sometimes happens when we do wear them,
as opposed to not wearing your trousers.
Yes, shush. I've got myself in a bit of a pickle there. So most trousers and hems will be double rolled hems. So it is exactly that, rolled over once, rolled over a second time, and that's what your double rolled hem is. Now, when you've got those invisible hems, not necessarily on the bottom of jeans, but on the bottom of trousers, and you'll have seen them before, it's just, there's maybe the tiniest bit popping through, not on jeans, Janice.
Do you have a jeans foot?
I have jeans, no. I have a foot that will make those invisible hems.
Ah.
Oh.
Like the sound of that.
Let me just tighten that back up and drop this foot off.
Would that be like on smart trousers?
Smart trousers, yes.
work
On your
trousers,
smart trousers or your work trousers. Right, there's 2 different feet I can use for this. So let's go for this one.
Yeah, it's not cheap to have your trousers taken up.
No, it isn't. And then now you can do it yourself.
I would save myself so much money.
That's my double rolled hem. What I'm going to do is just flip that over and then fold it back on itself like that. And then I'm just going to have to turn away for a second so I can give this a very quick
Okay, we've had another question from Marianne, or Marion. Thank you so much for emailing in. Marion wants to know if you have to use the adapter that comes included with every foot in the box.
No, you've got about 4 or 5 that are screwed straight on to the shank that comes down off your machine. Those ones you don't need it for, but the other ones I would definitely use it for most of them, because what it does is it puts that in exactly the right position. It puts it exactly where it should be for you to get the best results, so I would definitely use it. So we are going to use our blind hem stitch, and what we're going to do is select number 5 on this machine. What you're looking for, if I just pivot this round a little bit, what you're looking for is one that looks like this. So it's a straight line, and then there's the odd little V.
Or like a heart.
Yes, like a heart monitor. Like a heart monitor.
Yeah.
So straight line V, straight line V. That's what you're looking for this one.
Or a fox peeking over a fence.
That as well.
Yes.
Are we done?
No, I'm going to ask you another question. Where's your adapter on your machine?
Where's the what?
Where's your adapter on that machine?
It's already on.
That's
Look,
already
see,
on.
There it is.
There you go. Just wanted to show people.
See, yeah, it's already on. It just replaces that bit that attaches the foot to the machine. And this, because it's a quick release, you can just literally press that on and then it pops off.
And can you take that adapter off? Or
yeah,
would you leave it on?
It just unscrews. I mean, I leave it on most of the time.
Do you?
Yeah, and then, but it just unscrews.
Yeah.
So there you go. That just unscrews, and then you can clip, whichever foot you like into it.
Oh, that's good. Right, we've had another question. Thank you for your emails. Does it include a walking foot?
No, there is no walking foot in. That's a much built in things like this where you've got multiple layers.
Yeah.
So you'll have a top layer, a sandwich of your batting in the middle, and then a layer on the bottom. Yeah. Those feed dogs make sure all of those layers go through at the same time.
But you could use your knitted foot.
Yes, you could use it to an extent, but if you've got really chunky quilts, then probably better to go for a walking foot. What have I got attached to? I've got to recombobulate everything now. Bear with.
Well, thank you very much for your emails. This really does help. There's lots of people, of course, who are buying this who know all about their feet, and that's fine. They're going for it. There's lots of people thinking, well, does it do this, and have I got that? And I'm new to soft crafts. It's an excellent investment. It really is. So any questions, email in. It's studio@hochanda.com. We have had another one. We've asked it already. Shannon has emailed in. Shannon would like to know if these will fit on any machine or a particular machine, the low shank.
Yes, they will fit on any low shank machine, but definitely use the adapter with it, because as I said, if you've got plastic ones, like the one that this comes with, sometimes these don't allow the feet to sit far enough back in the little holder, so it's definitely worth using the metal adapter that comes with it.
Okay, fantastic.
Right.
I do think this is excellent value for money. Right, have you recombobulated?
Yes, oh, no, I haven't put it back on.
No,
there we
you
go.
are still recombobulating.
No, there we go. I'm combobulated now.
Oh, good. I love it when you're bobulated.
No, it's good, isn't it?
It means something completely different if you're from Leicester, but I do love it.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to line this up along here, and this one can go just there. And then this you can move in and out depending on the size of the piece that you're doing. And we're going to put quite a wide stitch on this. Oh, I just need to move that along a little bit, because what I'm aiming for is my straight stitch to come on this piece here, and then the pieces that jump across I'm wanting to be a little bit further over. Because I want this to be right on the edge, I'm just going to shuffle that across a little bit. Now I'm exaggerating this stitch so you can see it, because if I do it right close like I should, then you'll not actually see the little pieces that actually form the hem. So that's fine. So we're going, there's a straight stitch, and you can see that one there is just jumping across to the other side, and we're using this piece of little arm that comes out and tucks in between those two pieces. So you've got your kind of your single roll of your hem, your first roll there first,
yep.
And then the next piece that's folded over goes on the top. So you've got this arm holding that first piece down for you. See, with that little piece there. Is that better? There you go. So that's holding that first layer down, and then you've got the folded piece on the top holding everything in place. And then we do straight stitch, and then every kind of fourth or fifth stitch it just jumps across. I'll take this out quickly so we can have a quick look. There you go, because I'm only doing little bits of everything to try and get you through as many as we possibly can. And then when I open this up, see, I've exaggerated that so you can see the stitches that come across. But what you need to do is obviously do that a little bit closer, take that thread out, do that a little bit closer so you can get it so it's completely invisible. And using a coordinating thread,
wow,
that'll help you as well.
Well, we've got about 10 minutes left on the show, so let's see how many feet we can walk through for the rest of the show.
Right, okay, so we've done these ones.
How
Let's
many
go
have we
back
done
to
now?
a couple of the favourites. Now, there are some hemming feet in there, which give you little tiny rolled hems. You've got 2 3 mils and 2 6 mils in there. They all work under the same principle, which are little kind of turns there. And we've got some videos for these on the Craft Yourself Silly YouTube channel. So you'll be able to see these there as well, because I want to get through as many as we can. Let's go for the universal binding foot, because that's a good one.
Okay,
that's a good one.
We've got different.
Are you breaking stuff?
No, I'm just looking at all the ones that I've got on the top shelf just here. They almost look like mini sewing machines. They're quite large and quite interesting as well.
Okay, so I'm going to take this one apart again so you can see what I'm doing, because this is the universal binding foot.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I was looking at.
And it looks the scariest of the lot, but I think it's one of the most useful. So I'm just going to actually take this one to bits. You don't need to. It's just so I can show you a bit more clearly how it works. So you've got this little kind of C shape that's here, where you've got a slot in the top, slot in the bottom, and a slot in the middle. So what I'm going to do is take my binding. Now, sometimes this goes, I'm going to try it with a flat edge like that, but sometimes it's a little bit easier to put a little taper on it. But you know what, I'm going to do it. There we go. We'll just put a little taper on it, because it's probably let's do as I do, not do as I say. There we go. And then that slides through, so you get one in the top and one in the bottom. And this should be the same size as the one I had this morning, but if it's not, then I have adjusters. So, we're all right, we're close enough. But you do have an adjuster here. So this is about 1 inch tape, which means I've got it set at about 12 mil. If I need to make it wider, I can just screw that out and give myself a little bit more room on. That's what you're after. You're after something that kind of slides nicely and doesn't snag. You don't want it too tight, so you're really pulling it through, but you also don't want it too loose, so it'll fall out of either side.
That is really clever.
The reason I wanted to do that before that foot was on, because then you can see exactly how it goes together. And then the foot goes on. There's a little adjuster just here, which means if you don't have the ability on your machine to slide it from side to side, then if my machine doesn't move and my needle was going to be in the centre of there, I actually can just unscrew that, slide the foot along so that I can get my needle right on the edge, so I've got a nice neat finish on the edge there.
My goodness, and that's included?
This one's
Can you imagine
included.
how much
I'm
that
just
would
going
cost
to take
separately?
this one off.
Now, Hayley, am I right in saying I've seen somewhere an adapter that you can get that doesn't go on your sewing machine, that when you pull it through creates that bias binding?
You can get them.
So you don't need that, you can just use this?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so if can be bias binding, can just be ribbon. I've got a couple of pieces that are here that have just been done using ribbon. Exactly the same principle. So obviously remember, if you're going around corners and things, your bias binding is better because it has that it's cut on the bias, so it'll have that element of movement and that element of stretch to it. However, if you're just doing straight pieces, then yes, you can use ribbon, you can use all sorts in there. This one's bending because it's actually, I didn't realise which one I'd picked up, it's got wire in it. So it keeps wanting to do that.
I think that is fantastic to be included in this kit.
Let's put the other side of this one on then. So that slots into there. And then we're going to just lift that up so we can get it just to hit the feed dogs. And then you just now need to keep an eye on, let me just put it back to a straight stitch. There we go. And see, this machine I can move the needle across. If you can't, as I said, you can just adjust from there. And then we are going to just keep everything together as it feeds through the machine. And then that is going to stitch the front and the back of my binding. Oh, what we caught on. Oh, it's because I've already got other bits of stitching on here and it's catching in that. Hang on 1 second.
I think it's amazing that you can actually extend that, make it larger. You just simply take it through and it does all the hard work for you.
Yes, it does. It will do all of that. There we go. That's just the one that was caught there. It does all of the hard work for you. It creates that C shape and then stitches through all three of the layers, the top of the binding, the bottom of the binding and the piece that's in between.
So no job will be scary anymore because you've got the right foot.
Oh, let me just see if I can quickly get this out.
technique.
Now, the one thing you do need to remember with this is when you get to the end, you need to cut the rest of your binding off that you don't need, and you need to pull it out to the back, because obviously it won't pull towards the front because you've then sealed all of those pieces in and it won't pull the other way. So then you've got kind of a beautifully bound piece.
I think that's fantastic.
So you can do front and back at the same time.
That could be around
the ones
bags,
on the
around
front here that
cushions.
we did this morning, which I'll quickly whiz through. There's threads everywhere now. This is your fringe foot, so you can kind of create decorative edges and different textures with that one. This one is your 3-hole cording foot. Now we were doing zigzags, we were also doing some kind of wavy stitches on there as well. It's a great one for doing decorative pieces, and you can go around corners and things with that one as well. There's another 2 cording feet in there, which are these 2 here, and that gives you the option to do a 7 and a 9, the 5 and a 7-hole cording as well. They obviously need to be thinner threads that you use for that. You can't have the kind of big embroidery flossers running through there. But if you want to go for a thicker thread to put through there, then this one, which is the beading foot, so that's it the right way up, and then that's it from the back. So you can see that huge kind of channel that you've got in the bottom there. So like baker's twine, any kind of chunky bits funky bits, or even strings of beads. That's what it's intended for. I mean, small strings of beads and sequins.
Watching you go through all of these feet, it's amazing because you pick each one up, you know, instantly what they are. You have all that knowledge about the different feet.
Though, that's why.
It is, but people at home buying this, they will get to that stage, won't they, Hayley?
Of course you will. This is a roller foot, so this is really good for things like leather or stitching PVC, any sticky fabrics. This one's
I like
a really
that.
good one
And
for.
all of those roll, don't they?
Yes, they've got little rollers on top and bottom. These ones here, these are your open-toed applique feet. So especially when you're trying to go around fiddly bits and you need to see where you're going, this leaves that whole front of the machine exposed so you can see exactly where you're going. So these are great for kind of visibility. Well, I've got them all mixed up now. That was the shearing foot that we did earlier. How long have I got?
You've got about a minute and a half.
Okay. This one, this is another great one. This is your satin stitch foot. So alongside the open-toed applique feet, this has got like a little channel in the bottom. So if you're doing those really dense kind of elaborate stitches, you know, the ones that you get on your machine, the decorative stitches, then you can do that, and then that little channel in the bottom there helps it to slide through and you don't get everything blocked up. I am going to stop.
Oh,
Hayley.
Hayley.
No need to do recaps.
You know, if I ever go on that programme, Who Wants to Be a Very Rich Person, if you know which one I mean, can you be my phone a friend?
Yeah, no probs. As long as it's sewing machine feet.
Yeah,
That's fine.
exactly. A world of knowledge. Thank you so much, and thank you for this deal. Oh my goodness! And everyone that's taken the opportunity to buy this, well done. Remember, you can divide the cost of this into 2 interest-free payments. 32 feet. These will do all the tasks and all the chores for you, and it's going to take you even further in your sewing career. And you also have the adapter as well for your low shank machines. You've got your booklet as well, so you can reference all the different stitching and all the different methods. That comes included just there. And you can add your notes to the book as well. So you've got all of the details in there of all the different feet. You've also got your practice sheet. It's fabric, so you can stitch on that when you get this home. Have fun finding out what you can do with your machine. Perhaps you didn't even know. And now all of those jobs and all of those chores are going to be so much easy. Hayley, we're back at 5 o'clock today.
With diamond dots.
Yeah. Oh, you wait till you see what we've got for you there.
I'll say it at the beginning of the Diamond Dots show. We've expanded a project that we're doing, but I'll tell you then.
Exciting. Check out your baskets, everyone. We'll see you in a few moments' time after the break. Thanks, Hayley. Right, we have got the resin show for you next with Elkem, with our Catherine. We've also got Heartfelt 2020 favourites, and then, yes, so good, we've got her back again at 5.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select Network Settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. And we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. And we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
It's Flextravaganza time, folks. From Thursday the 31st of December at 6 p.m. to Friday the 15th of January at 6 p.m, we would like to offer you our thanks and best wishes for 2021 by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. If you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-efficient way of shopping with us. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Thursday the 31st of December to make your shopping experience with Hochanda even easier.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well. So you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Free Spirit is the home of some of the biggest names in designer quilting fabrics, like Kay Fassett, Tula Pink and William Morris, and have been proud to supply Hochanda for the last 12 months. Join us on Thursday the 14th of January at 6 p.m. for the Free Spirit First Anniversary One-Day Special.
A very good afternoon to you all. Do not go anywhere. We've got the most amazing hour ahead. We've got Scott with us from Elichem, of course. You can see one of our resins being mixed here with some tint in there as well. But we've got some amazing new products for you as well. Just watching Scott stirring the colour into the resin there, but look at what you can achieve. We've got some new crackle paste for you. You have got to see this to believe it. You can get the most astounding results. The samples we've got in the studio are mind-blowing. They really are. Do not go anywhere. I'm expecting a busy hour, and of course we've got some fabulous demonstrations by Scott, of course, here with us. Let's say a proper warm welcome to Scott this afternoon as well. Very good afternoon, Scott. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thanks. Yeah, how are you?
I cannot tell you how excited I am about this hour.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, it should be fun.
I am absolutely looking forward to everything. I think probably a lot of you know now, we've seen Elichem on some of the Zuri shows. Let me just point out something before we go any further though, that the casting resin that we've got today is a different one to the one we've used on Zuri. We'll ask more to Scott about that a little bit later on, but we're looking at a bundle here that is a great starting point for you if you want to go for your resins. Your clear resins, 2-part, but you've also got the option of your resi tints here as well. So let's have a look at these, because on the top shelf here, we've got one row here. This is your first option, so regardless of the option, you're going to get the the Elichem casting resins. Now we've got Aqua Azure Blue here, we've got Titanium White, we've got the Ultramarine, and we've got the turquoise. So that's option number 1, and straight away I love this because you've got the white in there. So Scott, can you tell us a little bit about this, how they work? Tell us how to use these.
So those Resitint Max are the pigments that you would put in with your Mastercast.
Yeah.
So very, very strong, and they're actually a resin-based pigment. So they work really nicely with something like the Mastercast or the Total Cast as well that people might already have. Yeah, you don't need very much, extremely concentrated. Yeah, a few drops goes a long, long way.
It certainly does, and I've had the pleasure of working with these products, Scott, before, and I can tell you, when you're talking about the amount you put in there, for something like the white, I thought you would have to mix so much white into a clear resin to get that white colour. You really don't, do you?
No, no, you really don't. We formulated them especially to be very, very strong, because it's annoying, you know, using a lot of pigment, and also from a sort of chemistry point of view, you don't want to add too much of something else into the mix. So you just want a little bit, and it makes it easy, and it goes a long way, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Right, that's option number 1. Option number 2, again, you're getting the resin, but you're also getting blackout, classic red, pure orange and slate grey as your resident options in that one. Now this is a great bundle. It does carry a £10 saving. 2 payments of £31.48 because of course we've got the flexi on there already for you. 694881 is the item number. You're going to use both of those in the same way, of course. I am going to urge anybody that's got questions while you want to email into the studio, please do. We'll try and get as many questions to Scott as possible. So if you want to know the difference between the different resins, how to work with different products as well, please let us know. studio@hochanda.com. We're neck and neck on those options already. Now I'm just going to move down the counter a little bit because we've got something that's new here today as well. I'm very excited about these as well. One thing, Scott, I noticed straight away is we've got the droppers with the bottles, which I love.
Yes, yeah, and again, makes it easy for people to use, yeah.
Definitely. So these are inks. We've got the acrylic resin art pigments here. So obviously pigments, you know they're going to be very highly concentrated.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, they're a water-based ink, so slightly different to the Resitint Max. Can still be used in resin, but today I'm using them in a slightly different way. But yeah, very, very concentrated, some nice bright colours.
There certainly is. And just to point out as well, we can see 2 different types of bottle there. You will get, regardless of the shape of the bottle, you get exactly the quantity that you will, you're purchasing. It doesn't matter what shape bottle you get, it just depends on the stock that the guys could get from Elichem at the time. So don't worry about that. Now we've got brilliant yellow. We've got flame orange there for you, scarlet, flame red, magic magenta, that sounds lush. Then we've got the purple rain for you. Let's go to the next shelf. We've got violet vigor, I like these names as well. Sea blue, royal blue, turquoise, always a popular one. Marine blue, lots of blues for you then. We've got the pine green there. And then underneath at the bottom shelf we've got emerald green. We've got lime green, light grey, dark grey, and we've got black and we've got white as well. Now this is a choice, so you've got choices there. We've got various different options. I'm going to ask a question. I've just been asking Maya, what would I go for? I have got favourite colours, I've got to say. But we can mix these together as well, I presume, Scott?
Absolutely, yeah, you can blend them, you can make any colour you want, yep.
Now we've got a lovely choice of different greens and blues there, but obviously green you can make with a red and, what am I talking about? A yellow and a blue will make a green. So maybe if you go for your primary colours, would that be a good choice as well?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Start with sort of basic ones that you can make others with, correct, yeah.
I've got to say, standout ones for me is something like purple rain and maybe the turquoise, I've got to say.
Turquoise is very, very popular.
Oh, now you're loving the greens, the lime green. Do you know, I'm not surprised at that, actually. Magenta popular at the moment as well. Now, the black, the white and the grey are also very popular. That's a good point, actually, because black and white mixed together, you'll get grey.
Exactly, yep.
So perhaps if you went for the black and the white, you can make your own greys, but if you want it ready mixed, you've got it there as well.
Yeah.
So do think about this. $11.98 is the price on these. You can go for as many as you like of these, wherever we've got the stocks. 201-652, and I'm presuming a little goes a very long way again.
Absolutely, yeah, very concentrated,
Wonderful.
Don't need very much, and yep. That's it.
So what sort of things will we use it on then? We'll mix it into our resin, obviously?
Yeah, you can use it to mix into resin. I mean, it being water-based, you can mix it with anything you would do, say, acrylic paints. You can use it in the same sort of way as that.
Oh, wonderful.
So, yeah, I mean, for this demo, obviously we're going to be using it with a new product, and that's why we sort of brought it along today. But, yeah, it's quite versatile.
Do you know, I'm guessing then we can mix it into things like our gel mediums and anything that, is water-based, because they're water-based, you're going to be able to use those pigment inks. Do you know, I'm really interested in those. This is the first time I've seen them as well. They're brand new to me as well. But this is where I am really, really, really excited. You've already found it as well. I so want this to do so well today, because I think we need to see this time and time again. We have got the extra large crackle paste. Now this is crackle paste like you have never seen before. We see a lot of those mediums, don't we, here on the mixed media shows, and we'd say paint it on, put it on thinly, you'll get fine crackles, put on a little bit thicker, you'll get larger cracks. This is the same, but it's a completely different pace when it comes to structure, Scott, because you can put this on really thick.
Really thick, I mean, a couple of centimetres if you want to.
I'm not kidding you. What you're seeing there on the screen, when you see this in real life, we are not exaggerating the size of those crackles there. But this is something very different to any of the other products we've seen here at Hochanda. I've never seen anything like this before, Scott, until you introduced it to me. This you can put under your resin, over your resin.
Yeah, absolutely perfect for mixed media. Yeah, over or under, you can seal it, you can sand it, you can spray paint it, you can colour it whilst it's wet, you can do what you like with it.
Amazing. And this is my favourite bit, you can put this outside, can't you?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Once it's cured, once it's dried, yeah, you can do what you like with it, yeah.
You see, it opens up all those options, doesn't it, for your artwork to be put outside. Now, we're seeing some most amazing effects here as well. Now, curing time, Scott, I'm presuming, depending on the thickness you apply it, will determine the curing time as well. And maybe would the temperature affect things?
Absolutely, yeah. So depending, as you say, how thickly you apply it. So a thin layer, you know, you would see cracks the following day, kind of overnight, 12, 18 hours, that sort of thing. In the thicker sections, it might take 2, 3, 4 days even, again, depending on temperature.
Amazing. And we've got far more in the way samples here in the studio as well. But we do want to get to demonstration as quickly as we can. I'll just give the details on this one. Give this a go. I am so genuinely excited about this. £35.70. You're getting both parts because you do get the paste, part one there, and you do get the crackle to go on the top as well. Now, it's £17.85 if you're taking advantage of our Flex Extravaganza because, of course, we can split the cost. Item number 853145. It's a little bit like how long is a piece of string on this, how long is it going to last? It depends how thick you're going to apply it.
Of course, yeah.
So it could last for a long time, or you might want to go really thick with it and get those really deep crackles as well.
Exactly that, yeah.
So excited about this. Do pop that one in your basket. Right, let's get over to Scott because we are going to see some demonstrations. What are we going to start with, Scott?
So I'm going to start with the crackle paste. And hopefully give you guys an idea of how to apply it. I mean, it is a simple product. There's two parts to it. We've got the base layer, which we call the primer, and then we've got the crackle paste itself, which you put straight on top of the wet primer.
Okay.
So the first thing, take the lid off, and you'll see the primer is just a white, sort of cream style texture, if you will. Now, you don't have to colour it. You can leave it white if you want the white background to come through.
Yeah.
So what you need to bear in mind is whatever colour the primer is, that's the predominant colours that's going to show through when the top layer cracks.
Okay, yeah.
So first thing we do is we take a quantity of our base layer and I'll put it into this cup. So I'm going to colour, on this occasion, I'm going to colour it yellow.
Okay.
So we don't need a huge amount, it goes quite far. So we take a scoop out there. I say it's kind of thick, it's like a thick cream, I suppose, that's what I would say. I'm going to put a smidgen more, I don't want to run out. There we go.
Now we are busy already on the crackle, already 10% of the stock has gone.
Oh, wonderful. So, like I say, if you like the white, which a lot of people do,
yeah, it's a proper white.
It's a really crisp white. Yeah, it's quite nice. You know, the first few tests we did, we just did it with white because it works really nicely. But yeah, that's where the inks come in now. So I'm going to add some yellow into this. And then give it a bit of a mix up.
Okay, so we're using the brand new inks
so
here.
This is the new ink, that's right, yeah. Comes with a dropper, but I'm just going to pour a little bit in there because it says a little bit quicker in there. Okay. So I'll pour a little bit of ink, whoops, not loads, but a bit.
Great colours we've got.
Okay, I'm going to get a couple of sticks. So this bit, it's being the texture that it is, it takes a little bit of mixing up, you know, it doesn't sort of go straight in, but you just kind of mash it a little bit and give it a stir up, and then basically it'll kind of go to a it's almost a bit like a sort of a whipped cream texture once you get it moving.
Okay.
And then the idea is that this will spread over the areas that you want to apply the top crackle medium to. So you only apply this where you intend to put the crackle medium.
Okay, now we can see little bits of white around the edge of the cup there, so you've just got to take your time, really give that a good old mix. But there's no sort of time specific as such, just as long as it's properly mixed in with the pigment.
Exactly, there's no rush on this. You know, it's not like resin where we've added a hardener to it, you know, and a chemical reaction has started. Yeah, there's no rush, and it's sort of one of those things that all of a sudden it just sort of comes together. It kind of goes a little bit bitty, and then before you know it,
Well,
it's
just
coming
as
together.
you're finishing the stirring there, we're just going to look at another sample, Scott. That everybody's been blown away by this. This is using the crackle paste again. Now, am I right in thinking this is a resin base first on the clock face, and then the crackle's gone over the top in this case?
Yes, correct. Yep, that's right. Yep. And there's no issue with doing that. And it's not just resin that you can do that on. If you've got your acrylic paints, or you've got oil paints or anything like that you want to add this with. We obviously demonstrate it with resin, being a resin company, but you can apply it with or over pretty much anything really.
So we could apply onto stones, perhaps, stonework?
Yep.
Straight onto wood. So you don't need the resin base first of all. You see, this to me opens up so many more options. Just think about your mixed media background, taking that from the inside to outside as well. You can create the most amazing effects. Just looking there, Scott, at the piece we're looking at right now, you can see the difference in the crackles there.
Yeah.
So just the way you apply it, if you go with a thinner layer to the edge possibly and then thicker to the centre or vice versa, you can see the difference in the crackles straight
away. Yeah, that's exactly it. So the generally, around the edges, you probably naturally apply it slightly thinner and you get the fine textures, and then you can, heap it on a little bit more if you want to create, larger splits, larger crackles. Yeah, it's completely flexible with how you want to do it.
Amazing. Such a wonderful effect. Right, okay.
So, as I say, I mean, this is all mixed up now.
Stuff.
So what I would do is, as I say, I'm going to spread it on. I just kind of roughly get it sort of where I want it to go.
Okay.
And then I'll be a little bit more precise in a second. So where you put it, entirely up to you again. You can cover the entire board if you wanted to, and then just seal it with something. You can sand it once it's on. You don't have to cover the whole board. And I'll put a little bit.
Now, when it comes to depth, Scott, obviously we're just watching you there, and it's quite a thin spread on the edges there. But we know we've already spoken about, putting this much thicker. What's the maximum depth that we can go to with it?
So the crackle paste itself, the maximum is about 2 centimetres.
Really?
Really,
As deep as that?
I mean, I think about 2 centimetres. To be honest with you, I'd probably put some on a little bit. I'd say 2 centimetres. If you put it on a little bit thicker, that's not going to be the end of the world by any means.
Wow.
But the crackles really do start getting quite large as you go over that size. But that's roughly where you want to be. Right, so that's just roughly applied the primer coat.
Okay.
So I would take.
And you've still got a lot left in that pot as well. You've not used anything
to be honest with you, I did mix up too much. And again, you can carry on if you want, but to say this is a primer coat, so I'm just going to smooth that out. So I don't really need very much of this. This is just a thin layer, and it helps with the adhesion.
Right. Okay.
So we get that round. We get a nice bold yellow colour in there. Oops.
Loving these new colours. We are very busy on the pigments. You have got a lot to choose from as well. Remember, these are water-based, so yes, we're using them with the crackle at the moment. Yes, you can mix them into your resin as well, but do think about these for other mediums that you can mix with them as well. Being water-based, we're talking about gel mediums, we're talking about pouring glazes, perhaps that you might have seen from Pentart that we bring to you as well. You could mix these. Do you know, I'm even thinking, I've got to say it, everybody, but even into my air-dry clay, because these are pigments and they're water-based, I know these would give great colour to the air-dry clay as well. So do consider these not just for your resin, but for many other options as well. I know you've found them, they are very busy, and they are purchased individually as well, so you've got the choice of lots of colours, and as many or as few as you want, depending on the stock, of course, and how that lasts.
Yeah. One thing to note as well on this, being a paste, it doesn't have to just be on the flat surfaces like this. If you want to do the sides, if you've got a box canvas or something like that, if you want to wrap it around, give it a full effect, then on the vertical is no problem at all.
We can see that because it's so thick, it's not going to run away,
no, it's not going to go over the edges and run off or anything like that.
Great stuff.
So that's the easy part. That's the primer laid down. So this is kind of roughly where I want to, the crackle paste to go. So I've got my primer on. Now the next step then is to go for the crackle paste itself.
Okay.
So we have a little plastic top to keep it from drying out there, and yeah, so it's kind of again like a thickish kind of cream that you just want to apply with a spatula of some description. Right, let me just.
Do we have a particular shelf life on this product, Scott? How do we need to store it? Is there a certain temperature?
Standard ambient temperatures. Again, you wouldn't want to necessarily leave it in the shed, the garden shed, where it can get very, very cold and very, very hot. So, you know, a kitchen cupboard or something
Yeah.
like that would be fine. As I say, all water-based, nothing toxic or anything like that, so you don't have to
Wonderful.
be super-duper careful with it. Everything gets 12-month shelf life from
Right,
us, so you can
lovely.
expect to be able to open and close this and use it for at least 12 months. But in reality, if you store it properly, it lasts
Wonderful.
ages.
I think once you get going with it, you're not going to. It's not going to last
No, it
12
won't
days,
last 12
let alone
months, no.
12 months. I think it can be very, very addictive.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, so you take it pretty much as a paste,
Yeah.
really, and then you start to apply it to the board.
Absolutely love the consistency of this.
Yeah, it's the nice thing. It's very controllable, but equally, it's very easy to spread and to use, and it stays where you put it. So you have complete control over how thick or thin it goes. Yeah, it's a nice product to use.
Can we mix something into the paste as well, like bits of grit or glitter or gemstones or
Yeah.
anything like that as well? Directly into the top coat?
Directly onto the top, yeah, absolutely. So some of the sample pieces that we've got dotted around, I mean, this one behind me has some sand in it to create this sort of beach effect here. And that was literally just sprinkled and pressed into the paste itself. You can put gemstones, you can put glitter on there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything you put on there, certainly anything dry you put on there isn't really going to affect it. It'll just sort of move a little bit when the material cracks.
Well, that's the lovely thing. You're going to get different results every single time.
Every single time, yeah. You can't recreate anything exactly. I mean, you can get obviously similar results, but the cracks are going to be unique every single time that you do this. And depending on the colour you choose underneath and then the colours that you put on top, obviously there's a lot of chance for variation. So, yeah, it's nice. So this, I mean, my thought on this is to create a kind of a, you know, like a beach sort of ocean type scene. So it lends itself quite nicely, I think, to sort of like a, you know, like a rocky type material, the sort of effect that you get. So that's what I'm going for here. So I've kind of got my cove area, and then I've got my sort of rocky outcrop, I suppose, if you will, here.
Yeah.
Just to give people a rough idea as to what I'm hopefully thinking about. We can apply it on there. Like I say, you don't have to get it, you know, super duper smooth or anything like that if you don't want to. It's, again, entirely up to you. If you know, it's a bit like icing a cake in a way.
Yeah. I like the texture on it, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's nice. It's easy to do. And then apply that part on there. So yeah, I mean, at this stage, people's decision really is just, you know, how fine do you want the crackle effect to be? Do you want it to be, you know, fairly flat, or do you want large sections in some parts and then have it thinner in others? Entirely up to you.
You can see it's very easy to apply as well.
Very easy, yeah. I mean, you can take a lot of time if you want. Again, there's no rush. You know, you can work with this for, you know, an hour at least. It's not going to do a huge amount really in that time. So yeah, it's entirely up to you. So, as I say, it comes, you know, the paste itself comes as this standard sort of brownish kind of colour. Now at this stage, you could have a choice to make. You can leave it like this and wait for it to crack, and then you could come back the following day.
Yeah.
And then you could spray paint it, or you could use your acrylic paints and you can wait for the cracks to appear and you can paint the sides, or you can spray it now or coat it now and then allow it to crack open.
I like
which is what
that
I'm
as well.
gonna
The
do.
fact that you've mixed the yellow, so you really, because you've taken the time to do that, you're going to want the yellow to come through. So I presume if that's the case, you would prefer to add the colour to the top now. So that
Exactly,
the crackles,
yes.
when they open up, you've still got that yellow.
You've still got the
coming
yellow there now, exactly that. Right. So if you wanted one colour, you'd probably be best to leave it and then spray paint it or just
All
brush
in one
paint it
go.
tomorrow. But if you want that change of colour between the cracks and the base, then
Yeah.
yeah, you're best to coat it now. And that's where I'm going to use some more of the inks.
Oh, wonderful.
So for this one, I'm going to use, being that I'm trying to sort of recreate this as a kind of a land mass, I'm going to use a sort of a grey, green sort of mix. So you can use a few tools for this. You can use a sponge, you can just use your fingers. I use a paintbrush, just a cheap 2-inch paintbrush to dab it on, because I don't want to do anything that's too harsh onto it because it's still wet. Obviously I'll move it around. But basically, I mean, I'll put a few spots around of the colours and then pretty much just sort of paint them in there.
And again, this is a fun element of the whole process because, you know, just watching the colours mix, depending where you drop and the amount of the pigment that you're applying there as well. This is what we like to see. We like to see the explosion of colours. We like to see those mixes.
Yeah, this is sort of where it comes to life a little bit, really, because obviously the brown it comes in as standard is, you know, it's the colour of the material, you know. But once you get that colour on there, that's when you start to sort of see it come alive.
Which of the greens are you using there, Scott?
Sorry?
Which of the greens were you using
that was
there?
the pine green.
Pine.
Quite a darkish sort of green,
Yeah.
you know, again, only because I'm trying to recreate, you know, a sort of a land type thing. If you wanted to go bright and crazy with it, by all means. So a few drops of that.
Okay.
On here.
You can see how highly pigmented these inks are because you can't really make out the colours at the moment because they're just in drops. But that's one of the blues, is it, that you've got there?
Actually, sorry, that's actually dark grey.
That's dark grey,
That's
is it?
dark grey that's going on there, yep. And then I've got some, just a few drops of light grey. Oh, a few drops of light grey here as well. I'll put on there. Okay.
Lovely.
So, oops. Right. So at this stage, you just take your brush and you just start to sort of brush the colours in over the surface. So being quite a soft, you know, paintbrush, I'm not disturbing the media too much, the crackle paste. And like I say, if you wanted to do this with some really bright colours and entirely up to you. You know, there's no right or wrong answer with it. Just one solid colour, for example, or many, you know, create a rainbow, entirely up to you.
Because the pigment is a liquid,
Yeah.
is there any point where we'd be adding too much of the pigment?
I mean, I suppose if you really soaked it and started pouring it directly out the bottle, you would argue that would probably be too much.
You wouldn't want to do that, though, would you?
No,
Because
you wouldn't want to do that.
To make it last.
Again, with these...
You certainly don't need to. Looking at the depth
No,
of
you
colour
don't
we've
need
got
to. I mean,
there.
I've used, you know, a few drops out of each bottle. And being water-based, you know, they will dry. So if you do have an area where, you know, you spill a little bit of extra on there, brush around it, you know, it's not a problem because it will dry water-based. If you've got a reasonably warm area, that's not going to be a problem.
Well, now we can see how that's blended in, Scott. We're going to let you continue with that. We'll just give everybody a reminder of the details for the crackle itself. You've got really generous sized pots here as well. So, of course, base layer is number 1. You can see the numbers on the sticker on the top there. So that's your primer. That's the one that Scott coloured with the yellow. So if you do want to add colour, you certainly can. You don't have to, as we've had explained there. And then, of course, we've got the crackle paste that goes on top. That's the structure on top there. Go very thinly with it if you want the fine crackles. Go much thicker if you want the really large crackles as well. Unbelievable that you can apply this to at least 2 centimetres. Scott did say you could even probably take a little bit more than that. Just bear in mind that the drying time will be affected by the thickness of the paste itself. What a great buy this is. £35.70. It's brand new today as well. We can split that into 2 payments for you as well. £17.85 is all it would be today. Item number 853145. We're just looking again at 1 or 2 different samples. This one's actually right next to me now. We can see a combination of the resin being used here as well. But that crackle effect, look at the depth of those crackles again there. Do you know what I found really intriguing? Look, you've almost got a proper circle there as well. Is that just how it's formed, Scott?
That was actually, they actually used a bottle top just to make a mark in it at first. So when it was still wet, say this stage, for example, just put a little bottle mark in it and twisted it, and then that's what you got.
But so that means you can experiment with maybe metal cutters and things that you've
Absolutely,
got, different size bottle tops to give different effects as well. I think it is one of those products, isn't it? Just play with it and see what you can achieve.
Exactly, yeah, it really is fun.
We've also got in here as well, I think this would probably mix into the resin, but we've got crystals and things in there as well. Just have another look at this one here at the bottom. But you can see, I did mention glitter and things. You can see how that's been sprinkled into the paste there. So you can try those different things that you've probably already got in your stash there as well. But what a great effect that is. Absolutely amazing. 853145 is the item number. Let's give you a reminder of those pigments as well, because we've been busy on these already during this hour. Now, the most popular colours we've got are the white, which is down at the bottom here. And also, I'm not surprised actually, the turquoise, which is one of those that I said would probably be one of my choices as well. I do believe the turquoise is here, I think. There we are. So they're your most popular choices so far. The yellow is busy as well, probably because we've just seen Scott using it. You can see how vivid those colours are, but you're going to get the same effects from the others. That pigmentation, this is pigment in a bottle, basically. That's what it is. So you've got that concentration there. So the brilliant yellow, that's what we're starting with. Let's go through these again. Flame orange, absolutely beautiful colour. We've got scarlet there. We've got flame red. Magenta, I know that's been a busy one as well. We've got purple rain, love that colour. Violet, another beautiful one there as well. Sea blue, royal blue, there's the turquoise, that one's in the lead at the moment. We've got marine blue, the pine green, which is one of those colours that Scott's just been using as well. We've got emerald green, lime green, I know that one's been busy as well. The light grey, the dark grey, and then we have the black and we have the white as well. £11.98 per bottle. This is going to last a long time. 201652 is the item number. And bear in mind again, not just for your paste, not just for your resin, anything that you can mix pigments in that are water-based, because that is a water-based product. Now let's just remind you again about the resin. Now I've got a couple of questions to ask Scott as well here. Now this particular resin we've got here is the Mastercast.
Yep.
When I've done the jewellery shows, you provided me with the total cast.
Total cast, yes.
You can do basically similar, well, you can do similar things with it, but there is a slight difference, isn't there?
There is, yes. So the Mastercast is more suited to the artwork type of pour, so into the horizontal board, mainly because the viscosity of it, so it's a little bit thicker than the total cast. And you get a little bit longer to work with it. So if you want to add details into your artwork and have a little bit more time to play around, the Mastercast is better suited.
Wonderful. And Total Cast is the one that we tend to use on the mould shows because it is a little bit thinner to work with, it pours nicely, it levels so beautifully, and it's just the best one for our moulds. So maybe you've already got the Total Cast, you want to go for the Mastercast as well. You have got the choice of two different options here. So you do get, of course, your resin and your hardener, and then you've got a choice of the resistance here. So the top row, we've got azure blue, we've got titanium white, we've got the ultramarine, and we've got the turquoise in there as well. You need the tiniest amount. Second option, of course, you're getting the resin and hardener again, but you've got a choice of the blackout. Classic red comes in the second option, pure orange, and also the slate grey is also in there. Nothing to stop you going for both, but I know there will be other options on the website as well. But on today's show, this has been put together as a bundle for us. It is another new today. 694881 is the item number. Now, we do have some more items to tell you about as well. Now, if you know anything about resin, it is very addictive once you get going with it. If you want to go for larger quantities, this is another option for you. This is the resin and the hardener. So you're getting equal parts of each. Of course, it's a one-to-one mix. £24.99. You've got 200 grams of one, 200 grams of the other. 635489. So that doesn't have the resin with it, but of course you can go, if you're going for the pigments or the resin separately, you can go for that as well. Then this is a really good buy. You've got the kilo of resin and a kilo of hardener here. These are the really big bottles. A flexi buy option here, 2 payments of £35, 407521. And again, use your resistance, your inks to mix into there as well. But it gets even better. What about this one? 2 kilos of resin and 2 kilos of hardener. If you've got into your resin and you can't put it down and you've got all these different projects to do, maybe this is the option for you. 3 payments of £37 and 33 pence, 055966. Now, something else we've got as well, I'm so glad we've had this put on the counter actually, because we've got the resin metal. You've already found it as well. We've got 5 different options for you here. So let's have a look at these and then we'll ask Scott some questions about these as well. So, that looks like a gold to me. Is that the golden lustre? Yes, it is. I can see it on the label. Then we've got the copper rush there. Beautiful. I want to take the lids off this. I don't know if I can. Blue steel we've got for you there. Bronze beech, and we've got the aluminium oxide there as well. I don't know if they have got a seal on them actually. I don't know if these will. I'm gonna open it. Scott, I'm going to ask you about these, but these are absolutely stunning. Now, we've seen some of this on some of the artwork around the studio. Can you just point out which of the samples we've got some of the metal effect on?
So
the resin metals.
So the one that you've got next to you with the beach sort of scene, I think that's got the blue steel in it.
Oh, amazing.
And then And then in the gold one, also with the leaf, has the gold, some of the golden lustre.
Okay, we'll have a look at the golden one in a second as well. Now, just while we're looking at these, Scott, just so I know in advance, the clock that we've seen previously that's got the crackle on it, there is a metal effect in there as well. Is that the same product or is it something different?
I think that might be the Resitint Plus, so the metallic powders that we've got. I think they're also available today as well.
Okay,
yep.
But we're going to show you this gold one on the stand as well, because this has definitely got our resi metal in it. Now, I know there's different mediums there, but the mixture, kind of the swirly, marbly effect in the background, that's the resin metal, is it?
That's the resin metal, yeah. That works nicely with the resin. A bit like the Resitint Plus, it's a resin-based polymer pigment, but it has a metal flake in it, so it inherently tends to create these really, really nice swirls.
Wonderful. And again, little goes a very long way.
A very, very long way, yeah. They last a long time.
Well, we're busy on these as well. 21.99, 436571. Just before we move on any further, while I'm thinking about it as well, Scott, you're working with the crackle paste there, and we've said it's not toxic, you know, it's safe to use, but we notice you're wearing gloves. Would you recommend wearing gloves with any of the products, simply for reasons of...
I mean, good industrial hygiene is something we always preach, so gloves, goggles, or obviously I'm wearing glasses and an apron, just to stop it going on your skin. Like I said, it's water-based, there's no odour, there's no smell, it's non-toxic, but why would you not wear gloves? You might as well, rather than just get it on your hands.
Yeah, and what I love as well, everything carries, of course, the appropriate certification, which you can find with Elichem as well, so very, very safe to use. Everything's been totally tested to its nth degree.
Yes.
Now let's have a look again at what Scott's up to, because of course we've applied that crackle over there. Obviously we're not going to see the crackle form because you need to allow those hours.
No, so it takes a number of days for that. So this is sort of the piece that you would have, you know, in its slightly finished state. So I don't need to do anything with this now for a couple of days, but having been slightly prepared, oops, grab that and bring this one in. Here is one I made earlier. So that is
look at that.
What you can expect after a couple of days.
Wow.
So you can see the yellow is quite vivid coming through. I've got the green-grey mix on the top.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's effective on its own, but at this stage, it's your decision, I suppose, as to what else you want to add to it. So if it's resin or watercolour paints or acrylic paints or anything that you've got, obviously we tend to go with resin, but yeah, so that's what you can expect. So that's two to 3 days.
Amazing. And you can see that finer crackle on the edge there, the thicker crackle in the centre. Do you know, the more I see this, the more I can just picture, if somebody's got a nice patio area or decking area, some wall art with this crackle on there would look absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. You can apply it to vertical surfaces if you wish to do so. You can sand it. So if you wanted to build it up and then sand it flat to create different effects, you can absolutely do that. And then you can seal it with, you know, if you've got matte sealers or you've got gloss sealers or you've got resin or you've got paints, you can do all of those sorts of things over it.
Do you know, I reckon then, if you've got a wall that's maybe been rendered, I hope my neighbour's not watching because somebody over from me, their wall's just like this, it's brick but it's been rendered and it's crumbling away in places.
Yes.
You could actually go over those areas with the crackle and create something amazing on a wall that's maybe looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, there's no reason why not, absolutely. I mean, again, I think if you're doing it outside, you want to try and think about sealing it with some sort of, you know, varnish or something that's suitable to just to give it a bit of protection. But there's no reason you can't do that, absolutely.
Love it. Love it. Well, the crackle proving popular as well this hour. Part 1, Part 2, that's what you're getting here. All for that price of £35.70. Remember, you can split that 2 ways with our event, 853145. Now, Scott, what are we going to do next?
So I thought we would pour some resin.
Amazing.
Thought that might be quite fun. So I've got some master cast. So I'm going to go for some sort of ocean, you know, being I've created my land mass now. I'm going to add my ocean. So I've got some blues, some whites. We'll mix it up, pour it on, and then we'll get some heat onto it, do a bit of feathering, and see what comes out.
Amazing.
All right.
Can't wait.
So we'll get started with our master cast. So board like this is a 40 centimetre square board. Now obviously some of it I have covered in this, so I'm going to mix up about 300 grams of resin.
Okay.
So it's 150 of the resin itself. Let's get that in there.
Okay. Now you've got, just to point out to everybody at home, Scott, you can probably see it actually, but he has got measuring cups.
Yes.
You can of course use your scales and weigh it if you prefer.
You can
to
weigh
do
it
that
as well.
way.
Yeah. Again, equal amounts if you decide to weigh it.
Yeah.
But just we sometimes get people will ask, "Oh, can I do it by eye?" And we'd really rather you didn't.
Yeah.
If you try and be, there is a tolerance built into it. 10%. So if you do get it slightly out, it's not a problem. But we'd rather people are sort of accurate.
Okay.
Right. So resin and hardener in. So stirred together for 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
At this stage. So the first part, if anyone's not used resin before, you'll note that it appears like it's going cloudy, but that's the two components sort of coming together. And what you want to do is keep stirring past the point of cloudiness, and it starts to look a bit like sparkling water.
Yeah.
And that's when you know that you're pretty much ready to go.
Now, I know a lot of people, when we've done the shows using the resins in the moulds, ask about bubbles.
Yep.
So I know there are a few hints and tips of how to avoid too many bubbles. It's a little bit different when you're doing the pour, because I know you bring in your very good heat tool. But 1 or 2 tips of how to avoid too many bubbles to start with, or how to remove them?
I suppose the speed that you mix, you're always going to bring air into the mix naturally by folding one into the other. You're going to trap air. But if you really whisk it quite vigorously, you're going to introduce more air. Other than that, having the resin component slightly warm is very, very good, because the warmer it is, the runnier it tends to be, and the runnier it is means it's easier for the air to travel through it. So when something's cold and it's very thick, the air is really trapped down low, and it can't travel through the resin. Whereas if it's a little bit warmer, it's a bit runnier, and the air suddenly has a bit more freedom to move. So that's always a good one.
That is a good tip, actually. It does work very well.
And then the heat gun, obviously, is the best one. Right, so that's pretty much there. So you see the sort of swirly cloudiness is gone. It's looking more like sparkling water, as I say. It's quite clear, and that's generally speaking a sign that it's ready to go. So I'll just make sure I've got round the edges, get into in the base, because I don't want any unmixed material clinging to the outside edges of my mixing cup, and then when I pour it on the board, they come out as sticky patches. So I've got that good to go. Right, so we'll pop that there. So we're going to use 4 colours.
Okay.
So this is the azure blue. Like I say, you really don't need very much. I'll take sort of what I've got on the end of the stick there.
Okay.
Pop that in like that.
So this is, of course, from our options, our bundle with our 2 different options.
Yes.
So this is the Resitin. Oh, I'm pleased to see you using the white as well. It just blows my mind, this one, because I honestly, the first time I used it, I thought, how much of this do I put in? And I was so cautious, expecting to have to keep adding it. And it was like, whoa, I didn't even need as much as I'd put in.
No, it's amazing. You really don't need that much, because whites are something, and that was part of the reason we wanted to make these pigments, is because we were always asked for, certainly in the lighter colours, the yellows, the oranges, the whites, how do you get a really, really strong colour, especially with resin when you're, say, spreading it over a board. And it was difficult, you have to use a lot of it, but with this white, no, like you say, very, very concentrated.
Now, another question just while it's on my mind as well, Scott. I know there's probably a lot of people at home thinking, well, what's the difference between the Resitint and also the new inks that we've got? The new inks are water-based.
Yes.
You said, didn't you, these have got a resin component
So
in
these are effectively resin part A, I suppose, without a hardener. So, yeah, they're not water-based. So if you were to leave the lid off, they don't dry.
Yeah.
They don't dry of their own accord. They need to be part of a resin and hardener system. So that's the main difference, and they're just stronger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect.
Right.
Okay. This is where it gets really exciting now. Now, you'll be amazed. If you've never seen the Resitint being used before, you will be amazed at the difference in colour. You can see the clear resin there. You can just see a little bit of the Resitint kind of just starting to move a little bit. I think that's just with the weight of the resin going in there, it's causing that movement. But once you start to stir... And again, you can mix the colours with these, can't you, Scott, as well?
So say that again,
with
sorry?
the Resitint, you could mix the colours together as well if you wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to blend colours, if you want to get white and black and make yourself grey, absolutely, that's no problem at all. Right, let's get the old white mixed up. So you see, I haven't got equal amounts because I'm not obviously going to use them in equal quantities. The white is going to be less so. But yeah, very, very easy to mix in. A couple of minutes, just if that, to stir all of these colours together.
Look at the depth of colour there.
And then we are ready to pour. So that's my azure.
And another question that I know is quite frequently asked as well, if you don't mix enough resin and you start doing a pour, have you wasted what you've done? You haven't, have you? Because you can mix more, go on top, you can go in a thin layer and then add more.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if I just did this and then decided, whilst it's still wet, you know, I could add to it there and then. I can make some more now and add to it if I wish to do so. Or the next day, I can put some more on. I can put another layer on. It's never ruined. That's the thing with resin. People phone us up, oh, I've done this, have I got to throw it away? And the answer is no, absolutely not. You can always sand it back and go again.
Yeah, amazing.
Right.
Oh, look at that blue. That's very nice. Which blue is that one?
So this is the ultramarine.
Right, OK, so that was in option number 1, the first option that we had.
That's right, yeah. All these colours are in the first option pack.
OK.
So
So if anybody wants to replicate what Scott's doing, it was the first option. We're just scrolling that across the screen for you to see those different colours in there.
Right, so...
I can't tell you how addictive using resin is. It was only, well, you know, Scott, because you introduced me to it, you know, bringing it into the shows that I do as well. I'd not actually worked with resin before, and it's kind of, now I can't think of a project that I don't want to use it on.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun, I have to say. You know, we come up with ideas and, well, wonder would this will work, wonder if that'll work, and get to experiment quite a lot, you know, in the office. And it's always fun, just thinking of the various sort of colours that you can use and the way you can do things. Yeah, everything gets resin based. Anything that's flat is pretty much covered in resin at our place. So, yeah, so I'll spread this out a little bit.
Okay.
So I want it to reach a little bit further. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of go where I think, you know, the shallower waters would be, is where the turquoise is going to go. And then in the middle, where the darker water would be, the deeper stuff, sorry, would be the ultramarine. Oops.
Because the resin itself is self-levelling as well, isn't it?
It is.
So you need that difference in colour to create the depth and what looks like the deeper areas, the shallow areas.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, it will self-level out. And when you're spreading it here, I mean, you don't need to be overly sort of careful with where it goes, because we're going to get the heat onto it and move it and blend the colours into one another in a minute anyway. Don't need to worry too much. Right, so let's get some turquoise in here.
Just as Scott's pouring that, it is important to have a nice level worktop, not one that's on a bit of a slant.
Yes, of course. Yeah, absolutely, because I mean, again, it's quite, obviously it's a thick material, but it will still continue to kind of move, you know, it probably moves for maybe, you know, an hour or so, an hour and a half.
Wow.
So if it is on a bit of a slant, then you may find that it wants to, you've created some nice effects and you come back and you think, oh, it's moved a little bit. But again, you know, if that does happen, then you can just redo it the following day if required. Let's just get that spread. As I say, and at this stage, if you know, you run the colours into one another, it's not a problem. We're looking for that sort of effect anyway. You know, we don't want solid lines. You know, you can press it up against the crackle paste, and then if you wanted to run it into some of the cracks and lines, again, go for it.
Yeah, I like that effect, actually. It looks really, really good. I'm just thinking as well, upcycling things you've got at home, maybe old picture frames, or just take the backs out of frames so you've got surfaces to work on.
Yep.
Obviously, when you're working with this type of resin, because it's self-levelling, you can't use something like an urn or a glass vase or something like that, because it's going to pour, it's going to pour off there.
Exactly, anything like that, you know, it does, that's the only sort of limitation really is, well, the two limitations are plastics. You're going to struggle to get a good adhesion, so it may struggle to stick to plastics. And of course, slanted or vertical surfaces are again difficult. You know, but if you can take that, you know, if you can lay your item on its side for a period and then apply it, let it dry, and then stand it up, then go for it. Oops. Right. So
Now, just as you're doing that, Scott,
Yep.
we are watching what you're doing there. I'm just going to let everybody know again the different options we've got when it comes to this particular kit. So, of course, you have got the cast-in resin, and it's the Mastercast one that we've seen on today's show.
Yes.
So you've got your resin, you've got your hardener there as well,
Yep.
and then you've got the choice of the different resins. So the one that Scott's currently using, Azure Blue, Titanium White, Ultramarine and Turquoise are the colours that you're going to get in there. That one is in the lead at the moment. The other option will contain the blackout, the classic red, the pure orange and the slate grey as well. So nice to have those options actually. Now we're just going to give you a reminder as well of something else that we've got for you. Something we've not seen actually this hour, the ResiTint Plus. Now you mentioned it, Scott.
Yes.
So the ResiTint Plus, I believe, we go back to our clock here, ResiTint Plus has been used in the making of this clock. So what is the difference between the metal, the resi metal that we've seen, and the ResiTint Plus?
Well, let's say, so the resi metal is a paste, a polymer paste, whereas the ResiTint Plus is a pure metallic powder. So you can sprinkle it on the top if you just want to use it as to create like a sort of a leafing effect. So if you had your wet resin like I've got now, I can just sprinkle it on the top and leave it. Or I can mix it in with my clear resin and create a gold sort of effect, if you wish to do that.
This is just amazing stuff. That is, I think that might be the rose gold I've just tipped out there actually for you. We've got a choice of rose gold, we've got the aluminium there, look at that, wow, copper, and we've also got the gold for you, the rich gold there as well. Absolutely beautiful. So you could mix those together as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, no reason you can't.
These are going to go such a long way as well. 50 grams, that's what you get in there. Amazing stuff. $19.99 is 102792. Can we dust our moulds with this? If we're using moulds, could we dust the moulds with it and then pour the resin in so it picks up?
Correct, absolutely, yeah, no reason not to do that.
Oh, you need some of that in your life.
You definitely do, it's really good. As I say, just be careful when you open them because they're so fine, it goes everywhere. So as long as you're okay with your studio having a light mist of gold on it, it's
well, it would look very,
good.
very pretty. I think I'm going to be covered in it if they don't turn the air conditioning off. Now, this is coming on beautifully. Look at this. So that little bit of white you're applying now, obviously you didn't mix so much of that for a purpose.
No, so I just wanted to create, that's almost going to be my sort of my wash, if you will, I guess. So, my pour's there or thereabouts, so now I'm going to do the sort of part that kind of brings it together, which is to use the heat on it. So standard heat gun, 2,000 watts or 15 pounds Amazon, eBay. But I know you've said in the past if you've got a smaller one for crafting, then absolutely you can use that.
I will just say now for anybody that watches the mould shows, don't ever use the tool or the type of tool that Scott is using on your moulds. Just use a regular heat gun that we use for crafting. We've got just under 5 minutes, Scott. Is that fine? We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, that's fine. It's nearly there, to be honest.
Wonderful.
So two things I'm doing here. I don't know if you can pick it up, but you get almost a fizzing effect when I'm adding the heat, and that's the air coming out of the resin.
Oh, we can see it, yeah. Got a really good shot. I love doing this bit.
The heat over, and that really helps the resin, become nice and flat, sort of glass-like. And I'm also adding a bit of energy into it as well, and then I can use the heat in a minute once I've heated it up. It makes it go sort of runny, and by doing that, I can start pushing it around and then creating some nice effects. So let's get that in there.
Love
Turn it
these
up a bit.
colours.
I can start trying to create my waves.
It's just amazing to watch it, isn't it? Look at the white moving now. Wow. And as long as you protect your surface, don't worry about any little drips that go off the edge there as you're blowing this around. Just make sure you don't do this on your best table with no protection. Look at the movement we're getting now. Oh, I love these colours. If we wanted to tip this, Scott, to get movement in there, can we do that as well?
Sorry, say that
If we
again.
wanted to tip it to get movement, could we do that
absolutely.
as well?
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Just be careful not to tip it all off the edge.
Of course, there is there is that. If you want to now use your spreader, if you wanted to say get a stick and start, bringing some colours in now. If you wanted to add some glitter in at this stage, whatever you want to do, there's no right or wrong answer. But yeah, it's nice. It sort of brings the piece to life, finishes it off, and you get a nice change of from the matte to the gloss of the resin. But this is roughly the sort of thing that I'd be be finished with.
Wonderful. I love the idea of the sand along the coastline there as well, if that's what you were creating. So do think about other things that you've already got in your stash. But what a wonderful way to spend your day working with this type of product. Amazing. We've got, as I say, the new crackle. We've got, when it comes to the resin that Scotch has been using, we've got different options for you actually, but if you want to go for the resin tint, then this is a great starting point. Those resin tints are going to last you so much longer than you will ever believe as well. You're getting an awful lot for your money here. So one part of the resin, one part of the hardener, it's equal parts that you've seen being mixed there. Just to remind you again, we've got the option, the first one with the azure blue, the titanium white, the ultramarine and the turquoise, or the second option is the blackout, the classic red, the pure orange and the slate grey. We do have Flexi already in place for you there, and of course you can go for one of each if you prefer. 694881 is the item number. Now, I'm very, very busy on the new pigments. I am not surprised with this. I didn't even know about these until today. Brand new. These are water-based pigments as well. So, yes, you can mix them into your various different products. But we're not just talking about the products we've got on today's show. $11.98 and one bottle is going to go such a long way. You've got the dropper on there as well, which I think is great because you've got that precision with that. 201652 is the item number. We'll just go through those colours again. So, we have got, of course, the brilliant yellow, flame orange, scarlet, flame red, magenta. We've got the purple rain, down to see what that looks like. We've got violet, sea blue, royal blue, turquoise, marine blue, pine green. Then we've got emerald green, lime green, light grey, dark grey, the black and then the white there. So lots to choose from. 201652. And then, of course, we can't forget to tell you about the crackle again. Such an amazing product. Honestly, if you won't have seen it before, it's the first time we've seen it here, so please do try this one out. Those amazing effects that you're seeing, and not just with your resin. Don't forget that you don't have to apply the resin every single time. You can work with this in many different ways. £35.70, break it down into two with our Flex Extravaganza, so you can split that. £17.85, that's all it'll cost you today. 853145 is the item number. Scott, thank you so much. Thoroughly enjoyed that. You know I love everything that Ellie can bring to us here at Hochanda. You've got another show later on today with Janice.
Yep, I have, yep.
What time is that?
That is 7 p.m.
7 o'clock tonight, so do not miss that as well. Will we see new demonstrations?
New colour schemes. Same sort of rough idea, but obviously just utilising some different colours and things.
Wonderful. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Scott. Just look around me in the studio. These samples are just stunning. They really, really are. Have a look around your home as well to see what you can upcycle. Any questions that you want to send in for the next hour as well, you can do, studio@hochanda.com. But check those baskets out. Don't miss out. I will see you a little bit later on. We've got, well, it's Heartfelt coming up next. I'm going to give you the menu. Once again, Scott, thank you so much. I've got a couple of questions for you afterwards as well. Ran out of time, didn't I? I can't do them all on the show. Stay with us, though. See you soon. Coming up next, oh, it's that time again, isn't it? 4 o'clock, Heartfelt Creations, it's your final call. And then Hayley's back with Diamond Dots, and then we've got the new one-day special, Jelly Arts. Can't wait.
Hello, my name's Stuart, and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Abs from Orange Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. All and Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All and Create shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
A very good afternoon to you and thank you for your company for this hour. It's 4 o'clock and it can only mean one thing. We are talking about Final Call. What is Final Call? I hear you cry. Well, it's a time-limited offer of the one-day special, and this is the last and final live hour before the prices go back up at 6 o'clock and we start a brand new one-day special. We have been very busy over the last 24 hours. We have brought you a botanical collection of the best of 2020, as it were. The best collections of 2020. But the best thing about it is it all works together. Maybe you've had the collection before and you adore the paper pads. I think we had an email in from Florida at 8 o'clock this morning, saying they love the collections and it's always worth popping an extra pad into your basket depending on what collection you are going for, because you use that pad time and time again. Before we talk about Heartfelt and before we talk about the one-day special that I've got here for you, I am not alone. She's been here for the last 24 hours creating everything that we've got from here. And in theory, when you look at it, you think, I could do that, because you can. When you get the right tools for the job, it makes it look easier. And obviously with Nikki by our side, it is true, when you've got the right tools for the job, you really haven't got, you've just got to sit and colour and enjoy.
And with Heartfelt, what they do is they give us the stamps that coordinate with the dies, that coordinate with the paper pad. That makes it so easy to create what you see us showing you today. But also in that one-day special, we've got something very special.
Well, you have indeed, because you've really excelled in the one-day special, because this is a one-stop crafting shop.
Definitely. So within this, you've also got your flower shaping moulds to create your absolutely stunning, and I will say stunning because they are, wild roses.
Yeah, they are these.
I would love to say I have spent hours in my craft room with my flower shaping tool creating my dimensional wild roses, but unfortunately I cannot take the credit for it. It's all down to, in my opinion, and I think a lot of crafters out there will agree with me, is those flower moulds.
Well, that's the thing, the flower moulds take your cards from two-dimensional to three-dimensional, and very, very easy as well. No more sitting, yes, you still need your ball tools to make the, if you're going to do more petals, but if you want 3D cards in an instant, you stamp them, you die cut them out, you colour them, you then pop them into your shaper moulds, and from then, that's when the magic happens. That's when you start creating cards that look like this. How beautiful. The dimension on that leaf. I personally don't think you'd be able to get that dimension with a ball tool anyway.
You probably could, but it would take you a while. And to be perfectly honest, us crafters are quite impatient, and if we know there's a shortcut, we want that shortcut. Well, I do.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, you sit and make 20 of these. By the time you get to about 3, you're going to think, I can't be bothered anymore.
Do you know what I love about it as well is, you've got the dies, you've got the stamps, you've got the moulds that you are going to have basically forever in your craft stash.
True.
They are your tools. Then all I need is paper and ink and some glue, and I'm done.
That is true, you only need...
I can make as many flowers as I like. I mean, just look at this one from... Who's made that one? Is that Janet from the design team. I mean, just look at those flowers. They are absolutely stunning. All she's used is a paper, a ink, her stamps, her dies, her moulds, and obviously some glitter. And if you take a look what's in the centre, if you... Oh, is it Jeanette? Oh, I don't know. I can't see it. I'm just scared. Janet. Oh, it's Janet.
It is Janet.
And then if you take a look in the centre of those flowers, those gorgeous stamens, we even have those in the one-day special.
This is the thing, and it is a one-stop shop, and you're thinking, well, how is this possible? For the sheer fact, you do get the stamps and the dies that correlate together. So you get the stamp, and then you get the dies to cut them out. You get the stamp, and then you get the dies to cut them out as well. Then you get your foam in there as well. I'm going to come to this in a minute, do not worry. You get your moulds in there. What did I say?
You said foam.
Oh, did I? I meant moulds. I knew what I meant.
We knew what you meant.
You knew what I meant. But then you also get your paper pad in here as well. And this is what they were saying this morning in Florida. That, oh, look at me, Continental.
It was candy in Florida.
Candy. I wonder if she's still awake.
3 in the morning in Florida.
She must
it
have
was.
gone to sleep by now.
Sure
Candy said, get yourself another one of these, because these are what you use the most. You go from your big 12 by 12s to your little 8 by 8, 6 by 6 toppers that you've got on there as well. Every page is different. Every page you are going to get little elements. So maybe, if I tilt that forward, then you won't get a flare. You're just going to use this with some of your flowers around.
And then use the rest of it for your backing papers.
Yeah, and this is what I love. But then if you get to page, this is the page I'm looking for. These are quick and simple cards. You think it's a backing paper. No, it's not, because it works with the dies that you've already got in your kit as well. These are ready-made cards and papers.
Yeah, and these are your go-to flowers. I would say when you're in a hurry, you forgot somebody's birthday or an occasion, and you think, whoops, I only have 10 minutes to create a card.
That is true, because then these simply... Obviously, I've got the die upside down, Adam. Of course you
I think it's the other one in the corner. The other corner. One? Yeah, because that one's on a 3-1.
Oh, so that one
No,
there?
the other way. The other way. That's the... No. To the way, turn around, turn around.
Like that.
There you go.
There we go. I am doing it holding it in the air just to prove a point.
Brilliant.
But
they
that's
all
how it works.
coordinate. Really, really easy. Honestly, if you are a beginner crafter, you're watching the shows and you're thinking, never done any die cutting before, never done any stamping before, I really only use kits. Yes, you've got your paper pad, and to me the paper pad is a kit in itself because you've got all your toppers, you've got your tags in there, you've got sentiments in there.
I love it.
But the dies and stamps and that mould is so easy to use.
But then we've not even spoke about the box making die that you
We
get in
haven't.
here as well. You then...
You can create something like this. All you need is cardstock.
Look at that. I absolutely
Isn't that gorgeous?
adore them.
So many different ways, so many different combinations that you can use all the dies in there. You've got 9 dies in total in that decorative box.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I've had a Diet Coke, that's what it is. I think it's the sugar. We are very busy across the board already. This is your final call. Get it while you can. 977 100. It'll all be dispatched to you on the 18th of January, which is not that long to wait to be item. And you also get the statements in there, which we spoke about earlier, but you've also got a £35 saving on top of this. But if you're a Freedom member, there's also a cheeky Freedom price as well, £113.32, but I'll split the cost of that as well onto 3 interest-free flexible payments of £37.77. Right then. This prize will go back up at 6 o'clock this evening. If you've got any questions, if you're still sitting on the fence, you're still thinking, I don't really know, I don't know what that mould does, I don't know how that works, email in studios@channel.com, we'll put your question forward. This is your last live hour before the one-day special changes. Right then, we're going to look at each collection individually, so we're going to start here. I've got 2 more collections on the show. If your budget will only stretch to a set of dies, though, and a paper pad, I've also got that on the show as well, which are your essentials, but the details for those at the bottom of the screen. But Nikki, what are we up to first?
Oh, we're coming to me.
Yeah, we're back to you first.
We're going to go with the Wild Rose. This is one of my ultimate favourites. I would say favourite, but I have 3 ultimate favourites. I'm allowed. I'm a crafter. So I am going to show you what we have been babbling on about for the last 5 minutes, those moulds. Because honestly, trust me, once you use the moulds, it's going to transform your crafting. So your moulds come in 2 parts. You've got the bottom and you've got the top. With the one-day special, that Wild Rose collection, you have 2 moulds. So you have the same corresponding sizes in your stamps and dies, which mean they fit perfectly in your mould. It's a bit like a puzzle. Just have a little twizzle round and you will get there. Not that one. Maybe that one. I should have left it when I first put it in. But depending on how you are going to shape those roses, you can put them image face down or you can put them image faced up. I'm going to do a mixture, I think.
Okay.
And I'm also doing a mixture of flowers, so I'm using that one. Now, the nice thing about these as well is the fact that you can put more than 1 layer of flower in at a time. So I've spritzed the first layer with water. I'm spritzing that second layer with water. I'm also going to put a leaf in there. So my leaf is going to go in there. As you can see, you've got 3 compartments. Oh, actually 4 compartments for your leaf, so you could put 4 in there. And then I will put my top on. So you always know where the top is. You can see where that sits, but you've also got your feet as well on there, as you can see there. And that is going to fit just like that. Now, because I've got several layers, I'm going to take my plates, and you will need a deep kind of mouthed die cutting machine for this. If you're not 100% sure if your die cutting machine will work, Heartfelt do have a website with a full list of all the machines that they will work with. So I'm popping a shim in, which is basically a paper shim. if you're new to crafting. That means that when I put it through, I'm going to get quite a bit of tension in there, because that's what it's all about. It's getting the tension. Now, as I did mention on the previous shows, what it is, because I'm using an A5 die cutting machine, you just have to get those plates right to get that roller in there to grab. It is actually, in my opinion, easier to use a what do you call it? An A4 one.
A4 machine.
But once it grabs in there, it will grab, and you can see that's gone through really nice and tight. So I've taken it forward, and I'm just going to take it back just to make sure. Okay, I'm not going to show you yet because I want to put my smaller ones in there. So I think I've got 3 of this size.
I suppose it depends on which way you put them, depends on which way they'll bend and form too.
Exactly. So on this one, I'm putting them all. I'll tell you what, we'll put the last one in that way, just to mix it up a little bit. Then I'm going to fit my top in. Now, if I was at home, I would fill my mould, because in my opinion, you can't have too many flowers in your crafty stash ready to go. So just for quickness, I've just put in what I've got. Then I'm going to put that through my machine. Same as I did before, I'm just going to take it through twice, and you'll hear it click. When you're putting it through your machine, and if you are using a shim, just be very, very careful. Don't put too much through and force it. If you're really, really having to struggle putting that through, then you've got too much in there. If you've got an electronic machine, it'll just spit it back out. Now, you're watching this. So remember, I've got 3 layers in this one. 2, 3. Can you see the difference? One's going up.
One's going down.
And one's going down. And then I've got the other ones.
Look at this.
Look at the leaf on that one, look. Just look at the detail. No shaping tool involved at this moment in time. Then you've got your flowers. So on these ones, I've got 2. And there you can see the detail in there. Look at that. It's amazing, isn't it?
It really is. It fascinates me every single time.
I have to thank Heartfelt for this, because I think it is one of the best things that they have ever brought out, along with their daubers, their flower shaping tool, their dies, their stamps. But it has made my life so much easier and so much enjoyable as well, because I love my flowers, and when I'm making my cards, I always think, I want to adorn my card. So I want 3, maybe 5, maybe even 6 or 7 flowers. If I was to do them all by hand, by the time I'd got to 3, I'd probably be thinking, three's enough. But now I can just go ahead and put as many as I like on there. So now I'm coming to my flower shaping tool. All I'm doing is lifting those petals up, because I don't feel that those petals need anything else doing to them. Okay, just rolling that around. So I'm going with all the ones where I put the image face down. So I've got 4 of those. And just remember, this isn't the largest one. This is the medium.
Oh my word.
Okay, you've got another size, so a slightly bigger one as well. And then I'm coming to this one in a moment. So this one is going to go the other way. Can you see how the shape of that is different?
More like a bud, like it's just opening.
Exactly, more like a bud. So now, honestly, this is the easiest flowers I have ever made. Well, having said that, there is one more that we have to show you on the show that I would say as well. But just look at this. You could even get the children involved. If you're looking for something to keep the children busy, and craft is, I would say, educational.
We've learnt lots from crafting with me and Mol.
Definitely.
We did rainbows the other day. We had to work out the colours of the rainbow and then find the pens, colour them in, make clouds.
Yep, so get the children involved.
And that was just me.
So I'm using 2 of each. I'm alternating the petals.
Molly was at school. Just me doing rainbows on the earth.
And then I'm going in with my final one, which, and this is why I always say, colour the backs of your flowers. How quick and easy was that? Now, that is pretty, gorgeous. I'll show you a couple that I did on previous shows. So there's that one. Then I've done that one. Completely different.
Changing the colours.
To finish it off, I'm going to take one of the stamens that we have on the show. All I need is my pokey tool.
Remember, the stamens part of the bundle as well. You can glitter them. You can buy them separately if you want to. The details for those are currently at the bottom of the screen at the moment. These are the large that you're getting in here. You get quite a few.
126, I do believe.
Quite a weight to them.
And then, that is my finished flower.
Look at that.
Just look at the... Oh, stuck my flower in there. Sorry, my finger together.
That's
you can
beautiful.
add glitter, as I say, you can add frills in the middle. But that is just one.
And that, as we said, that is not even the biggest. You can go one bigger to that
Yes, you
as
can.
well if you wanted to add it on top. How quick and simple does now flower making have to be before you go, actually, I think I could actually do that? The stamps give you the detail. The stamps, I know that made no sense either. The stamps give you the detail that you've got there. So that's where all your emphasis is coming from. Simply colour them in with your daubers that we've got on the show. Add some colour to the edge and add colour to the backs. Then, die cut them out. You haven't even got to fussy cut your flowers anymore. Die cut them straight out. Then pop them into the moulds. And then you are good to go. You can't go wrong. You've got your centres of your flowers and your stamens in there as well. You've also got your leaves that you can use. You're getting your box die in there. And you're getting a set of paper pads as well for a cheeky little freedom price of £113.32. But split the cost onto 3 interest-free flexible payments of £37.77 is what we are looking at. 977-100 is your item number. So this is our one-day special bundle, but there are 2 other bundles that I've also got on the show as well. This is our next bundle. Now, once again, I adore this bundle because once again, it gives you another little look. It gives you something different, but it also gives you different combinations in here. This time we're talking about, it's all about the leaves that you've got on there, but you've also got those 2 large birds. I'm going to show you the size of the stamps because the dies are the same as well. But you've got those 2 large birds that will cut out. You've got one looking left and one looking right, which is adorable. From your birds, though, you also get the little birdhouse. I adore this stamp because that reminds me of a set of raw tying gates if you wanted it to. Take off the top and turn it upside down. It could be an ornate plinth. It could be a shield if you wanted it to as well. There is so many possibilities that you can do with that, and you are getting 2 dies. So you are getting the outer edge, and you're also getting the decorative detail, which I think is absolutely beautiful. It really is, because then you can really go to town, and once you've got to the right configuration, you can be creating things that look a little bit like these. So you can now create your own little favour boxes that you've got there. You can create your own little favour boxes in there. You make it out of sturdy cardstock and you are good to go. Use it as an heirloom, pass it down from generation to generation. Use them for Christmas decorations. Do it with acetate that's in there and put a little tea light on the inside. But then look at some of the cards that you can create with this collection. I adore this card. There's something about this card. When you open it up, nothing has to be 2-dimensional anymore. Look at these along the top, hanging down. They are beautiful, beautiful cards, like a little songbird that you've got. You've also got your door. You've got your door. This is in your paper pad as well, and also the smaller door with your little birds. That once again, you get the dies for all these birds that you can start cutting out. Then you can do things that look a little bit like this. This next one is. I didn't see this one earlier. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Just building up the layers. We did this on the 8 o'clock show this morning. Not this exact one, but the same sort of principle that you've got on there. It is... Oh, look at that. How... That is something you would keep up for ages.
I actually think something like that you could frame.
You really, yeah, you could, in a little box frame. Pop it on the wall. This is using the little birdhouse as well, on the edge here, and all this whirly bit at the top. I absolutely adore it, and it's £94.92, but I'll split the cost of that onto 2 interest-free flexible payments, 3 interest-free flexible payments for you as well. £31.64 today. You're saving £40 on this one. 712195 is your item number, £94.92. But why pay that when you can split the cost onto 3 interest-free flexible payments, £31.64 today. Right then, we've seen this one. Let's go and demo this one. Let's go to a demonstration to see how we work and this works together.
Okay, so I thought, because we haven't done this in the previous shows, this is how you would create your bird or your decorative cage die as a card blank. So basically you would take your card, so I'm just going to take a sheet of card, fold it in half so that I've got my spine to the left of me, and then I will take my outer edge of my decorative cage, or yeah, it's cage, isn't it? Decorative cage,
yeah,
it's called. But then I'm hanging it over the edge, which means when I put it through my die cutting machine, it will give me that, which means it opens up. That is my cage blank die. But then I've cut out from the papers another one of these, so that's my outer edge again. Then I will glue that onto my card blank like this. I think these would make actually nice wedding invitations.
Yeah, they would.
And then, to finish it off, I've got my cage.
Oh, the door
Look
opens
at the
as
door
well.
opens. So you can have the door open, you can have the door closed, and then I would glue that on there, and then I've got my card ready to decorate. Okay, so that's how you would create your decorative cage card. But then we're going to want some flowers on there.
Yeah.
We've got lots of flowers. We've got lots of elements. So I'm actually going to show you what I've got in my tray. So I thought it'd be nice to show you everything cut out. So you've got these. So you've got your branches with your leaves on. You have branches with your wisteria on.
We said that looked like grapes earlier, didn't we?
Sorry, what was that?
It looks like grapes. If you
It
wanted
does
it
look
to
like
be.
grapes, definitely. Then you have your birds. So you have got one going one way, one going the other. And I'm thinking they would actually make really nice wedding cards, Valentine's
nice.
cards.
Yeah, they would. Or
Engagement cards.
Newborn baby cards.
Newborn baby.
Like little soft
Keeps on
feathers.
going. Yep, with the soft feathers. So there you've got your... Is that what you said?
That was my editorial, yeah. Just, all I'm thinking is those soft feathers, like little baby hair.
Then you have more branches of your leaves and your wisteria. And then lastly, you have these, okay? And they have been cleverly designed. I've got to find the other one, because you've got one that goes one way and one that goes the other. Hang on. As you can see, I've got a shop at my fingertips because I've spent some time and die cut them all out. But when you put them together, what do you see?
Oh, I see a heart.
You see a heart, and that's why I think this is a beautiful all-round collection.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
so
cute.
that's all the elements that you are able to die cut out, and of course you have got the elements from your paper pad as well that you can cut out.
Would you suggest whatever you get, whether you go for the one-day special, this collection, or the next collection we're going to look at, you just spend a day just stamping and cutting?
Die cutting, yes.
Just a whole day?
Because then you've got them to go to, and sometimes we may find ourselves, well, probably with a lot of hours to spare, but you might think, I'm going to watch a film, but I don't want to die cut because I'm going to be stuck in the craft room. So I'll sit in the lounge sit with a little lap tray on there and colour. And you've always got them.
That is true.
And it's like a go-to shop. So, we want to create the wisteria flowers. So, for this one, I am going to use my flower shaping mat. And I am going to show you how you can create these. Look at them. Don't they look like wisteria?
That is beautiful.
Really pretty and really easy to create.
See, they don't look that easy though, do they?
But
This
they
is
are.
the thing.
Honestly, it's the same as what you just said earlier, Adam. When you've got the tools, when you've got the right tools, it makes it so
That is
easy.
true.
And that isn't me just sitting or standing here in front of you all saying, they're so easy, and then I walk out of here saying, of course,
How can
it's
you
not
not create
easy. Well, it's easy because I'm going to show you how easy it is. So for this one, I'm taking one of my smaller tips of my flower shaping tool, and I've already gone ahead and flower shaped all of these, but this is what you will get once you've stamped them, die cut them and coloured them. That is what you've got. And you're probably thinking, yeah, that's pretty, nice, but it's not a wisteria. It doesn't look anything like a wisteria. It looks like a little blossom. But when you take your flower shaping tool like this, so I'm going to put it image face down, spritz with a little piece of water, then I'm taking that smaller tip and I'm going in and I'm really getting some dimension in there. So I'm going to hold it with my fingernail just to keep it still because they are quite tiny. And I'm going from the top of my petal and I'm bringing it in to the centre.
Someone's getting rather excited in the other set. One of our directors setting up for another show.
That is what you need to be looking. So that's what you're aiming for.
That is beautiful.
So then the first thing I need to do is I'm going to take a piece of wire or a stamen. You can use one of the smaller stamens, which we've had on the shows previously. Now, I don't have them with me, so I'm taking a piece of wire off of some of the bigger ones that we've got. So never throw this away because it is so useful. And then what I'm going to do is just create a hook at the top and bring that down. In the centre of each of my flowers, I've put a little hole with my pokey tool, which means I can now thread those onto my wire. So the first one, I'm going to take my glue gun and I am going to put a bit of glue on each petal, and this is going to form the top bud of my wisteria.
Would this be possible if you went for, everyone's on bated breath, what am I going to ask? If you went for one of the purple, if you did one of the purple's buds, could you mould them round that? If
You
it was your
could mould
first
it
time?
round that. I could show you what you would get if we did that. So there's my, let me take one that I've got a hole in already.
That's like if you want something, because I would, to my first one, I'd want something to, yes, you've got the hoop at the top, but it gives you a bit more.
But you're going to see that as well, so that's going to give you a little, something a little bit different. See how
So they're quite small.
it's quite big.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so I'd probably say you would need a smaller stamen, which we did have on the shows a few weeks ago, so I'm sure a lot of crafters out there have already got them.
Well, we've had a question in from Lena.
Hello, Lena.
Nina.
Oh, Nina.
Nina, sorry, Nina. We've had a question in from our Nina saying, what was the question? What did you use to make the lilac-coloured flowers?
Which lilac-coloured flowers would that have been? Would that be the ones that we're demoing or one of the samples?
Answer both. Go on.
Right. So, what did I use to colour them?
Yes.
Right.
I'm going for.
It's quite easy. I used my distress ink, so I've used not that one. I used shaded lilac, and I'll show you what I did actually, because I have some more here. Because I kind of skipped that one, and I do sometimes forget that there's crafters out there. Let me just find one that needs colouring.
No, that's good, because I went in with a dauber, and I went in with a bit of ink, it would literally look like a triangle. It would just be, you'd have a massive ink in the middle, and it wouldn't.
Yeah.
And you do it, you're like, la 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 la, and it looks so beautiful every time.
But again, it's down to the tools.
That is
Honestly,
true.
I could use my watercoloured pens, I could use my pencils, I could use my alcohol inks. However, I don't have a lot of time when I'm making lots of flowers.
Look how
but with
look at
my
this.
dauber, right, that's pretty. Yeah? Do you think that's pretty?
It is. I do get colour
agree with me
envy
here?
standing next to you.
Okay.
I really do when I
Then
watch you colour in.
I'm going in again, so I'm taking my dauber again, but this time I'm just really going on the tip of my dauber, and I'm going in with a dark look.
Look at
And that is how I colour, whoops, where's it gone? My flowers. Using my daubers and using, oxides is probably one of my go-to because it really blends well. I use Memento inks and I use this one here, which is an archival ink. And
There you
just
go,
blended
Nina.
that
I hope
in.
that answered your question. If not...
Always do the back of the flowers as well.
I suppose when you make them 3D, you'll see the back.
And I think probably 99% of the design team have done exactly the same. So if you've looked at some of the samples and thought, wow, the colour of those are absolutely stunning, that is what they've done. They have used their daubers and they've used their inks. Maybe slightly different inks than what I've used, but they would have used their daubers.
Use what you've got. It's best to use what you've got. I think, well, we're staying with you. We're staying with you, Nick.
All right, we're here still? Right. So I hope that answers your question. So... I don't think I explained what I did on that last petal. So basically what I'm doing is I'm putting my petals on now, just adding a little bit of glue just at the very bottom around the wire, and then I'm bringing it up, but I'm not taking it all the way up, okay? So I'm slowly working my way down that wire. So I will go in with another one. Let me find one that I've got a hole in. And just take that up. Exactly the same again, just a little bit.
Wet glue
Around where that wire. Yes, wet glue will work, but you have to hold it and wait for it to kind of go off. Whereas when you're using your glue gun, it's basically instant. Can you see how I'm now coming down? So I'm going to go down a little bit more. I'm going to take another one.
If you did this in brown, this would be a beautiful pine cone.
It would be an absolutely stunning pine cone because you could stop there and that's your pine cone.
Yeah.
And do you know how much little pine cones cost to buy?
I bet they're quite expensive.
Quite expensive. The same as with our three-dimensional flowers. I remember buying packets of three-dimensional flowers. Probably I used to pay about £3 for a pack of 10. So you're talking £1.50 gone before I've even made the card, because I would put at least 5 on a card. And then bringing that down a little bit more. I'm just going to add one more.
We've got... me and Mal were gifted, I can't remember who gave it us now, some flowers to make. They were serious sales. We bought them. And it's them little ones that you have a little stick with, and you have to have the little stem, and then you have to have a little bit at the bottom. Well, we've run out of bits at the bottom, so now we can't make flowers because nothing sticks together, and we can't force them together anymore. So is it with this, you've got a lifetime of flowers. They're never going to date, these flowers.
Absolutely, never going to date. And I think that's what I love about having floral collections in my crafty stash, because I can use them alongside other collections that have maybe got a theme.
I love this. Look at
But
this.
I can just keep making. But now what I'm going to do, pop that to one side. I'm going to bring this in. So this is a little stem or branch of my wisteria, and I'm going to add a little bit of glue here. I'm going to pop my stem, so I've glued it just there. And now what I want to do with the other flowers that I've got is I'm going to scrunch them up, not scrunch them up, but kind of make them into tiny little buds. I'm not gluing them, because what I'm going to do is now glue them around. And this is what, again, why I like my glue gun, because one, it's clear and it gives me time as well to add these flowers. So
if you've not got a glue gun, they are worth their weight in gold.
Absolutely. I would not be without my glue gun. Just going to add a little bit more glue there. And also, it's giving me, it's a little bit like adding some foam as well, some foam tape, because it's giving me a little bit of dimension there as well.
And I was always taught when I had my glue gun, you know them stray ends that you get that you can never get rid of? Heat tool. Blast it with a heat tool, they disappear instantly.
Do they? I've never heard that one before. I have been told if you've got a very, very good quality glue stick, it doesn't do it as much, whereas I brought mine in bulk. But I'm just going down my stem.
You know, a heat tool all the way. I put mine in front of the heater in the shed.
Do you do what, sorry?
We have a heater in the shed. Our craft room's down the shed
at
the moment, and it's freezing down there at the moment. Freezing. So we have a little portable heater. You know, one of these electric heaters that you plug in?
Yeah.
Bit of glue gun, get a bit of stem, whop it in front of there, 10 seconds, it disappears.
And it disappears. I am going to try that when I get home.
No, what? It does work.
I love it. I love these tips that you keep giving me.
I'll tell you what I learned from people here.
It's amazing. But then you're going to work your way down. You can go down as far as you like. But there you have
Look at that.
a wisteria. Where's the other ones that I've done? So the thing is, you can make them in any colour you like.
You can go to town, and remember, once it's yours, it's yours. So you can do red, you can do yellow, you can do green, you can do brown, you can do whatever colour you want to do, because you will have the entire collection under your belt. You will also have all the papers under your belt as well. You're getting 24 sheets is what you're getting there, and you also get your pre-done ones as well. So literally just put the dies over the top, as I showed you before. I'm not going to do that demo again. Put the dies straight over the top and you are good to go. Award-winning, that demo was. Award-winning. £94.92, 712195 is your item number. Split the cost onto 3 payments as well, if I was you, for £31.64. Something else that's busy now is your one-day special. You are loving the price will go back up at 6 o'clock this evening. Your price will go back up to the full whack. It will go back up to £160.91 if you're not a Freedom member. So it's worth becoming one. I'll give you cheeky 3 payments on this as well, and I'll also throw in a cheeky Freedom membership of £113.32. But why pay that? £37.77 is what you're going to be paying today across 3 interest-free flexible payments. You're saving £47.59 is what you're saving. Right then, our last and final bundle. I think if I had a favourite, I think it might be this. For the sheer fact, once you see that, upside down, Adam, you're on the telly, to say, that is the same as that, is the same as that, all of these are with the same set of dies and stamps, and we've not even touched on, this is another one that you're going to be getting as well in there. How beautiful is that? Like a big old sunflower waiting to open is what you're going to be getting. But you can go as big. It is like our Jimmy. He's like a little sunflower, isn't he? Bless him. One day he'll grow big and tall, like Derek. Then you can go for these. Well, I absolutely adore this collection. So what are we getting in the collection? You are getting this time. You're getting your dies and you're getting your stamps that match. Okay. Then you're also getting your Delilah and leaves in there as well. Which I like. Oh, I love these. I absolutely do. Then you get your mould, your big and your small and your leaves. You can't go wrong without your leaves. Then we'll also throw in your paper pad that's also in there. Let me show you the paper pad. Once again, if you can get your hands on another paper pad, I would definitely be getting my hands on that secondary paper pad as well. You've got beautiful cards that are going to be made, quick and simple cards that you've got. You've got 12 by 12 papers that you've got in there as well. It is a beautiful collection that you really can't go wrong with. £77, or why pay £77? Why am I even mention it? £25.98. If you're brand new to the world of heartfelt and you want to dip your toe in the water, I'm trying to find, oh, there they are. Look at them. Look at it. Look at it. Look at, there's a little ray of sunshine on a page. Look at how beautiful are those? And that are ready-made cards for you. Ready-made cards that you will not have to do anything for. 3 flexible payments, £25.98. If it was me dipping my toe in the heartfelt water, this would be the collection I would be going for. For 25 quid. I'll call it £26. That's 2 people between friends. £26 for the next 3 months is all it's going to cost you. 432186 is your item number. Right then, Nikki, what are you going to show me this time?
Right, so we're working with the Dazzling Daisies. Daisies not, dahlias. And I have done, in the last 5 shows, we have made some dahlias. But they are all different. So this was the first one. I would say is probably more like the traditional dahlia that you see in your garden. Okay, you've got that nice bud in there as well. Then I went to this one. This one is done, all of the petals were put in the flower shaping mould facing upwards, which means they all come upwards, as in
they fold up.
Fold up, thank you. And then all I did was pinched each of the end of the petals to give me that.
I don't even look like the same die though.
It's exactly the same. Wait for this one. Oh. Because you didn't do this show with me. I did this one with...
It's cute.
Catherine.
Ah.
Would you believe that that was done with the same die that I've created that with?
It really looks.
But we're going to go for something completely different now.
So we're going to go for a 4th different collection.
We are going to go for a different design. So what I'm going to do is, because we had that lovely lady, and I can't remember her name, that emailed in earlier about the colouring.
Nina.
If you are still watching, I hope you are, because I'm going to show you a larger flower that I'm going to colour. And again, I'm using my, in actual fact, that's the wrong colour, so I'm going to just swap that up. So I'm going in with my pale colour first. So I'm going in with spun sugar. Can you see how that just blends? So the petals that I'm using are the smaller ones from the dahlia. You've got 2 different sizes. So this is the smaller one. And then I'm just laying that colour down, just lightly going over it. So Nina, if you've never seen the daubers before, I would suggest, if you are going to order some and you're thinking, yes, I love that, just have a practice on some paper and just lightly go over. You don't need to go heavy-handed with it. Then I'm going to go in with my deeper colour, with basically the tip, and again, just blending that in.
Look at this.
So if I was using my pens, yes, I can get some lovely detail with my pens, but I'm going to get exactly the same effect using my daubers, and in my opinion, a lot quicker as well.
Yeah, no, it's true.
And then you would want to do the back as well, so I always do the back. And for the back, I basically go in with the darker colour that I've used and go along in a circular motion. Because all you're basically doing is, you don't need, you know, all you are is colouring it so that you're not seeing that white cardstock when you put your flower together. So that is how you would colour. And then for the centre, I'm now going in with my yellow. Now the reason I don't do the centre first is because if I did, then it would kind of blend in with my pink and I'd get more of a sort of like a yellowy pinky colour, rather than, it probably would give me a peachy colour. So if you go in the centre, and because your oxides lay on top of one another, look, I can then pull that yellow through, like that, look.
So it looks like a lily.
Easy. Did I make that look easy?
Yeah.
That's because it is easy. It really is so, so easy with the right tools. Okay, so that's the colouring. So now we are going to go in with the flower shaping mould. So with the dahlia, you are getting one mould, but in that one mould, you've got a space to put both the size flowers. So you can see here the difference. So that is my smaller one. This is the larger one. I'm only using the smaller one. And with this one, I am going in, I don't need that one, with my flower facing down, and again they fit in exactly the same. They just kind of sit there. Spritzing first because I'm going to put another layer on. As I say, you can get 2, 3, if not 4 layers in there. I'm going to have a look to see if I've got a leaf that I can put in there.
Does it depend on how thick your cardstock is, depend on how many you can put in?
What was that, sorry?
Does it depend on the thickness of your card, depends on how many you put in?
Yes, I think so. So if you was having, I mean, I always say use between 200 and 240 GSM paper to make your flowers with. Heartfelt do actually do their very own flower shaping paper. Not sure if we've got it on the website, but we have had them on Hochanda on previous shows, and I think that is around 230 GSM. So I always say between 230 and 240. So then I'm going in with the top of my mould, and that is just going to fit directly over the top. And I couldn't find a leaf, so unfortunately I can't show you a leaf going through. Then I'm taking my bottom plate. Now I do know with this one it will take 2 shims, so I'm putting 2 sheets of cardstock in, and then I'm going to pop that through my die cutting machine. So I'm going to go through, and then I'm going to bring it back. No, I'm not, because the bottom plate has just moved, so I'll just leave it at that, because to be honest it doesn't really need it, but that was just me being cautious. So when I take this out, you have to remember you've got 2 flowers in there, and you are gently going to pull them apart, and that is what I've got.
Look
okay?
at that.
Look at the detail in there.
Beautiful. It's quick and simple.
Very simple, because what I could do is I could go in with my shaping tool.
If you've not got the shaping tools, it's also, I think, the deluxe flower shaping kit, it's well worth a little go of this as well.
Definitely worth it. I can go in, look, with that, with 2 petals, and I have got a beautiful flower. Agreed?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I like.
But I'm going to show you something a little bit different.
Oh.
So I'm going to go in, image face down. So I've got 5 petals, not 100% sure if I'm going to use all 5. Doing exactly the same, just to get that same shape on all of them. So I'm going to go in with this one first, and I am going to squash them together from the bottom, and then I'm going to take my glue gun, and I might not have time to get all layers on, but it's going to give you a rough guide. So on this one I'm gluing them quite tight because this is my bud, and then I'm going to go in again quite tight. Then with this one, just down that edge, bringing it in quite tight again, literally so they're almost touching. And this is how you would create a bud if you wanted to put a bud in the centre of your dahlia.
That one was made.
Yes, so that's basically very similar to the one that I am going to create. So
what makes them so rigid?
I really do not know. I'd love to know the science behind it, because it is paper, but then when you put it in the flower mould and you spritz it with the, I mean, look, that's hard. Oh, you're showing that one. I'm showing.
I didn't know what you were doing down there, to be
put
honest.
it through. Oh, but look, it's like, I don't know. It just does it. I'd love to know this. It's to do with the, you think about, you've got a newspaper and you spill some water on it accidentally.
Yeah.
When it dries, it goes hard.
It does.
Doesn't it? So it's just something, how the paper and everything reacts together. So now for the second one, I am going to go in, about halfway I am putting my petals, and I'm building that up. And then I will just keep going, basically, until I'm told, Nikki, it's time to stop. So there is the start of my little bud. And then I'm just going to go in again. Now with this one, I want to just glue the tip. So I'm alternating those petals. So this one is going to go in the centre, but I'm just going to slightly round that off, but glue at the tip. The same with the next one. As I say, I've not done any shaping with it. The shaping was done with my flower shaping mould. And then I'm just going to go round.
And then, if you've got, this is me going maverick again, I apologise now. If you've got, you know the clear tubes that you use for stamping? You know the real see-through clear tubes that you use for like your polymer clay and stuff? If you glued one of those to the top and then put the tube into the water, it'd look like they were floating on water.
Oh, yes. It would look
just
like...
a pretty face. You know, I was standing here thinking to see how could you float them on water? She didn't just laugh at me. I know.
If you wanted to float them on water, you could always cover them in Mod Podge or something like Glossy Accents, which is like a varnish. I'm kind of thinking.
I wonder if you put a little bit of a glue gun, hot glue, and make like a little.
I think where you're going with that is you're thinking that looks a little bit like a water lily.
Yeah.
Yeah, which it does, because if I was to take these final two, so there's my bud if I wanted to use it as a bud, but then I can transform it again, and I'm running out of glue, so I'm just going to have to sit this on, and then I'll just have to use my wet glue for this one, and then bring that one on there, and there you have. Just lift those petals up there. And there you have, in our opinion, a water lily, just opening up.
You put that now onto top of a jar with your shrink plastic sleeves that go around to cover the lid. You are good to go. That is a beautiful jar. Let me give you the details, show you what you're getting. That is your dazzling dahlia that you've got there. Oh, well, I Want It All collection, which means you get everything that you've just seen us use and more as well. £77.94, or 3 flexible payments of £25.98 is what you're looking at for this. But I've just got enough time to bring you back to the one-day special. We have been very busy. The price will go back up at 6 o'clock. You've got just over an hour before the price go back up. Basically, when we start the brand new one-day special, this one-day special, so everything you see in front of me, from your 12 by 12 paper pad to your moulds that are down there, to your dies, even to your box die, will go back up to that original price. At the moment, if you're a Freedom member, it's £113.32, but why pay that when I can split the cost onto 3 interest-free flexible payments as well, which will be £37.77 on 3 payments, saving of £47.59. Nikki, just sum it up for me, for those people that are thinking, I like it, but I don't know, or I like it, but I don't know if I'd use all of it. What would you say to them?
Okay. If you're sitting on the fence, you've got your beautiful die in there that you can create your basket with. So you've got gifts in there. You've got your flower stamps and dies in there that honestly are the most amazing flowers that you will create, especially using your mould.
That's true.
I would say go for it. You've got your stamens in there. You've got everything. If you're a beginner paper crafter and you've never done flowers before, you have got everything in this collection to create. Your flowers, your cards, everything.
It is. I think you totally agree. You've got everything that you need in this kit, and more really, whether you're just starting out or you're an experienced crafter as well. 977 100 is your item number. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you very much.
Absolute
It's
pleasure.
been great. I had a lovely 24 hours, and I will be back in a week's time.
Oh, I'll see you in a week's time, and I'll see you bright and breezy tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. I'll see you there. Yes, indeed. Diamond Darts returns up next. Where's it been? Has it been with Derek? And then Jelly Art one-day special. And then it's a bit of resin.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well. We've got the lovely Hedy Smith with us.
Hiya!
Oh, hi, Hedy Smith. How are you doing? Yes, I've not even given them time to get your name struck in.
But I think they've seen me before. I think they know.
Well,
I don't think it's new.
We've seen you quite a lot today, haven't we?
You have. I'm very sorry, but this is the last one, I promise.
No apologies needed. No apologies needed. Can we talk about diamond dots?
Yes, you can. So, diamond dots are a beautiful system. You've got them all open in front of you there.
Yes, I have.
And what you do is it's it's got kind of pre-glued background.
Yes.
Which then you go ahead and stick
I'll show you
all of those fantastic gems onto. And the reason that the diamond dots sparkle the way they do is because it's a proprietary mould that they've got that puts, I'm sure it's about 20 facets or 21 facets on each single piece.
Yes.
And that's what gives it the amazing sparkle that you get with diamond dots. When you look at them, they are all actually a kind of a flat matte colour gem that goes on, but that sparkle comes from all of the facets that are on there and the way it catches the light.
Now that's an awful lot of facets.
It is a lot of facets.
To place onto a picture like this
in 2 minutes on a screen.
It looks amazing. How easy is it to do?
Super easy.
Is
Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to go absolutely from scratch.
Okay.
So from unboxing and go for it.
Okay.
So,
can I just give people the details at home?
Go on then, do some numbers first. I'm excited though.
Start spreading the news. Oh, not that kind of number.
No, not like an Adam kind of number.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Right. 512199, that is your item number. There are different options for you, and you can head to the website and have a look at all the different options we've got available for you. The one that you're seeing now with that cool combi is $26.99, but we've got them all the way up to $76.99. Now that is an absolute beauty. All of the items are available on 2 interest-free payments on Flextravaganza until Friday. When you see how easy these are to put together and when you see how effective they look when they're on your wall at home, not just for walls, you could also, could you use these as a cushion, as a bag?
It is fabric, and they do have specific cushion ones that are already made into a cushion for you. But what you do need to remember is that obviously you wouldn't be able to wash it.
No.
If it was cushioned.
It's just
because
decorative.
of the... Exactly.
Right, Hayley, take us
I'm ready.
through the
I'm ready.
unboxing.
Okay, so this is everything that comes in your box. This is absolutely everything you will need. So within here we have loads and loads and loads of gems, and these are all beautifully labelled for you. It's a horrible crackly noise, I'm sorry. I'll try and do it quieter. Right, there you go. Loads and loads of gems.
Now,
you
do
get
you have
more than enough
I was going to ask
for
you
what
that.
you need. So just in case you drop some on the floor, accidentally hoover them up, we've all done it with things like jigsaws. That's what I would like in this too. It's like a jigsaw, but it's you're going to get something that you can kind of, you've got a piece of artwork at the end of it,
Yes,
haven't you? So
yeah,
you get
and
it's jigsaw plus.
Yes, and if you lose a piece to a jigsaw, well,
It's ruined.
frankly, you're, as my mum would say. But with this, if you lose a couple of gems, you've got more than enough to carry on.
You've got loads. So I'm just there's my instructions, and I'm just unrolling the sheet now. Now, what I would personally do this one goes this way up. But what I would do before you even start is just roll it the other way. You know you have to do that sometimes when you get posters and papers and things. Just give it a quick roll the other way, and that will just flatten it back out, and then you are ready to go.
Okay.
So from there, we're going to start with this pack here. So we've pulled all the gems out, we've rolled this out, and then we've got this pack here. So let me just shuffle this out the way for a second. In this pack, we have our spare bags. So once we've opened some of these gems and maybe we want to put the last few back into a bag, we've got plenty there to put those spare bits into. There's a little rubber kind of finger grip piece that you want to slide onto there, and what that will do is help you stop getting the claw. So if you've done lots of colouring, you know when you've done loads of colouring and then you suddenly stop and you're like, oh, and you've got the claw, I like to call it.
The claw?
This helps prevent the claw.
I call it the indent.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though?
I do know what you mean.
And then what you've got here is a little tiny pot of wax. So the tray is to put your gems in when you open them up, and then this is your pot of wax. Now, we have all done this. Do not go straight in with it because it's got a piece of plastic on the top
Yes.
and you're not going to get anywhere.
Okay.
So you need to pop that out. Just take one side of the plastic off. Let me just see if I can get a fingernail in there. There we go. One side off.
Do we need to
and
keep
then
that to put it back
pop
on?
that. You don't really need to because it's got a lid, but if you really want to, then you can. So to start everything off, you see the tube that you've got there, the little pen you've got, it's got a little kind of opening in that tube.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do is take that and pop it into the wax and just pick up a little bit. Now you don't want too much because if you've got too much, what ends up happening is it just splurges everywhere, but that's probably about enough. And then we are ready to go. So I'm going to shuffle these about. What I would do is start at a corner and work your way across. So I think I'm going to work towards the starfish. I think that's where I'm going to go. So peel back a corner. What I definitely wouldn't do is peel the whole thing off. Okay. Because you're not going to, unless you really go at it, you're not doing this in one session. Yes. And you will want to kind of come back and forth to it. So just peel a corner off and work on the area that you want to do. So I'm going to start here. So you can see the symbols. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to pop the light board on because I think it helps with being able to see.
Now we do have the light board on the show. If you want to go for that, we've got the A4 or we've got the A3, which are great sizes to choose from. We'll bring the details up on the screen for you. Then Hayley can take you through the features. I don't know why I said it like that. £24.99, 249048. 2 payments of £12.50. What a great investment. That's for the A4. The A3 is 2 payments of £25. And again, another fabulous investment. You're making a £10 saving on that. But this is for all crafts, not just for using with your diamond dots, your parchment, your lettering. Looking at older photographs, for example, tracing is absolutely perfect for.
We've done a lot of soft crafts with it before as well, using it for things like your applique designs and things like that. So it's perfect for all sorts of crafts, this one. I've spilt all my dots everywhere already.
That's all
right. Good start, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a good start, but at least they're on the light board and you can see them, the light box.
Okay, so you've got 3 settings on your light board. So you've got the kind of low-level light, and that's fine. It still massively improves what you can see through here. I mean, you don't have to have a light box. It's just really, really useful.
Could we see it with the light off? Take it from the start.
Yeah,
so if you're using it. Yeah.
So, you know, they're still very clear. You've got individual markers on, so absolutely you don't have to have a light box. It's just a nice to have, but it does make it a lot, especially if you're doing long periods at it, it makes it much easier. So then you can see that's your first level, 2 and 3, and then you can see all of those symbols really pop out.
I like that very much.
So I'm going to start in this bottom corner and I'm going to work kind of towards the starfish, which are just here. And the first letter that I'm going to come to is this letter A. So that was number A31 on my strips, because there's a little key up the side here. I'll just come in down a bit and you can see there's the symbol of the letter A. That's A31, which I've matched up with the little A31 bag, which is this one here.
Okay.
And then just chop the corner off that and put a few into my tray. You don't necessarily want to chop them straight across the top because then they will go everywhere, like they did.
Very good point.
But don't worry if they do, because you've got way more than you need anyway. So then our next step is to just give them a little bit of a wiggle. Once they're in that tray, just give them a little bit of a wiggle, and what that will do is it will start some of them facing up, because you can see there's some face up and there's some face down, and then the ones that are face up, you just want to pop your little waxy pencil on there and then pop them onto those letter A dots, and then away you go. And it's kind of repeat, repeat, repeat. And it's quite a nice kind of mindfulness one, this one. I tend to do one colour at a time. Some people go kind of systematically across and do rows at a time. It's entirely up to you how you want to do it and how you feel comfortable doing it, but what I would recommend is keep that piece of paper folded over so you've got something to rest your hand on, so you're not sticking to the backing sheet.
Now, when you do cut the bags open, you actually get some little plastic
you've got some extras
that
provided.
are resealable, so you can pop and decant your gems into there if you want to. and then you just simply close them up along the top. So they come included. I think Diamond Dots think about everything for you, about where you're going to be working, how you're going to be working, how you're going to hold the pencil, for example, how to get the gems onto the picture. This is what Hayley's working on at the moment. It's absolutely beautiful. Let me just move that away and just give that a little bit of a wiggle for you. The way this captures the light, whether it's natural sunlight coming through your windows, whether it's the light that you put on in the evening in your room, it just looks stunning. I think in the bathroom, Hayley, in particular, we like pictures of
with the kind of water in the seaside. That's lovely.
Beautiful, isn't it? Maybe if you've got a holiday home or something like that that eventually you can go out to, would look really nice. I think it's absolutely spectacular, and it looks like the moonlight or the sunlight is reflecting on that beach. Wouldn't we all like to be there at the moment?
Again, when you look at the actual dots themselves, the crystals themselves, they are completely matte. Individually, they're completely solid colours. There is no sparkly ones in it. There actually might be a couple with an AB coating in here, but it's not very many. Most of them are completely flat, and it is just the light being caught on the facets of those gems that you put in. That's what's causing the sparkle.
Yeah, you can see all the light reflecting. Absolutely stunning. We do have lots of choices for you. This one is 29 by 41 centimetres. £26.99 is the price. You can divide that into 2 payments if you want to with Flextravaganza. 929737 is your item number. It makes it £13.50 today. Look, on this side, the cats and the dogs, they love it. We've got a fantastic one. Do go and check that one out on the website. Look at that. We're actually busy for this one.
Quite a lot of the crystal art kind of things on the market, and there are a number of companies that do them, but none of them sparkle like the Diamond Dots ones do.
I'm going to bring that forward. I've probably bitten off more than I can chew, if you excuse the phrase, with the cats and dogs, but I'm just going to stand like this for now. But they are...
You've overcommitted there, haven't you?
I really have. It's been one of those days. It's been one of those days. I just wanted to show this one because I think, Hayley, this is so cute. In a child's nursery, for example, or somebody that looks after dogs or cats for a living. Maybe someone's got a doggy daycare. I mean,
that's the thing. You can give them as a gift, or you can do them for that person, so you can get the enjoyment out of actually creating the picture and then gift it once it's complete. You've got
I think they're
gorgeous.
Options. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. What kind of age are we talking about? You know, beginning, starting with your Diamond Dots?
There's lots
age range, shall I say?
Yeah, I think it is a case of age range, and I think that with these kits, on every single box, it does actually say whether it's a beginner, an intermediate, or an advanced. So a beginner one will have fewer colours and maybe a smaller area to cover. Because that one there that you've got, that one's got, you can see the back's printed, and it's just actually the animals that are filled in.
Oh, yeah,
so I think that one is probably going to be an intermediate because there's a lot of colours in there.
Yes, yes.
But so you can get simpler ones, which are kind of beginner level. And you can get much, much more complex ones, like some of the ones that you've got behind you, which are amazing.
Do you know what I love about these? Like you say, Hayley, they're round, faceted gems, and yet they make the detail of the dogs and the cats so lifelike, so real. It's absolutely fascinating, and I'm sure that when this is completed, if you're going to give this as a gift to any animal lover, they would absolutely adore it. Right, we do have some more on the show to show you. Shall I grab? Where's best to go? I've got a scene hut here. Now this is nice, isn't it? I guess this is where we're going next. To the seaside. To the seaside. Well, somebody had to take control.
I'm just staying out of it. I'm just staying out of it. So this one I would probably say is the kind of beginner level one, because you can see there's fewer colours in there and simpler shapes that you're trying to follow as well.
Yes, I do like you say, this would be a really good for the beginner.
Well, again, bathroom for that one.
Bathroom, entrance hall, I'm thinking just anywhere that you want to sit down and think about the seaside. Maybe it's somewhere where you've been before.
Come on, put it in the bathroom and you just said you want to sit down and think.
You've not thought that
Listen,
through, have
if you want to sit on the toilet and look at this, you're more than welcome to do so. We need a little bit of focus these days, don't we?
Oh, dear.
I think it's absolutely marvellous. So the background is printed, and then you've got the gems that brings out the detail. Seaside Days, £26.99. You're saving £3 on that deal, but you can divide the cost of this into two, which makes it £13.50 today and £13.50 in a month's time. Love that. I do need to tell you the frames aren't included. How we're showing these, we've put them in 2 frames so you can see their true potential. So you will have to buy the frames, but let's face it, you can pick pick them them up. everything that you see in the kit that I opened earlier. So you get your backing, you get all of your gems, you get your tools, and obviously the tools you can use again because this, and once you've finished the actual panel, you've still got your tool to use as well. You can get them framed up, and then obviously when they're framed up, they just look stunning, don't they?
Perfect. Right, shall we go from sea huts to a wolf?
Here we go. Let me just bring this forward to show you. Where are we? There you go. Would you say this is intermediate? Yes, I think that's an intermediate level one. And I mean, there's some proper big sparkly bits in there. Because if you look at the gems that are top, bottom, left and right, and those ones in the eyes there, they've got that kind of AB coating on, which gives it that super, super sparkle.
Doesn't that make the difference? Look at him, he's a beauty. Or it might be a sheep. It is the Celtic wolf, and it's 51.5 by 51.5 inches. Absolutely incredible. When you look at it, there's the wolf. Can you? I don't know if you guys can see this at home, but just around the outside, it looks like that he's wearing. It looks like it's half human, half wolf. So it looks like this is a top. Can you see that at home, or is that just me? See,
oh no, I can. Yeah, I can see. There's like almost like shoulders.
Yeah,
yeah.
Fascinating, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. If you know anybody that likes wolves or animals, dogs, or anything like that,
anybody who just likes that kind of, anybody who's into
mindfulness,
the mindfulness, those kind of crafts that are just the ones where you don't need to think. You don't need to think about where you're positioning things and this look right. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to. It's by numbers, painted by numbers, but with diamonds.
I love the colours in here. I love that deep blue that you've got running through that, and then it goes to the lighter blue in the middle, and you've got the two crescent moons on each side. Is that 2 crescent moons? Yeah, look at that. It was a beautiful crescent moon the other morning, actually, when I was driving to work. Absolutely stunning. It really, really is. It's a dream catcher, isn't it? Almost, with the wolf in the middle. 351372 is your item number if you want to go for this marvellous piece. Now, talking about bathrooms, instead of, I was going to say putting something in your bathroom, have a bath. I'm going to step over there. Just wait until we get close enough so by the magic of TV you don't see me walk behind it and come out the other side. It's amazing what we can do with cameras. Let's just bring this forward, just like that. There we go. This is a stunner, and this is. I think this really does show off the beauty of diamond dots, because you've got predominantly brown in here, but you've got different shades of brown. It's a very vintage vibe and very vintage look to it, but it's absolutely extraordinary. It really is. The way and the use of the browns to bring the shading and the detail out of that mermaid's tail. I mean, how beautiful is that? A beautiful tail, down to the detail in the bath as well. And you've got the lovely roses on the bottom, down to the candles as well. It's absolutely stunning. And the background itself tones up so well with the gems. Love that. I do. £38.99, saving £8 on that deal. 607287 is your item number. Now, by the magic of TV, I'm going over there again.
You know, I've got a spare camera if you want it.
You might be able to see a little bit of me. Just move. There you go. There I am.
Are you ruining the magic of television again?
Magic of
that's
TV.
usually my job, ruining the magic of television.
Did you ever see Acorn TV?
Yes, Acorn Antiques.
Acorn Antiques.
It is a bit like that sometimes here, isn't it?
I love working here.
It is
I
fun,
don't know if they
though.
love working with
I mean,
me,
otherwise we'd have to get proper jobs. And, you know, I don't think anybody would have us now.
They've just said, imagine me on the salad counter in the supermarket. I think I'd do a very good job.
Oh, the one with all the scoops, where you can have a little bit of everything.
Do you know what I'd do? I would like to... The reason why I'd like to work in a supermarket is because I want to go on to the announcer.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
And
situation in the salad bar. There's a situation in the salad bar. Aisle 10,
Well, I used
spillage in
to
aisle
work
10.
in a cinema, and I
you?
know there's different codes for different things.
I know. Yeah.
Different code. We can't say what they are, just in
Yeah.
case it, scares everybody.
Code 9 at the till, code 9 at the till. Well, I'll tell you something, there's a code 1 here right now, because this is absolutely marvellous. Think of some of the codes and tell us, Hayley, if you can. So, we have got the row of animals. Now, the animals themselves, I don't know if you can come close in on this, but the animals themselves, they don't have dots on. So they don't have dots on, as you can see. So all of your gems create that marvellous backdrop, that sky, that beautiful sky. Now, what I would like to know is whether it's sun rising or sunset. It could be either, it could be either. So let's
Depends
see what
which
we've
way
got.
you're
We've got the
facing,
elephant
doesn't it?
at the front, which is, I believe, African elephant because of the larger ears. Could be. And then you've got the rhinoceros. Then you've got your giraffe. You've got some lovely, I think there's storks or cranes in the background. You've got the lion, the king of the jungle. You've got your, I think that's a wildebeest, it's not an antelope, could be a wildebeest. And then it wouldn't be a springbok. It might be, because this is Africa, isn't it? So we're looking at African elephant, African lion, African springbok,
African kangaroo.
And then we've got a meerkat, who looks like he's on step ladders. This is lovely, though. It's the backdrop, isn't it, Hayley, with this?
Yes,
That's
I mean, it's
stunning.
absolutely stunning, and it's all about that sparkle that you're getting from those diamond dots.
I love it. Absolutely love that one. 72 by 22 centimetres, £26.99. Remember, you do have to get the frame yourself. We put them into frames so that you can see them. Now we've got a pineapple to show you, and guess what? I'm going over there. Here we go. We're getting close. Shall I go now? By the magic of TV. See, David Copperfield, I could do his show standing on my
I think
head.
you're more like Mr. Ben, as if by magic the shopkeeper appears.
I'm thinking more, no.
Than David Copperfield.
I'd sooner be David Copperfield. Mr. Ben, I can't bend down to put
What
my hat
about
on the ground.
Whizbit?
Who?
Do you remember Whizbit?
Whizbit, no.
Which was just Paul Daniels in a triangle-shaped costume.
No. Do you
Do you not remember Whizbit?
Do you remember Charlton and the Wheelies?
Yeah, I love Charlton and the
I
Wheelies.
love Charlton and the...
That was one of my very
Hello, little
favourite.
lady. Charlton and the Wheelies was brilliant. Right, if you like Charlton and the Wheelies, you might like this. Other children's programmes are available. This is your Pineapple Crush. This is a good starter one. It's a good size to start with as well. What's nice about this, you've got the different colours in here. So we've not gone for all yellow or all like a brown gold. We've got all nice, lovely, beautiful colours in there in that pineapple. And you've got Pineapple Crush. So the background, you don't need to put any gems on. It's just to bring out the detail of the pineapple. And pineapples grow on the ground, not in trees. I'm sure lots of people know that, but some people do think pineapples are in trees. So yes, you don't shake the tree, as in Agadoo. Yeah. You might just want to shake a tree after
Well,
you've had
maybe
a
you're
fresh
shaking
pineapple.
the tree to get the coconut, so then you can make, what is it, pina colada?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's why you're shaking the tree.
But what's
Up
the,
there for
what's the
thinking.
next line to that song?
I have no idea.
I'm drinking a pina colada.
I have no idea.
While we dance in the rain.
Oh no, that's Fleetwood Mac. That's a different song.
That's not Fleetwood Mac.
No, they've got a pina colada song too, haven't they?
Yeah, but it's not if you like pina colada or get caught in the rain. And then what's the next line?
Yeah, that's Fleetwood Mac, isn't it?
That's not Fleetwood Mac.
Can somebody check that?
No, it's not Fleetwood Mac. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain,
I thought that was Fleetwood Mac.
and then if you guys know it, email in, and let's put Hayley right.
Thank you.
Right, so that means you're wrong when I say put you right.
No, I mean that's fine. I'm always happy to say that I'm wrong. Okay. Always happy. It's
Pineapple,
usually a lot
everyone.
of the time.
£16.99, a great affordable introduction to diamond dots. 582748. It looks lovely in this frame. The frame is separate. You do need to provide your own frame, but you get all the dots, more than enough actually, to create this beautiful pineapple, nice sparkly. £16.99. Now, from Hawaii and tropical pineapples, I was going to say something else there, but I didn't want to advertise a brand, but I've met the man from a certain brand.
Have you?
I've actually met the proper man from.
From a fruit company that says yes?
I went round to his house and I had coffee.
Wow.
Yes.
Is that your biggest claim to fame?
I've got bigger claims to fame.
Have you?
Oh, yes.
Go on then, spill.
No, I can't.
Okay.
But I have. Yeah, he did say yes several times. Because I wanted a coffee, he said yes. I wanted to lift back into town, he said yes. But he didn't have any tinned pineapple. But never mind.
It's not like your dad or something, is it?
No.
Just checking.
No.
My man say yes quite a lot.
My dad wasn't the man from. But yes, it didn't look like the man from in the advert at all.
Okay.
But anyway, I've met him. Here's London, everybody. Now, we'll give you the details. It's £32.99. It's absolutely stunning. It looks like the lily pond from Monet.
Yeah, we were saying that earlier, that it looked
or a Van Gogh.
quite impressionistic. So I quite liked it. It was kind of one of the modern art looking ones. I really liked it.
That. So this is London, and then you've got a chap down here paddling. Are we sure it's not Venice? London Parliament in winter, but yeah, we've got a little chap down
Whoever's
here
on
paddling
that
away.
boat's very brave if that's winter.
He's very brave, but it's a stunning one, isn't it? £32.99. 705 377 is your item number. You wait till you see what we've got coming up next. Oh my days. So if you want to see all of the range of the diamond dots that we've got available for you, they are on the website. And if you've got any questions, then please do email in I'll start that again. studio@hochanda.com. Right. Wow. Yeah, right. This is a beauty.
Whopper.
It is a whopper. It is a beauty. £76.99. You know I love my peacocks. I've got a park nearby, and we have got the most beautiful peacocks in there. We've got white peacocks as well. Always fascinated by them, and I think everybody should show their inner peacock every now and again. Just, show yourself off. Show yourself off, just like this majestic creature does. Absolutely stunning. Now, something like this, Hayley, it's a large piece. It's substantial, isn't it? How long? I know how long is a piece of string, but time-wise, what would you say for this?
Well, you're not covering the entire board, remember? True. So if you take that down to kind of a square or rectangular area, you're probably covering about half of that board. Just to give you an example, I've probably in a half an hour-ish covered about 1.5 inches square. So, but see, I'm getting there. If I added those all together, I'm probably nearing on to 1.5 inches square. So you can do as much or as little as you like in any one session, as long as you remember to leave that plastic on.
Yep.
Obviously, it's not going to stick to the dots that are already on there.
Yes.
And then you can just pull it back and away you go with your next bit.
Now, I don't know if you're like me, Hayley. I'll start on something like this, and I'll be doing one of the darker colours, and then I'll just want to change.
Yes, you can do that.
I could start on the head, do a little bit there, and then I can come down to the bottom, do a little bit on the tail here. I can go in the middle, and I can start there, so I don't have to follow a routine. No logic, really. I never follow any logic, as you know. So this would be the perfect craft for
but
me.
if you've done a lot of cross stitch and you're looking for something a little bit different, this is a great kind of switch over craft. Or if you like you're painting by numbers or anything that's got that kind of repetitive element to it, this is a really nice one to be able to do. I'm just working my way up from the corner. I'm being ever so good.
Are you good at peacock noises?
I am not. I shall leave that to you.
No, I don't think I'm very good either. Not really that good, is it? No is the answer to that. I can do a good peacock impersonation, but not for this show. Wait till we do a fabric show. That's when I show off my inner peacock. 035025 is the item number. 2 payments of £38.50. There you go. And then we have, oh, this is an absolute stunner. It really is. Again, all the frames we've provided. You do need to buy them if you want to put it in a frame, but it does show you how marvellous they look in the frame. Lots of detail in this one. It's absolutely incredible. I'd say this is intermediate. When we see the whole picture, what I'll do is I'll give it a little wiggle. And then you'll see, there you go, see all of that
I think it's got a kind of a steampunk feel to this one, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Very mixed media, steampunk style to it. It looks lovely in a black frame, I must admit, if you are going to put that onto a frame. So the background is fabric, and the background, it's got a lovely, like, mottled effect to it, like clouds, very dreamy. And then you've got, down the side just there, open your eyes, look around, what you do, see, if not a single moment in time. Open your eyes, look around, what you see is not a single moment in time. There you go. And then you've got the key, and you've got the gems in there as well. Those are gems on there, not tiny mini ones, but larger ones. There you go. So that makes it different. I think that's absolutely stunning. And it's a little message on there. It's a sentiment, isn't it? So how wonderful is that? £32.99, 686163 is your item number if you want to go for your eye. Right, now your light boxes.
Yes.
This is the A4. Why do we like these, Hayley?
Okay, these are smashing. Really, really useful for so many crafts, but especially if you're doing long sessions at the Diamond Dots. Having it lit from the back just really helps you so much, because some of these symbols are quite small, and if your eyesight's not as good as it was, adding light to the matter really will help you. I've got the light box on at the minute, but what I'm also going to show you are the handy lamps as well. So maybe I mean, obviously it's a considered purchase for the light box, especially the larger one, but there are other options in terms of helping you with what you're doing. So
can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
A couple of questions on the light box. First question, can I draw on it if I want to trace?
Yes,
Will the
right.
pen affect
I'll just
the light
move
box?
this out of the way for 1 second, and we'll have a quick look at the light box. So the light box is a completely flat piece of plastic. It's got a couple of little feet on it, but it's so thin and so light, and it's not like the old light boxes which used to get hot.
Yes.
This is LEDs, and if I
can see them round here at the bottom. Yeah, there you go.
That's what I need to do. I need to put it on like that so you can actually see those LEDs going through there. That means you get even coverage of light. Yes. You don't have any light spots and dark spots on it. It's so thin. It's about 3 millimeters thick. Obviously, you've got the rubber feet on the bottom so it doesn't scratch anything, and you've just add the little charger to the side. Now, it doesn't work without that cable on. It needs to have the cable on all of the time. It's not a rechargeable one, because where would you put the battery?
I'm just thinking it might be handy to do, you know, if people are doing like their YouTube videos and things like that. It's certainly illuminating your face beautifully. Thanks. But also taking photographs, maybe putting things online.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a useful piece of kit, this. I think you would use it for so many things.
Yeah.
I don't think you would ever come in wrong by getting one of these.
But all you have to do is choose between the A4 or the
or
A3 if you want to go for
I'm just going to turn this off and pop it to one side, and then just show you the handy lamps as well. So, whoops, that's my instructions. Need them. So we've got the handy lamps. Now these are from Groves as well, and these have 3 different light settings. So you have, let's do one at a time. There we go. So can you see it just changing slightly there? So you've got your warm light, your cool light, and then your kind of natural daylight, your mixed light. And why this is so important is, if I just grab these, and we'll pop these underneath, and then we'll split it with just a piece of black to stop the light coming through from one to the other. Okay, so, right, Miss Director, you know I don't know my left from my right, so what you need to tell me is towards Janice or away from Janice. Okay, where is will do apparently. So that is your warm light, that is your cool light, that is the same piece of card, but look at the difference in the colours. And this is what proper light does for you. So say you're doing colouring, say you're doing soft crafting, maybe you're choosing fabrics and things, having the right colour light makes such a difference. So in the winter, when the light can be quite blue, then it's really nice to be able to go for the warmer light and even things out a bit. In the summer, it can be really, really orange, so then use the blue light and even it out. Or you can set them both to 1, 2, 3, the natural daylight. Now if I compare that, which would be the natural daylight, to the warm, then you can see the difference there. The blue, again, you can see the difference. And it's because obviously yellow and blue make green, so that's why you can see that difference on the green. Now I'm going to try and slide this out, which is going to end in tears.
Again, I'm thinking you could use these lights for your...
It did end in tears.
Hey!
It's fine. I can fix
very
it
robust,
quite
everyone.
quickly.
But
what you'll notice is these aren't plugged in.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, these aren't plugged in. So you can use these absolutely anywhere. They are battery operated, so you can take them anywhere you like. So maybe caravan, out working on the car, anywhere you want. So that is your natural light, that's your warm light, and then 2 clicks is your cool light. Again, that purple, anything that's got kind of blues in, greens in, and purples in, you'll see huge difference in, because this almost looks pink on this side, and then you've got a really deep purple over here, and that's the same piece of paper. If I just move that, then you can see where that crossover happens.
Yeah.
That's your proper colour that you've got.
Wow.
It just makes such a huge difference,
They're
I think.
so versatile. Again, simply for putting on your makeup, getting a little bit of extra light when you're reading, doing your stitching, going onto YouTube videos, for example. Just having that extra light illuminating you, using the warm lighting always looks fabulous. 111471. £8.50 today, £8.50 in a month's time, because you can buy it on Flextravaganza, splitting the cost over 2 months. Right, if you have just tuned in, it's fabulous to have your company. We have got a show on diamond dots for you. What are diamond dots? Well, if you come and have a look at this picture that I've got in my hands of your beach scene, these are your diamond dots. How is it sparkling? Are there LED lights in there? No, there's not. You've got gems that make up this fabulous picture here, and the way that it catches the light as well, it's absolutely stunning. It's a lovely, I think, mindfulness project to have, because you can sit down and you can add your dots, and you can just put the cover back on there. You can peel it back and you can do some more work whenever you want to. It's like colour by numbers, but you're adding the gemstones on there. It's really easy to do. These are very, very small, but you have the right tools, and Helly's going to talk you through that in a moment's time. £26.99, 651114 is your item number. The frame, you don't get that in the deal. We've included that just to show you on the show, but it's really easy to find them, so it just shows you what it looks like framed. Now, our Hayley has a cushion kit.
Yes, so this is a slightly different option. It's already put onto the cushion and it's already backed for you. So the cushion pad is not included because it won't fit in the box, but you can add your own cushion pad to it, and it works exactly the same way. Do it while it's flat, and then just take the cellophane off the front. Don't take it all the way off, remember. Just make sure you run a seam ripper or a little pair of scissors, just once you can get in the side there, or even just, I won't do too much of it, but even just kind of pull it apart, because what you'll find is where it's sewn across the top there, it's kind of perforated it for you, so you will be able to just kind of pull it apart, but don't pull it all off, just pull the bit that you want to do.
Okay, good advice.
Or if you're struggling, just use a pair of scissors.
Yeah.
And then it's exactly the same principles we've used on the other pieces, but just, yeah.
Stunning piece, isn't it?
It's got a really nice kind of quality jacquard fabric on the back as well. So there's two different designs. This is one of them. And I believe Lottie has, hey, there you go. She's got them. It's all good. So one is the magnolias in the blue. Oh, there's two. Oh, have I got the same one twice here? No, I haven't.
I'm just leaving you to get on with it.
Right, one's got 2 flowers on.
Yes.
One's got 3 flowers on.
Okay.
That's your difference.
What's the price of them, Hayley?
I have no idea. That's not my job. That's what I have you for. You're for the numbers.
I'm just for the numbers.
Yes.
There you go. There you go.
Please, would you do the numbers?
£27.99. It's a great price. 2 payments of £14 if you want to go for that. 45 centimetres by 45 centimetres. So it's a standard size for a cushion. It's a decorative cushion. My, what a talking piece that's going to be. 830525 is your item number for that one. Right, let's go back to basics. Let's go back to our Hayley. She's not basic, but what we're doing... She's not. What we're doing now is putting the gems on. Well, when I said let's go back to basics, I realised that we're not going back to the unboxing, and I had to cover it then.
So what I've done is I'm still working on the same piece, but I've swapped the light that I'm using, because this is the handy lamp that we've had, and if I turn that off, whoops, that's off, and then that is your warm light, your cool light, and your natural daylight. So that's what I've got it set to. And again, just that extra bit of light, because of those quite small symbols, it really, really helps you out.
So tell me about that tray again, Hayley.
So the tray, really, really handy. It's got little grooves in, and what you need to do is I'll just move that out of the way for a second so we can adjust the studio lights to make it work better. So you've got little grooves in there, and what that does is when you give it a little shake and a little wiggle, it moves all your gems around, and then it starts kind of stacking them out in rows and gets them facing the right way up. I've just stuck my hand to the thing. There we go. I didn't put my stuff back, did I? So you just give it a little bash on the table, and then if you have a look, it kind of puts everything facing the right way up for you. So it's a really useful tool, and when you're finished, this is the best bit, because you can funnel it back into the bag.
You get those extra bags as well. So
yes,
you
do.
What
I tend to do is I tend to just cut a corner off from the bags, because you literally don't want them going everywhere. So I tend to just cut a corner off the bag. Then when I'm finished, I can funnel those back in, and then I fold that in half and put it within one of those Ziploc bags.
That's a good idea.
Because you want to keep this part.
Of course you do.
That's got the reference number on. Now you see there's 2 numbers on there, because A14 is what the particular reference is for this design, but that number there is the Diamond Dots reference colour. So you can, or the reference number for that colour. So if you did accidentally, dog ate the lot.
Oh no, let's not have dogs eating them. Do be careful,
kind of
please.
Accident happens to your
Fell
dots.
on the floor.
Okay, and you've lost all your dots. Then if you contact Diamond Dots with that number, they can organise to send you some more.
Yeah, and
I believe for them, but
yeah, I think it's a good idea to take a picture of them on the ground, that to show them that you're not just that they have fallen on.
Yeah, or you could just want some more for something else.
Yes.
But you don't, yes, obviously it does help if you can keep the packet, but they are also written on the key on the side there as well. So you've got the symbol that you're going to be using, the reference that is for that particular kit, and then on the other side you've got your Diamond Dots number, so if you do ever need extras for anything. But you will have tons, you will not need extras. Yeah. If anything, you'll have a stack left over that you'll be sticking on everything.
Yeah, you can use it on your card making as well.
Well, last time I think we used some just double-sided sticky tape or red liner tape.
Hey, perfect.
And then put a little border on with them.
Oh,
so you
lovely.
can use up all of your extras.
Yeah, you can. There are a lot of different hues of blue and gold in there, hues of blues in there to create that lovely sand effect, and water as well. It's absolutely stunning. And just giving this a little bit of a wiggle, you can see the way that it captures the light. You can see all the individual ones on there, but as we come further away, you can see that image and you can see that sparkle happen. There you go. It's absolutely stunning. It really does look like the sun is shining on those shores. Oh, how lovely it would be now to walk barefoot on that. Well, not on the starfish, because you might hurt yourself, but just on the
starfish.
No, not on the starfish. You'd hurt yourself.
And the starfish.
And you'd hurt the starfish. Well, you can't hurt them that much. But yes, don't tread on them.
Don't tread on starfish. Moving on. Safety advice from Hayley and Janice.
That's
don't
right.
tread on starfish.
Always safety first, safety second. Hayley, are we going to take a look at what we get in the box?
This is such a simple project to do. It looks massively complicated because you've got so many colours in there, but it really isn't that complex. So what you're going to get in the box is you are going to get your backing sheet. That is a canvas fabric that is then printed on top, and it's got all of those colours printed on there. You will also get all of these dots. Now this is an this is an intermediate set. So I'm just going to move this out of the way so you can see all of these. There you go. Here they come. There's more. There's more. There you go. So in this one, it's an intermediate set, and you've got loads of colours in here. You've got so many colours. And that's what gives it that really realistic feel, because it's got so many different tones in there. So you're getting all of those, and they're all pre-packaged and really clearly labelled with the number that refers to your diagram that you've got here. So once you've got them, you pick a place to start. Now I would definitely recommend starting at a corner and kind of working my way across. And then all you do is peel back that protective sheet from the sticky below. This is all pre-glued for you, so you don't need to worry about that. So you just peel back the corner and away you go.
So Hayley, what happens if I put one in the wrong place?
Okay, so do you know what? Let's do that. Let's put that yellow one on this orange place. So that shouldn't be there. How do we get it off? Well, what I would do is I would use the same tool as I put it on with, but I would use it from the side, and you can just pop it up, pop the corner up, and then you'll be able to get it off.
Or you can nuzzle it around a little bit.
Yes, you can. That's what I've done. Just nudged it up to get it off, and then you'll be able to pick it up. Tweezers would help as well.
Or if you
you've got
put
a
it
pair
down
of
and it wasn't
tweezers.
quite in the right spot, you can just give it a little bit of a nudge.
If it's it's only a little bit off, let's say put one on the one next to it. So I want to be on that letter J, but I'm actually going on that letter E. So I can just push that down, get it in position, and then from the top, just give it another little squeeze to put it in place. Super easy to do, and you've got the amount of wax that you get in here to load your little pencil with. You'll never use it all.
Skill level wise, Hayley.
Skill level, all you need to be able to do is put one on at a time.
Yeah.
Age range wise, I would probably say, because of the small bits, I would probably say about 8.
Yes.
Upwards.
Yeah. Supervised.
I mean, it's 8 to 800.
Yes.
And it's just patience. It's more than anything else. It's patience.
And do you know what, as well? You know, you say it's patience. Sometimes we need that time to be patient with ourselves, just to sit down and just, you know, gather our thoughts and just have, you know, that me time, as it were, and just a little bit of doing something, but not anything that really taxes
one of those things that you can walk away from as well. So if, you know, the phone goes, or you need to go and deal with something, or it's not like a jigsaw which is out and it's all over the table you have no way of putting it away. If you want to go ahead and put it away and go and get on with something else, pop it back in the box, pop all your bits and pieces back in, and away you go.
Yeah, and even with the diamonds on there,
yes,
the diamond dots, should we say, they're not real diamonds before you think at home, wow, real diamonds, I'll have them. Diamond dots. I
wouldn't roll it as tight as it came in the box once it's got the diamonds on.
Yeah.
But I definitely would, you know, yes, you can roll it back up.
Yeah.
One other thing is, once it's all finished, definitely recommend you get a rolling pin. And roll over the whole lot, just to really push those dots onto the adhesive.
Protective layer on.
Yeah, you can do with or without, really. If you're doing smaller pieces at a time, then if you've got a small, like the wallpaper rollers, or brayer, yes, you can do the small areas at a time. But if you're going to do those where you've still got sticky bits,
or used wine bottle.
Always one, isn't there?
Some people have used wine bottles.
Do you have some?
No, actually, try January.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't.
Try January.
Yeah. But you can use, or you could sit on it. Right, so this is your summer dreams, £26.99. 929737 is your item number if you want to go for that one. It's 29 centimetres by 41 centimetres. And we've got a whole range of the diamond dots available for you. Different skill levels, different prices as well. Maybe you've had diamond dots before and you have made and created some lovely designs. Why don't you email them in? You've got a few moments to do that, and we'll have a look at what you've done. Now we have... Yeah, oh, this is stunning. I've seen this. Oh, this is stunning.
It's been a previous one that we've had before, and this has been really, really popular, this one.
Do you know what's affected? It's because it's a black cat, and you've got it on that black background, but you've still got that 3D element to it, with its paw coming forward. So it's so effective, and those eyes, oh my, they'll follow you around the room, I tell you, they're fabulous. $17.99, 914. If you're afraid of cats and eyes following you around the room, I didn't mean that. It's nice. 2 payments of £9 if you want to go for that. Oh, now, your leopard's eyes, these are also stunning, and again, they will follow you around the room.
A really interesting shape as well, because this is a long, thin one. So if you haven't got a lot of wall space, then this one's a really nice one to go for, because it is a long, skinny one.
I remember there was, I think there was a tiger?
Yes, there was. There was a tiger set as well.
There was the leopard, there was a tiger, I think there was a panther as well.
Was there?
I
don't remember the panther, but I'll take your word for it.
But if you are interested in animals, then here is the wolf for you. This is amazing, isn't it? This is the most popular one on the show, doesn't surprise me. You've got the 2 crescent moons at the side of the wolf, and then you've got like the dream catcher that it's inside. It's the Celtic Wolf Guide, and you've got the Celtic patterns at each corner. It's remarkable, isn't it? And I think it's the deep blues that really make this stand out. It's absolutely stunning. And the eyes, and also the decorative pieces around that Dreamcatcher style, the eyes are made of a different gem, so they really do stand out, they really do. The frame, we've put it into the frame. This is what it could look like in a frame. It's easy to pick frames up these days, isn't it? You can buy them online as well. Just send off your measurements and get the right frame. I'm just going to turn this around so you can see how it's fitted into the frame.
Well, because you do, I mean, if you look at the panel that I've got, you've got about an extra inch or so all the way around. So you have got steady. You've got plenty to frame it because you've got an inch or so all the way around, and you've got that extra kind of, what I say, quarter of an inch of printed panel without actually losing any dots as well.
Just wanted to show you that, just so you know that it will fit perfectly into a frame. If you do want to get hold of the Celtic Wolf, £38.99, 351 372 is your item number. Now, the light boxes have been very, very busy. We've got 2 sizes, one A4 and one A3. The A4 one is £24.99, and the A3, the details for that is £49.99.
I know that that's a considered purchase at $44.99, but take advantage of the Flextravaganza because that's still on for another couple of days, and you will not regret it. I've actually got one of these at home myself because after I'd used it on the show, I went and got one.
Yeah, but they're perfect, aren't they? Like you say, that they have. They're very thin, so they don't take up a lot of space.
Exactly, they don't take up any space. If you're not using it, you can slide it down the side. Well, I would definitely store it flat, though.
Yes.
Don't be tempted to lean it up against something, because obviously, with it being the plastic and that really kind of super thin, super light plastic, if you leave it for any length of time and in somewhere that's getting hot and cold, like it will at the minute, with it being winter and radiators on, then definitely store it flat.
Yeah, especially if you're going to store it like outside in your craft room or your craft cave or whatever it is.
Absolutely.
2 papers are £25 if you want to go for that. We've also got the rechargeable lamp. These are so handy, they really are, just for reading, bedside lamp, for example. You've got the capability of changing the warmth of the lights. You can go from cool, you can go for natural daylight, or you can go for warm. They're great for doing your YouTube videos on as well, great for doing any kind of smaller detail. Something like this would be really good for me, actually, doing my little clay models. It just adds that light.
Oh, I've been seeing them.
Have you?
Is this your new thing?
Well, I'm trying. I enjoy it. £16.99, 111471. I might make you, Hayley.
Do you know what?
I might make you. You're my next project.
Have you got proper clay that can go in a kiln?
It goes in the oven.
Because I've got a kiln.
Have you?
So if you've got proper clay, we'll fire you some.
Will you?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? I think you're going to be my next project. I might make you.
Is that weird?
No, it's not.
You've got to make everybody then.
No, we've got to make you.
Okay, thanks.
I'll see if I can do it my days off. Yeah, life size. I've got enough clay. We have got your
rude. Very rude.
Now, no, you're lovely. You're lovely. Here's a peacock. And the peacock is stunning. It really, really is. And this is going to be a fabulous project for you to put together and then put on the wall in your home. Can you imagine this? I would put this maybe in the hallway. because I think it's a lovely image
Oh,
when you're going upstairs.
It's a real feature piece, that one, isn't it? So you want to see it, you want it where everybody can see it.
Absolutely stunning, it really is. If you want to go for your peacock, 2 payments of £23.50. It's an absolute stunner. Diamond dots. Beautiful, beautiful projects, time and time again. Hayley, how are you doing?
Oh, well, as you said earlier, I've wandered off. So I started in the corner, and then I've gone to put some of the black bits in for the starfish. You can, you know, pick and choose. Just finish what you've got in your tray, and then move on to another colour if you like.
Hayley, thank you so much for today.
Thank you, Mrs.
You've been an
Janice.
absolute star. When are you back?
19th, one day special.
There you go.
Woo.
Thank you, Hayley, and thanks for watching. We'll be back after the break. Right, we've got a special one-day special coming up next with Catherine and Lou. It's Jelly Arts. Then we're going back to Elicam Resin, and then we're back to the Jelly Arts one-day special.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
A very good evening to you all. Yes, it's 6 o'clock. That means we've got another launch of a very special one-day special. And we've got a very special guest as well. Shall we say good evening to Lou Sims? Here she is, looking very smart in her apron.
Thank you.
Ooh, look at you in your red apron.
I know, but I'm not quite brave enough to make it messy just yet.
Oh, we might have to change that by the end of the one-day special. Well, I'm excited as well because I get to play a little bit this hour as well, so I'm really looking forward to it. But what's it all about? Of course, we've got jelly arts for you. We've heard of jelly plates, we've seen the techniques. We're going to see much more of these as well, and we've got some great deals for you as well. So let's have a look at the one-day special. Of course, it's brand new today. Don't need to have to ask that, do we? Now, what have we got here then, Lou? We've got all sorts in this bundle, haven't we?
Oh, it's a really brilliant, comprehensive starter kit. So you'll get a little 5x5 jelly plate.
Yep.
You'll get feathers in there. You get a selection of paints. You get a selection of the parchment paper to print on. You get the punchinella, which is like a stencil.
Yeah.
You get the lolly sticks. Now, the lolly sticks you can take the paints out with, or you can actually start to make marks.
Oh,
with
nice.
the paints.
So use them as
use them as
tools.
tools as well.
Okay.
And you then get the feathers. And the feathers look beautiful once they're printed up.
Well, they do. And of course, you get the jelly roller in there
Yes,
as
you
well.
do.
In fact, talking of feathers, we've got some here, Lou, that you have decorated. We can see some gorgeous samples around the studio as well. There's quite a lot of feather painting. Now, the paints that are included in here as well, Lou, what are they? Because we've got different types of paints in here as well.
Well, you've got the Jelly Arts paints in there in a range of different colours that you can blend together to make, you know, your own colours with as well. And then you've got a separate set of paints as well, which is different, which is metallics, which are absolutely beautiful.
They are. I've got a little swatch sample here as well. Gold and silver. You can see some of the paints used on the feathers as well. I mean, that's just part of it, isn't it? The feathers is just one idea. But the backgrounds you can create, the different designs you can create, we've got loads of gorgeous samples on the counter here. Now, I've got to just let everybody know, Lou did this just before the show, so it's a little bit wet. But you can see there those beautiful metallics, the gold and the silver there, and your different types of card.
Yeah, because I think... I mean, we're going to be printing tonight mainly on white and maybe a bit of black, but it's nice to see the colours on different cardstocks.
Definitely.
And actually, how much punch of metallic you've got. So I've done a line across the top, which is just like a blob, but then I've painted it out. So if you wanted to paint it, or, you know, just to show that it doesn't lose...
It doesn't,
any
does
of its
it?
strength or, you know, density and colour.
No, particularly I'm looking at the craft card there as well, because you'd think that would be one of the cardstocks that would lose the effect from the metallics a little bit. And we've got all sorts of jelly prints here as well. Look at the feathers here. How amazing is that?
And that's on the Jelly Arts parchment paper.
Yeah.
And layering up and just putting 2 feathers on and just pulling a quick print.
Absolutely lovely. We've got more parchment paper there as well. And of course, you talked about those different cardstocks. This is an envelope, in fact, this one here. Look at that.
So if you're into... I print on envelopes a lot for little memory books.
Yeah.
And art journals. So I can actually print to do different backgrounds. So... there is loads you can do. You can go very mixed media if you want to go, but you can also go very clean and simple with a jelly plate as well.
Of course you can. You've got, that is a beautiful sample, the one with the yellow feather there. Now, I know, Lou, that you did an amazing picture and you've gone and left it at home.
Know.
You hung it on your wall to take a photo.
I will email it into the studio because I have got it on. So. But that's just me doing printing of the feathers, and I've just cut them down. Simple mat and layers.
Yeah. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
And that's just using up a background and then printing a feather and adding the feather on top.
And we've got another feather in this next sample as well. Isn't that fantastic? Now, you can go for extra feathers as well. We do have details at the bottom of the screen for you. We're already very busy, I've got to tell you. 145971 is the item number for those feathers. You can see the type of feathers you're getting, because there's feathers and there's feathers, isn't there, Lou?
They're beautiful. Now, you
These
can
are
print with
lovely.
them, keeping the feathers like that, or you can start teasing them apart a little bit, and then you can get more of an open feather.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I didn't say about it, it comes in its own little box, its own little plastic container. So everything is self-contained. So when you finished, you can put it all back inside the box and pack it away for another day.
Amazing. So you literally are taking everything from the pack and you can get going.
Straight away.
Perfect. That's what we want, isn't it? 376375 is the item number, only £27.99. We are very busy. I've not even told you about the saving. You can see it there in the yellow box. £9.36 is the saving. But you know what? We are very busy. In fact, almost 20% of the stock has already gone. Now, if you do want to split the cost, you can do that as well. We've still got Flextravaganza running until Friday. So take advantage of that as well. Split the cost down into two. Very, very busy indeed. But we've got more to show you as well, because when it comes to the jelly plates, of course, they're available in different sizes as well. So for the next item, we're looking at the 5x7. Now, you've also got a stencil in this one as well, which I've got to say, I did choose as one that I wanted to work with, which I absolutely love. Tell me about this size plate then, Lou.
The 5x7 is a great one for me. I use it a lot for making card backgrounds.
Yeah.
Because I can put it on an A5 card blank straight away, a 5x7 card blank. You can do it slightly off for a 6x6, and I love it for that size alone. I also love it because tags.
Yes,
so you
that's
can
a good
actually
point.
lay your tags. You can put 3 tags on there, and you've created. So it's a really nice one to play with. You know, if you just want to have a play, but you don't want to get everything out, it's a nice size to do. Absolutely
Definitely
with.
is, isn't it? And I know many people that have got various different sizes of jelly plates, because once you get going with this, then you just want to get more, don't you? Let's have a look at one or two samples for this one. £22.99 is the price of the bundle, a £5.75 saving as well, 005495. Now, before the show, Lou, I did say I love these samples. Did you do them all? And you did say yes. But what you did tell me, and I hadn't realised straight away, some of the backgrounds that you've created that you've not been overly keen on.
No.
You will never get rid of, and you've just stamped and cut out.
Yeah.
That is, I just love these.
But
I just think the effect is amazing.
I mean,
one.
If you see me watercolour, I'm a really quick watercolour, and it's the same with stamping. So now I've got a whole load of coloured images straight away.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So do not throw any of your backgrounds away. This is what I love about Jelly Plate. You can have so much fun just playing with the colours, just creating, and then you might think afterwards, well, I'm not quite sure what to do with the backgrounds now. That's all you need to do, stamp on them, cut them out, build collages up.
And also the tape bits on there is using the sellotape trick. And
these here?
Yeah. So when you want to clean your jelly plate up, you can use the sellotape trick. You can pick up all the paint, and then you can add gilding flakes or foil to it. And then you've created another form of embellishment.
Love it.
I've printed on stickers, you know. So your jelly plate can take away some things you don't quite like the look of, and you can then print on top of those. Or if you don't like the prints,
love it.
Collage it up.
Love it. Oh, just now I'm getting more and more excited about this show. 005495, remember, for that item number there. Now, moving down again, if you want to go large, what about this one? Look at this. You've got your 9x12. Now, I've noticed with this one, Lou, we've also got grids with this. It's a piece of kind of acetate or printed acetate with a grid on there. So why is that important?
Well, if you want to line up, you know, if you were going to use it, I mean, we're using our mats, you can cut a piece of paper or a piece of card and line it up specifically. So if you were multi-layering, you can then use the grid to put your paper or card in exactly the same spot each time.
Ah.
So you can do that. Same with if you're placing a stencil down and you wanted to multi-layer. So the grid is absolutely brilliant for that.
Wonderful.
And it's a really thick acetate.
So I presume you can use that if you want to, or if you don't want to use it, you can take that away. So you've got the choice there. Amazing. £37.99 is the price for this one, an £8 saving. Perhaps you started small, you want to move up to a larger plate, then this is for you. 939498 is the item number. Now we do have a starter kit for you next. Now this comes with one of the smaller jelly plates, which is great when you're a little bit fearful of where to go, how to start, then I think this is ideal. So Lou here, of course you've got the jelly plate, you've got the roller there as well. We've also got the black and the white paints in here. We've got the smooth white card in there. So again, a great little kit just to start with, to get going.
It's
and
also
then work from there.
I mean, when we go and play, I've given you that size kit as well, because I like to play with 2 plates sometimes beside you. So rather than just always mop up onto card, we can actually mop up onto a smaller plate as well. So you can do 2 lots of printing at the same time as well. So it is a bonus for that, and you can never have enough sprayers. There's me with a whole bag full back there.
Well, that is very true. So, do you know, we call it a starter kit, but perhaps you're not a starter, but you still want to go for this, so you've got the option to that smaller plate that you can mop up with as well. Great price again, £23.86, a £3 saving on this one. 240996 is the item number. Then we have more paints for you. So we're going to move on to those. Now, we've got a primary set first of all for you. So we're going to show you that one. Great paints again. We can see, you've got a good amount in each bottle here as well. We can see the name on them, the branding, which is a very good brand, Plaid. And a great price, because for 5, Lou, just £9.50.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
I couldn't believe that when I saw that. You know, when you just go, really? Really? And you've got a great range of colours. So you've got your primaries and your white and your black. I mean, normally you see a lot of us will use white to lift a print.
Yeah.
But black is great for adding detail to stencils, or you can add shading techniques to around the edge of your jelly plate. This is actually one I use a lot through stencils on top of colour.
Brilliant stuff.
And then you've got your blue, because you make purples, greens from there.
Of course,
oranges.
primary colours, always a good one to go for. You've got, your greens, your oranges, your purples, all those different options there. And of course, you can lighten down with your white, and you can also knock the colours back with your black as well. So lots of different ways of working with them, and a great price. You can't get much better than that. 350205. There is another option though. We've got autumnal for you as well. Actually, this is interesting. Autumnal, I can see the green, the brown and the orange, but that beautiful pink is in there, the candy pink, and the grey is in there as well.
Well, when you think about autumn, we forget about the pinks and the purples that you see in the leaves and the reds. Because if you mix a little bit of the brown into the pink, you change it slightly, you make it a deeper shade, and it's beautiful. Same with the orange with the cream. You've got all those different layers. Leaves are a perfect example of all the different colours you see. They're not just green, are they, at autumn
They're
time?
not. They're certainly not. Do you know what? Looking at that price as well, 5 pots for £9.50. I think you want to go for both of these. You can split the cost as well, so you only need to pay £9.50 today, because £9.50 will be in a month's time. 945879, the item number. You do have the choice though if you want to go for those. Now we've also got another plate for you. This is the 8x10. So, not quite the largest we've got on the show today, but still a very generous size with a great saving, Lou, as well.
I mean, I like both. I like the bigger plates, I must admit. I have 2, because I don't know why, but you know, when you just go, I have to. To be honest, one is stained with the alcohol inks, because you can use alcohol inks. You can use a range of things, and not just paints. We can use our oxides, we can use our inks, we can use alcohol inks. But it's a nice size to carry with you.
Definitely. An amazing saving on that one for you for just £27.99. Again, you can split the cost if you wish. 728173. Now, there's even more on the website. Watch out for some of these stencils we've got. We've got more in the way of paints for you as well. We've got holograph illusion paints for you. Don't miss out on those. We've got the papers for you as well. Of course, we've got all those different size plates as well, and the feathers are there. Now, that's interesting as well. We've got the tools, the edging tools. I've noticed on our little demo areas we've got some of those to play with as well, so there may be something you want to pop into your basket. So do browse through the internet, of course, have a look on our website, and we will be going to demonstration time. I've no idea what I'm going to be creating. I'm following Lou's instruction. I'm just looking forward to it, that's all I can say. Now, very, very busy out there, actually. Over a quarter of the stock of the one-day special has already gone. Wow. You look absolutely amazed at that.
I am amazed, but I'm not as well, because it is a fabulous kit. It's a really good, it's a really fantastic introduction. And I know people say, what can you do with the feathers? There is actually so many projects that you can do with feathers and.
Oh, it's a great gift for someone, that as well. You want to buy it as a gift.
It is, and it's. I mean, my boxes. Obviously, I keep all my paints in afterwards because I store mine in a slightly different way. But the box is absolutely superb. You put absolutely everything back inside it.
Love it, love it. Right. So, if we're going to get started, what are we doing first?
Now, my jelly plates are already out. Now, I've given you 2 different jelly plates over there. One is my old. Well, not old, but a 6x6, and the other one is a 3x the little one.
Okay, so we do have this one available, of course.
Now, on yours, you'll have there's 2 acetate sheets.
Okay, yeah, can see them.
So you can peel those away, and it will go straight away onto your mat.
Okay.
Now, it's up to you whether you keep them, those acetate sheets, or not.
Okay.
For my larger plates, I do, not necessarily for the smaller ones. So that's going to go on there. Now, and then you've got the 6x6. So we're going to work with 2, or we're going to try and work with 2, if that's all right with you.
Okay, just to mention that when it comes to the one-day special, the jelly plate that you're getting is the 5x5, which is a great size again, isn't it?
Yep.
Wonderful stuff.
I mean, it's a nice starter size, and it's not imposing in any way, shape or form.
No.
So now I've given you deliberately a plate that's older and a plate that's newer, so you can see the difference, how the paint goes on. Jelly plates get better the more you use them.
Yeah.
So, but the first time you put the paint on a new plate, it will feel like it's not sticking, it's slicking, it's moving over the front, which you'll notice when we do the 2 together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Right, so what I thought we'd do is we just have a play of doing some simple backgrounds to start with.
Yes, please.
Now, I've put some washi tape on there for you. Now, the reason I've done that is I've done you sheets. If you want to go back into the same place, say, time and time again, that's why the grid in the bigger one is superb.
Ah, I see.
You can I've put some washi tape there. You can tape your card down, which means you create a faux hinge, which means then you print in exactly the same place.
That's a great idea, I like that.
So I have put that there.
Okay.
Right, so I thought what we'd do is we'd start with just a simple plain background. So do you want to pick a colour?
Yeah. Just one of the regular paints.
Yeah,
you know,
choose one of the now,
does it matter if you start with a darker or a light? Is there no?
No, if you start with a darker, I would then do my extra layers lighter.
Right. Okay.
And but it doesn't really matter.
So if I start with pretty pink,
go for it.
Will that be fine?
I'm going to go for my normal.
I've got to say, I am an all-round crafter, but jelly plate is something I've very rarely been able to touch on, so this is another reason why I'm really loving this.
I'm actually going to go for pink, and pink's not my colour. So I'll be led by you.
Now, the pink that you've got there, Lou, I believe is the autumnal collection.
It's candy pink.
And it's very busy, I've got to say as well. I'm not surprised at £9.50 for 5 paints.
So now, it is a real learning curve with a jelly plate. You can put too much paint on, you can put too little paint on, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I've got a bigger plate, so I'm going to put 2 dollops on. If you put 1 dollop in the middle, a good...
Okay, yeah.
A bit more than that.
A little
bit more than that. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And then all we're going to do is, using the brayer, is just brayer it out. So
now,
it covers...
I've got a brand new brayer as well, Lou. Does that mean
have.
that will be better the more that you work with it as well?
Yes and no. It depends on how you feel. My brayers, if I show you there, have layers and layers of paint on, so that can add more and more texture. That doesn't appeal to some people. Some people just prefer the paint. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, any excess paint that you've got left over on your brayer, can you put it on your small plate?
I can. Does it matter which direction I'm going in? No.
Go with whatever your eye prefers.
Oh, I'm loving it already. I've only put one colour on.
And then the excess you've got, I've given you some scrap paper.
Yeah.
If you put it off in scrap paper. Now, with the scrap paper, I get used to doing mine either way, so up or down or side to side.
Yeah.
If you feel if you want to create a background using it, rotate it 90 degrees each time. If you don't think about... And then that way you gradually fill up. Okay? So then if we just grab a piece of card, we're going to leave the small plate.
Okay.
And then just put that on the top.
Okay. Now, I've got a couple of marks in my bigger plate here, but I like that because I'm going to pick that up, aren't I? Does it matter?
It is, because it's one of my plates, so you've probably got some old paint on there or some old pattern, so you will pick that up, yes.
Okay.
So if you use the flat of your hand and just gently keep going over and over. If you prefer, use a clean brayer.
Yeah.
And you can do it that way.
Just put the pressure on the top.
Yeah. You don't want to put... And all we're doing is trying to pick up as much paint as possible, but it doesn't matter if we don't. And then I just find if I hold one corner of the jelly plate and pick it away. So as you can see, mine's actually...
Oh, nice.
Now, mine's got a little bit of the silver in that we've got in the one-day special, where I was doing the different printing, so it's come through on that background there.
Yeah, I can see it. I've got a little bit of silver in mine as well. I think I've picked up a couple of other flakes or something as well, but I don't mind
I think I was using both plates, so you do. So that's basically a simple print.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to work on that simple print and build it up.
Okay.
So this time, if you want to think, you can go for a complementary colour or you can go for a real contrast.
Okay.
I'm going to go for a contrast. I think I'm going to go for the cobalt blue.
Oh, well, I was going to go for that, but I'm not. I've changed my mind, just so I'm doing different to you. I'm going for the green.
Right, now this time we're not going to cover the whole. So all we're going to do is we're just going to put some little dots. I'm going to put 3 and tiny little dots in different places on your plate.
Okay.
And then all we're going to do is, with the brayer, is just create a pattern.
Now, the 9x12 plate is very busy as well. 20% of the stock has gone. Remember, when it comes to the one-day special, you get your roller in there. You get a 5x5 jelly plate as well. We've got jelly plates galore, so it depends what you're looking for. So you're just kind of working that in,
just like 3 different places.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, we'll go over the whole lot.
I'm not doing the whole lot.
That's
Sorry,
it.
I wasn't paying attention.
And then get your print, and we're just going to put that one back on top.
And you've gone on the other plate as well, you say?
I put my excess on the other plate, and then what was left on my roller onto my mop-up sheet.
Okay. Oh, I love this.
So you're going to use that pink one and go with the green that you just did.
Okay. So this is where the hinge, if I wanted it to pick up in exactly the same place, would have worked very well for me, but, you know, we don't mind, do we? We're just going to go with it.
No. And then we're just going to...
If I don't like it, I'm just going to stamp on it and cut it out like you did.
Okay, so that's now... So
I like that.
So we've now got layers, but using it with the paint, and we haven't brought anything in so far. But jelly paint printing is all about layers. It's creating a multi-layered background that's flat.
Ooh.
So that's... Oh, I like yours. I like the contrast there.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I was definitely going to go with the blue, but yeah, I quite
now,
like
if that
as well.
is too bright for you, whilst the paint is wet, you've got some parchment there beside you, which is the Jelly Arts big parchment.
Okay.
You should have it in the
is
pile
it
of
with
paper
yeah,
there.
I can see it
yeah.
now. Yeah. Okay.
If you put that on top of your print now quickly, you should pick up some of the excess of the green.
Now, we do have the parchment available as well. You do get some in the kit in the one-day special, of course, but we do have extras for you. A pack of 50. This is a good buy as well, isn't it? Oh, it's just behind me here as well. I'm just going to pick this up, actually. Will that be all right for a second? It's huge. What a great buy this is. Look at these. £12.98 for all those.
Yep.
These are 12-inch by 16 inches. Oh, you're going to cost me money again today, Lou. I know you are.
Sorry.
You know when you go... Do you want to play?
Right, so if you pull that off now, that should peel off some of the excess green for you, which will knock back some of your background.
Ah, look what it's done as well.
Yep. And it's taken some of it back as well for you. So
like
now
that.
you can do that. So we're going to have a mixture. So we've got that background. We're now going to create another background.
Okay.
And we're going to then work on the two together. Don't worry about our little plate. We're leaving that to very, very, very last.
Yep.
So this time what I thought we'd do, let's put that to one side, is pick 2 colours that you want to work with.
2 colours?
2 colours.
Okay. Right, I'm going to go for the blue now then. And I'm going to go... Do you know, I'm going to be very brave and go for... I'm going a bit random here. I'm going to go for the orange with it.
Ooh. I'm going to go for... I'm going to be predictable and do a little bit of the red.
Are you?
So you're going to put a dot at the top of one colour, and then a dot of the other colour
at the bottom.
At the bottom.
You see, I'm mixing it up how I wouldn't normally do it, just to see what I get.
But that doesn't. That's half the fun.
Yeah.
So, if with the one colour, if you go and bring it down, so you've brought it down to halfway.
Oh, I know what we're doing. We're blending.
And then just take off the excess onto your sheet.
Yeah.
And then with the second colour, do it, but you're going to work up now towards the middle.
Okay.
And then gradually, if you work the middle will then slowly start to change a little bit of colour. Yep.
Yeah, liking that.
Okay, and then we'll just get rid of the excess of that.
Okay.
Okay, now I put some stamps in your pot there. Some foam stamps. These are the Pronty ones that are on the website.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the stamp, the foam stamp, and I'm going to lift it up and put that design, and then I'm going to put the stamp on the first bit I did.
Right, okay.
Yep. Does that...
Yeah, that makes sense. So from the jelly plate onto my background that I've been creating.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, acrylic paint does dry quickly, so if yours dries, there's no problem. We'll just pull another print in a different way.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So then we're just using the stamp and putting it on top of the other background. Okay. Actually,
I
I'm
like
going to...
these stamps.
Now, and then once you've done a couple of those, pull the stamp and then put it onto your smaller little plate that's beside you. Okay. And put a couple of images on there.
Ooh, now then, I'm gonna go this
I
way.
like the foam stamps only because they're easier to wash.
Ah, that's a good
And then
point,
once you've done
actually.
that, then it's going to be put your card on the top.
Yeah.
And we're just going
The
to
same
pull a
piece
print.
of card again, or a different piece?
A different piece.
A different piece. Okay.
So this is, we're just layering.
Yeah.
Now, I've used foam stamps, but you could use any stamps, your red rubber stamps, your photopolymer stamps, any. The only time stamping is a little bit trickier is if you choose a sentiment, because it will come out back to front. So I'm just going to do that, and then I'll just pull it away. And then I've got a little bit of the colour left from before.
Look at that. Oh, I love that, Lo.
So we've now got that design, but I'm starting to build up this one, which is a contrast with the other stamps as well.
Are you ready for my reveal? Oh, actually, I quite like that.
Oh, I like the orange and the blue. That looks really nice together.
With that.
Now, you should probably have some residue left on the plate.
On the plate, I do, yeah.
Right, now this is what we're going to do is, you need to make sure it's a little bit dry. So if you've got a spare bit of card, we're just going to dry it a little bit more.
Okay, so just give it a waft.
Yeah, now this is, when you hear us all talk about ghost printing and things like that, all we're doing is we're adding a very, very light layer of colour to pull off what's on our jelly plate, which brings us back to a semi-clean jelly plate.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you use the white that you've got there, now it's going to be, you don't need very much at all when you do, because all we're going to do is, all we want is a very fine layer to act.
Okay, can I put it anywhere, or do I put it where? Yep.
And so we're just going to put a very, very, very fine layer on. And any excess you've got, you can put onto your mini plate, as well as and then onto your mop-up.
Oh, for a minute I thought I'd gone too heavy with it, but actually looking at yours, I think I'm fine.
So you can sort of see the jelly plate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can either use card or you can use a bit of parchment. I'm going to go for a little bit of the parchment, because I like using the parchment, because the parchment, when you build up like this and then you tear it, it makes a superb, like, rice paper.
Oh, yeah, of course. I thought of that.
It makes a beautiful rice paper design. There we go.
I can't get over the value of that part.
It's huge, isn't it?
Everybody needs to pop that in the basket along with everything else.
So doing the white now has pulled up all the excess paint and pattern.
Oh, I love mine. I love
But
it.
that's the excitement of the jelly plate. Isn't that beautiful?
Like that. Look, you can still see the stamp there. But I'm well impressed with that.
But now, that background, we can carry on working on if you want to, or you just leave it as is. Do you know what I mean?
Amazing.
Right. Okay.
Now,
so,
if I have to do some numbers, Lou, will it spoil anything?
No, this one we're going to leave to very, very last.
Okay. Okay. So, just going to give you a few bits of a recap here. So, the parchment, we are so busy on this. A third of the stock has already gone. So you need to be very quick on this one. What a great buy. $12.98 for 50. Remember, look at the size, you can see it there. 12 inches by 16 inches. That's the size of those pieces there. 292503 is the item number. Loving that parchment paper as well, just the effect that you get in there. You see all the texture in the background as well, so I do like that a lot. Now, of course, the one-day special, extremely busy, over a third of the stock already gone. This is straight from the pack. You're going to be crafting away. I will say again, if you know someone that's a crafter or looking for a new craft, what a great gift for somebody as well, because, you know, everything is there for them. They don't have to go out shopping separately. So let's run through everything again. Of course, you're going to get your jelly plate, which is a 5-inch by a 5-inch. And actually, I'm working with one of your older ones, which is 6 by 6. And I've got to say, loving the size of that. So the 5 by 5, I think is perfect as a kit, just to get going, especially. Now, something we didn't mention, we've got one of those tools in there. We didn't even say about that before. You've got some of the parchment paper in there as well. You have got the tool in there. We haven't used that yet, but I can see where we're going to use it. Of course, you've got your roller in there as well. Then we've got various different paints. So you've got your acrylic paints in there in the little pots, but you've also got, just while I'm talking paints, I know it's at the other side, but we've got the metallics. I'll come back to those, but we have got them. What's the official name for this?
Punchinella.
Punchinella. So use that as a stencil. You're going to get some great effects with that as well. We have got feathers in here. We've also got some of this very textured yarn in there as well. You do get 8 feathers, by the way. They will vary. Obviously, they're not going to all be exactly the same, but they're great feathers. And I'm saying that because I've purchased packs of feathers in the past for certain craft jobs. And, you know, I've been so disappointed at the quality of them. These are really lovely quality. You've got the lollipop sticks in there as well, which you're going to use for maybe applying paints and things, but you can use them in your techniques as well. The metallics are here, of course, the ones that I mentioned, the gold and the silver, and I will show you the swatch again in a second. And then, of course, you've got some wonderful cardstock to be working with there as well. Just have a look at those samples. Have I missed anything out this time? I don't think I have I? Apart from the packaging. You did mention, Lou, that you get that lovely box to pack everything away in.
You get a lovely box that it goes in, but you also get, which we haven't got out, which I will try and dig out, a beautiful set of instructions in there. The instructions tell you about the jelly plate, how to care for your jelly plate. It also gives you 3 or 4 project ideas that can get you started straight away with all the contents in the kit. Now, your jelly plate comes wrapped in bubble wrap.
Okay. I know what you're going to say.
I'm going to quickly grab one.
You're going to say, don't, whatever you do, throw that away. Keep it for your techniques, aren't you?
Yeah. So it comes wrapped in it. So this is a... keep it, keep it for your... And that now is another thing that you can use.
Yeah.
I mean, you can wrap it back up in there if you want to. It comes like the previous ones. It will have 2 acetate sheets, your jelly plate either side.
Yeah.
Now, it's up to you whether you keep it back on there. The only thing with a jelly plate is if I stored my jelly plate over it would then gradually bend and it would take on the shape. So if you can store it flat, hence why the box is absolutely brilliant.
Of course.
But yeah, do definitely keep the bubble wrap.
Oh, well, we are very busy. £27.99, £9.36 is the saving. Split that into 2 if you wish with a flex extravaganza, 376, 375. Now, let's tell you about some of the other plates as well, because, of course, we've got various different sizes. So the next one is your 5 by 7. This is another lovely size as well. Lou said perfect if you just wanted to make backgrounds for your cards. You know, it's not overbearing, it's not too fearful, is it? You're not going to be worried about using that. It's just a nice size to work with.
Yeah.
And the stencil as well, which is absolutely great. A 6 by 6 stencil, all for just £22.99, a £5.75 saving on this one. Item number 005495. Then, coming up next, now this is the 9 by 12, which is the one that you're using, isn't it, Lou?
No, I'm using the 8 by 10.
You're using the 8 by 10?
Because it's easier on the screen. The 9 by 12... I would have to work landscape.
Okay, this is the one that comes with the grid, so this is the largest one we've actually got then. £37.99, it carries an £8 saving, a third of the stock has gone. I don't think a lot of you have probably used jelly plates before, you've really got hooked on it, and you're just wanting to expand on the size you can work with. This is a great option to do that. 939498 is the item number on that one. Then, of course, we do have that little starter kit. Do you know, absolutely think a lot of you will probably go for this, even if you're not just starting out, simply because you've got that very small plate in there. You've also got the cardstock, you've got the black and white paints in there, and you've got another roller, and it's worth, Lou said it already, it's worth having that extra roller. For just £23.86, you can go for the starter kit. But if it is the first time you've looked at this, no better way to start, is there? £3 saving, 240996. And then I'm just going to borrow those 2 paints because they lend themselves to the next bundle as well. You, of course, if you're going for both of those, you'll get 2 sets. You don't have to borrow them like I do. £9.50 for 5 pots of paint. This is ridiculous. If you can afford to go for both sets, I certainly would, because you've got your primaries at the top here, but that includes the black and the white, which is so useful, as we've already heard, and we've just used the white one as well. And then the autumnal is the other choice, which I've got to say is absolutely beautiful. You've got that candy pink in there. You can see you've got the orange, you've got the grey, you've got the green and the chestnut in there also. So great combinations of colour. 350205 is the item number. I think you can see the colours there actually, but I'm just going to pop this in front just so you can see the swatches. Bring the details in for the autumnal for you. It's on the screen now. You can see we've got both sets on there. So if you are going for the whole lot, if you're going for both sets, that's what you're going to get colour-wise. And of course you can change those colours by mixing together and blending and doing all those wonderful techniques. Then of course, this is the one that you've got, isn't it, Lou? This is the one Lou's working on now, so another great option if you're looking for a larger plate. 8 by 10, a £6 saving on this one, £27.99, 728173. Now, something else that we've already mentioned, but a lot of you are purchasing already, are the extra of the feathers. Now, almost half the stock gone. Only £9.98, you're getting 30 feathers there, and they're all white as well, so it means you can apply all sorts of different colours and techniques to them. 145971. Do you know, even if you're not wanting to paint or use them with your jelly plate, there's so many reasons for having feathers for different projects. Now the tools, we do have a bundle of tools as well. There are 2 different options. Now this is the rounded edge one. As you can see those teeth on there, but they have definitely got rounded edges to them. £18.99, and then we've got the square as well. Very different in design, aren't they? £18.99 for both sets. You've got a choice of the one or the other, or you can go for them both if you prefer and just put multiples of 2 in. 819613 is the item number. Then we do have the holographic illusions pick and mix. Now, any 3. Now, Lou was using these not so many shows ago, actually. Really lovely techniques again with these. These are great. So if you missed that the first time round, you've got the chance to go for these again. £15.92 is the price. A pick and mix of any 3, and we've got lots of different colours there. 460081. Lovely stuff. Now, just with the illusions, Lou, they look milky in the pot, don't they? You've got different sort of glitter flakes in there, and the milkiness will dry. So you see the different colours coming through.
Yep.
Wonderful stuff.
They're brilliant. If you know, like where we've done some of the printing, we would put the white down and we did our ghosting.
Yeah.
If you chose some of the lighter colours to put on the top of your plate and use that to do your ghosting, and it picked up all your excess on your plate, it creates a different illusion then.
Oh, now you're talking. Oh, do you know, there's not much of this left either. We've got 3/4 of the stock has disappeared already. 50 sheets there, and you have got the 12 by 16 parchment papers there, 292503. Oh, I shouldn't really say it, but I've been multi-buying on those to make sure I got plenty, because I think you're going to use these so many times over. What a lot of lovely goodies we've got.
I know. The one thing we haven't said is bar the one day special, all the jelly plates come in a hard shell, so you can, I store mine in there because I carry mine around everywhere. I know Leonie doesn't. Your plate will stay around, she'll leave hers on a glass plate, but you can keep the clamshell and put it back inside, and it'll keep it nice and secure.
I think I would keep that just to be safe.
I do, just for transport, and also I can then stack them on top of each other rather than they all stick to each other.
Yeah. They're not going to bend at all, are they, in there?
No.
Wonderful stuff. So, are we going to demonstrate some more? Is that what we're going to do now? Can I go back behind my little pod? Oh, I'm so excited. Right, okay.
Right. Okay, so I thought what we'd do is we'll have a go with some of the tools we've got on, and I've given you a selection of the different hard tools, and I've put some of the bigger ones, but I've also, don't want that, put some of the smaller ones there that in the one day special. I put 1 or 2 because I've got 1 or 2 extra ones, but they all do exactly the same thing. Yes?
Okay, yeah. It's nice that you've got one included in the one day special, isn't it?
Yeah.
So again, everything you need to get started.
Yeah. So if you want to choose a base colour, I'm going to be like you and go for orange this time.
Oh, are you? Oh, well, I'm not going for orange then. I'm going to go for yellow.
So we're going to do exactly as we did before. We're going to cover the whole of our plate with some paint.
Okay. Oh, do you know, I've just loved being at work again today. I've had so many nice shows again today, and it's like, I just want to go home and play.
Okay, And then with the excess colour you've got, don't cover the whole of your little plate. Just want you to go around the edges to make it look like if you know, like when we ink.
Yeah.
Just to add a little bit of a shadow.
Ooh. I'm glad you said that, Lou, because I just caught one edge as I was doing the other plate.
No,
so
that's fine. And then just take off on your mop-off sheet, okay? So now using whatever tool you would like to do, so I'm going to grab a mixture. You can drag it down. So I could drag it down.
Yeah.
And create a pattern. Or I'm going to quickly, while my paint is still wet, you could, I love these, you could do little, you don't have to, you could do little marks.
Oh, can you do swirly things as well?
Yeah, you can do swirly things. So I can do a little mark like that.
Oh, yes.
I love listening to the... And then I'm going to just take some of the little bits. So if you put your tool, once you've done that, side on, onto your smaller plate, it will take off your excess paint.
Okay.
Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull a print of that. So all we're doing with the smaller plate is, with paint and a few bits, is we are building up a massive multi-layered print.
Okay. While you're just doing that, Lou, can I just check with you? When you did your swirly bits on your tool, did you say you just went over the...
No, I did just to show that you could.
Right,
do you know what I mean?
So
I just dragged it straight down, or you can make marks with it. I was just showing that you could, you know...
Details for the one-day special on the screen, everybody, of course, because you're going to get one of those tools, you're going to get a jelly plate, you're going to get the roller, you're going to get the paints, you're going to get the parchment. What else have we got in there? We've got the feathers, everything there. Do you know, 40% of the stock has already gone within 40 minutes.
So
I'm loving this.
So that's mine, just by just making marks on it, and just with one colour. Loving the...
I love it, I love it. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Is it?
Yes. Absolutely perfect.
Okay.
Right, so we'll just leave... You should have a little bit of residue probably left on your plate.
Yep.
So we're going to build up on that.
Okay.
So if you want to choose... If you went for a if I went for brown now, it'll merge in.
Yeah.
So you can either go for a total contrast or... something from a similar colour family. You did yellow, so you could go for a red.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
I'm going to go for a...
Lou, just as you're grabbing your colours, I've just got to let everybody know. Guess what? I knew it would. Limited stock on the parchment paper. I am not surprised. I wish I'd known about this before I went live to air. This is such a good buy. £12.98. Grab it. Check your baskets out. Do not miss out on that. 292503.
Okay, so we're just going to put a layer of another colour on.
Okay.
And we're just going to cover that.
Oh, that's a nice colour you've got there.
It's a, it is one on, it's not one of the paints we've got here, but it is the creamer coat, which is also a plaid paint. It's on the website.
Okay. Do I have to cover the whole thing? Can I make it a little bit?
You can do whatever you would like to do.
Yeah.
You're getting very brave. Now, if you choose another one of the tools and then just make a different sort of pattern to the one that you did before.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm just going to have a think. Oh, you know when you think, why didn't I just do a straightforward one?
We've sold out of the parchment paper, everybody. Technically, anyway, that means that all stock is allocated in baskets.
Oh,
I'm
my
not telling you
goodness.
what I've done.
I just wish now I'd just gone simple. Do you know when you just go, oh. And again, while you've got some paint on that, put that side on your little plate.
Okay, yeah.
Just way to do that. And then you've got choices. You can use the original print you have and print over the top, which
Yeah.
I'm going to do, or you can use it and pull a separate print. So I'm going to let you choose what you would prefer to do.
Okay. You know, I'm just going to go for it and go over the top of the other one, I think.
Right.
This is lovely cardstock to work with as well.
This is the one we've got in the one-day special. This
Yeah,
is the
lovely.
I've cut yours down slightly so it just makes it easier to work on the plate, that's all. But this is the same card. So if we pull that out, we've now should have a double layer.
Do you want to see mine? I've gone really brave, Lou.
Go for it. Oh, that looks superb. But when you look at this is what I love about the jelly print, because that looks multi-layered. That should look like it should be 3D.
Yeah.
And it's not, it's flat, but you've got the element of looking 3D.
Love it.
Straight away.
Love it. Oh, this is so much fun. Definitely on my shopping list for tonight, though.
Is it?
Yes.
Right, and we now should have a little bit of a pattern there, left on top.
Yeah.
And what we're going to do is we're just going to lift that again with the white now. It doesn't have to be white. It could be like a light cream. It could be...
a grey? Could it be a very
If as long as it's a very faint grey, because you don't want it to be too dark, that then when you pull it, you can't see what you've
okay, I think I'm going
pulled
to
off.
stick to the white on mine. Are you sticking to white as well, Lou?
I'm just going to stick to the white because I think it shows up a little bit better on camera.
Yeah.
And again, we just want a really fine, thin layer.
Okay.
We're going to do...
We are so busy. One day special, we are approaching now half of the stock gone.
Right, so
In
with your
less than
excess
45
white
minutes.
on that you've got now, if you want to quickly, she says, grab a stencil and put it on your mini plate and then just take off your excess.
Okay, yeah.
Using the stencil.
Decisions.
Now, we are going to be naughty and use the parchment again, if that's all right. Oh, actually, no, I won't. I'm going to use black.
You do get some in the one-day special, so that's fine.
Well, I'm going to try and see what it looks like doing it on black.
You actually get 12 5x5 pieces in the one-day special, so
You do,
it's a generous amount, actually. So what are we doing now, Sarah Lou?
Just going to pull that off. So all we're doing is we're cleaning our plate, yep.
You're going with black. I think I'm going to do the same, if it's all right. Okay.
Yep. Because
just see the difference in the colour.
Yeah, and don't forget we've used white, so we will get some definition because of the white. We'll get some background, as it were. But as you can see, I like that. I've got all the blues, oranges coming through mine on the white.
Oh, I like that.
But that is a solid black cardstock that I'm using, and it looks. It's the noise. It stops you in your tracks, doesn't it? Oh,
look.
That I do like. Look at that.
I'm rather pleased with myself.
So you should be.
I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. We had a great question come in as well, Lou.
Okay.
This is from Iris, and Iris is saying when she's using her jelly plate, she's using acrylic paint, but her cardstock is sticking.
It's because the paints have dried too much. So what's happening is the card is sticking to dry paint.
Okay.
If that happens, take the card off and leave the card pieces on.
Yeah.
And I would just put another thin layer of paint, put another piece of card on top, and it'll pull the whole lot away. But then you'll get that layer of card that got stuck to your plate
That's
as well.
a really good idea because, what was the lady again who emailed that one? Iris, because she did say some of her card or paper is sticking and tearing and it's leaving it there. I love that idea. So do what Lou has just said. Oh, I'd love to see pictures of that when it happens as well.
I like the way you're taking
The next question is from Ali. Can you use any acrylic paint on the jelly paint?
Yes.
Any brand?
Yeah, any brand. Different paints have different qualities.
Yeah.
So you get heavy-bodied paints, you get slightly runnier paints, but it really doesn't matter. Heavier body, the paint is all going to be about the drying time.
Yeah.
But if it dries, because these little plates here that we're working on have dried.
Yeah.
So we're now going to, when we finally finished, we will activate and pull all of that. So that is, so rather than just put all of this paint onto a mop-up sheet, this is why I love the smaller ones, because we're creating another background from the 4 or 5 backgrounds we've already made.
Of course, yeah. Wonderful. We've got another email from Christine as well, and Christine is saying, what surfaces can we use with the jelly plate? So not just card and paper, can we put anything else on there?
Yeah, I mean, I, for example, used, this is a box lid that I actually just stamped straight away on.
Yeah.
I've used bags, I've used plastic, I've used acetate, I've used anything
Can
really.
You go straight onto plywood or MDF, you said it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really
It's up to you. Now, with the MDF, it depends whether you want the wood look coming through. So you could gesso before and then do something like a really nice bold print and put that on, and what will happen is you'll get a bolder print on your MDF, or if you go onto the wood, it'll be like a craft card effect.
Yeah, got it.
But yes, you can.
Got it. Oh, thank you for the question.
Oh, no, I love it because it's brilliant.
It is.
Right. OK, how are you feeling?
I'm giddy as anything.
I'm just looking at the time. Do you want a quick go at printing a feather then before we...
Can we do it? Yes.
Yes.
I've got the go ahead.
So we're going to choose 2 colours now. So your choice now, whether you start darker and we put a lighter on top, or we start... So it's your... I'm going to go... Oh, I don't know which way round. I'm going to go lighter and darker.
Well, because you're doing that, I'm going to go darker and lighter then, just so we can see the difference.
Yes.
So I'm going with midnight blue is my colour here. I don't think it's in our set, but we do have a blue in there, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We have
different
2
types of paint here.
Yeah. So I'm going to put the yellow down.
Okay. Oh, now then, if I wasn't doing this right now, I'd be upstairs ordering, because we've just had a couple of the parchment paper sets bounce back. So if anybody's missed out on them, you need to be very, very quick, and I am only talking a couple. So please don't miss out and grab yours now.
Right, so if you grab a feather, now this is where you've got choices. I'm going to try and do 2 so you can see. You can leave the feather whole, or you can gradually pull some of the little parts, you know, about. So I'm going to just do, I'll do one that I'm just going to separate the feather a little bit at a time, and I'm going to put that down on there. And then this one, I just want some of these little wispier bits to dangle down a little bit more.
Okay.
And then I'm going to put that down on there. And then I'm just going to grab a piece of card. Now, when you do the feathers, because of there being a feather, what you will find is you're going to need to find the central part of the feather.
Right.
And rub down on that bit first, so you know where it is, and then you can move your fingers outwards.
Okay.
If you don't do that, what happens is you won't get the complete feather image. What you'll get is just the edge of the feather, but then that looks equally as cool.
Okay.
But so if you find the central part of the feather and then work outwards.
Okay. Oh, I can't wait to see what this one looks like. I've not missed anything. You've just gone with the one colour, so
I have just gone with the one colour at the moment.
Right, okay.
And then we're going to... Because obviously the feathers are a little bit thicker in the centre part.
Yeah. No, I've just remembered. I've got another show with you tonight.
You have, and we're going to do something a little bit different.
Do I get to play again?
So it's now coloured my feathers,
Okay.
so I would layer them up and put different things. But that is my design that I've got coming straight through. I love the noises.
Wait.
Oh, brilliant. Now what we're going to do is put a slightly darker colour, but we're going to do it as a thin coat like we would do with the white.
Okay, yeah.
But you're doing